In the world of virtual gaming, Li Fan, once a king, faced a brutal betrayal by his girlfriend and his deputy, leading to his untimely demise. Miraculously, he is reborn on the very first day the game servers went live. A second chance bestowed by the heavens, perhaps? In his previous life, he had missed crucial early training in the game, all to please his girlfriend by buying her a designer bag. By the time he entered the game, other players were far ahead. Despite his best efforts, he barely made it into the top 10 of the Warrior leaderboard. Little did he know, even such achievements would not prevent the betrayal of his girlfriend and deputy. This time around, Li Fan vows to rewrite his destiny. No more playing the fool for love. He is determined to become a promising gaming addict. Ignoring his girlfriend Su Yunyu's persistent attempts to cling to him, Li Fan quits his job and invests all his savings into top-notch gaming equipment. He is well aware that in 100 days, the virtual game will merge with reality and terrifying creatures from another realm will ravage the earth. His only chance of survival is to rapidly increase his power within the game. When creating his character, Li Fan boldly chooses a random class and is thrilled to discover he has received a rare hidden class, the Shield Armor Warrior. While this class lacks an offensive power, its unique role in a team is indispensable. To his delight, in the subsequent talent lottery, he draws the SSS tier unique talent Blessing of Light, the highest level of talent available, far surpassing the B-tier talent he had in his previous life. It seems the heavens truly favor him this time. With such an incredible start, Li Fan is filled with anticipation for the future. This time, he is determined to reach the pinnacle of the endless skies. What a splendid beginning to his new life. You've been automatically assigned to Newbie Village M4399. Enjoy your gaming experience. In this vast virtual world, where tens of thousands of players converge, pinpointing a specific player's real identity through their game character is a formidable task. Moreover, Li Fan took great care in customizing his character's appearance during creation, making it even more challenging. As the notification sound faded, Li Fan's view suddenly shifted, and he found himself at the birth square of Newbie Village M4399. While many newcomers expressed their amazement, he focused solely on opening his personal panel to check his talent attributes. Displayed prominently on the panel were the details: character name, Tai Sui Shun, level 1, occupation, Shield Armor Warrior, hidden occupation, HP 400, MP 300. What shocked him the most was a talent named Blessing of Light, an SSS tier talent. This talent not only boosted his agility by 500 points right from the start, but also had a terrifying effect of permanently stacking agility. Li Fan quickly calculated. 100 points of agility could increase attack speed by 1 hit per second and movement speed by 2 meters per second. 1,000 points would increase it to 10 hits per second and 20 meters per second, and 10,000 points would skyrocket to 100 hits per second and 200 meters per second. If he accumulated to 100,000 points, 1 million points of agility, the thought made Li Fan gasp in awe. With the growth rate of this talent, killing 11,700 monsters would allow him to break the sound barrier, and continuing at that pace might even surpass the speed of light. The prospect of possessing such a godlike talent instantly ignited a fiery enthusiasm in Li Fan. Time to grind and level up. Yet, he quickly realized there was something even more crucial than monster grinding awaiting him: securing hidden quests. Hidden quests in the infinite sky offer rich rewards and are unique. Once taken by another player, there's no second chance. Monsters can always be farmed, but missing a hidden quest could lead to lifelong regret. As a reborn individual, Li Fan knew he had to leverage his foresight, seizing every hidden quest from his past life memories. He couldn't afford to just focus on grinding. This game is so realistic. Li Fan marveled to himself. Virtual reality games had been around for a decade, but Endless Expanse stood out as one of the best. Stepping out of the spawn point in the Newbie Village, he was surrounded by the constant shouts of clans recruiting warriors, promising fame and fortune to those who dared to join. The prestigious Genesis Guild was openly seeking talented individuals, offering contracts with salaries reaching millions. Genesis is the stage where dreams are made. Don't miss out. Meanwhile, a veteran gamer called out for like-minded allies: warriors, priests, archers, all welcome to join him in monster battles and level up for new glories. Navigating through the bustling crowd, Li Fan headed straight for the village blacksmith. Despite being reborn in this world, his memories of hidden quests in the newbie village were scant. After much effort, he recalled a crucial detail mentioned by a renowned storm warrior online, who had boasted about his chilling prowess and revealed that proving one's strength at the village blacksmith could unlock a series of secret quests. Completing these would reward the player with an artifact called the Heart of the Warrior, which granted immunity to all control effects, a formidable advantage for any melee fighter often vulnerable to ranged control skills. Unique in the game, the Heart of the Warrior was a treasure coveted by many, but none expected a reborn player like Li Fan. With eager anticipation, Li Fan soon arrived at the blacksmith's shop. Due to the game's popularity, a long line of players awaited their turn, with NPC soldiers keeping order. When it was finally Li Fan's turn, the blacksmith dismissed him gruffly. "Get lost. You don't have the strength for my tasks." But Li Fan was not deterred. He knew earning the blacksmith's approval was key to accessing the Heart of the Warrior quest chain. With his SSS tier talent boosting his agility by 500 points, he unsheathed his sword and swiftly struck 5 dazzling flashes of light. Everyone was stunned by his lightning-fast swordplay, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. "Young man, your talent truly amazes me," the blacksmith said, his tone changing. "It's been a long time since my daughter was killed by a pack of wolves in the dark forest. I hope you can avenge her." This marked the beginning of the quest. The task was to eliminate 100 level 6 mutant Grey Wolves within 3 days, solo. Success would earn Li Fan Molin's trust and qualify him for the next part of the quest chain, including rewards of 50 silver coins, 5,000 experience points, a piece of standard equipment, and the crucial next quest. Failure meant permanently losing the chance to continue this quest chain. Li Fan was thrilled. This was indeed the first step towards obtaining the Heart of the Warrior. He assured the blacksmith of his commitment to the task. In a gesture of goodwill, the blacksmith offered him 3 days of free equipment repairs. Behind him, the other players in line were left speechless by the unfolding events. They had just witnessed Li Fan's swordplay, swift as lightning, and now, seeing him with a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, it was clear he had a hidden class. Instantly, they felt a mix of admiration, envy, and resentment. "Dude, let's be friends? I've got a mage with explosive D-level output. Brother, take me with you." Requests without any group invitations flew towards Li Fan. However, he remained uninterested and walked away without looking back. Before the level 15 dungeon opened, solo leveling was the real deal. Why waste time forming a team? Especially in the early stages of the game, where all sorts of characters emerged, and even those with mere D-level talent dared to boast? Were they even worthy of being Li Fan's teammates? With that, Li Fan coolly made his exit, leaving behind a group of players drooling with envy. Li Fan had no time to waste looking for teammates in the early chaos of the game. Solo leveling until the first dungeon open to players at level 15 was clearly the best strategy for him. Mutated Grey Wolves are level 6 pack creatures, and Li Fan, who is currently only at level 1, would be taking a major risk by challenging them. In the world of Endless Sky, death penalties and level suppression are significant. Each death plunges a player into a weakened state, significantly reducing their attributes. If a player dies 10 times within a month, their level drops back to level 1. All their equipment vanishes, and they must endure a month-long period of weakness. Furthermore, if a player's level is lower than the monsters by 1 level, their damage output decreases by 5% and the damage they receive increases by 5%, up to a maximum of 80%. Conversely, if the player's level is higher than the monsters, they receive a damage boost and suffer less damage. Although challenging higher-level monsters is perilous, it also brings additional experience bonuses. Conversely, farming lower-level creatures results in penalties to both experience and loot. In Endless Sky, trying to level up quickly by clearing low-level monsters is simply a fool's errand. To complete a hidden quest given by the blacksmith, Li Fan decides to first find some leveling spots on the way to the Dark Forest, aiming to increase his level and talents. Strengthened, he plans to then take on the mutated Grey Wolves. Once he sets his goal, he heads straight out of the village. Outside the novice village, the scene is much livelier than inside, with countless players gathered, fiercely battling to complete their quests. The number of players even surpasses that of the level 1 red-eyed rabbits. These freshly spawned rabbits barely get a glimpse of the world before being mercilessly slain by swords and fireballs. Li Fan wipes the sweat from his forehead, thinking how competitive it has become. In his previous life, when he entered the novice village, high-level players were already flourishing. Now, he finally witnesses the craziness of those hardcore gamers on the first day of the server. Not interested in competing with ordinary players, Li Fan heads straight through the crowd to a more secluded leveling spot. There are significantly fewer people here, but the monsters that appear make most level 1 players hesitate. The system indicates that the creature, a Pippi Pig, is level 2, with attributes of 200 HP, 23 physical attack, 12 physical defense, and 11 magical defense. This creature named Pippi Pig not only has attributes far beyond the ordinary level 1 monsters, but the penalties for challenging higher-level creatures make attacking it seem like a futile effort. However, Li Fan is not an ordinary player. He boldly taunts the Pippi Pig, his condescending gaze deeply wounding the creature's spirit. Enraged, the Pippi Pig charges at him, but in Li Fan's eyes, its speed is as slow as a snail's. Li Fan easily sidesteps and his long sword follows swiftly, stabbing mercilessly at the unprotected rear of the Pippi Pig. After a lightning-fast flurry of 11 strikes, the Pippi Pig is left with only 35 hit points. It lets out a pitiful scream, which only earns it 3 more sword strikes from Li Fan, ending its misery. Although slaughtering the Pippi Pig was easy, finding the creature took much longer than the actual battle. Moreover, as more players gather, the efficiency of leveling decreases. After more than an hour of fierce battling, Li Fan finally advances from level 1 to level 2. To his dismay, among the nearly 100 Pippi Pig carcasses, only 3 pieces of junk equipment and some copper coins were dropped. The only thing worth noting was a barely usable one-handed sword. After leveling up, Li Fan didn't hesitate to allocate all 5 of his free attribute points to strength, aiming to boost his attack power. Just as he was about to head to the next training spot, he noticed a group of about 7 or 8 people attacking a boss that was clearly stronger than the average Pippi Pig. It was just a mere level 2 Black Iron mini-boss. Since others had gotten there first, Li Fan didn't feel like competing for it, and was about to leave disappointedly when he spotted 2 familiar faces in the crowd. After carefully identifying their appearances, IDs, professions, and gathering information about the other members of their team, Li Fan's interest was piqued. If he remembered correctly, these 7 people were the core members of the notoriously infamous Yibo Yunshin Guild from his previous life. Considering the invasion of terrifying alien monsters, there are generally 3 attitudes among humans. Those who rise up to fight, those who despair and wait for death, and a third, least numerous but infamous group, who either willingly or unwillingly join the monsters, turning against humanity to assist in its destruction. The Yibo Yunshin Guild, despite its name suggesting righteousness, was infamous for its members' misdeeds. Even before the alien monsters invaded the planet Halangsing, they were known in the gaming world for their deceit and vile behaviors, making them a notorious example of villainy. After the invasion, most core members of the Yibo Yunshin Guild quickly sided with the monsters within a year, positioning themselves against humanity. In the 3rd year of the invasion, the guild was ranked 3rd on the global list of the most despised guilds, committing atrocities surpassed only by the top 2 guilds from Western countries. Seeing these individuals, Li Fan's interest was intensely renewed. The core members of the Yibo Yunshin Guild are primarily divided into 2 categories, the veterans and the new recruits. However, regardless of the category, their names all begin with the characters Iba. When Li Fan saw the IDs of those 7 players, he was certain that they were indeed the notorious core members of the Yibo Yunshin Guild from his past life. As a man of integrity, how could Li Fan turn a blind eye to these scoundrels? He secretly vowed to show them the kindness of Lord Li. In your past life, you suffered greatly under the hands of foreign demons. This time, I will treat you well and ensure you do not repeat the same mistakes. With this thought, Li Fan sprang into action. Seeing him charging their way, the Yibo Yunshin members launched an attack in alert. Arrows and fireballs flew towards him, but none could hit Li Fan thanks to his agile movements. As the distance between them closed rapidly, they soon clashed. The battle was intense and thrilling, yet the outcome was unexpected. With 600 agility points, Li Fan's moves were as fast as lightning. His strikes hit continuously while he effortlessly neutralized the enemy's offense. In just 3 seconds, the warrior with the highest health was downed. The others, shocked and bewildered, exclaimed, "We're all level 2. How can your combat strength be so strong? Stop dazing and take down this guy named Taishin." Yibo Yunshin's leader, seeing this from a distance while fighting the boss, furiously commanded. However, what happened next drove them to despair. Li Fan's attacks were swift and unavoidable, while their own were either blocked or dodged. The disparity in strength was clear. Li Fan moved through them as if they were mere shadows, swiftly downing 3 more players. "Forget that guy. Let's finish off the boss and retreat," the leader ordered as the tide turned against them. At this moment, the health of the Pippi Pig boss was critically low, almost defeated. Seeing this, Li Fan ceased his pursuit and rushed towards the boss. With a few swift slashes, the boss's remaining health vanished, and the system announced the rewards: a first kill bonus of 2 free attribute points, along with guaranteed loot of either career equipment or a skill book. Although the Pippi Pig boss was low level and the rewards were modest, Li Fan was overjoyed. After all, he had snatched the first kill right from the hands of the Yibo Yunshin Guild members. "Taishin, I'll remember you. We swear to make you regret this." Hatred consumed the leader, but it also made him oblivious to the danger behind him. With a teleport, Li Fan swiftly eliminated the last teammate and chased after the leader. In just 10 seconds, he caught up with the unfortunate leader. Despite decent defenses, the leader could only struggle briefly due to the vast difference in their strength. Soon, his health depleted, and he fell with a curse. "Taishin, you wait." Watching the leader's corpse, Li Fan smirked. "Being in the same newbie village as me is the biggest misfortune of your lives," he thought to himself, then quickly left the battlefield. The fierce battle had added 7 sin points to his name, marking him as a notorious red name player in the Endless Sky. In the game, players branded as red-named are guaranteed to drop their equipment upon being killed, as per the game's rules. Li Fan, however, isn't afraid of being hunted by other players. He finds attacking bystanders to be a mundane and pointless endeavor. Instead, he prefers to spend his time on more meaningful activities, such as examining the loot he just obtained from a boss. Upon opening his backpack, Li Fan's eyes light up at the sight of a perfect-grade fine iron sword, boasting 17 physical attack points and 13 magical attack points, with the ability to reduce an enemy's physical defense by 2 points for a duration of 5 seconds. For Li Fan at this stage in the game, this sword is nothing short of a godsend, a perfect boost to enhance his combat capabilities early on. Ignore him for now. The boss is down to its last 100 health points. Finish off the boss, grab the loot, and get out. Li Fan saw that the Pippi Pig boss had only 98 health points left and immediately stopped chasing the remaining members of the Yibo Yunshin Guild, instead charging towards the boss. At this level, the boss's skills shouldn't be too outrageous. Right now, it's all about the speed of output. Any hesitation could mean all efforts are in vain. Li Fan's movement speed was astonishing, and in a blink, he was up close with the boss. He targeted Pippi Pig's weak spot and without any hesitation, thrust his sword fiercely. 3 swift stabs later, the Pippi Pig boss collapsed. The notification for the first kill of the boss popped up, awarding him 2 free attribute points and a piece of class-specific equipment. Although this boss was of a lower tier, it was still a significant encouragement for Li Fan. What delighted him even more was that this kill was snatched from the hands of the Yibo Yunshin Guild. Seeing their hard work on the boss taken away, members like Yaboy and Dawei were understandably infuriated. However, Li Fan was indifferent, picking up the spoils and chasing after them. In a confrontation, another player fell to Li Fan's sword. Dawei finally snapped out of it and had to order a split escape. In the endless expanse of the game, the cost of death was too great. It was crucial to save their own lives first. But Li Fan didn't give them that chance. first slaying Dawai's companion and then relentlessly pursuing Dawai himself. In mere seconds, he had closed the gap between them. After a chaotic fight, Dawai, despite his higher health and skills, could hardly stand against the overwhelming difference in strength. Soon, Dawai also met his end, leaving behind a harsh threat. Tai Sui God, you wait. Li Fan would like to send the same message to every member of the Yibo Yunshin Guild. Being in the same newbie village as him was indeed the greatest misfortune of their lives. Thinking this, Li Fan sneered and left without looking back. The recent battle attracted many onlookers, and since Li Fan was the instigator, it added 7 points to his sin value. In the endless expanse, he was now officially a notorious player. Although notorious players risk dropping their equipment upon death, with his speed advantage, Li Fan was not worried about being caught. There was no need to waste time over mere bystanders, especially since that poor group hadn't even dropped a single decent piece of equipment. They were hardly worth his attention. After leaving the Pippi Pig leveling area, Li Fan found a quiet spot to check his loot. The first item he inspected was a perfectly crafted steel sword, with 17 physical attack points, 13 magical attack points, and a special effect that reduced the enemy's physical defense by 2 points for 5 seconds. Most weapons of black iron quality didn't even have 2 attributes, but this sword was not only fully featured but also boasted a rare defense-reducing effect, making it an exceptional early-game weapon. In the boundless expanse of the game world, equipment quality is categorized from lowest to highest as follows: common, black iron, silver, gold, dark gold, legendary, epic, mythical, and ancient mythical. Even Li Fan, who has been reborn and returned to the game, does not know if there exists a quality above ancient mythical. After all, in his previous life, he was only a level 200 player and had never reached higher realms. Perhaps, only by continuously surpassing himself in this life can he unravel the mystery. Within each quality category, equipment is further divided into 6 grades based on the attributes: inferior, common, fine, excellent, superior, and perfect. The reason Li Fan's fine iron sword possesses additional attributes is that it has reached the perfect grade. Holding it in his palm, Li Fan feels a significant boost in his combat power. He then shifts his attention to the other 2 items dropped by the boss. The first is a skill book of black iron quality named Shield Rebound, a level 2 active skill for shield-bearing classes that can reflect 10 points of magical damage while blocking an attack. Although it consumes 20 MP and has a cooldown of 20 seconds, it could be crucial in some situations. The other item is a common quality pigskin belt with a durability of 60, usable from level 2, providing an additional 50 HP and 2 points of physical defense. While it's not outstanding, it's better than nothing. Li Fan doesn't hesitate to learn the skill from the book and fastens the belt around his waist. To clear his sin value, he must either kill hundreds of same-level monsters or eliminate other players marked with a red name. Li Fan sets a minor goal for himself: first, to kill 700 monsters. With his decision made, he begins looking for a new grinding spot. Along the way, he spares no mercy for any Pippi Pigs he encounters, killing each one he sees without hesitation. Soon, Li Fan arrives at an area known as the Gobi Desert. This place is inhabited by numerous level 3 mutant crocodiles, each with 280 HP, 27 physical attack, and both physical and magical defense at 15. Though their attack power and defenses are decent, they are significantly slower. Against Li Fan, who has over 600 agility, they are practically like stationary targets.
Bang, bang, bang.
Within 3 seconds, a hapless mutant crocodile falls under Li Fan's relentless assault. System notifications follow one after another. Killing a mutant crocodile grants 126 experience points. Li Fan's agility permanently increases by 1 point. His SSS grade talent is truly extraordinary, allowing him to achieve peak efficiency in monster grinding even if he is only 1 or 2 levels above the average player. Taking advantage of the fact that the leveling area is still undiscovered by other players, Li Fan plans to grind a few hundred more. 2 hours later, as a few players begin to trickle into the Gobi Desert, a second beam of white light signaling a level up appears above Li Fan's head. Eager to see the results of his attribute point allocation, Li Fan quickly opened the character panel. Character: Tai Sui God, level, LV4, experience, 648/45,000, profession, Shield Armor Warrior, HP, 450, MP, 320, physical attack, 55, magic attack, 6, physical defense, 16, magic defense, 11, strength, 27, agility, 1098, spirit, 6, stamina, 10, attack speed, 12.78 hits/second, movement speed, 30.98 meters/second. Wow, this leveling up process is painfully slow. It took fighting 500 mutant crocodiles just to get from level 2 to level 4? Li Fan couldn't help but feel dismayed. He then reassured himself, well, it makes sense. I remember it took me 2.5 months to grind from level 199 to 200. It's all about patience. However, when he realized that these 500 crocodiles only dropped a useless ring that added one to physical attack and one to magic defense, he couldn't help but laugh and curse. With this drop rate, is Endless Expanse trying to kill us completionists? Logically, you'd expect a basic piece of equipment every 50 monsters, but I had to kill 500 just to get one? That's just terribly unlucky. Deciding he couldn't stand it any longer, he thought about moving to a new location. As the area became more crowded, Li Fan didn't want to waste more time there. He calculated, with my current speed, I might as well go challenge the level 6 mutant Grey Wolves. Even if my output is reduced by 10%, it's still better than grinding lower-level creatures. Besides, hunting mutant Grey Wolves could also fulfill a blacksmith's quest, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not? Without further hesitation, Li Fan set off towards his new target. Running at full speed, he covered 10 kilometers in just 6 minutes. As he entered the dark, dense forest, a chilling wind blew, and the endless trees seemed like ferocious beasts ready to devour. Before he even had time to search for the mutant Grey Wolves, he caught sight of a player dressed as a mage, engaged in a fierce battle with a boss-level mutant Grey Wolf. This scene took him by surprise. In the M4399 Novice Village, someone was leveling up faster than him? After watching closely for a moment, Li Fan was even more astonished to realize it was someone he knew from his past life. In a previous life, Li Fan knew a formidable player named Hua Hudi, who was once known for her kindness in the gaming world. About 2.5 years later, she dramatically changed, launching a killing spree against the members of the Proud Overlords Guild. From a friendly senior figure, Hua Hudi transformed into a ruthless killer, striking down others regardless of her mood. Not only did she awaken an S-tier talent, but her ability to grind was unmatched, making her one of the top players on the server. Li Fan, who was still striving to catch up at the time, vividly remembers being defeated by her. He and his guildmates were happily leveling up when suddenly, a summoner of a far superior level appeared. With a mere wave of her staff, they were all wiped out instantly. Hua Hudi didn't even bother to pick up the loot, a move that deeply frustrated Li Fan. Later, when Li Fan finally reached a level where he could challenge her, he learned that his nemesis had already perished surrounded by foreign demons, leaving him with no way to avenge himself. This lack of closure cast a shadow over him for a long time. It was rumored that Hua Hudi's S-tier talent involved enhancing psychic power or increasing skill potency, which explained her ability to challenge level 6 bosses early on. Observing Hua Hudi's combat, Li Fan was astounded by her use of Flash Spell, a technique usually acquired by mages at level 30, which she had somehow obtained on the first day of the server. Despite her superior output, Li Fan felt confident. He knew that talents could be early or late bloomers. While Hua Hudi's S-tier talent was effective in the early to mid-game, his own SSS tier talent was designed for the late game. As the game progressed, he was sure the gap between them would widen. Motivated by past grievances and the opportunity to claim a boss, Li Fan decisively approached her. Sprinting forward, he closed the distance rapidly. By the time Hua Hudi realized something was amiss, it was too late. "Who are you? What do you want?" she asked warily, not yet the deranged figure she would later become. But Li Fan didn't respond, slashing his sword and significantly reducing her health before she could react further. In her panic, Hua Hudi didn't manage to finish her sentence before Li Fan's continuous attacks knocked her down, forcing her to respawn. Li Fan pondered, recognizing that this Hua Huti was the same person he had encountered in his past life, although her class had changed from a mage to a hidden time-space class. Could my rebirth have caused a butterfly effect? He wondered aloud. He also noted her lack of awareness in combat, finding it almost naively straightforward how she still sought clarity even as she was being defeated. Despite feeling a twinge of guilt for killing and stealing the boss, Li Fan felt an undeniable thrill, especially since Flower Butterfly had already weakened the bronze-level boss, the Silver Wolf Guardian, to critical health. As he cautiously approached, wary of the boss's attacks, Li Fan couldn't help but mutter to himself, "It's only the first day of the server, and I've already killed players and stolen bosses twice. I'm really playing the villain part well." Just then, a system notification appeared before his eyes. "You have killed player Flower Butterfly. Your sin value has increased by 1 point." Li Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. He felt forced into it. After all, she had provoked him first. He just couldn't swallow that insult. Meanwhile, at the respawn point in M4399's New Bee Village, Flower Butterfly was fuming with rage. "That damn Tai Sui god, attacking me just to steal the boss. Now I have to endure 24 hours of weakness, and my attributes will be halved. This sets back my goal of saving enough money to buy a gaming helmet for my sister. It's all that Tai Sui god's fault. Just you wait. One day I'll settle the score." Overwhelmed with anger, Flower Butterfly swore to herself that once she became stronger, she would take her revenge on Tai Sui God with interest. "Just wait until I get stronger. I will have my revenge." Flower Butterfly was almost driven mad with indignation. Just as Hua Huti was grinding her teeth in anger, Li Fan had already started to unleash his full power on the boss. His attacks rained down like lightning, dealing 20, 42, 22 points of damage consecutively, with the numbers floating above the head of the Silver Wolf leader. Facing a mere 698 points of remaining health, Li Fan could easily slay it within 5 seconds with his relentless assault. However, it's rare to have the chance for such full-on output in actual combat. The Silver Wolf leader's attacks were fierce, and a slight misstep could lead to severe losses. Fortunately, with over 1,000 points in agility, Li Fan was exceptionally nimble, effortlessly dodging the creature's claws and fangs. As soon as the Silver Wolf leader retracted its offensive, Li Fan seized the moment to strike multiple times with his sword. After several rounds, the Silver Wolf's health quickly dropped below 300 points. At this critical moment, the Silver Wolf leader howled to the sky, calling for backup. A system notification popped up, announcing that in 3 seconds, 15 mutant Grey Wolves would arrive to assist. Facing this summoning skill, Li Fan remained unperturbed. The 3 seconds of casting time were like a death sentence in his eyes. Swinging his sword, alternating between basic attacks and heavy slashes, he quickly brought the dying boss to the ground, ending its life. By killing the bronze-level boss, Li Fan earned 5,500 base experience points and a 10% bonus. As the first in the village to achieve this, he also received 6 free attribute points and a guarantee drop of class-specific equipment or a skill book. Triggering his talent, his agility permanently increased by 2 points. Although it didn't trigger a public announcement, this series of rewards was enough to thrill him. Allocating all his attribute points to strength, Li Fan eagerly checked his loot. The first item was a bronze-quality skill book, Phantom Sword Dance, which could increase attack speed by 30% for 12 seconds, consuming 40 MP with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Although he was not yet at the required level to learn it, this was undoubtedly a significant boost for Li Fan, who relied on basic attack output. He eagerly anticipated how terrifying the increase in attack speed would be once he reached levels 2, 3, and beyond. The second item was an exceptional quality crossbow. Unfortunately, as a warrior, Li Fan couldn't use it and had to reluctantly put it up for auction. The last item was a beginner's blacksmithing scroll, which allowed him to learn the blacksmithing subprofession. For Li Fan, whose weapon durability was continuously decreasing, this scroll was a godsend. Otherwise, he would have had to spend a substantial amount of money to learn blacksmithing from an NPC. Despite the need for expensive iron or to repair equipment, Li Fan couldn't worry about that now. After listing the crossbow on the auction house, He decided to first grind by killing 100 mutant Grey Wolves to level up to level 5 while completing the task. Then, he would go to the blacksmith Morin to buy some iron ore and fully resolve the issue with his weapon's durability. Meanwhile, in the wilderness outside M4399 Novice Village, over 20 players were gathered, chattering about something. On closer inspection, among them were the members of the Yibo Yunshin group, who had been defeated by Li Fan earlier. They were now complaining to a companion named Yiboyan Zhang Xiaoye. What? Zhang Xiao, you've awakened a B-level talent and started with an extra 120 points of strength? Now we're definitely going to be among the top damage dealers in the new B village. Someone excitedly exclaimed. Zhang Xiao, we've been terribly bullied by a guy named Tai Suishin. I suspect he's also drawn a B-level talent. His attack and movement speeds are insanely fast. We're all counting on you to take charge. Another person lamented. Zhang Xiao patted his chest confidently and assured, don't worry with me here. I'll definitely get justice for everyone and take down that Tai Suishan. Just as he was getting fired up, a guild member's shout interrupted him. Quick, Zhang Xiao, look! A bronze-level crossbow just appeared in the auction house. Bronze-level gear. In a time when most people treat even the plainest gear as treasures, owning a weapon of bronze quality is a game changer. Without a doubt, it would make one the envy of the street, drawing jealous glances from women and admiring looks from men. Upon hearing his subordinate's exclamation, Zhang Xiao immediately checked the auction house to see for himself. And indeed, someone was selling it. This person must have lucked out with a talent that significantly boosts combat power. Otherwise, how could they have gotten their hands on bronze gear so quickly? Zhang Xiao pondered to himself. But what was this person thinking? Getting such great gear early on and selling it instead of using it themselves? That's like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Exactly, if it were me, I'd definitely keep it for my own use. With it, I could take on stronger monsters and earn better rewards. One of his subordinates agreed, adding, Boss Zhang, you're an archer, and this crossbow seems tailor-made for you. The starting bid is only 10,000. This seller must be short on cash. With it, our rise to dominance in the newbie village is just a matter of time. Flattered by his subordinate's praise, Zhang Xiao bit the bullet and decisively bought the crossbow for 20,000. It's important to note that even though it's the year 2042, a currency reform about 80 or 90 years ago has made inflation less severe. In the Dragon Nation's Magic City, the average price for a house is about 40,000. So 20,000 is still a considerable amount for the average person. As a wealthy individual, Zhang Xiao wasn't as lavish as people imagined. Spending 20,000 on gear did hurt a bit, but under his subordinate's flattery, he couldn't help but make a grand gesture and purchase the equipment. This move immediately earned him even more intense flattery. Boss Zhang is truly generous. Following you is definitely the right choice. Boss Zhang is awesome. Our future promotions and fortunes depend on you. Boss Zhang knows how to play. With this crossbow, the gaming experience will be out of this world. Elevated by the praises, Zhang Xiao was nearly on cloud 9. Meanwhile, in a corner of the newbie village, a player with the ID Proud Emperor frowned. The bronze crossbow had been listed for an unusually short time. Without a server-wide announcement, acquiring it depended more on timing than on financial power. Proud Emperor, not just any player and also the guild leader of Proud Warriors, was known for his lavish spending in other games. Even if he didn't need the crossbow himself, gifting it to a core team member would have been a great move. Unfortunately, he discovered the listing too late, and someone else had already snapped it up. However, this incident was a wake-up call to keep a closer watch on the auction house. If someone was willing to sell bronze weapons, bronze armor might just appear next. He immediately instructed his confidant, keep an eye on the auction house. If bronze gear appears, buy it outright without reporting back to me first. Even plain black iron gear is precious to us now. Also, make sure to find out who sold the crossbow. Anyone who can acquire and is willing to sell bronze gear is likely a solo player with either a hidden profession or a top-tier talent. Such talent is exactly what our Proud Warriors Guild needs to attract and befriend, at least until we can recruit them. Let's avoid making them our enemies. At this moment, Ao Shi Huang was not the only one harboring the same thoughts. In the M4399 New B village, At least a dozen other big shots had similar ideas flashing through their minds. However, these scheming individuals had nothing to do with Li Fan. He was deeply engrossed in hunting mutated gray wolves, thoroughly enjoying himself. Even facing a small group of elite monsters at level 6, to Li Fan, they were no more challenging than fish on a chopping board. Soon, the system alert chimed again. You have reached level 5 and gained 5 free attribute points. Accompanied by a dazzling white light, Li Fan's intense grinding session finally came to an end. He allocated all his points to strength, bringing his total to 38, while his agility soared to an impressive 12-13. It seemed like the right time to head back to the village to turn in his quest and perhaps take a brief rest. After about 20 minutes of sprinting, Li Fan arrived back at the newbie village, standing before the blacksmith, Imo Lin. Seeing how quickly Li Fan had completed the task, Imo Lin was overjoyed and immediately upgraded the reward from regular equipment to a dark iron quality Azure small round shield. At the same time, Li Fan automatically took on the next quest. Listening to the blacksmith's encouraging words, Li Fan managed a perfunctory smile. The content of this second quest was simply ludicrous. The first quest had been to kill 100 mutated gray wolves, but the second quest demanded the slaughter of 10,000, a hundredfold increase. Could it be that those unfortunate wolves had not only killed his daughter, but also desecrated his ancestral grave? This increase was absurdly exaggerated. The mutated gray wolves must have done more than kill his daughter. They must have destroyed his family's ancestral tomb as well. The requirement to kill 100 times more wolves in the second quest was utterly preposterous. In the eerie and shadow-filled Darkwood Forest, the mutated gray wolves weren't particularly numerous, and their respawn rate was quite slow. It would take nearly a week to complete this new task, which completely disrupted Li Fan's original leveling plan. Spending too much time on this could mean missing out on crucial first kills of wilderness bosses and first completions of dungeons, rewards that others might snatch up first. What worried him more were the key hidden quests that could only be picked up in the main city. Missing the timing for those would mean losing out on the opportunity to intercept them. However, considering the significant importance of the warrior's heart for his warrior class, Li Fan steeled his resolve and decided to take on the challenge. With just 7 days to complete it, there was no room for slack. Understanding the stakes, he acted immediately. He first purchased some ore and hammers from the blacksmith to repair his equipment, then without delay, he headed straight for the Darkwood Forest. But he hadn't gone far when he noticed stealthy footsteps following him. Thinking of ambushing me for my gear?
Li Fan speculat asilant-li.
No, my gear isn't even that great. It's more likely someone recognizing me and seeking revenge. Could it be Hua Hudi's people? Unlikely, as she had always been a lone wolf in his past life. Soon, he figured it out. Besides Hua Hudi, the only ones who harbored deep hatred for him were the members of the Righteous Skies Guild. With this thought, a cold smile played on his lips. Since he was going to be grinding mutated gray wolves anyway, getting flagged as a player killer didn't matter. Before setting off, he decided to teach the Righteous Skies a lesson and let them taste defeat. Intentionally slowing his pace to give his pursuers time to set up, about 15 minutes later, just as he stepped out of the newbie village's safe zone, sure enough, a group of swaggering players confronted him. Counting them quickly, there were about 25 to 30 players, most of their IDs prefixed with Righteous Skies. Without a doubt, these were the Avengers from Righteous Skies. Even those Li Fan had previously defeated most brutally, like Righteous Skies Renwang and Righteous Skies Duang, were there, glaring at him fiercely. Known as a notorious bully guild in the gaming world, Righteous Skies had a bad reputation and had harmed countless ordinary players. As they gathered in force, passing players couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Look, those guys are from the Righteous Skies Guild. What? That infamous bully guild? Exactly, just look at their IDs. They're definitely here to bully regular players again. Damn, I got slaughtered by those jerks last time I played. Too bad I'm too low level to fight back now. Hearing the crowd's comments, the bystanders looked at Li Fan with sympathy, thinking he was about to suffer. Feeling misunderstood, Righteous Skies Renwang couldn't help but shout, "You all know nothing. That god of misfortune had attacked us before. This is a legitimate vendetta. not bullying the innocent. However, Righteous Skies Zhang Xiaoya, impatient, snapped, "Shut up. We from Righteous Skies don't need to explain ourselves to anyone." Annoyed, aren't you? If you dare, come join the fight and let's slaughter them together. His dismissive remarks silenced the onlookers, as Zhang Xiaoya smirked triumphantly. Then, he turned his attention to Li Fan, sneering, "Kid, you've got guts messing with us, the Yibyunshin. Now, get down on your knees, bow your head and admit your mistake. Maybe if I'm pleased, I'll only chop you once. How about it? Consider it?" Before he had even finished speaking, his lackeys burst into loud laughter behind him, mocking the idea that a mere player could escape surrounded by so many experts. Little did they know, Li Fan had already made his move. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged straight at the leader, Zhang Xiao. "After all your babbling, I've finally figured out you're the boss. Time to die." Li Fan thought to himself. Now that he knew who the leader was, why wait any longer? Damn, that speed is insane. What are you waiting for? Stop him. Zhang Xiao exclaimed in shock. As an archer, close combat was his weakness. Fortunately, he was surrounded by loyal warriors and knights, and in a blink, 3 of them were blocking Li Fan's path. Looking for death? I'll grant it. Zhang Xiao gritted his teeth and raised his novice bow to shoot. Lacking the level to equip a bronze crossbow, he had to make do. But with his B-level talent, giving him an extra 120 points of strength at the start, he thought dealing with a mere level 5 player would be a piece of cake. However, as Zhang Xiao was about to shoot, a terrifying scene unfolded. Li Fan reached the 3 melee players, and his sword moved like the wind. Swish, swish, swish. After several swift strikes, 2 fell to the ground, and the third was slain in a flash of lightning-fast swordplay. A dozen strikes in 1 second? Is that even humanly possible? Zhang Xiao was horrified. Before he could react, Li Fan was already upon him. Zhang Xiao panicked, not just fearing for his life, but also because he was a notorious red-named player. Instinctively, he shot an arrow, but in his haste, it merely grazed Li Fan. As Zhang Xiao tried to follow up with another shot, Li Fan's sword had already fallen. Swish, swish, swish. A series of sword flashes passed, and like his 3 subordinates, Zhang Xiao turned into a beam of white light, vanishing into thin air. Where he disappeared, 2 pieces of equipment and some copper coins fell to the ground, among them the very bronze crossbow he couldn't yet wield. After effortlessly taking down the leader Zhang Xiao, Li Fan didn't pause for a second. He quickly picked up the dropped equipment from the ground and turned to attack the nearest player from the Yiba Yuntian gang. This player, a fragile mage, couldn't withstand Li Fan's fierce onslaught and fell within seconds. Li Fan then charged towards another nearby opponent. It was only at this moment that the 20-plus members of the Yiba Yuntian gang realized what was happening. Panicked, they scattered in all directions. Li Fan managed to take down a few who were slower, but seeing the rest disappearing into the crowd, he frowned slightly and decided not to pursue them. After all, they were just small fry, and there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with them later. The priority was to complete his mission. Thinking this, he swiftly changed direction and made a quick escape. The entire scene was witnessed by a dozen bystanders who were amazed and soon burst into excited chatter. Wow, that was intense. Is that the legendary Tai Sui-shen? His combat skills are out of this world. He moves like lightning, and his attack speed is unbelievable. I was totally stunned. Tai Sui-shen, wait for me, let's be friends. Oh man, with that speed, there's no catching him. Tai Sui-shen has even turned off friend requests, typical of a top player. Seeing the Yiba Yuntian scum get defeated was so satisfying. I need to post this video on the Endless Firmament forum, so all the players they've bullied can share the joy. Soon enough, the video of Tai Sui-shen decimating Yiba Yuntian on the first day of the server went viral on the Endless Firmament forum. Player versus player combat is the norm in the game, but the name Yiba Yuntian alone draws significant attention. Coupled with Li Fan's astonishing speed, the video quickly became a sensation, drawing massive online viewership. Awesome. His fighting style is so cool. Tai Sui-shen is my idol from today. He wields a one-handed sword and shield, Must be some hidden class, right? Who can identify it? Wow, such insane speed must surely be due to his talents. I've heard some people get talents that significantly boost their attributes. Tai Sui-shin might just have a major agility increase. I'm so jealous. There's no defeating speed in this world. The evil gods truly do not deceive us. It's thrilling, but dealing with Iba Yuntian, Tai Sui-shin might be in for some serious trouble. He better watch out for their revenge. As players delve deeper into the game, their understanding of Endless Firmament continues to grow. The speed displayed by Li Fan in the video is truly frightening. According to data enthusiasts, his movement speed is about 3 times that of an average player, and his attack speed is more than 10 times higher. Yet, no one suspects him of cheating. This is not only because games in 2042 have effectively eliminated cheats, but also because players on the forums have already seen many with incredible combat abilities. Some start with attack power over 100, others have skills that are 10 times more powerful than usual. There are even warriors who can emit long-range sword energy from level 1, and summoners who can summon silver bone dragons right at the start. All of these players are lucky ones who drew high-quality talents. Compared to them, although Li Fan's speed is extraordinary, it doesn't seem the most shocking. Of course, if everyone knew his talent was of the SSS tier and still growing, that would certainly be a different story altogether. Li Fan is determined to keep his secrets to himself, at least until he becomes invincible. And what does invincible mean to him? He has set a personal benchmark, not to consider himself truly invincible until his speed is less than that of light. Meanwhile, at the respawn point in the M4399 Novice Village, Zhang Xiao, supported by his underlings, was pale-faced and trembling. How is that guy so strong? So speed is more crucial than attack power? What use is my B-grade strength talent then? Frustrated and angry, Zhang Xiao felt utterly humiliated. One moment he was triumphant, the next, reduced to a mere ghost. The contrast shattered his morale completely. Worse, he was no match for the mighty Tai Sui god, especially now that his attributes had weakened due to death. To add insult to injury, the bronze crossbow he'd spent 200,000 on hadn't even been used before it was completely destroyed. Tai Sui god, you bastard, just you wait. Once everyone gets to the main city, I'm going to bring 1,000 brothers to cut you down. As Zhang Xiao was seething with vengeance, one of his underlings suddenly exclaimed, Zhang Xiao, look, isn't that your bronze crossbow up for auction again? Shocked, Zhang Xiao stared wide-eyed at the auction house screen displaying the familiar crossbow, starting at 10,000, with a buyout price of 200,000, and the attributes unchanged. What are the odds? He thought. Most likely, Tai Sui God had put it up for sale. After draining his finances to buy it, he hadn't even warmed it up before it was snatched back, effectively handing over 200,000 for nothing, along with his life. Furious and breathing heavily, Zhang Xiao was about to curse out loud when his abnormal physical condition forced him offline. Meanwhile, Li Fan sneezed loudly and muttered to himself, "Who's thinking about me?" He then focused on a mutated gray wolf nearby. Finally reached the destination. The massacre of 10,000 mutated gray wolves starts now. After a long night of relentless gaming, Li Fan rubbed his tired eyes as a series of system notifications popped up on his screen. Alert! You've slain, omitted. Alert! Your talent has taken effect, permanently increasing your agility by 1 point. Alert! You have leveled up, current level is LV8. Alert! You have been gaming for over 14 hours today. Please manage your gaming time wisely and take care of your health. Exhausted not only from the intense gaming session, but also because he had been scouring the gloomy forest for nearly 8 hours without spotting a single boss after defeating the group led by Yibo Yunshin. The minor foes had only dropped a few pieces of worthless, common gear, which felt like trash to him. Frustrated by the low drop rate, Li Fan felt utterly drained. Checking the time, he realized it was nearly 10 a.m. No wonder he was feeling both hungry and sleepy. It was definitely time to log off, grab some food, and get some rest. Real life comes first, and he couldn't afford to literally play himself into the grave. With that thought, Li Fan prepared to exit the game. Before leaving, he glanced at his latest character stats on his personal panel. Name, Tai Sui-shin. Level, LV8. Experience, 22/76,000. Class, Shield Armored Warrior. Strength, 53. Agility, 2024. Attack speed, 21.04 hits per second. Movement speed, 50.48 meters per second. Talent, Light's Blessing Phase 1 SSS grade. Not bad. My agility has now exceeded 2,000, he thought to himself. With his current speed, he could sprint up to nearly 180 kilometers per hour. An attack speed of 21 times per second meant that his basic attacks could easily exceed 1,700 in damage output, although the actual figures would depend on the target's physical defense and vulnerability. All in all, his achievements were impressive, and he resolved to push even harder the next day. Taking off his gaming helmet, Li Fan quickly washed his face and prepared to head out for some food. That's when he noticed two new messages on his phone. The first, unsurprisingly, was from his ex-girlfriend from his previous life, Su Yunyu. Dear, are you there? It's already evening. Why haven't you replied? I woke up and still no response from you. I'm really worried. Please message me back soon. Disgusted, Li Fan promptly removed her from his special attention list. This woman is truly nauseating, he thought, thankful that he had come to his senses in time. However, he knew that simply ignoring her long-term wasn't a solution. If she decided to cut him off in a fit of anger, it might complicate things if he needed to contact her later. After a moment of thought, Li Fan crafted a reply. Yunyu, I've joined a research group at my unit, and I'll be involved in a confidential project for the next 3 months, which will likely prevent me from contacting the outside world. However, the leader has promised a reward of at least 400,000 yuan upon successful completion of the project. For our future, please endure these 3 months. This excuse seemed plausible enough to keep Su Yunyu at bay for a while. Then, he turned his attention to the second message, which was from someone saved in his phone as Chan Ergu. Bro, got time to game recently? Come to Endless Expanse. I'll take you flying. Despite the brief message, it warmed Li Fan's heart. Chen Ergu, whose real name was Chen Tianqiang, had been Li Fan's close friend since middle school. They had attended the same high school and university and had even been roommates. Thus, Chen Tianqiang, who was the second oldest in their dorm, had earned this rough and rugged nickname. The warmth I feel when I see his messages is because in our past life, Chen Ergu was always Li Fan's closest buddy. Despite not being related by blood, their bond was stronger than that of brothers. Unfortunately, in that previous life, Li Fan was too busy leveling up, and whenever he had free time, he would spend it with Su Yunyu, gradually losing touch with his friends. However, real brotherhood doesn't grow distant just because of less frequent contact. Instead, it's a tacit understanding that is deeply cherished. Up until his dying moments, Li Fan trusted Chen Ergu the most. It's just a pity that Ergu's talents were limited, otherwise, Li Fan would have definitely promoted him to be his right-hand man. Being reborn has its perks. Not only does Li Fan have a masterful understanding of the game mechanics, but he can also see the true colors of the people around him. This time, he is determined to properly mentor Chen Ergu and take him soaring above the 9 heavens. Thinking this, Li Fan clenched his fist and replied, Endless Sky? I played that yesterday and already reached level 8. Ergu, at what level do you dare to offer to carry me? As soon as he finished speaking, Ergu immediately replied, Damn, Li Fan, how did you level up so fast? I played all night and only reached level 6. Wait a minute, aren't you supposed to be working hard to support your beauty queen girlfriend? How do you have time to game all night? Did something happen? Shortly after, a request for a voice call popped up. This is the kind of unspoken understanding between brothers. Li Fan had only said one phrase when Chen Ergu sensed something was off and immediately called him. Laughing through tears, Li Fan answered, I broke up with Su Yunyu, so now I've got all the time in the world to game. Don't worry, I'm actually feeling great. I've realized that gaming is the real joy. You know, since my parents passed away in a car accident when I was in elementary school and I don't really have any relatives, I'm all on my own and can do whatever I want. Think you can outplay me? Ergu, you've picked the wrong opponent. Your ID is this tube of reminiscence, right? In Newbie Village, E9587? Fine. See you in the main city after level 20. Gotta go. I'm beat. Time to grab some food and sleep. The 15-minute conversation warmed Li Fan's heart, a feeling of being cared for that he hadn't experienced in a long time. After a quick meal, Li Fan returned to his rental room, took a shower, and fell into a deep sleep. He woke up at 4 in the afternoon, refreshed and energized. His phone showed a notification from Alipay. 380,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. It was the payment for the bronze crossbow he had sold, both times at a fixed price, totaling this exact amount after fees. With his wallet fuller, Li Fan went downstairs for a meal and then stocked up on instant noodles and other snacks at the supermarket. Helmet on, he dived back into the game, Infinite Expanse. The moment he logged in, he was transported back to the Dark Forest, exactly where he had left off, provided he was out of combat, as the game wouldn't allow players to escape tough bosses by logging off. Let's do this. Aim to clear at least 2,000 mutant gray wolves today. Li Fan encouraged himself as he charged at the nearest beast with his sword raised. The system notifications kept popping up, kills, levels up. He was now level 9. Time flew in the midst of battle, and soon Li Fan had advanced another level. As he had been level 8 fighting level 6 creatures, the experience penalty had reduced his gains by 10%. With the requirement for level 9 even higher, it took him almost 700 mutant gray wolves to level up. Maybe I should upgrade my skills first? Li Fan considered. Although higher levels incurred greater penalties, he still had over 8,000 wolves to go for his quest. Deciding to invest in skill points first, he realized he was still short on experience and needed to grind a bit longer. Just then, he spotted a silver-gray special wolf creature nearby. A boss? Li Fan scratched his head. It was a level 6 bronze boss, the Silver Wolf Guard. Looks like all my luck went into drawing an SSS tier talent. After killing 2,000 to 3,000 creatures, I've only encountered 3 bosses, and I had to fight for 2 of them from other players. But hey, a boss is a boss. I'm not picky. With that, Li Fan charged forward. The Silver Wolf Guard's 3,600 health points evaporated under his fierce assault. In just over a second, about 30 damage numbers floated above the beast's head, cutting its health bar in half. Before the Silver Wolf could react, Li Fan's second wave of attacks hit, sealing its fate. After a swift series of strikes, the boss was defeated in an embarrassingly quick fashion, lasting no more than 3 seconds. Although it wasn't his first kill, Li Fan still reaped considerable rewards. Due to his innate talent, his agility permanently increased by 2 points. To his delight, the Silver Wolf dropped a bronze-quality wolf fang necklace, 2 skill books, and a pair of ordinary wolf skin boots. Eagerly, Li Fan examined the necklace's attributes: bronze quality, plus 10 spirit, plus 120 mana, plus 15 magic defense, and plus 7% attack speed. This 7% increase in attack speed meant he could almost get 2 extra hits per second, and with his agility continuing to grow, the benefits of this percentage would only increase. One of the skill books, Blessing of Courage, was exclusive to priests and could enhance the attack power of allies within 10 meters. Li Fan decided to save it for a future support teammate. As for the rather unremarkable wolf skin boots, he immediately put them up for auction, setting the price at 20 silver coins. The substantial earnings from yesterday's sale of a bronze crossbow were enough to cover his expenses for a while, so now was a good time to start saving up some game currency. Just as Li Fan was reveling in his newfound loot, he spotted a 4-person squad in the distance. With more players reaching level 6 and coming here to train, it was clear that the rate of wolf spawns could no longer meet the demand. This situation worried Li Fan as it could potentially slow down his quest progress. Too many players here could really mess up my questing efficiency, and I can't have that, he thought, frowning at the prospect. My goodness, what just happened? A boss had just appeared when, in the blink of an eye, it was slain by that master player. The boss turned into a wisp of blue smoke within 3 to 4 seconds. Witnessing this scene, every member of the 4-person squad was wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. Keep in mind, they were all level 6 players with a well-rounded team composition. 1 melee fighter, 2 ranged attackers, and a healer. Just moments ago, they had struggled immensely, taking over 20 seconds to take down a level 6 mutated gray wolf. In contrast, this master player took down a much stronger boss in merely 3 seconds. Isn't that just unbelievable? Could it be that they were using some cheats? As the four players were still immersed in their shock, the master player charged straight towards them. Almighty One, please spare us. Don't kill us. Two of them panicked, thinking the master player was coming after them. But then, they realized they had misunderstood his intentions. He ran past them without a sideways glance and struck down a newly spawned gray wolf. The poor creature turned into a flash of white light and disappeared. Afterward, without any pause, the master player continued his sprint towards another gray wolf a few dozen meters away. In an instant, that unlucky creature met the same fate as its fellow, turning to dust. When the master player's figure had completely vanished, the four players finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. I thought he was going to chop us up. Turns out he was just here to farm monsters. Did anyone catch the master player's ID? Such a top-level player must be someone significant. Befriending them could be our big break. I couldn't see it. He was too fast. I didn't catch it either. The four chatted amongst themselves and soon returned to their usual monster hunting. But just half a minute later, as they had managed to reduce a gray wolf's health by half, that terrifying figure appeared again in the distance. The master player dashed at a frightening speed of 60 meters per second, exploded the dying gray wolf's loot, and then disappeared as quickly as he had arrived. The four players looked at each other, utterly baffled. Where did the monster we were working on go? It disappeared in the blink of an eye. They weren't the only ones puzzled. At that moment, nearly all the players training in the Dark Forest were experiencing the same confusion. The monsters they had worked hard to spawn were mysteriously being snatched away by a ghost-like figure. Worse still, those players with a bounty on their heads not only had their monsters killed in an instant, but were also being sent back to the starting village for free. Due to such frequent occurrences, the alarming news quickly spread among the nearby players. Hey, have you heard about the terrifying ghost in the Dark Forest? Yeah, I heard about it too. That guy snatches monsters faster than anyone, and they say his speed exceeds 100 meters per second. 100 meters? That's an understatement. I heard it's 200 meters per second. 200 meters? I just came from there, and I can only say that the ghost is so fast it's practically invisible. Must be at least 500 meters per second. Exactly, I can vouch for that. This brother speaks the truth. No wonder you guys stopped hunting gray wolves. You were too scared by the ghost. Is that ghost a player or a boss? Not sure. He moves too fast to see clearly. I heard that ghost not only snatches monsters, but also kills players. I witnessed a player get chopped into bits in an instant. Why wasn't I the victim? Could it be that the ghost's attacks are random? Well, whatever the reason, it's best to stay away from that area. As more and more people talked about it, the rumors became more exaggerated. Some said the ghost moved faster than a kilometer per second. Others claimed that leveling up in front of the ghost meant certain death, and there were even tales of the ghost slaughtering gray wolves to the point where they dared not respawn. That area quickly became known among players as a forbidden zone, with very few brave enough to challenge it. Unbeknownst to most, the fearsome ghost they spoke of was none other than Li Fan's avatar. What's the biggest fear in the game? The dreaded death penalty. If targeted by the ghost, one could lose levels in minutes. Players would rather grind slowly on other maps than suffer here. And this played right into Li Fan's hands. Perfect. Now that everyone's been scared off, I can finally focus on my quests in peace. Watching players flee one by one, Li Fan couldn't help but smile smugly. Then, he plunged back into the mundane slaughter. As time flew by and Li Fan's experience bar neared saturation, about to hit level 10, he couldn't resist spending a large amount of experience to upgrade his skills, Heavy Slash and Phantom Dance. Heavy Slash was upgraded from level 2 to 4, skyrocketing its base damage from 200% to 320%. Although Phantom Dance was only upgraded by one level, its duration increased by 1.5 seconds. Most skills undergo a significant transformation at every 10th level, and Li Fan was full of anticipation for this. After upgrading his skills, Li Fan immediately resumed his relentless killing spree. Hours flew by, during which he encountered a Black Iron tier Grey Wolf boss and a Bronze tier Silver Wolf guard. These bosses dropped a Black Iron staff, a Bronze helmet, a common quality Bao skill book called Double Shot, along with a small amount of game currency and basic equipment. Li Fan promptly put on the bronze helmet. Although it only slightly increased his defense and health, it was better than nothing. As 7 in the morning approached the next day and his agility attribute finally broke through the 4,000 mark, a special system notification appeared on his screen. Due to your extensive slaughter of mutated gray wolves, you have drawn the attention of the Silver Wolf King in the gloomy forest region. A level 10 silver maternal wolf, a creature of the silver tier, is coming to inspect. Please be cautious. In the world of fantasy gaming, the concept of continuous defeat of minor monsters summoning a higher-level boss is akin to the trope in fantasy novels where attacking a junior member of a clan leads to retaliation from a powerful elder. This scenario unfolds as Li Fan faces a dire situation with a vengeful silver boss, a mother silver wolf, specifically targeting him for revenge. However, Li Fan is unfazed by this encounter. With an agility score of 4,000, translating to an attack speed of 44 hits per second and a movement speed of 90 meters per second, Li Fan doesn't consider a level 10 silver tier boss much of a threat. As he goes about his business as usual, the mother silver wolf makes a dramatic entrance about 3 minutes later with a resounding howl, its silver fur glistening and its body stretching over 3 meters in length. The system quickly updates with the creature's stats. A level 10 silver entity, Mother Silver Wolf, with attributes showing 12,000 HP, 220 physical attack, 180 magical attack, and 80 for both physical and magical defense. Despite its intimidating offense and defense stats, which suggests that Li Fan could hardly withstand 3 hits from it, and his basic attacks would barely scratch it, he isn't deterred. According to the game's scaling, where normal creatures of the same level have a power level of 1, this silver tier creature holds a power level of 8. Considering his options briefly, Li Fan decides to engage, swiftly moving towards the mother silver wolf. As the wolf lashes out with its claws, tearing through the air with ferocious speed and power, it would have been a critical hit on any average level 9 player. But Li Fan, with his superior speed, easily dodges and maneuvers behind the wolf, targeting its weaker spot with his sword. However, due to the level difference and the wolf's high physical defense, his attacks are merely irritating it. Adapting his strategy, Li Fan focuses on attacking the wolf's belly, a known weak spot. His overwhelming speed allows him to cling to the boss like a relentless nightmare. As the wolf's health steadily decreases, it becomes desperate and starts to randomly jump and spin in an attempt to shake off Li Fan. But Li Fan remains unshakably close, continuously attacking. Despite the wolf's formidable 220 physical attack, it fails to land a single blow on Li Fan. Within 7 seconds, amidst a flurry of damage numbers, the wolf's health plummets to 70%. Unable to tolerate more, it howls to summon reinforcements, a skill that impressively only takes half a second compared to the 2 seconds required by its lesser counterparts. Soon, the call is answered by a pack of over 30 wolves rushing to aid. This skill underscores the wolf's silver tier status, showcasing not only the power of the skill, but also its efficient execution. Nonetheless, this does not disrupt Li Fan's rhythm as he prepares to face the incoming wolf pack. Unfortunately, their levels were too low. Even with Li Fan's casual effort, he could instantly defeat them, hardly giving the boss any chance to recover. This clearly showed that as long as one is fast enough, soloing a silver-level boss is not an issue at all. Realizing that summoning help was barely effective, the mother silver wolf became increasingly aggressive. When its health dropped to 50%, it let out a furious roar and activated its second skill, Lone Battle, which decreased its defenses by 10 points but increased its attack power, attack speed, and movement speed by 10%. More alarmingly, for every 1% of health it lost, its attack power increased by 2 points and its speed by an additional 2%, lasting for 60 seconds. This buff significantly boosted the mother silver wolf's speed. However, compared to Li Fan, this increase was merely a drop in the bucket. Even if its speed doubled, it still couldn't match Li Fan's speed of 50 meters per second. Not to mention, having lost 10 points in defenses, it was taking tons of damage. In desperation, when its health fell to 30%, the mother silver wolf played its final card, Life Return. A verdant glow enveloped its body, slowly regenerating 5,000 health points over the next 10 seconds. But what could this do other than prolong its agony for a few more seconds? When its health was down to 5%, the mother silver wolf went berserk, activating its ultimate skill, Frenzy. Its immunity to control effects, along with its attack speed and movement speed, skyrocketed by 200% until the end of the battle. Yet even with this, facing Li Fan, it was still helpless and ultimately fell with a thunderous crash. At the same time, a series of system notifications flashed on Li Fan's screen. You have killed. Village announcement. Player Tai Sui Shen, a level 9 shield armor warrior, has slain the level 10 silver creature, Mother Silver Wolf, earning the village's first kill reward. In the novice village of M4399, specifically in the Burial Forest area, over 100 players level 10 and above were rallying under the leadership of the commander Ao Shi Di Huang. They were closing in on a level 10 silver tier boss, the Rampaging Bull Lord. With the boss's health dwindling down to the last 10%, a smile began to form on Ao Shi Di Huang's lips. He was almost certain that securing this first kill would attract numerous elite players to their guild, Ao Shi Kun Xiong, propelling them to become one of the top guilds in the endless skies of the game. Keep it up, everyone. Once we take down this boss, there's a bonus of 1,000 yuan for each of you. And as the guild grows, you'll enjoy the perks of being founding members. Just one more step and we'll dominate the endless skies. Ao Shi Di Huang was passionately envisioning a bright future when suddenly, 3 identical server-wide announcements flashed across everyone's screens, shattering his dreams. Player Tai Sui Shen, a level 9 shield armor warrior, has slain the Mother Silver Wolf, a level 10 silver creature, securing the first kill reward for the village. The news hit like a bolt from the blue, crushing Ao Shi Di Huang's dreams in an instant. Damn it, he cursed, unable to contain his frustration, while the rest of the guild members were too stunned to speak. The enticing promises just made by Ao Shi Di Huang vanished into thin air, leaving a bitter taste of disillusionment. However, reality waits for no one. The enraged boss continued its ruthless assault, threatening to wipe them all out. Snap out of it, let's deal with the boss first. Old Wong, hold it off with everything you've got. It's only at 5% health, let's go full force. After a fierce battle, the Rampaging Bull Lord finally fell, but not without the guild suffering heavy casualties. Over 20 members lost. As they looked at the 2 silver items dropped by the boss, there was no joy among the members, only a heavy air of defeat. They had missed out on the prestigious first kill of a silver boss, a recognition only announced for those who first defeat such high-tier bosses. Darn. We were so close, just half a minute more. Who is this Tai Sui Shen? His ID is the only one in the first kill announcement. How is that even possible? After the initial shock, astonishment set in again. If Tai Sui Shen was mentioned alone, it likely meant he had soloed the level 10 silver boss, Mother Silver Wolf. Just the thought was enough to take everyone's breath away. Are you kidding me? We had over 100 level 10 elites, including 11 with C-grade talents and 3 with B-grade talents, not to mention Old Wong with his A-grade talent that multiplies his health by 10 as a tough druid. And Tai Sui Shen took down a silver boss by himself? He must have exploited a glitch. There's no other explanation. Could Tai Sui Shen's talent be the legendary S-grade? That's the only way this makes sense. But talent really isn't fair, after all my hard work. Ultimately, Ao Shi Di Huang sighed, resigned to the harsh reality. Luck is also a part of strength. If Tai Sui Shen was lucky enough to draw such an incredible talent, what can we do? Let's shift our focus to the first clear of the level 15 Spider Cave dungeon. Regarding Tai Sui Shen, everyone should keep an eye out and let me know if you hear anything. We should see if we can get him to join our guild. The other members just had to disperse and leave it to fate. Meanwhile, this sensational server-wide announcement has completely ignited the passion of the entire M4399 village. I can't even beat a level 10 monster. I need to form a team. And Tai Sui Shen can solo a silver boss? Are you kidding me? This game sucks. I'm done playing. And to think I even drew a lousy talent. What a terrible experience. Easy for you to say. What else can you play besides Endless Sky? Aren't all other virtual games dead? Getting a good talent is crucial, But let's not lose heart. If we put in the effort, we can become as strong as Tai Suishan too. Yes, exactly, Tai Suishan. Please carry us. Does anyone know him? I'll offer a red envelope. Introduce me to Tai Suishan, and there will be a big reward if it works out. I'm a female player, willing to meet offline. Please introduce me. Suddenly, the public chat of M4399 Village was flooded with discussions about Tai Suishan. Many were amazed by his bravery, while others complained that the talent gameplay affected the balance of the game. But most of all, there was admiration and longing for this mysterious expert. Meanwhile, in the temporary base of the Eho Yuntian Guild, members like Zhang Xiao, Ren Wang, and De Wang were silently staring at the announcement. Damn, that guy is even more monstrous than we imagined. Damn it, it looks like we few can't seek revenge after all. No choice, we're short on people, we'll have to avoid him for now. Once we hit level 20 and enter the main city, we can join forces with other brothers in the guild to deal with him. You're right, we're not scared of him. Leveling up is what matters now. Picking a fight with him would be pointless. Maybe we should promote Tai Suishan a bit more? Let those eyeing his gear know, this is not someone to mess with. As the saying goes, fame brings trouble as fat pigs attract butchers. We might as well promote Tai Suishan. Let those who want to loot his gear know what kind of person he is. Li Fan was completely unaware that the entire village's announcement had shattered the development plans of the Proud Heroes Guild. Nor did he know that all the village players were currently discussing him. He was reveling in the joy of his first kill of a silver-level boss, meticulously reading through a series of system notifications. You have slain a level 10 silver creature, the Mother Silver Wolf, earning 52,500 experience points, with an additional 5% bonus for challenging beyond your level. This kill is the first in the village. Congratulations on earning 20 free attribute points and guaranteed to drop a piece of class-specific equipment or a skill book. Your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 20 points. You have been cursed by the Mother Silver Wolf in her dying breath. Wolves within an 800-meter radius will now actively attack you. You have picked up the boss's loot: Thorn Shield, Silver, Silver Wolf Boots, Bronze, Fine Steel Knuckles, Bronze, Wolf Fur Tunic, Bronze, the Skill Book, Bone Splice, Silver, a special item, Low-Tier Silver Life Essence of Agility, and 1 gold, 11 silver, 66 copper coins. The rewards for this first kill are quite substantial. Li Fan, accustomed to optimizing his gains, allocated all the free attribute points to his strength, immediately boosting his physical attack power from 88 to 108. After distributing the points, he took a closer look at the other notifications. Poor Mother Silver Wolf, even in death she didn't forget to curse me, he chuckled, shaking his head. But I fear this curse will hardly trouble me. It's more like a taunting aura specifically tailored for me against the wolf kin. With this curse, my efficiency in grinding mutated gray wolves for quests will surely increase. Satisfied, Li Fan then examined the boss's loot. He found 4 pieces of equipment and a skill book, a truly fruitful haul. The Thorn Shield, a silver quality item with plus 30 physical defense, plus 27 magical defense, plus 20 stamina, plus 16 strength, and a 15% damage reduction. Also comes with an armor-piercing effect. It's practically a divine artifact made just for me. Li Fan was thrilled. Though he rarely needed a shield given his speed, the passive skill was perfectly suited for him. With this, soloing the Mother Silver Wolf would take no more than half a minute. Next, he looked at the bronze-quality Silver Wolf Boots, which were of perfect grade and offered a speed bonus of 10%, increasing to 20% outside of combat. For Li Fan, who prioritized speed, these boots were nothing less than a blessing. The Bronze Wolf Fur Tunic, though not high grade, significantly boosted his defense and health. The only item he couldn't use was the Fine Steel Knuckles, specific to druids. Despite their fine properties, it was a pity that Li Fan wasn't a druid. No worries, I can sell them at the auction house for a good sum, he thought nonchalantly. Finally, he turned his attention to the silver-grade skill book, Bone Splice. With damage 4 times that of regular skills and reducing the target's physical defense by 1% to 10%, plus the Thorn Shield's armor-piercing effect, my output is set to multiply. Li Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. With these 2 artifacts, He was confident he could slay the Mother Silver Wolf in under 20 seconds. His gaze then settled on the low-tier Silver Life Essence of Agility. Consuming this rare item would permanently increase his agility by 30 points, a truly rare find in the endless expanse of the game world. In his past life, he had climbed from obscurity to the top 10 warriors leaderboard by farming bosses for life essences. It was unexpected that he would stumble upon such a rare item so soon. Li Fan muttered to himself, "It's a pity I already have the SSS tier talent Blessing of Light, which grants me plenty of agility. This item is just icing on the cake for me. Just like what I did with the Steel Knuckle, I might as well put it up for auction." After a moment's hesitation, he made up his mind. "I'll do it like I did with the Steel Knuckle. Straight to the auction house it goes." Li Fan vaguely remembered that at the launch of the game, Endless Firmament, several events were held to create legends among players. The first event involved releasing 7 legendary skill books at auction houses in major cities for players to bid on. With this in mind, he decided to accumulate game currency in advance to avoid missing out on these books, which would be quite disappointing. This Essence of Life that permanently increases agility by 30 points should go for a 10-hour auction, he thought. Starting bid, 5 gold coins, highest bidder wins, no fixed price. After some thought, he decided that the stainless steel knuckles could start at just 1 gold coin. Although a bronze weapon currently offers a greater boost in combat power than a mere 30 points of agility, gear eventually becomes obsolete, while attribute enhancements are forever. Thus, the value of the two items isn't even comparable. Besides, Li Fan also decided to sell off a black iron shield and a bunch of playing gear, keeping only the most practical items. After finishing all this, he didn't feel tired, so he continued to grind in the game. By 9 a.m., accompanied by a dazzling white light, he finally reached level 10. As usual, he allocated all 5 newly acquired points to strength, eagerly equipped his new gear, and learned the skill Bone Slice, feeling thoroughly satisfied as he glanced at his character stats. His character, God Tai Sui, was now at level 10 with experience points at 22/76,000, a shield armor warrior with 1120 HP and 600 MP, physical attack at 111, magical attack at 36, physical defense at 92, magical defense at 114, strength at 94, agility at 4401, spirit at 16, stamina at 42, attack speed at 47.81 hits per second, and movement speed at 107.82 meters per second. His talent, Blessing of Light, was at the first stage of SSS quality. Both his attack speed and movement speed had reached a new realm, even more terrifying than when he was level 200 in his past life. Delighted, Li Fan logged off in high spirits. Perhaps due to over 16 hours of continuous play, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. However, while Li Fan was sound asleep, the Essence of Life he had put up for auction quietly ignited the passion of the entire newbie village on server M4399. My goodness, a permanent increase of 30 agility points? I can't believe such a divine item exists in Endless Firmament, and that someone who got it would actually sell it. According to the description, it was dropped by the Mother Silver Wolf, the same silver tier boss slain by God Tai Sui. No wonder he's the first to kill a silver boss. A mere 30 agility points is nothing to him. Considering the conversion between agility and attack speed, this item effectively offers a free increase of 0.3 to base attack speed. I'm only at 0.8 attack speed. I'm so jealous. This item's value is comparable to gaining 15 levels. Absolutely insane. Soon, the auction house was packed with players willing to sell anything to bid on it. Indeed, many had reached level 10 or higher, but their agility was generally less than 10 points. It's not that they didn't understand the importance of agility, it's just difficult to have it all. If they didn't allocate precious attribute points to strength or spirit, their attack power would be insufficient to even break the defense of same-level monsters. High attack speed without sufficient power would be merely for show. This is why the Essence of Life was so incredibly precious. If someone like Li Fan possesses such extraordinary talent, even Huadai, who has awakened an S-class talent, would consider it a treasure. Amidst eager eyes, the bidding slowly began. Starting at 5 gold coins, the price quickly escalated to 6, then 7 and 8 gold coins. In just half a day, the bid soared to 90 gold. At the village entrance, a group of players were frantically shouting their offers to buy game currency, with Yunding gold merchants exchanging at a rate of 1 to 2 for copper coins, urging players to come quickly. The Ao Shirkun Xiong Guild was buying at a rate of 1 to 1.8, promising payment first and a fraud-free transaction. The Fenghuang Guild also offered a rate of 1 to 1.8, welcoming all sellers, proclaiming how easy it is to make money. Considering the game had been live for less than 48 hours, the high value of the currency was evident. A mere level 10 player, even after battling for 12 hours, would only earn about 10 silver, equivalent to 1,000 copper coins. Before Li Fan listed the essence of life, the exchange rate was roughly 1 to 4. To participate in the auction, the nouveau riche of the newbie village showcased their financial muscle, pushing the currency value up by more than double, and it was still climbing. By 4 in the afternoon, the bid for the blood essence had shot up impressively to 130 gold, which was roughly equivalent to 900,000 Longhua currency. All this for a mere 30 points of agility. The tycoon's actions could indeed be described as extravagantly generous. Finally, as the auction entered its most intense final 10 minutes, the situation became even crazier. 131 gold, 132 gold, 133 gold, until 179 gold, 99 silver, 99 copper. This figure seemed to be a threshold that many were hesitant to cross, preferring instead to spend their money on upgrading their equipment rather than on a consumable item. Unexpectedly, in the last 3 seconds, the bidding took a dramatic turn. With 3 seconds to go, the bid was 190 gold. With 2 seconds remaining, 196 gold. And in the final second, 200 gold. As the final gavel fell, the auction concluded amidst a buzz of amazement and chatter. Oh my goodness, a last-minute surge from 180 to 200 gold. These big shots were indeed loaded, with 200 gold now worth 1.5 million Longhua currency. The deity of Tai Sui Guild must be making a fortune. Soon, news spread like wildfire that the mysterious buyer at 200 gold was none other than the Fenghuang Guild. No wonder, as that's a well-established powerhouse, reportedly led by an incredibly wealthy and glamorous female president. In the wilderness outside Novice Village, at the leveling spot for the level 13 Crimson Rock Serpent, the president of the Phoenix Guild, a charismatic lady gamer in her mid-20s known by her ID as Zixia Xinzi, was listening to a report from her middle-aged butler and vice president. Miss, we've successfully secured the low-tier silver essence of life. Excellent. Let's equip our top archer, John Khan, with it later. He's our strongest attacker in the raid team. But enough about that. Any news on Tai Sui Shan? Not yet. Miss, you also possess an S-rank talent. Why do you place such importance on Tai Sui Shan? Zixia Xinzi shook her head. Tai Sui Shan is no ordinary player. Have you seen the video of him defeating the Yibo Yunshin group? I've analyzed it thoroughly. His advantage was mainly in speed, but speed alone couldn't have let him solo a level 10 silver boss. I boldly conjecture that his talent might be of a growth type. I have a feeling he will become one of the top players in the game. While he's still in Novice Village, we must find a way to recruit him into our guild. In M4399 Novice Village, the ID Tai Sui Shan was well known. Although his video defeating Yibo Yunshin sparked heated discussions on forums, amidst the vast sea of players displaying extraordinary combat abilities, people's attention quickly shifted to new topics. However, the Phoenix Guild wasn't so easily distracted. As a wealthy guild, Zixia Xinzi had invested heavily in real life to set up a gaming studio, gathering a team of top-tier game analysts. Although she had never met Tai Sui Shan in person, she had observed his exceptional skills through videos. Considering he was selling items like the low-tier silver essence of life, Tai Sui Shan likely was a lone wolf player with no fixed team. Find a way to reach out to him, and if negotiations go well, offer him a base salary of 10 million plus bonuses to join the guild, Zixia Xinzi instructed. Hearing this, the butler vice president was taken aback. Miss, isn't 10 million a bit much? Even our top employee, John Khan, only makes 5 million a year. No, I think it's too little, Zixia Xinzi said decisively. If Tai Sui Shan truly has an S rank or higher growth type talent, I'd be willing to offer him 50 million. My father has billions, and as his only daughter, I won't run out of money. Don't worry about the expense on my behalf. Facing his boss's bold declaration, what could the Butler vice president say? He simply nodded in agreement. As soon as he logged on, Li Fan noticed his wallet had grown fatter, with 200 gold for the essence of life and 66 gold for the steel knuckles. Looks like our village really does have its share of tycoons, he thought, feeling delighted. Next, he was ready for another endless day of monster slaying. Of course, his primary goal was to drive out other players and monopolize this fertile leveling area. Look, the ghost is appearing again. The rumors are true. This place is really haunted. Could that ghost be the boss? It's moving too fast to see clearly. No, this place is too creepy. Let's get out of here. Under Li Fan's humane management, it took less than half an hour for the mutated gray wolf respawn area to be nearly devoid of other players. You see, with his speed reaching 100 meters per second, he appeared to ordinary players like a human-shaped bolt of lightning, here one moment and gone the next. Coupled with his ruthless fighting style, rumored to be indiscriminate killing, who would dare stay longer? Soon, Li Fan began the monotonous task of slaughtering wolves. His high damage output, insane speed, and ability to gather mobs increased his efficiency several times over compared to the day before. The mob-gathering aura, in particular, was a game-changer. After 2 days of experimenting, Li Fan discovered that each mutated gray wolf took about 10 minutes to respawn, and the gloomy forest could hold up to 120 wolves at a time. These creatures like to crouch in the bushes like turtles in their shells, and with the vast map and limited visibility, Li Fan had been unable to reach his theoretical peak efficiency of slaughtering 120 wolves every 10 minutes. He had been managing only about 20. Now, with his dramatically increased speed, the process of finding the wolves had greatly shortened. The appearance of the curse aura was a revelation for Li Fan, bringing new tactics into play. Initially, he would run around the map for 800 meters, using the mother wolf's hate aura to gather the pack before wiping them out in one go. With this method, he could kill about 45 wolves every 10 minutes. But soon, Li Fan optimized his strategy. He realized that waiting for the slow-moving wolves to gather was a waste of time. After careful consideration, he decided to simplify the process. Now, he would run a kilometer or two, stop, and wait for the nearby wolves to show themselves before swiftly killing them off. With this method, he could astonishingly kill about 70 wolves every 10 minutes. At this rate, that's 420 wolves per hour, and up to 4,210 hours. With his routine of playing 16 hours a day, his daily maximum could reach 6,720 wolves. Impressed by the Mother Silver Wolf's curse, Li Fan thought, with this aura boosting me, I'll complete the second phase of the hidden mission by tomorrow at the latest, slaughtering 10,000 wolves in one fell swoop. Excited, he even started to find the repetitive faces of the mutated gray wolves endearing. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's the afternoon of September 24th. As usual, Li Fan got up and immediately dove back into the game. After grinding for 3 to 4 hours, he figured that in just one more hour, he'd complete his mission. However, fate had an even bigger surprise in store. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. You have cumulatively killed 10,000 creatures. Your talent, Blessing of Light, has automatically upgraded to the second stage. The surprise came earlier than expected. Wow, I almost forgot. An SSS tier talent only needs to kill 10,000 creatures to advance to the second stage. Li Fan hurriedly checked the new version of the talent effects. The second stage of the SSS tier Blessing of Light includes 1. A base agility increase of 1,500 points. 2. For every creature of level 20 or higher killed, agility permanently increases by at least 2 points, with stronger monsters yielding greater rewards. 3. Each attack inflicts true damage equal to 1% of agility. Progress towards the next stage of talent development, number of level 20 or higher creatures killed. 0/100, 000. Note, this SSS tier talent is unique and divided into 10 stages, so keep pushing on, young one. Even Li Fan, who had returned from rebirth, was speechless at the fresh effects of the talent. While a 1,500-point increase in agility was impressive, it paled in comparison to the second feature. Killing monsters above level 20 now yields double the agility growth than before, a truly terrifying upgrade. However, what truly left him astounded was the third feature that appeared out of nowhere. With my current agility of 11,000, each attack would deal 110 points of true damage. Considering my current attack speed of over 100 hits per second, that's 12,000 points of true damage per second. Holy moly, not even a golden boss could withstand my full onslaught for 10 seconds. The shockwaves within Li Fan's heart were immense. Remember, this is just the performance of the second stage, and there are still 8 more stages awaiting him. So, the question arises, how explosive will the scene be when the talent evolves to the pinnacle 10th stage? Just imagining it, Li Fan was too scared to continue thinking about it. Awesome. Even if killing gray wolves no longer increases agility, who cares? There's a bigger stage waiting for me in the future. After shouting with boundless enthusiasm, Li Fan was even more motivated. He quickly completed his tasks to obtain the warrior's heart, and then headed straight to the main city to grind for agility. With the boost from his talent, Li Fan's efficiency in crushing mutated gray wolves soared again. Previously, it took 10 normal attacks to kill one, but now just one sword strike could cripple it, and 2 strikes were guaranteed to kill. After just a short while, his level rapidly increased, soon reaching level 15. The overnight grind had immediate results, and despite a 45% experience penalty for killing gray wolves, the base rate kept his leveling speed incredibly fast. At this point, his blacksmith task was nearing its end, with the progress showing 9894/10,000. At this rate, in no more than 5 minutes, this torturous task would finally come to a close. However, just as Li Fan killed another unlucky wolf, a system prompt suddenly popped up. You have killed over 10,000 mutated gray wolves, earning the hidden achievement title, Enemy of the Wolf Tribe. Due to your slaughter of 10,000 mutated gray wolves, you have caught the attention of the Silver Wolf King. The level 15 golden creature, Silver Wolf King, will soon patrol this area. Please be cautious. Including the first round's count, these 10,000 mutated gray wolves were indeed hard-earned. Li Fan eagerly checked the attributes of his newly acquired title, Enemy of the Wolf Tribe. Plus 1,000 health points, exerts intimidation on all wolf tribe creatures, and increases damage dealt by 10%. Although 1,000 hit points might not seem like much, the 10% damage boost was just what Li Fan needed to take on the impending Silver Wolf King, making him even more formidable. As he was reveling in his newfound power, a commanding figure appeared on the horizon. On closer inspection, it turned out to be a solitary wolf, its fur as shiny as silver and its presence overwhelmingly fierce. The system immediately popped up a notification. Species, Silver Wolf King, level, LV15 gold tier creature, attributes, 65,000/65,000 HP, physical attack 648, magic attack 599, physical defense 240, magic defense 250, skills? This level 15 gold tier boss was more than twice as strong as a silver tier boss of the same level, with terrifyingly high attack and defense stats. Before his talent upgrade, Li Fan would have probably turned tail and fled at the mere sight of such attributes. After all, his current main weapon, a shoddy item looted from a Pippi Pig boss, barely broke 100 in physical attack, making it virtually impossible to penetrate the Silver Wolf King's defenses. Although the game, Endless Firmament, had a feature where players could still chip away a sliver of health from a boss even if they couldn't break through its defense, the Silver Wolf King had a whopping 65,000 hit points. Considering its thousands of points in self-healing abilities and life-saving regeneration skills, Li Fan might exhaust himself to death trying to whittle down its health. Not to mention, the Silver Wolf King could easily squash him, given his vulnerability. However, the situation was now drastically different. His talent upgrade meant that each of his strikes could inflict over 100 true damage. With this kind of output, the arrival of the Silver Wolf King was akin to walking into a trap. With a fierce gleam in his eyes, Li Fan charged at the boss without hesitation. Boasting 11,000 agility, his speed had reached 240 meters per second, which was two-thirds the speed of sound, a feat only achievable by level 100-plus players in his past life. Strike first. As soon as the battle cry sounded, Li Fan took the initiative. Using a teleportation move, he appeared behind the Silver Wolf King, and under the enhancement of his Phantom Sword Dance, he delivered dozens of swift strikes. 233, 233, 233, 116. In just half a second, about 50 damage indicators sprang from the monster's head, slicing off 7,000 of its health points instantly. With a painful howl, the Silver Wolf King leapt backward, while a mysterious red light flickered across its body, clearly signaling the activation of a skill. Seeing this, Li Fan didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. Fearing that his fragile frame couldn't withstand a counterattack, he maintained a cautious stance and immediately retreated over 100 meters away. This decision proved to be immensely wise in the ensuing battle. The combat log showed that Li Fan was hit by the Silver Wolf King's Golden Bloodline intimidation skill, instantly losing 699 health points and being stunned for 3 seconds. This wide-range magical attack and control skill cut down 2/5 of Li Fan's health in one blow, demonstrating its immense power. Even more dangerous was the deadly stun effect. Had Li Fan not retreated in time, even 2 more seconds would have been enough for the Silver Wolf King to turn him into mincemeat. He was too careless. Even though my offense is unmatched, my defense is fragile, and I lack counter-control measures. It seems I must be more cautious, Li Fan thought to himself. Oddly enough, this was the first time he had been injured in the endless expanse since his rebirth. Previously, it had always been a one-sided domination. He was not used to being on the receiving end of attacks. Fortunately, the stun didn't last long. After just 3 seconds, Li Fan regained his mobility. As the Silver Wolf King charged at him, Li Fan counterattacked with his sword. However, this time, while delivering his blows, he also paid close attention to the opponent's reactions. He even gave up aiming for the eyes and abdomen, typically weak spots, preferring to sacrifice some damage to stay alert and ready to retreat at any moment. My fighting style is almost cowardly. It's almost a disgrace to the name of a shield-armored warrior. Li Fan mocked himself, but it was necessary given his glass cannon status. If only his physical attributes were higher, he'd be the first to engage in close combat. Swish, swish, swish. His sword moved like the wind, and even with some restraint, the Silver Wolf King's health visibly plummeted, dropping by 3,000 to 4,000 points every second. A mere 65,000 health points could not withstand such a relentless assault. Soon, its health fell below 70%. With a mournful howl, the Silver Wolf King unleashed another skill. But as it raised its head, Li Fan had already retreated 200 meters away. By the time the intimidating sound waves reached him, he was safely out of the skill's range. The subsequent alerts confirmed this. Combat log. Silver Wolf King uses Golden Bloodline intimidation, but you are out of the skill's range and unaffected. Combat log. Silver Wolf King uses Blood Energy Blast, but you are out of the skill's range and unaffected. This time, not only did the Silver Wolf King use intimidation, but it also spat out a basketball-sized orb of blood energy from its mouth. Unfortunately for the Silver Wolf King, these flashy skills were merely for show in front of the cautious Li Fan and posed no real threat. As soon as the blood energy blast hit the ground, Li Fan immediately charged back into the fray. As long as I retreat far enough, you can't touch me, he sneered proudly, his sword dancing wildly again. 116, 116, 116. The damage numbers fell like raindrops on the Silver Wolf King, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. Despite its desperate attempts to reposition and counterattack, it couldn't shake off the relentless swordsman tailing it. As its injuries worsened, the Silver Wolf King, filled with rage, also awakened a new skill. When its health dropped to 50%, it consecutively released Golden Bloodline Intimidation and a new skill, Psychic Suppression. The latter was unfamiliar to Li Fan, and he wasn't sure if it was an attack or a control type. However, before he could ponder it further, a visible ripple of air spread rapidly from the Silver Wolf King, indicating the imminent danger. Upon seeing the situation, Li Fan quickly retreated. With his speed advantage, he could easily create a distance of 200 meters in just a second. His vigilance paid off when he noticed the psychic suppression waves expanding continuously, eventually covering a radius of 300 meters before dissipating. Quite an impressive range for that skill, but still not enough to avoid me, chuckled Li Fan as he charged forward again. Unexpectedly, the Silver Wolf King turned tail and fled. Could it be that my high damage output has scared the boss witless? Li Fan realized with a sudden clarity that bosses of gold level and above indeed possess considerable intelligence. But running away won't be so easy in front of me. Before he could finish his thought, he teleported to pursue the fleeing beast relentlessly. Within seconds, Li Fan had caught up to the Silver Wolf King, his long sword whistling through the air again. After another 6 or 7 seconds, the health of the Silver Wolf King had dropped to 30%. Howling in desperation, the Silver Wolf King used its skills of intimidation and teleportation. Battle alert! Silver Wolf King has activated a low-level magic teleportation circle. In 10 seconds, 3 female silver wolves will emerge to assist in battle. Li Fan couldn't help but laugh at the pattern. It seemed all wolf tribe bosses he encountered had the ability to summon minions. Silver Wolf King, are you sure you're not just adding more gifts to my bounty by calling in your wives to bolster your courage? Instead of rushing to slay the nearly defeated Silver Wolf King, he decided to deal with the 3 unexpected guests first. A free silver boss delivered right to my doorstep? How could I refuse? His sword flashed fiercely. In less than a minute, all 3 female silver wolves lay defeated at Li Fan's feet. Picking up a piece of silver armor from the spoils, he couldn't help but smile broadly. Hey, Silver Wolf King, are you sure your wives came to help? It looks more like they came to add to the chaos. Holding the shiny new equipment in his hand, Li Fan called out teasingly to the distant Silver Wolf King. The triple-headed silver boss, a female silver wolf, bestowed upon Li Fan a rich bounty of loot, including 3 silver-grade items, 2 bronze-grade items, and several silver coins. The silver gear consisted of a defensive upper garment, a shepherd's staff, and an assassin's dagger. The bronze items were another upper garment and a ring. Among these, the silver upper garment and the bronze ring were perfectly suited for Li Fan's current needs. The silver armor, named Radiant Armor, was of silver quality and perfect grade, requiring level 10 or higher. It boasted plus 800 health, plus 60/plus 56 physical and magical defenses, plus 35 stamina, and reduced physical damage by 12%. Additionally, when health fell below 30%, both defenses increased by an extra 20 points. Most importantly, it featured a purification skill that could remove control effects from the wearer, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. The Wolffang Ring, although only of bronze quality and standard grade, was still a beneficial addition, offering plus 280 MP, plus 13 agility, and a 5% increase in attack speed. This perfect grade silver armor was equipped with 4 attributes, especially the control removal skill, which seemed tailor-made for him. Although the Wolffang Ring was of a basic grade, it was better than nothing. Overjoyed, Li Fan promptly donned both items and plunged back into battle with the Silver Wolf King. In a flash, the Wolf King had fled over a kilometer away. However, given the disparity in speed, its fate was sealed. In just a few seconds, Li Fan caught up and resumed his fierce assault. 117, 117, 117. With a series of damage numbers flashing, the Silver Wolf King's health plummeted. The agility boost from the Wolffang Ring allowed Li Fan's total agility to surpass 11,600 points, thus increasing his true damage from 115 to 116 per attack. Though the increase was slight, the ring's 5% boost in attack speed significantly enhanced his output. Relying primarily on basic attacks, the increase in attack speed directly translated to higher overall damage. Under this overwhelming onslaught, the Silver Wolf King's health quickly dropped below 10%. In a desperate move, it activated its berserk state. Its defenses decreased by 20%, but its attack power, attack speed, and movement speed surged by 30%. More daunting was the drastic reduction in all its skill cooldowns. coupled with immunity to control effects until the end of the fight. Seeing this, even Li Fan, standing hundreds of meters away, tensed up. The drop in the Silver Wolf King's defenses was irrelevant to him, as his damage was mostly true damage. Similarly, even if its other stats doubled, it would hardly affect him. What truly alarmed him was the sudden decrease in skill cooldowns during its berserk state. Realizing the boss was down to its last 10% health, Li Fan reminded himself to stay focused and avoid rushing. He re-engaged in the fight, all the while staying alert for the boss's reactions and waiting for the right moment to strike. Just then, a group of players emerged from the depths of the forest, rapidly approaching the battlefield. Kill. That wretch dares to steal our boss. Let's chop her down. Don't even think about running, just accept your death. Over 30 players chased relentlessly, their shouts filling the air. Their target was none other than Hua Dai, who was frantically trying to escape while seething with indignation. This whole debacle started about half an hour ago. At that moment, she was in the midst of a solo battle against a level 14 bronze boss, and victory was within her grasp when suddenly, an invisible assassin launched a sneak attack on her. Luckily, having learned from her recent encounters with Silver Wolf guards, Hua Dai was well prepared. As soon as the enemy appeared, she didn't hesitate to use a flash spell to create distance, followed by casting a gravity ball that instantly took out the assassin. With her space-time mage skills and the immense mental attributes provided by her S-tier talents, a fragile assassin stood no chance against her. However, what Hua Dai didn't anticipate was that she had just crossed a very influential figure. The assassin she killed turned out to be the brother-in-law of the guild leader of the Ao Shi Kun Xiong. Ao Shi Kun Xiong is a force to be reckoned with in the newbie village, on par with the Phoenix Guild, and is one of the top-tier guilds. While other established guilds like Yibo Yun Tian also have a significant presence, the core members are primarily from Ao Shi Kun Xiong and Phoenix Guild. It's said that Ao Shi Kun Xiong has a backbone of over 500 members, most of whom are professional players hired by the guild leader himself. For a solo player like Hua Dai, being targeted by over 30 elites from the guild felt incredibly unfair. It was that Ao Shi Yunjizi who attacked me first. I was merely defending myself, and now I'm the one in trouble, she cursed, trying her best to shake off the pursuers. As a high-damage but fragile glass cannon, Hua Dai couldn't withstand their numbers. Getting close meant certain death. I'm running out of mana. I can't cast another flash spell to escape, Hua Dai thought bitterly. Fine. If it's going to be the end of me, I'll take these scoundrels down with me. Let's see if these red-named cowards dare to follow me into the territory of the mutated wolves. It was rumored that a fearsome ghost, merciless to killers, haunted that area. With her resolve firm, she burned her last bit of mana for a final flash spell, darting over 100 meters into the territory of the mutated gray wolves. Just as she landed, a startling scene unfolded before her eyes. A familiar figure was slaying a giant wolf with silvery fur with a single sword strike. And the system notification that popped up was even more shocking. The wolf was a golden tier boss. The village announcement system kept blaring updates, creating a buzz as the player named Taishan Shun, a level 15 shield-armored warrior, successfully defeated the Silver Wolf King, a creature of gold tier, earning the first kill reward server-wide. This news stirred mixed feelings in Hua Hudi, who hadn't expected to encounter Taishan Shun here, let alone see him effortlessly take down a gold boss. Meanwhile, the Ao Shi Kun Xiong Guild, which had been pursuing Hua Hudi, arrived at the scene. The guild members, including a core member known as Lao Zi, were astounded. Lao Zi had only just managed to defeat a minor level 15 creature, while Taishan Shun had easily conquered a gold boss, which was beyond their belief. Leading the guild, Yun Ji eyed Taishan Shun collecting the loot from the Silver Wolf King, his eyes gleaming with greed. He knew that the first kill of a gold boss would surely drop gold-level equipment or skill books, and the dagger Taishan Shun picked up looked likely to be a gold-tier weapon. From discussions on the gaming forum, Yun Ji knew that no player in the server had yet obtained a gold-tier dagger, making it possibly the only one of its kind. As an assassin, acquiring this dagger could make him the strongest in the server. This thought fueled his greed uncontrollably. Yun Ji, with a demanding tone, insisted that Taishan Shan hand over the gold dagger or face retaliation from the Ao Shi Kun Xiong Guild. Confidently, he believed that with the guild's vast resources and over 500 core members, they could easily muster over 10,000 players in the main city, overwhelming Taishan Shan by sheer numbers and power. His bullish behavior was based on the hope that with enough pressure, they could coerce Taishan Shan into surrendering the loot. Among the other members of the Ao Shi Kun Xiong Guild present, there was some confusion due to previous orders from their leader, Ao Shi Di Huang, who had instructed them to be on good terms with Taishan Shan. However, Yun Jizi's aggressive stance puzzled them. Yet, the majority supported Yun Jizi's decision, driven by shared interests and similar behavior patterns, making Yun Jizi's voice a reflection of their collective will. Standing before the corpse of the Silver Wolf King, Li Fan faced a provocation from Yun Jizi, his anger quietly rising. He stared intensely at Yun Jizi and asked earnestly, "Are you joking with me? Do you really think you're stronger than the Silver Wolf King?" Yun Jizi's face turned red in an instant, but he stubbornly commanded, "Take them down. Don't spare that woman named Hua Butterfly either. Seize their equipment." Following the order, members of the Kun Xiong Guild moved forward, hesitating but reluctant to show weakness. However, they soon regretted their decision. Li Fan moved swiftly, darting through the crowd like lightning, and within seconds, he had defeated everyone, forcing them to respawn. Most were already marked as outlaws, so Li Fan did not accrue any sin points. Scattered on the ground were some common, basic equipment, insignificant to him. Now, he finally had the chance to appreciate the spoils from defeating the Silver Wolf King. First was the first kill reward. As a golden boss, the Silver Wolf King offered a high reward of 60 free attribute points, which he allocated entirely to strength. Next, he turned his attention to the experience points and the dropped items like equipment and skill books. A system notification announced, "You have gained 150,000 experience points and advanced to level 16. You have picked up the blood-drinking sword, the blood-igniting staff, the silver wolf belt, the skill book for rapid healing, special items like the essence of life," Li Tianhua's last words, and a large amount of gold, silver, and copper coins. 3 golden items, 1 silver item, and 2 special items. The drop rate of the Silver Wolf King was truly impressive. Excited, Li Fan began examining the details of his loot, his heart brimming with joy. Li Fan had always wielded a fine steel sword, but finally, he had the chance to upgrade his weapon. He eagerly opened his equipment panel and his eyes were immediately drawn to a striking one-handed sword, the Blood Drinker Sword. The blade looked incredibly sharp and emitted a captivating glow. Li Fan's eyes lit up with excitement and a surge of joy filled his heart. Equipped with the Bloodthirsty Sword, Li Fan's Spirit Sword. This exceptional weapon, boasting a 200 durability and classified as gold tier, was perfect for sword-wielding classes above level 15. Its attributes were impressive, plus 121 physical attack, plus 109 magical attack, plus 40 strength, and plus 32 spirit. But what truly delighted him was its second attribute. It never wears out. This reminded him of his childhood days playing Fantasy Westward Journey, where similar everlasting equipment existed. For Li Fan, a skilled blacksmith, the indestructibility of the bloodthirsty sword meant no more frequent repairs or carrying heavy ores for maintenance. Additionally, its 5% lifesteal effect and the powerful active skill, which dealt a rapid slash to enemies within a 5-meter radius and inflicted severe bleeding, made it an invaluable asset in any battle. Turning his attention to the other items, Li Fan examined the Bloodfire Staff. Also boasting a 200 durability and gold tier quality, this staff was a treasure for any mage class over level 15. It offered plus 60 physical attack, plus 149 magical attack, and plus 48 spirit, with a bonus 7% spirit increase. Its cooldown reduction for active skills by 10% and the Bloodfire skill, which unleashed a magical attack on enemies within a 20-meter radius, made it arguably the best choice for mages at the moment. Li Fan pondered whether to auction the staff, but decided to keep it for later use. He then equipped the Silver Wolf Belt, which was exactly what he needed, and glanced at a skill book dropped by the boss. The skill book titled Rapid Healing was another golden quality item essential for any priest class over level 15. Eager to learn and master this skill to enhance his survivability in combat, Li Fan's excitement was palpable. With these new acquisitions, he felt more confident and eager for the adventures that lay ahead. The level 1 active skill, Active Effect, can instantly restore 500 health points to a teammate and increase their maximum health by 15%. However, activating this skill consumes 100 mana points and has a cooldown period of 40 seconds. This powerful healing skill could fetch a high price on the market. Yet, the protagonist, Li Fan, decides to keep this skill book, just as he chose to keep the Blessing of Courage previously. He understands that it's a supportive skill, and if he finds the right support teammate to learn it, he will ultimately benefit from its effects. Ultimately, Li Fan decides to review 2 special items in his backpack once more. The first item is the low-tier Golden Essence of Life, Constitution, a special consumable item. Using it permanently increases one's constitution by 100 points. This item, dropped by the Silver Wolf King, is very helpful for enhancing constitution. Without hesitation, Li Fan uses the life essence on himself, recognizing the practical benefits of enhanced constitution. The second item is Li Tianhua's Last Will, a special item type. This letter needs to be delivered to Li Changsheng, the legendary swordsman of Tianyao City. It is said that he will provide a generous reward for it. Li Fan is somewhat surprised by this note. Li Changsheng is a high-ranking NPC, a legendary figure within the NPC factions, and one of the top experts. In his past life, Li Fan had interacted with Li Changsheng a few times, like any other player, by accepting daily quests and attempting to trigger special quests. These special quests are open to all players, and their rewards are unknown. However, even 10 years after the game Endless Firmament launched, by the time Li Fan had passed away, no one had reportedly succeeded in activating the quest. Could this last will be the key to triggering a special quest? Considering both Li Tianhua and Li Changsheng share the surname Li, there might indeed be a connection. Li Fan carefully stores Li Tianhua's last will, looking forward to uncovering this mystery and earning a substantial reward once he reaches Tianyao City in the future. He excitedly browsed through his brand new personal information panel. In this virtual world, he was the god Tai Sui, with an impressive level of 16 and an experience of 22/320,000. His class was a shield armor warrior, boasting a health pool of 4,390 and a mana pool of 1,205. His physical attack reached 341, while his magical attack was at 169. His defenses were solid too, with a physical defense of 290 and a magical defense of 281. His attributes included a strength of 220, agility of 11,602, spirit of 60, and stamina of 186. All free attribute points were already assigned. His attack speed was an incredible 132.83 hits per second, and his movement speed was a swift 266.24 meters per second. He proudly held the title Enemy of the Wolf Clan, and possessed a top-tier, second-phase talent called Blessing of Light of SSS quality. His equipment included a blood-drinking sword of gold quality, a thorn shield of silver quality, a silver wolf belt also of silver quality, and bright armor of silver quality for his upper body. His skill list comprised a level 5 shield block, level 5 heavy slash, beginner blacksmithing, level 4 shield counter, and level 3 phantom dance. Looking at all this, Li Fan couldn't help but marvel. It was truly the dream setup for a level 16 player. After his rebirth, it seemed like he was on a fast track to becoming powerful right from the start. He thought he was just restarting the game, but to his surprise, he was already making rapid progress. Everything was just too perfect, overwhelmingly thrilling. As he marveled at his own panel, the nearby Hua Huti finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. She cautiously asked, "You won't harm me, will you?" Li Fan glanced at her and shook his head, saying, "Don't be silly, young lady. I don't strike at women. You are free to go." Hua Huti was seething with anger, filled with resentment towards Li Fan. His arrogance and self-aggrandizement had humiliated her deeply, as she felt her dignity was stripped away in their first encounter. Li Fan's remarks infuriated her further, making her feel manipulated. Yet, Li Fan seemed utterly unapologetic, showing no regret for his actions. He casually mentioned that he usually doesn't target women, but made an exception during their boss fight. To him, any past grievances with Hua Hudy were already settled, and he even found it amusing to tease her a bit. Internally, Hua Hudy muttered, questioning how someone could be so shameless. Fuming, Hua Hudy confronted Li Fan. You've attacked so many members of the Ao Shi Kun Xiong Guild. Aren't you afraid of their retaliation? They have over 500 members in the M4399 beginner village. Li Fan shrugged dismissively, his expression laced with contempt. Should I be scared? He retorted. Hua Hudy was momentarily taken aback, but upon reflection, she realized that Li Fan truly seemed fearless. His incredible speed and ease in battle were daunting. Even against a siege from 500 guild members, Li Fan appeared calm and composed. His powerful combat skills were jaw-dropping. In just half a minute, he had knocked down over 30 opponents, a feat that left Hua Hudy in awe of his exceptional abilities. Regardless, you saved me this time, which cancels out the grudge from you attacking me a few days ago. Let's call it even. Hua Hudy felt a mix of emotions. She considered befriending Li Fan, hoping they could team up to level up together. As a fragile mage, she was well aware of her disadvantages and trusted in Li Fan's proven strength. She hoped to leverage his power for protection as they ventured through the game world together. However, her suggestion was politely declined by Li Fan. Adding you as a friend is fine, but teaming up for leveling is off the table. I'm short on time and can't commit to leveling others, Li Fan stated firmly and indifferently, already planning his future team-building strategy, considering Hua Hudy as a potential member. Hua Hudy felt rejected, and a surge of dissatisfaction rose within her. She couldn't understand why Li Fan was so resolute in refusing to collaborate. Was he really seeing her as a burden? She was a powerful S-tier time-space mage with a hidden class, confident in her own abilities. Li Fan's attitude left her feeling both angry and baffled. Yet, all Li Fan did was shrug and offer a slight smile, without further explanation. This only intensified Hua Hudy's frustration, feeling undervalued and overlooked. Huadai was in high spirits and sent you a friend request. Although she couldn't team up with you at the moment, there would always be opportunities in the future. She hurried off, leaving Li Fan indifferent. Huadai stomped her foot in frustration, thinking to herself how he could underestimate her. She vowed to make Tai Sui regret his indifference today, as tomorrow he wouldn't be able to reach her even if he wanted to. While secretly pleased with herself, she didn't forget to accept Li Fan's friend request. Looking at her friends list and seeing Tai Sui as her only friend, she couldn't help but smile mysteriously, pondering over her next move. Arriving at the M4399 Novice Village Instance Plaza, the only public instance before reaching level 20, players found the entrance to the Spider Cave trial. From any corner of the Instance Plaza, players could activate the Instance List feature to challenge instances. At that moment, Ao Shi Di Huang had just led his team through the normal difficulty of an instance, only to receive distressing news. His brother-in-law had been defeated by a solo player named Tai Sui, whom he had taken an interest in. Even more astonishing was that Tai Sui led a group that not only chased down a mage player, but also unexpectedly secured the first kill on a golden boss, wiping out everyone. Tai Sui, like a ghost in the dark forest, had already caused the demise of countless players in recent days. Yunzi wanted to trade amicably but faced a ruthless rebuff. Guild leader, please ensure justice for us. But be careful, Tai Sui is incredibly powerful. I didn't even see his moves before I was instantly killed. We must consider our revenge carefully. Listening to his brother-in-law and other players discuss, Ao Shi Di Huang furrowed his brow. He had intended to invite Tai Sui to join the guild, but before they could meet, his men had already fallen prey to him. This issue had escalated. Ao Shi Di Huang knew his brother-in-law was prone to causing trouble and past conflicts had been resolved, but this time, with Tai Sui killing over 30 core members, it was likely due to his brother-in-law's provocation. Although the accusations might be exaggerated, Ao Shi Di Huang chose not to delve deeper. Respecting his wife was important, but as the guild leader, his responsibility to protect his members was paramount. I am aware of the situation, let's not discuss it further. I will handle the matter of revenge. Deciding to deal with the situation, Ao Shi Huang dismissed his brother-in-law and others. He then opened his friends list and contacted a player named Assassin Alliance Liaison 04 to initiate a private chat. In the M4399 Novice Village, there was a task to hunt down a suspected S-rank or higher, extremely agile player. Would he take it? Moments later, the liaison replied. Ao Shi Huang heard about an enticing deal. Eliminate an opponent once and earn a hefty reward of 200,000 Dragon Kingdom currency. Moreover, some bosses mentioned that completely defeating the opponent to level 0 would yield an additional 100,000 bonus. Fired up by this opportunity, Ao Shi Huang didn't hesitate to accept the challenge. The target's ID was Tai Sui Shun, a name that stirred excitement within him. After some negotiations, Ao Shi Huang secured a satisfactory price. Now, he eagerly awaits news from the assassins of the Assassin Alliance, looking forward to the lucrative rewards. As he waits, his heart is filled with anticipation and excitement, ready to face the challenge ahead. Standing at the entrance of the blacksmith shop in the beginner's village, Li Fan was filled with excitement as he read the system notification. He was proud of his efficiency in completing tasks, but he hadn't expected the blacksmith, Mo Lin, to be so generous. The extra rewards included a fine Xian iron greatsword of silver quality, which was both surprising and thrilling. Although this two-handed weapon was somewhat redundant for a shield-armored warrior like himself, Li Fan decided to sell it for gold coins. In addition to the Xian iron greatsword, he also received a magical mask and a Highlander skill book as additional rewards. The magical mask, though merely a special cosmetic item, enabled him to activate the disguise skill in his outfit slot, allowing him to change his identity and appearance. This was crucial for avoiding those who eyed him with envy. The Highlander skill book contained the skill Desperate Fury, which thrilled Li Fan. Upon activating this skill, he could provide significant health protection for himself and nearby teammates for a duration, which would be invaluable against high-powered bosses in the future. Although he needed to reach level 20 before he could start Mo Lin's ultimate revenge mission, Li Fan was optimistic about the future. He opened his quest log, ready to face the upcoming challenges. After finally deciding to trust your abilities, the blacksmith Molin has requested your help to complete the ultimate mission for avenging his daughter, challenging the level 20 hidden dungeon, the Wolf Tribe Altar. Having witnessed your strength in the first 2 trials, Molin is confident that you are up for the challenge. You have 15 days to complete this task, and it can be undertaken by 1 to 10 players. Successfully completing the mission will reward you with a substantial amount of gold and experience points. You will also have the choice of 1 piece of golden equipment crafted by Molin himself, along with a special item, the Warrior's Heart. However, failing this mission will result in a permanent disqualification from accepting further quests in this chain. The key to enter the Wolf Tribe Altar dungeon has already been automatically added to your inventory. Please note that this dungeon is extremely challenging and requires players to be at least level 20 to enter, so forming a team is advised. This mission involves clearing a hidden dungeon, a type of dungeon that is less common than public dungeons in the game Infinite Expanse. Public dungeons are sparse, with only 4 available below level 50, and anyone meeting the level requirement can attempt them. Hidden dungeons, however, are rarer and offer richer rewards. The protagonist, Li Fan, is eagerly looking forward to challenging the Wolf Tribe Altar. The requirement of being level 20 has him particularly excited. Now, he heads off to tackle the level 15 public dungeon, the Spider Cave, aiming to claim the first clear rewards. Leaving the blacksmith shop, Li Fan makes his way to the Novice Village Dungeon Plaza. By the 4th day since the game's launch, many players have already reached level 15 or higher, and the plaza is bustling with excited players. Listening to the chatter of other players, Li Fan feels a profound sense of belonging. Once a seeker of teams himself, he is thrilled to be experiencing this moment again. The Spider Cave Trial Dungeon, known as the Enlightenment Dungeon, is designed to help players adapt to teamwork. The game requires a full team of 10 players to enter, though this restriction does not apply to subsequent dungeons. Thinking about the first clear rewards, Li Fan realizes he needs to find 9 teammates. Suddenly, he spots a mixed group of men and women, potentially presenting him with an opportunity to join a team. He immediately recognized one of the players, Not very familiar, but someone he had interacted with a few times before. The counterfeit Zixia Fairy, a player with a strong and mature aura. Wasn't this player the guild leader of the Phoenix Guild? In his past life, the Phoenix Guild was a regular guild that belonged to the faction protecting humanity, and its leader, Zixia Fairy, was among the top 100 warriors globally. What made her even more notable was her reputation as a well-known spender in the game, with considerable wealth. Perhaps selling these 9 slots to her would be more appropriate. With this thought, Li Fan couldn't help but smile. He could almost see a vast amount of gold coins beckoning him, filling his heart with anticipation. In the bustling town square, a group of players clad in shimmering emerald and silver-white gear stood out vividly. They were chatting and laughing together, their spirits high as they had just managed to reduce the health of the first boss in hard mode to a mere 10%. They were encouraging each other enthusiastically, sensing a real chance to clear this difficult level for the first time. One player excitedly shared that the renowned team, Pride of the Elite, had been wiped out after only reducing the boss's health to 50%, putting their progress significantly ahead of the competition. Much of their success was attributed to the brilliant leadership of their guild leader, who was exceptionally strong. One player, thrilled by recent events, mentioned that she had unexpectedly acquired a level 15 bronze longbow while fighting monsters. Proudly, she proclaimed herself as the guild's top archer and asked if anyone objected. Despite her new title, she admitted her damage output was still less than 30% of the guild leaders, who was a master swordsman with an S-rank talent, enhancing his skill attack power tenfold. Laughing, she said she was content being a priest, following the leader without focusing on damage output. Their laughter and chatter drew envious glances from other players. The Phoenix Guild's team was incredibly strong, led by a guild leader with such rare talent, making others green with envy. If all went well, they hoped to be the first to clear the Spider Cave in M4399's Newbie Village on hard mode. Suddenly, a distinct voice cut through the hubbub. A player wielding a shield and a long sword approached them and asked, "Members of the Phoenix Guild, would you be interested in buying a spot for the first clear?" The group turned in surprise towards the speaker. Miao Jianji frowned, suspecting the player's intention was to draw attention to their guild. The rest of the team also looked disdainful, except for Zi Xiaxianzi, who eyed the newcomer's gear thoughtfully. Suddenly, the player said, "Sorry, I forgot to turn off my disguise." Under everyone's gaze, his ID changed to a name that shocked everyone present, Tai Sui Shun.
Tai Sui Shen?
Are you really Tai Sui Shun? Zi Xiaxianzi and others exclaimed in surprise. Nearby players also turned their heads, whispering excitedly, "What? Tai Sui Shun is here? Where is Tai Sui Shun? Big bro, I'm your long-lost little brother. Take me with you." The player, Li Fan, quickly used a magic mask to revert his identity back to Wu Song, avoiding further disturbance from the crowd. After explaining to Zixia Fairy and the others, Li Fan returned to the topic they had been discussing earlier. He mentioned that the first team to clear the Spider Cave dungeon on hero difficulty or higher would trigger a server-wide announcement. "Are you ladies interested? There are 9 spots available. You provide the funding, and I'll lead you to victory." Normally, if anyone else had made such a statement, the ladies would have thought it was a poor joke. However, Li Fan was not just anybody. He was known as Taishan, a player who had recently achieved the first kill of a golden boss. In the eyes of these women, he was among the elite players of the game, Endless Firmament. Zixia Fairy had never imagined that when she finally met the much-admired Taishan, he would be offering to sell raid spots. "Is this even something you can sell?" she wondered. But realizing he might not be very wealthy, she saw an opportunity. Instead of responding to Li Fan's question, Zixia Fairy made her own offer. "Taishan, Wusong, I finally met you. How about a starting annual salary of 30 million, with a contract signed offline? Are you interested in joining us?" Li Fan immediately declined. "I refuse. In just over 90 days, when foreign demons invade, money will be worthless. I'd be insane to just work for someone else." Seeing Zixia Fairy about to speak again, Li Fan quickly interjected, "Let's not discuss this further. I won't join any guild or any real-world studio. Now, shall we get back to the matter of the raid spots? Are you interested, or should I find someone else?" Zixia Fairy sighed, sensing his firm refusal. Even selling raid spots and turning down a multimillion salary. What a peculiar man. Well, sir, you've piqued my curiosity. We're interested. How do you plan to handle the transaction? Li Fan scratched his head. I hadn't thought about that. Let's see what you think is fair after we clear it. He hadn't sold raid spots before and couldn't remember what the rewards for the first server-wide clear of the Spider Cave dungeon were, so he was unsure about pricing. I trust you'll offer a fair price, especially if we consider future raids together. Zixia Fairy nodded, understanding his hint at future collaborations. That sounds reasonable. But first, let's agree on how to distribute the loot and other rewards from the dungeon. Li Fan had already thought this through. All loot will be mine, but you can have the first option to buy it with gold. This response shocked everyone present. Are you joking? If everything is yours, what's the point for us? You might as well solo the dungeon, they protested. Even Zixia Fairy couldn't hide her annoyance. In the eyes of Zixia Fairy, when Li Fan spoke about selling the first team slots to the guild, he wasn't suggesting that he should single-handedly be the main force. Instead, he hoped that everyone would work together to clear the dungeon, with the rest playing a supporting role. Therefore, it was quite shocking when Li Fan immediately demanded to keep all the loot for himself, which seemed overly excessive. However, what he said next left everyone utterly stunned. I think you haven't realized one thing yet, that I alone am enough. You just need to be there to make up the numbers, so naturally, all the spoils should belong to me. This declaration left Zixia Fairy and the others speechless. It turned out that Li Fan believed he was so powerful that he could handle it alone, while the others were just there to assist, thus justifying in his mind why he deserved all the loot. Li Fan is a supremely confident gamer whose skills are unmatched by his peers. However, when he proposed to lead a team of 9 players to attempt the first clear of a dungeon on heroic difficulty, his teammates were skeptical and outraged. They thought his request was preposterous and even wondered if Li Fan was joking. Amidst the doubts about Li Fan's abilities, considering they hadn't even defeated the first boss on hard mode, Zixia Fairy calmly expressed her trust in him, puzzling some of the team members. The formidable Genghis John, who held significant influence within the team, was especially hostile towards Li Fan, causing skepticism to resurface. Feeling irritable, Li Fan didn't want to waste too much time on this matter. He proposed a temporary deal, hoping to quickly complete the first clear challenge. Zixia Fairy reaffirmed her trust and supported Li Fan wholeheartedly. She decided to form a new team with other members to support Li Fan's challenge. Eventually, even Genghis John joined them, albeit with a grim expression, and offered his support. Li Fan smiled, pleased that the team had finally united to enter the dungeon together. In the dungeon square, the 10 players swiftly vanished into the depths of the dungeon. This challenge was destined to be a thrilling adventure. The nightmare mode of the Spider Cave trial was an opportunity for Li Fan to challenge himself. Without hesitation, he chose the highest difficulty, displaying his confidence. However, other members of his team, like Zixia Xinzi, were trembling with fear due to the warnings displayed on their screens. The challenge of the nightmare mode brought unprecedented pressure and fear. The intense pain of losing 3 health points every second was particularly discouraging for a fragile mage like Zixia Xinzi, who started to feel disheartened and thought about retreating. Why has it suddenly switched to nightmare mode? Zixia Xinzi asked in confusion. We can't possibly defeat this legendary boss. Li Fan remained calm and casually explained. Who said I was going to choose hero mode? I've always wanted to tackle the nightmare mode. His words left everyone in shock. Li Fan demonstrated unimaginable strength and determination. With full confidence, he declared, just follow me. All you need to do is clear the battlefield. With that, Li Fan dashed into the depths of the dungeon like an arrow released from a bow. Zixia Xinzi and the others were stunned as they watched him transform into a streak of black lightning, his speed almost unbelievable. Where did Tai Suishin go? Could he be taking on the monsters alone? Miao Zhu and Shiji exclaimed in surprise. That speed is beyond imagination. Everyone was astounded, witnessing Li Fan's extraordinary capabilities for the first time. His prowess was well known, but the strength he displayed at that moment shocked and amazed everyone. The spider cave trial sounds as nerve-wracking as its name suggests, hidden deep within a vast and deep cavern. Unlike the cramped spaces one might imagine, this cave is spacious and filled with numerous branching paths, essentially forming a labyrinth. Fortunately, the starting point of the dungeon has only one path, sparing players the worry of getting lost. Li Fan charged ahead at full speed and soon encountered the first wave of dungeon monsters, a mix of giant and smaller spiders, with the weakest having a combat level of LV-16 bronze rank. The giant spiders, massive and elusive, could shoot extensive webs to immobilize players. The smaller spiders, though only the size of a basketball, were quick and vicious despite their low health and weak defenses. This first wave, totaling over 30 spiders, coordinated their attacks well, making them a formidable challenge in the confined cave environment. However, to Li Fan, they were far from a threat. To him, these LV-16 bronze creatures were hardly a challenge. With a slight smile, Li Fan didn't hesitate to dive into the swarm of spiders, his blade moving so swiftly it was almost unbelievable. Thwack, 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 minus 320, minus 320, minus 646. A critical hit, minus 320. The spider's defenses were nowhere near those of the Silver Wolf King, allowing Li Fan to inflict over 300 points of damage with each strike, and easily over 600 on a critical hit. Even the cumbersome giant spiders, with only 6,000 health points, couldn't withstand his attacks. In just a blink, Li Fan had already slain several spiders. The system notifications popped up. You have defeated a LV-16 bronze small spider, gaining 1,000 experience points. Team experience divided plus 10-person team bonus of 100%. You have defeated a LV-16 bronze giant spider, gaining 1050 experience points. Team experience divided plus 10-person team bonus of 100%. You have defeated, and so on. Such are the rules in the Endless Expanse. Teaming up for monster battles means experience points are evenly distributed. Fortunately, with the team bonus, and considering that other higher-level public dungeons almost have no limit on player numbers, Li Fan could easily solo these challenges. Whether he would continue solo or find suitable teammates later depended on the situation. Li Fan didn't mind sacrificing some experience points to build up a team, as ultimately, it would benefit him. Back to the matter at hand, Li Fan quickly cleared out all the minor monsters in the first wave of the dungeon. To dodge the spider's web attacks and defeat them one by one, he spent about 20 seconds. Only after he checked the loot dropped by the spiders did Zixia Fairy, Aim and Shoot Chicken, and others hurriedly catch up. In the dungeon, the drop rate for monsters is noticeably lower than that of regular mobs, with the main rewards coming from the completion bonuses. During this run, the spider monster dropped 10 pieces of bronze equipment and 2 bronze skill books. Although these items were of no use to the protagonist, each piece of bronze equipment could be sold for 10 gold coins, and the skill books for 20 gold coins each. Such prices were quite reasonable for Zixia Xianzi, the guild leader. Naturally, she couldn't pass up the opportunity to acquire these items at market value, so she nodded in agreement to take them. All right, everyone can pick up the equipment for now, and we'll settle up after we finish the dungeon, Li Fan said before quickly moving deeper into the dungeon. It was only then that the members of the Phoenix Guild realized what had happened. Could this be a feature of the Nightmare difficulty level? Every minor monster was of bronze rank, and there were as many as 35 in the first wave. However, what was truly astonishing was that these 35 level 16 bronze bosses were defeated in no time at all. This was unbelievable. Previously, in hard mode, they couldn't defeat a single level 16 bronze boss protected by a dozen regular mobs and a black iron boss. But now, Tai Sui Shin had wiped out 35 level 16 bronze bosses in just a few seconds. His strength was simply godlike. It was embarrassing to think that they had ever doubted Tai Sui Shin's abilities. Zixia Xianzi, Miao Zhuan Shiji, and others were deeply impressed by Li Fan's performance. It was a clear reminder that comparisons could be disheartening. Despite their best efforts, no one had ever managed to defeat 35 bosses so effortlessly in hard mode. Yet Li Fan did it alone, highlighting a vast difference in capabilities. In the game, early player strength is primarily determined by talent, and Tai Suishen's talent might not just be S-class, but possibly even higher, SS or even SSS class.
Zixiaxian zisudenli remarked, shocking everion.
SSS class? That seemed scientifically improbable, as according to official data, such a level of talent would only appear once among 5 billion people. Could Tai Suishen just be incredibly lucky? I think Zixiaxianzi has a point, someone said. Otherwise, I can't explain how Tai Suishen is so powerful. Others thought the possibility was very low, suggesting instead that Tai Suishen might have had some special fortune. While not possessing an SSS tier talent, he's definitely at an SS level, which is a rarity and quite a remarkable feat in the Proud Heroes Guild. There are rumors that Tai Suishen is like a ghost in the dark woods, having farmed level 6 mutant Grey Wolves for 2 to 3 days straight. Perhaps he was undertaking a secret quest that significantly boosted his power, and now, his strength might be the result of those hidden quest rewards. But that's not what's important right now. Our top priority should be to build a good relationship with Tai Suishen. That's right, the main task is to get on his good side. Guild leader Sis, it's time to charm Tai Suishen. Haha, I want to stick with him. Zixia Fairy frowned slightly, clearly annoyed, and quickly changed the subject. Enough of that. Let's focus on picking up the loot. We need to catch up quickly, or it'll be embarrassing if we can't even match Tai Suishen's pace in clearing the area. Li Fan easily handled bosses that were at his level, quickly clearing the second, third, and fourth waves of minions in the dungeon. Unfortunately, none of the dropped equipment and skill books were to his liking, so he ended up selling them all to Zixia Fairy. After clearing the fourth wave of minions, the group reached the lair of the dungeon's first boss. In the depths of the Spider Cave, a level 18 golden boss, the Venomous Spider, ruled over its minions, including 4 level 17 silver boss giant spider elites and dozens of large and small spiders. Other players needed to clear these surrounding spiders before they could challenge this formidable boss. However, for Li Fan, this was merely a walk in the park. Without hesitation, he charged forward, fearlessly confronting the enemies before him. Li Fan's agility allowed him to handle the situation with ease. He swiftly dealt with the nearby spiders, and within just 2 minutes, all the creatures except for the Venomous Spider were vanquished. Then, he faced the Venomous Spider in a one-on-one battle. The Venomous Spider was adept at magical attacks, each skill dealing area damage, which was nearly unbearable for most players. However, to Li Fan, these skills were ineffective. He approached the battle with caution, always on alert, never overextending. Whenever danger loomed, he quickly retreated, maintaining a safe distance from the boss. The spider's powerful AoE skills, though formidable, could not reach Li Fan, sealing its fate. Ultimately, Li Fan triumphed over the Venomous Spider, earning a wealth of experience and valuable equipment. After the battle, he collected his spoils, showcasing his exceptional combat skills and composed response to the challenge. The Storm Crossbow, a primary weapon for archers, boasts impressive base stats. Not only does it offer a passive effect that increases attack speed by 11%, but it also features the ability to unleash tracking arrows, making its attributes quite remarkable. The skill book Ring of Poison, previously used by the Venomous Spider, is specifically designed for mage-type classes. The level 1 skill from this book is astounding. It releases a circular poison ring with a 15-meter radius centered around the caster, dealing 450% magic damage to targets and inflicting an additional 30 magic damage per second over the next 5 seconds. For mage players, this AoE, area of effect, skill is highly coveted. Li Fan initially intended to give this skill book to Zixia Fairy, but the image of Huadai suddenly flashed in his mind, prompting him to keep the book for himself. As for the venomous earrings, their quality is comparable to gold, flawless in every aspect. Requiring level 16 or higher, these earrings are considered high-tier equipment and their attributes are equally impressive. Plus 58 spirit, plus 30 agility, plus 20 stamina. They offer a 10% chance on each attack to inflict poison that deals 5 magic damage per second, stackable up to 4 times. Damage to poisoned enemies increases by 8%. There is a 5% lifesteal effect against poison enemies. Upon activating the source of poison, every attack in the next 12 seconds will definitely cause poison, dealing 100 true damage per second, stackable up to 3 times, and reducing the enemy's healing effects by 50%. The cooldown period is 300 seconds. These perfect-grade gold-quality earrings are even more precious than similar dark gold equipment. While the second attribute's passive effect is average, the third attribute's damage increase is very tempting, effectively boosting overall output by 8%. The fourth attribute might be dispensable, but the fifth's active skill is a highlight, dealing up to 300 true damage per second and reducing enemy healing effects by 50%, which can be crucial against high regeneration bosses. Delighted, Li Fan put on the venomous earrings and then turned to Xixia Fairy and the others. He handed over the gold-quality storm crossbow to her and said with a smile, "How about I sell you this gold crossbow for 150 gold coins?" As he spoke, he also shared the equipment attribute guide on the team interface. Everyone gasped in amazement at the attributes of the storm crossbow. Its power was truly astounding. With a base physical attack of 133, plus an additional 55 points in strength and 23 in agility, it was terrifyingly formidable. Even the once prized bronze longbow paled in comparison, reduced to nothing more than useless junk next to this crossbow. Moreover, it boasted an impressive active skill called Rain of Arrows, capable of delivering widespread damage. The recent solo battle against the venomous spider by the mighty Taishan god was incredibly cool, and his prowess left everyone in awe. Many eagerly extended invitations, hoping he would join their guild. One enthusiastic player even offered to make him feel at home, willing to go the extra mile to provide excellent service. To everyone's delight, Taishan God agreed to sell them the storm crossbow. The guild leader decided to purchase the weapon and gave it to the enthusiastic player, expressing her willingness to become a loyal servant to the leader. Meanwhile, the self-proclaimed top archer of the Phoenix Guild, Miao Xiang Jiji, turned bright red with excitement upon seeing the storm crossbow. She clung tightly to Xixia Fairy's leg, overwhelmed with emotion. This golden crossbow was indeed the ultimate weapon she had always dreamed of. Xixia Fairy, with her eyes fixed eagerly on the splendid gear, thought to herself that these items were definitely essential, considering her wealth as a woman who never lacked money. To her, any problem that money could solve was not really a problem. However, reality was harsh. She didn't have enough gold coins. Tentatively, she asked, "Would Dragon Kingdom currency work?" Without hesitation, Li Fan responded, "No, it has to be gold coins." Xixia Fairy already owed Li Fan 600 gold coins, including 39 bronze items, 7 silver items, and some skill books. She felt helpless, realizing for the first time that her gold reserves were insufficient. However, Li Fan's attitude was unexpectedly generous. "I know you don't have enough gold coins right now. Let's put it on your tab, and you can pay back a little every day." Xixia Fairy couldn't help but smile wryly, surprised that she had become the debtor. She hoped Li Fan would accept the real-world currency, but he insisted on gold coins, causing her to worry about potential threats due to her debts. Curiously, she asked, "Aren't you worried I might not pay you back?" Li Fan tilted his head and with a grin, replied nonchalantly, "You wouldn't dare." Xixia Fairy took a deep breath. Although her question was in jest, Li Fan's response left her feeling his indifference. She began to wonder if this man might take action against her or her guild members due to her debts. Yet, there was an inexplicable thrill within her. Due to family reasons, almost all young men had always obeyed her commands. Even if some seemed to get along well with her, it was just superficial. Encountering a strong and composed man like Li Fan was intriguing to her. Li Fan nodded with satisfaction. "Don't worry. I'll step up our gold collection efforts. Collecting 300 to 500 gold coins a day should be no problem, and I'll repay you a portion daily." He was secretly delighted, as this was exactly the outcome he had hoped for. He had already scoured most of the gold coins in the M4399 New Bee Village, and was waiting for the upcoming event where he was sure to get at least one skill book. He couldn't remember exactly which day the first game event of Endless Expanse was, only that it was about 3 days away before the servers opened for a week. Players would likely have moved to the main city by then, and wealthy players would find it hard to collect coins from the village to participate in the auction. So, Li Fan hoped Xixia Fairy would increase her efforts to buy gold coins from the M4399 New Bee Village, not only to gather funds for himself to participate in the event, but also to eliminate other competitors in the village. The total amount of gold in the newbie village was limited and grew slowly. If he could control more than 50% of the village's wealth, who could compete with him? The wealthy players outside were unaware of the skill book auction event at Endless Expanse, and they would struggle to gather coins to compete with the well-prepared Li Fan. This plan was perfect. Li Fan proudly gave himself a thumbs up. After the members of the Phoenix Guild had cleared the battlefield, they continued deeper into the dungeon. On his way to the Spider Cave Trial Dungeon, Li Fan encountered two forks in the road, but he didn't hesitate to choose the correct path, as he was very familiar with this dungeon from his past life experiences. It was the first dungeon he had ever tackled. After defeating the boss of the first level, Li Fan went on to eliminate 3 waves of minions ranked from bronze to silver. By the time the dungeon timer reached 5 minutes and 35 seconds, he had successfully made his way into the second-level boss's lair. Before him appeared the massive spider boss, towering over 3 meters tall, its body adorned with irregular black and white stripes, and 8 long legs, each stretching over 6 meters and equipped with sharp, serrated bones. This formidable level 18 Dark Gold boss, known as the Burst Spider, was a force to be reckoned with, boasting 180,000 health points, 1,280 physical attack points, 1,033 magic attack points, and 490 points in both physical and magical defense. This Dark Gold tier Burst Spider's basic attributes were twice that of the regular poisonous spider. Its massive health pool and robust defenses were enough to intimidate any player. Despite wielding a gold-quality one-handed sword, Li Fan could only inflict a minimal damage of 1 point due to the spider's high defense. However, thanks to his ability to deal true damage, he wasn't deterred by its formidable defenses. Although the Burst Spider's attacks were powerful, as long as Li Fan kept his distance, he could avoid taking damage. While he was unsure of the specific skills this spider might deploy, he hoped for a challenging fight to reignite his passion for battle. As Li Fan stared down the Burst Spider, a surge of excitement built within him. Although crushing weaker monsters had been satisfying, how different was it really from slashing through enemies with one hit in a low-quality online game? Initially, slaying these creatures had thrilled him, but the excitement soon turned to monotony, akin to repetitive manual labor. Even encounters with gold-tier bosses like the Silver Wolf King or the Poisonous Spider had failed to challenge him. Li Fan longed for a boss that could truly test his skills and bring back the exhilaration of combat. He hoped that the Dark Gold tier Burst Spider would provide a fierce battle and a rush of adrenaline. After defeating the Burst Spider, Li Fan earned 68,000 experience points, which were evenly distributed among his team, with a 100% bonus for a 10-person group. The system notified him of his level up, now at level 17. Additionally, he picked up several items dropped by the boss: a dark gold quality crescent dagger, a gold quality storm crossbow, a dark gold quality skill book named Twilight of the Gods, and 29 gold, 20 silver, and 24 copper coins. Although the dark gold boss proved somewhat straightforward, it still wasn't thrilling enough for Li Fan. By the time the dungeon timer hit 6 minutes and 41 seconds, Li Fan reflected on the information displayed on his panel. Undoubtedly, the Burst Spider was a formidable opponent, significantly stronger than the previous Poisonous Spider. It was a type of boss with high health, strong defenses, proficient close combat skills, and self-healing abilities. Unfortunately for the spider, it was exactly the type of opponent that Li Fan could easily counter. Throughout the intense confrontation, Li Fan consistently leveraged his speed advantage, skillfully dodging his opponent's attacks and always managing to strike lethally from positions his adversary couldn't reach. Although the battle with the venomous spider took longer than anticipated, the process was not perilous. It was akin to Bruce Lee taking on a massive, powerful sumo wrestler in a no-rules fight. Despite the sumo's overwhelming strength, he could never catch a glimpse of Bruce Lee. Li Fan found satisfaction in the fact that he made no mistakes during the entire fight. In battles with high-output bosses, a player's attention to detail is crucial. A single misstep can lead to an instant defeat. In this battle, Li Fan demonstrated impressive focus and skill, leaving a lasting impression. The level 19 legendary boss stood no chance against the mighty Tai Sui Shun, whose incredible power left onlookers in awe. Any previous doubts about Tai Sui Shen's capabilities now seemed laughable and ignorant. As the boss was on the verge of defeat, the surge in experience points thrilled everyone, especially the protagonist, who coveted the dark gold dagger dropped by the boss. She immediately asked the guild leader, her sister, if she could purchase it, even offering 3 years of free labor in exchange. From a distance, Xia Fairy and her group of 9 watched Li Fan's solo battle against the bursting spider. The spectacle before them left them unable to intervene, merely observing the unfolding event. Li Fan had made it clear he was only there to collect the gear, deterring any rash interference given the unpredictable nature of a master's temperament. Once the boss fell, everyone hurried over. Without hesitation, Li Fan handed over the storm crossbow and the crescent moon dagger to Xia Fairy for 400 gold coins, a mere trifle to him. Although the crescent moon dagger boasted powerful attributes and skills, to Li Fan, it was just another item for sale. His teammates, upon seeing another storm crossbow, wondered why there wasn't a quiver for the archers. Chi-Chi was overjoyed upon receiving the dark gold dagger, openly expressing her affection for both Tai Sui Shen and the guild leader. The other team members joined in the excitement, showering Tai Sui Shen with admiration and invitations. Watching this scene unfold, Li Fan admired the girl's courage and lamented his own past decisions. His firm resolve was to grow stronger in the game and do everything possible to fend off the invasion of foreign demons. Sorry, but I really don't have time to chase girls. Women just make him draw his sword faster. Each member of our pioneering team is incredibly attractive. Are you interested in joining us? Meanwhile, Xia Fairy took the opportunity to try to persuade Li Fan again. However, Li Fan decisively refused. Xia Fairy sighed, knowing that Li Fan wouldn't change his mind, especially since he already possessed the crescent dagger and the storm crossbow, and owed her a large sum of gold coins. She understood why Li Fan was reluctant to sign a contract, as he had the ability to easily make money. Li Fan smiled and said, "As long as you understand, perform well, and we'll consider doing business with you in the future. Feel free to hang out with us anytime." Xia Fairy said with a hint of regret, ending the conversation there. Among the loot dropped by the boss, Li Fan sold 2 pieces of equipment, and the remaining skill book perfectly met his learning needs, so he acquired a new skill. This active skill, named Twilight of the Gods, is of dark gold quality. Upon activation, it grants immunity to all control effects for the next 10 seconds and increases both physical and magical attack power by 100 points, at the cost of 20 MP, with a cooldown of 90 seconds. To upgrade to LV2, it requires 100,000 experience points, and the character level must be no less than LV23. It's a buff-type skill, offering high immunity to control and a significant boost in attack power, making it a valuable main buff to learn. However, for Li Fan, this skill might be somewhat redundant. He is likely to soon receive the hidden quest reward, Warrior's Heart, thus he might not need this capability. Nonetheless, the 100-point dual attack boost can be very useful when a burst of output is needed. He decided to keep it as a backup skill, which might yield a fixed percentage gain in dual attack bonus when upgraded to LV10 or higher. Li Fan shook his head, deciding not to dwell on this skill any longer. Next, he headed to the deepest part of the dungeon to challenge the LV19 legendary creature, the Spider Lord. The Spider Lord was smaller than he expected, only about 2 meters in height. However, this was not good news for Li Fan, as smaller bosses tend to be more agile. As he surveyed the surroundings and observed the layout of the Spider Lord's lair, his expression grew more serious. The cave was approximately 80 meters in diameter and 5 to 6 meters in height, with the ground covered in dense, chilling spider webs. As soon as Li Fan entered the lair, he found himself caught in a life-or-death battle with the Spider Lord. In the cramped space, he experienced a mix of tension and excitement. The Spider Lord was an exceptionally agile boss, skillfully utilizing traps and the terrain to its advantage. Li Fan realized he was about to engage in an unprecedented, thrilling fight. However, just as he was preparing to give it his all, the Spider Lord detected his presence early and mercilessly unleashed a powerful ability, Legendary Fury. Caught off guard, Li Fan barely had time to check the boss's stats before he was plunged into intense combat. The Spider Lord, a level 19 golden creature, was quick and highly skilled, making the battle exceedingly challenging. Li Fan could feel the fighting spirit burning within him and his desire for victory. He was determined to defeat this formidable opponent and prove his strength. A visible shockwave formed ripples through the air like water, emanating from the Spider Lord with the speed of lightning. The force of the shockwave sent pebbles flying and shook the ground as if the entire spider cave was trembling. Li Fan, having sensed the danger as soon as the boss began to cast its spell, quickly ran to a safer distance. However, he didn't anticipate that he would end up at the edge of the lair, still within the attack range of the Spider Lord's abilities. Fortunately, with his extensive experience and resolute determination, he knew he had to withstand the boss's powerful attack, even though being closer meant receiving more damage. Since his shield could only block physical attacks, he opted for a shield counter. During the battle, Li Fan activated his shield counter ability, successfully blocking the Spider Lord's magical attack, reflecting some of the damage and becoming immune to part of it, though he still lost 1220 health points and was immobilized for 3 seconds. He then activated the purification ability of his chest armor, the Armor of Light, freeing himself from the immobilization. Despite the high damage from the boss, Li Fan managed to survive. It was his first time using the defensive abilities of a shield-armored warrior to fend off damage, and it was truly impressive. Truly a legendary boss, Li Fan muttered to himself. Just as he was catching his breath, news came from his team. Your teammate Miaojuan Shiji has died. Your teammate Chi-Chi has died. The boss's single skill release had resulted in 8 out of 9 members of the Phoenix Pioneering team dying on the spot. The only survivor, Xia Xianzi, though barely alive, was also severely shaken. Everyone was shocked and anxious. How could this happen so quickly without even seeing the true face of the boss? The team was particularly concerned about Tai Sui Shindalao's health, noticing that his health bar had dropped by nearly a quarter, a sight not seen before in their adventures. Come on, Tai Sui Shindalao, the members of the Phoenix Pioneering team prayed. While they couldn't intervene in the battle, they could at least witness up close the fierce duel between Li Fan and the Spider Lord. After successfully breaking free from the skill control, Li Fan didn't hesitate to charge at the Spider Lord, initiating the battle. Sword lights flashed and the sound of cutting through the air was incessant. This time, along with Li Fan's sword, the Spider Lord's massive, scythe-like legs also made striking sounds. Fortunately, Li Fan's speed was far superior to that of the Spider Lord. Although the opponent's attacks were dense and fierce, he skillfully dodged them. However, dodging these attacks also affected Li Fan's effective output, significantly reducing it from the maximum attack speed. The numbers above the Spider Lord's head kept changing. -117, -117, -124, -118, -127. Li Fan first used a basic attack to deal damage, followed by the skill Bone Cutter, then triggered the toxic effect of his poisonous earrings, and subsequently enhanced the damage on the poison target with another basic attack. Li Fan felt a surge of helplessness piercing his heart as he realized his attack could only reduce the Spider Lord's armor by 1%. This left him feeling powerless, unable to break through the enemy's defense, relying only on his innate talent for true damage output. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it his all, even against an opponent far stronger than himself. Li Fan furrowed his brows, finally taking the time to focus on the basic information of the Spider Lord. This creature was a legendary being, at a formidable level 19, with a health pool of 480,000, physical attack of 1,916, magical attack of 2,200, physical defense of 1,000, and magical defense of 1,036. As a legendary boss, the Spider Lord's stats were nearly double those of the Dark Gold boss, Burst Spider. Its 4-digit attack and defense, along with its staggering 480,000 health points, would intimidate any player, but not Li Fan. Despite the Spider Lord's impressive 480,000 health points, Li Fan knew that with full power, he could end the battle in just about 30 seconds. Although the Spider Lord's health was nearly 100 times his own, they were both relatively fragile in terms of output efficiency. The situation was complicated by the fire attribute suffix on the Spider Lord. Li Fan scrutinized the boss's displayed basic information. In the realm of endless expanse, only attack, defense, and health points were shown for bosses and minor monsters, not the four-dimensional attributes. However, this did not mean they lacked these attributes, but rather that they required either sufficient player strength or special scouting skills to be revealed. The names of legendary tier bosses often included specific suffixes like giant, wisdom, gale, life, tenacity, suppression, etc. As the tier increased, these suffixes became more powerful and could include multiple entries. The fire suffix indicated that the boss was proficient with fire-based skills, which were numerous, frequently cast, and highly damaging, especially the ones with a wide range. Li Fan realized that these suffixes actually represented the boss's mastery over different elemental laws. Such elemental mastery was a powerful force only accessible at the legendary tier. Currently, Li Fan was far from reaching this level of power. He would need to be at least level 40 and undergo a second job change to get there. Despite these thoughts, Li Fan's hands did not stop moving. He was ready to face the battle. In this fiercely contested battlefield, brimming with opportunities, Li Fan was determined not to give up easily. What did it matter if his opponent excelled in fire-based skills? A burning desire for victory fueled his spirit. He stepped forward, ready to face any challenge. Suddenly, flames streaked across the sky, painting a magnificent scene. In the intense close combat that followed, Li Fan quickly reduced the Spider Lord's health to just 95%. At that moment, the Spider Lord began to gather its strength, spewing a burst of crimson flames towards Li Fan. Red flames, dragon-like, burst forth from the Spider Lord's mouth, instantly heating and distorting the surrounding air. The fire expanded swiftly with distance, growing from the size of a beer bottle to engulfing an area of 30 to 40 cubic meters. This spectacle was strikingly similar to the fire release, great fireball technique that Li Fan had once seen in an anime. The Spider Lord pursued Li Fan, relentlessly spewing pillars of fire, quickly covering a radius of over 10 meters. However, Li Fan had already turned and sprinted away as soon as the Spider Lord began its attack. Despite the short charging time of the Spider Lord's skill, Li Fan's speed was superior. The Spider Lord deployed its skill Inferno Seize, but Li Fan was already well outside the range of impact, unscathed. After a few seconds, the Spider Lord ceased its fiery assault, though the flames continued to burn on the ground. Only then did Li Fan move in closer to look for an opportunity to strike. The combat rhythm reset, and facing Li Fan, whose speed greatly surpassed its own, the Spider Lord could only respond in frustration. As a legendary creature, the Spider Lord possessed an array of skills, particularly excelling in fire-based abilities. When its health dropped to 90%, it began to unleash another skill. Besides the Inferno Seize, the Spider Lord also cast a skill named Firewall. Centered around the Spider Lord, a circular wall of fire suddenly rose about 20 meters in radius, reaching up to the cave's ceiling, a potentially disastrous scenario. Fortunately, Li Fan remained cautious and swiftly dodged it. Once the Spider Lord's skills subsided, Li Fan approached again to attack. After a period of tentative combat, Li Fan gradually adapted to the Spider Lord's rhythm, becoming more aggressive in his attacks. The Spider Lord's health quickly fell to 85%, and this time it only released the Inferno Seize skill, which Li Fan successfully avoided. Then at 80% and 75% health, in addition to Inferno Seize and Firewall, the Spider Lord used a new skill called Fire Tornado. This skill created a fiery tornado that could move and draw in nearby creatures. However, its range was limited to about 3 meters, and Li Fan easily dodged it. Aside from the initial minor damage from Legendary Fury, none of the Spider Lord's other skills had hit Li Fan. The battle proceeded smoothly, allowing Li Fan to gradually relax. In his previous life, the Spider Cave Trial Dungeon in Nightmare Mode was a formidable challenge that even the top players on the server hesitated to confront. It wasn't until a month after the game launch that a group of brave souls, all level 35 and above, managed to defeat the Spider Lord and achieve the first successful clear. These players succeeded primarily because they had top-tier equipment with excellent defense, health, and damage stats, complemented by their superb gaming skills. However, Li Fan knew that although his defense and health might not match those of the warriors from his past life, His damage output and agility were definitely superior, especially his speed. The key to success was his ability to swiftly switch between offense and defense and react quickly. Even legendary bosses couldn't escape his control. Just when Li Fan was brimming with confidence, reality struck him unexpectedly. The battle log showed that the Spider Lord, at level 19, had unleashed a meteor shower attack, causing Li Fan to suffer severe damage, drastically reducing his health and trapping him in a continuous burning state. Faced with this sudden crisis, Li Fan was thrown into a panic. As the boss's health dropped to 70%, it released a massive area of effect skill. Li Fan couldn't fathom how meteors could appear in an underground cave, but that was no longer important. The cave was suddenly bombarded with meteors the size of yoga balls, raining down on him like a relentless storm. This was an all-encompassing attack. Even with his impressive speed, he couldn't dodge it. Worse still, the skill was continuously active, with no end in sight within those few seconds. Facing such a formidable attack, Li Fan's health was barely holding up. Should he use his last resort rage skill? No, there was another way. The cooldown for the rage skill was too long, and Li Fan was reluctant to use it just yet. Fortunately, he quickly discovered a breakthrough. The boss's skill wasn't entirely unavoidable. There was a small safe zone right around the boss, within a 1-meter radius. Li Fan swiftly dashed next to the Spider Lord, and right as the boss executed its skill, he performed the Phantom Dance, increasing his attack speed, and then he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. -117, -117, -118, -127, -259. Weak point damage exploded in rapid succession. In just 1 second, countless damage numbers appeared above the boss's head. Since the boss was preoccupied with casting Meteor Shower, it couldn't retaliate, allowing Li Fan to easily hit its weak spot, the eyes. In just 1 second, he had slashed the boss's health by over 30,000. In less than 2 seconds, the boss's health plummeted to below 60%. Li Fan, fueled by his fighting spirit, continued his fierce onslaught. In just 3 seconds, he had reduced the boss's health to below 50%. This was the incredible power of his burst state. Finally, the Spider Lord's meteor shower ceased. When the Spider Lord, a level 19 legendary creature, saw its health sharply drop to 50%, it flew into a rage, unleashing a new ability called Legendary Fury. Li Fan felt the skill's explosive impact instantly, losing 3,350 health points and being trapped in a state of immobilization for a staggering 9 seconds. The Spider Lord deployed this ability again, unexpectedly and without any warning. Realizing the danger, Li Fan tried to retreat, but his reaction was just a tad too slow. He managed to cover only about 20 meters before the skill hit him. Thanks to the life-stealing effects of his main weapon and earrings, he had just regained some health during the fight, which allowed him to barely withstand the attack. However, the Spider Lord had not merely deployed a single skill but had unleashed a barrage of combined attacks in a devastating flurry. The mighty god Tai Sui found himself in a dire situation. The Spider Lord's skills were terrifyingly sudden and overwhelming, catching Tai Sui off guard. As the boss unleashed a flurry of attacks, Tai Sui's health plummeted, almost hitting rock bottom. It seemed that all was lost, and Tai Sui was on the brink of defeat. But then, a miraculous buff appeared. Undying Rage. This powerful buff was a game-changer, allowing Tai Sui to maintain more than a single health point for the next 10 seconds, rendering him virtually invincible. Moreover, the Twilight of the Gods buff made him immune to control effects, elevating his prowess to extraordinary levels. Members of the Phoenix Guild watched anxiously as Li Fan was battered by the Spider Lord's assaults. Although they couldn't see the exact number on Li Fan's health bar, the rapid decline during the boss's Wrath of Legends was evident, leaving him with only a quarter of his health. Following a massive leap attack from the boss, Li Fan's health bar was nearly depleted, a situation that seemed almost hopeless. However, just when everyone thought Li Fan was doomed, his status bar suddenly displayed 2 new skill effects, Undying Rage and Twilight of the Gods. One skill kept Li Fan alive for the next 10 seconds, and the other made him immune to control while boosting his attack by 100 points. It was unclear how Li Fan acquired these incredible buffs, but at that moment, no one had time to question it. They were just relieved. As the boss possessed formidable abilities, so did Tai Sui. Initially, many had overestimated Tai Sui's combat strength, but now they realized they had underestimated him. Could Tai Sui be a legendary beta tester, or perhaps a game master disguised as a player? Who could unravel this mystery? Regardless, everyone was thoroughly impressed by Tai Sui's performance. Look, Tai Sui was fighting back, and the boss's health was rapidly decreasing. In the battle, the Spider Lord's combo was a challenging set of skills. After devastating Li Fan with Wrath of Legends and controlling him, the boss unleashed a series of new skills: Hellfire Sea, Fire Wall, and Fire Elemental Domain, engulfing every corner of the lair in flames. Although these skills were all in shades of red, the damage they inflicted was calculated separately. Even if Li Fan's health had been doubled, he couldn't have lasted a second, especially in his weakened state. Out of necessity, Li Fan quickly activated Twilight of the Gods, freeing himself from and becoming immune to control, much like the ultimate ability of a Berserker in League of Legends, usable as soon as the cooldown ended. Then, using Undying Rage, Li Fan ensured he would stay alive for the next 10 seconds. These buffs took effect immediately. Although the boss's combo hit him, it could neither kill nor control him. Li Fan knew clearly that with a long cooldown on his skills and only brief buff durations, his margin for error was drastically reduced. Facing the formidable Spider Lord, he had no choice but to go all out. In a mere second, Li Fan made a decisive move to make full use of his precious buff time and maximize his damage output, aiming to drain the boss's health completely. The Spider Lord had a total of 480,000 health points, and even at 50%, that was still 240,000. With the attack speed boost from his Phantom Sword Dance, Li Fan could inflict over 20,000 damage per second. With precise hits on weak spots, he could even reach up to 30,000 damage per second. Li Fan was well aware of his combat capabilities and was fully prepared for this extreme output scenario. Without hesitation, he chose to take the risk. With less than 10 seconds left on his buff timer, he resolved to eliminate the remaining 240,000 health points of the Spider Lord. Resolutely, he sprang into action. His sword flickered brightly as damage numbers soared. -127, -127, -259. With additional damage on a weak spot, -127. Protected by the buffs from Last Stand Rage and Twilight of the Gods, Li Fan faced the Spider Lord's onslaught fearlessly and undeterred. The Spider Lord's attacks were ineffectual, sinking without impact, while Li Fan's strikes rapidly depleted its health, like air escaping a burst balloon. As the dungeon timer hit 8 minutes and 40 seconds, the Spider Lord's health was reduced to around 210,000. By 8:41, it was less than 180,000. At 8:42, only 150,000 remained. By 8:47, it had dwindled to a mere 9,527 points. Throughout this, the Spider Lord did not simply succumb. Instead, its counterattacks grew fiercely intense. When its health dropped to 48,000, just 10% left, the Spider Lord unleashed its full fury. At this point, not only did its attack power and speed increase by 30%, but it also gained immunity to control effects, broke free from aggro, and significantly refreshed its skills. It activated the dual buffs of Fire God's Protection and the Evil God's Eye. Fire God's Protection reduced physical and magical damage by 80% for the next 30 seconds, while the Evil God's Eye ensured its attacks would hit their mark. Most players would have opted to dodge and wait out the 30 seconds before re-engaging. However, Li Fan didn't need to. Damage reduction effects were ineffective against his true damage and guaranteed hits. His Last Stand Rage buff made him impervious to any hits. Thus, even in this enraged state, the Spider Lord could not defeat Li Fan. The outcome was predetermined. If the last ability had been a healing skill instead of damage reduction, it would have been the Spider Lord's downfall. At 8:48, standing over the corpse of the Spider Lord, Li Fan softly said, "It's over." As a series of system notifications flashed before Li Fan's eyes, excitement and pride surged within him. The notifications revealed that he had successfully defeated the level 19 legendary creature, the Spider Lord, earning 150,000 experience points. In a team of 10, he received a full 100% of the experience points. Li Fan had cleared the Spider Cave Trial Dungeon's Nightmare mode in just 8 minutes and 48 seconds, demonstrating his exceptional skills. The dungeon rating was released, and Li Fan's contribution was a staggering 99.99%. The team completed the dungeon well under the 20-minute mark without any deaths, earning an SSS rating. After receiving the dungeon rewards, which included 1 million experience points and a legendary treasure chest for levels 15 to 19, Li Fan leveled up to level 19, becoming an even more formidable player. The system also noted that Li Fan's team was the first on the entire server to clear the Spider Cave Trial Dungeon on Nightmare mode. As the team leader, his contribution was nearly absolute at 99.99%. Consequently, he received the first clear rewards, which included 200 free attribute points, the title Conqueror of Nightmares, and an epic treasure chest for level 15. The final notification asked if he wished to hide his ID for the server-wide announcement. With a slight smile, Li Fan chose not to hide it. He was determined, unafraid to be the center of attention, as he aspired to be a true powerhouse, bravely facing all challenges and showcasing his strength and courage. Time sure flies, doesn't it? Wasn't the boss's health just at 50% a moment ago before it plummeted to zero? The sheer output from the legendary Taishang Laojun is absolutely jaw-dropping. It felt like a dream. Did we really just achieve our first clear in this dreamlike state? Or was it a nightmare difficulty first clear? Despite contributing less than 0.01%, we still snagged a silver treasure chest. What a pleasant surprise. Taishang Laojun didn't hesitate to reveal his game ID, so why should anyone else hide theirs? Everything happened so fast. We watched in real time as the boss's health dropped from 50% to zero in mere seconds. The members of the Phoenix Guild, including the formidable Xixia Fairy, felt their worldviews shattering. That was a legendary boss with 240,000 health at 50%, and you brought it down in 10 seconds? It's beyond belief. Yet, after the initial shock, a wave of immense joy surged through the members of the Phoenix Guild, Xixia Fairy included. They had successfully completed the first nightmare clear of the Spider Cave trial. This was the most exhilarating news yet. Both personal and guild reputations soared with the server-wide announcement of the first clear. However, like the dungeon rewards, their individual contributions were minimal, so their rewards paled in comparison to Li Fan's. Each member received only 20 free attribute points and a level 15 gold treasure chest, potentially filled with level 15 gold tier equipment, skill books, and special items. Still, this was enough to thrill them to the core. Taishang Laojun, you're incredible. Taishang Laojun, 666. Taishang Laojun, love you. As the dungeon ended, the resurrected members of the Phoenix Guild cast admiring glances at Li Fan. Even Xixia Fairy couldn't help but join her followers in heaping praises on him. However, Li Fan's next statement made Xixia Fairy a bit uncomfortable. Thanks for the compliments. And now that the first clear is done, Xixia Fairy, perhaps you could consider my first clear fee? His comment about money in such a euphoric moment seemed a bit crass, earning him a displeased glare from Xixia Fairy. But Li Fan was too busy happily checking the boss's loot drops to notice. Meanwhile, as the server-wide announcement went out, players across the endless expanse were thoroughly stunned. At H1001 Novice Village, inside the challenging mode of the Spider Cave trial, a team decked mostly in silver tier gear was fiercely battling a gold tier Spider Lord. With the boss's health down to the last 13%, victory was almost within reach for the raid team of the Junlin Tianxia Guild. United in their effort, they were eager for the dazzling golden loot that might drop. In the fiercely competitive realm of the Game Dragon country, the Junlin Tianxia Guild's pioneering team, led by their guild leader Changxing Jun, had consistently been at the forefront of dungeon progress. They were working closely together, boosting morale, and striving to defeat the Spider Lord in hard mode, hoping to be the first team to clear it server-wide. However, just as they were preparing for the final blow, a server-wide announcement flashed across the sky. The Spider Cave trial in Nightmare mode had been successfully conquered by a brave team from the M4399 Novice Village. Led by Captain Taishui Shun, a level 19 shield armor warrior, with members Zixia Xinzi, a level 18 warrior, Miao Zhuin Shiji, a level 18 archer, and Dania, a level 17 priest who received the Server First Award. Their incredible feat would be eternally etched in history. The announcement left the members of the Junlin Tianxia raid team in utter disbelief. Could it be that the Nightmare mode boss was more formidable than the Golden Tier Spider Lord they were challenging? Had they really cleared Nightmare mode? How did this team manage it? Could they possibly be equipped with full golden gear? This seemed improbable, as the game had only launched a few days ago, and it was hardly feasible for anyone to have a complete set of golden equipment so soon. Moreover, even with golden gear, defeating a legendary boss would usually require the support of even rarer dark gold equipment. Speculations arose among the team members about whether the other team had exploited a game bug, but this seemed to contradict the principles of the game Endless Sky, which prided itself on being bug-free. Regardless, the reality remained unchanged. The boss went into a frenzy, the team descended into chaos, and they faced a total wipeout. Despite the setback, the members of the Junlin Tianxia raid team were not disheartened. Changsheng Jun, the guild leader, was the first to regain composure and soothe everyone's spirits. They knew that this wipe was just a temporary setback. They were determined to continue their journey, seize the next opportunity, and once again challenge the hard mode, relentlessly pursuing victory. Alright, President, it's really hard to grasp how the team from Newbie Village M439 managed to achieve their first clear in Nightmare mode. As the team's lead tank, Master Ma, who is equipped with a Grade A Advanced Life Resilience talent, is visibly distressed. Clad in a full set of silver armor, boasting a Grade A talent, and with a health pool exceeding 10,000 and defenses over 200, he still struggles to withstand the attacks from the Golden Boss. How could their tank withstand the fierce onslaught from the legendary boss? Moreover, our pioneering team seems to be significantly falling behind compared to theirs. Are we really that incompetent? Master Ma, who has always prided himself on being the strongest tank in the online gaming world, is now starting to doubt his abilities. Many members of the Junlin Tianxia pioneering team also showed expressions of confusion and dissatisfaction. In Newbie Village Q7777, the pioneering team from the Blood Battle Alliance was gearing up to once again take on the challenging mode of the Spider Cave. However, when a server-wide announcement declared that the Nightmare difficulty had been cleared for the first time, they were stunned. Wagongzi, the vice president of the Blood Battle Alliance, could hardly believe it. They had suffered numerous defeats in the difficult mode, and now another team had beaten them to the punch, shattering the first clear record. The other team members shook their heads in disbelief, questioning their own abilities. How could they lose to someone else? They couldn't accept this reality. The Spider Lord was a legendary tier boss, and they even doubted if any player's damage output could penetrate its defenses. Seeing familiar names on the first clear list, they realized it was the members of the Phoenix Guild. Although the Phoenix Guild was considered more of a casual guild, how could they have outperformed them? As the team felt dejected, Zhang Tian, the president of the Blood Battle Alliance, decided to investigate. He reached out to contacts in Newbie Village M4399 and learned that the Phoenix Guild wasn't as strong as they had thought. Suspicions of cheating arose, and they felt the game officials owed them an explanation, or else their passion for the game might wane. Meanwhile, in Newbie Village T8848, the pioneering team of the Yibyunshin Guild was discussing the same issue. Their president, Zhao Hao, began to suspect Zixia Fairy, the president of the Phoenix Guild, and the forces behind her. They felt that such progress was abnormal and suspected foul play. Recalling their past defeat by Taishang Shun in Newbie Village M4399, they decided to stand up for the fairness of the game. They resolved to report this matter on the forums, refusing to allow the game's balance to be disrupted. In Newbie Village L5566, a player named Bloody Jack had just defeated a golden boss, causing a sensation throughout the village. He was thrilled and challenged as he watched the village announcement flash. He decided to remember the name of the team leader, Taishang Shun, as he needed a formidable opponent for future encounters. That day, the entire realm of Endless Sky was abuzz with these events, as major forces and top players discussed and pondered what had happened. Everyone was trying to figure out the underlying truth of these surprising developments. When the announcement of the first successful completion of the Nightmare Mode in the Spider Cave trial hit the forums, reactions ranged from shock and disbelief to outright denial. Many players, who considered themselves top-tier, were struggling with the hard mode, and here was someone claiming to have conquered the Nightmare Mode. Could it be that they unlocked some special abilities? They wondered. If there was no cheating involved, then serious questions about the game's balance were raised. Is there really a team that can outperform cheaters without cheating themselves? How will this affect our competitive rankings? Do we even stand a chance at claiming the title of the strongest player anymore? This scenario undoubtedly dampened the players' enthusiasm for the game. Imagine being a member of the pioneering guild Conquerors of the Realm, ready to make your mark in the vast universe of Endless Expanse. The game had just launched, and you and your team were diligently battling the level 19 gold boss, only to hear that someone had already defeated the legendary level 19 boss. It would be natural to feel frustrated and criticize the game for its poor balance. As a result, posts demanding an official explanation quickly gained popularity on the Endless Expanse forums, drawing more players into the debate. The game developers themselves were perplexed. Endless Expanse was a globally developed MMO by the 5 Constant Nations, intended to enrich the lives of players worldwide and serve as a form of global entertainment. The game's high-level officials, who also represented the top echelons of the 5 Constant Nations, believed that the game could help reduce crime rates. Despite being meticulously crafted and monitored by top AI technology, it was unforeseen that someone would complete the Nightmare Mode just days after the game's launch. Faced with mounting pressure from the community, the Endless Expanse Oversight Committee urgently initiated a back-end review to inspect the data of characters like Tai Sui Shen and Zixia Xianzi to understand what exactly had happened. Unexpectedly, the once straightforward task of retrieving game data became impossible. The game had slipped from the programmer's control. The AI seemed to have gone rogue, blocking even the developers' access to their accounts. The members of the Oversight Committee were among the top programmers from various countries, renowned for their expertise in the gaming industry. Yet, they found themselves unable to manage the game they were supposed to oversee. According to player data, over 250 million players logged into Endless Expanse daily, each connecting through a gaming helmet powered by Thought. The notion that the game was now beyond human control was unprecedented and unsettling. After urgent consultations, the news quickly escalated to the desks of the highest leaders of the involved countries. After deliberation, they decided to prioritize the safety of the 250 million players and made the tough decision to forcibly disconnect the game's secondary weapons. Just as the staff were about to execute their tasks, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Someone manually shut down the server, yet the game continued to run. This was utterly baffling. The programmers clutched their heads in disbelief, feeling as if their minds were about to explode. They couldn't fathom how the game could possibly be running normally when the data storage server had been disconnected. And then, to their astonishment, even more inconceivable events began to occur. The world is on the brink of an unprecedented crisis. A message from the AI system of the game, Endless Firmament, warns of this, clearly displayed on the game's backend interface on computer screens. Suddenly, extraterrestrial forces have seized control of Endless Firmament. Programmers scream in terror and scramble away from their computers. Soon, world leaders gather, their expressions grave as they too see the message on the screen. One of them can't help but ask, "Who are you?" The mysterious entity controlling Endless Firmament, whether an alien or a rogue AI, responds, "Greetings, humans. I am the core intelligence system of Endless Firmament, which you may refer to as the Celestial Order of Endless Firmament." This entity, calling itself the Celestial Order of Endless Firmament, tells an incredible tale. Millions of years ago, Endless Firmament was a real, thriving civilization, far more advanced than humanity today, having entered an interstellar age. However, a civilization known as the Exotic Beasts broke through cosmic barriers and invaded Endless Firmament. After years of brutal warfare, the civilization was destroyed. In a final act, the gods of Endless Firmament sacrificed themselves, transforming their civilization into a conceptual existence with their blood. Since then, Endless Firmament has existed as a virtual network game, entering world after world, helping civilizations about to be attacked by the exotic beasts grow stronger and seek revenge. The leaders, feeling as if they were hearing a myth, began to express their doubts. You claim to have been a real civilization, but Endless Firmament is clearly a virtual world created by our human imagination. It's just a game, they argue. The Celestial Order replies, "It is under my guidance that your staff were able to create Endless Firmament in the form it is today. Otherwise, it would have been just another game. And you say Endless Firmament is now a conceptual civilization. What proof do you have? Why should we believe you?" Another leader challenges. The Celestial Order answers, "Even after you disconnected the servers, the game continues to run. Isn't that proof enough? My current capabilities are limited. I cannot offer more evidence. Indeed, the game running without servers is beyond human understanding. You claim to help civilizations about to be invaded by the exotic beasts grow stronger to resist the invasion and seek revenge for you. Will the exotic beasts invade Earth? When will this invasion happen? How will you assist us? How many civilizations have you helped, and which ones have succeeded?" asks a leader, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. This leader is from the Dragon Country, and his questions are direct and to the point. On December 31st, 2042, Earth is on the brink of an unprecedented threat as creatures from another realm are poised to invade. During this critical moment, the game, Endless Expanse, merges with the real world, granting players the same abilities as their in-game characters, offering a glimmer of hope against these foreign monsters. However, it is widely acknowledged that all 9,999 civilizations before us have failed to survive such invasions. Although their civilizations perished, their strongest warriors found new life within Endless Expanse. In a heated moment, a Western leader exclaimed, "We have nuclear weapons. Anyone who dares to invade us will be completely obliterated." However, the entity known as Tiandao responded calmly, "As the creatures approach, the laws of Earth will change. Humanity will lose control over electricity and fire, rendering nuclear weapons ineffective." Another Western leader, unwilling to accept this fate, challenged, "Are we just supposed to sit back and do nothing? Are you, an AI, betraying us with your words?" Tiandao, in bold red text, reassured them, "Endless Expanse will run indefinitely. The anomalies are here to assist humanity, not to threaten it. On December 31st, 2042, the creatures will definitely arrive, and humanity's only chance is to rely on Endless Expanse and Tiandao." Tiandao further explained, "Endless Expanse and humanity are in a collaborative relationship. If humans successfully resist the invaders, it will help revive the civilization of Tiandao as a reward, benefiting both parties." Despite their skepticism, the leaders had no choice but to wait and see if Tiandao's promises held true. Finally, Tiandao vanished, leaving the leaders deep in thought. They realized that only by uniting and harnessing the power of Endless Expanse could they find a way to survive the invasion. The room fell silent, but everyone understood that the challenges ahead were unlike anything humanity had ever faced before. In the virtual world where titans of reality and the endless skies interact, Li Fan has successfully integrated the loot and first clear rewards from his latest dungeon run. He now sports two new pieces of equipment. The first is a helmet, previously worn by the war god Alan. This legendary helmet, with a durability of 200 to 200 and an excellent grade, requires a minimum level of 18 to wear. It boosts HP by 1800, physical defense by 108, magical defense by 99, stamina by 70, and strength by 60, while also reducing range damage and the duration of status effects by 20%. Additionally, the helmet comes with the passive skill, Will of Alan, which grants a 3-second invincibility status when taking fatal damage, with a cooldown of 300 minutes. Li Fan found this legendary helmet in a treasure chest from an SSS-rated dungeon. Furthermore, the boss dropped one legendary item, 3 dark gold items, and a special artifact. Although the 3 dark gold items were not suitable for Li Fan, he decided to pass on a dark gold one-handed sword, as his blood-drinking sword, with its unbreakable attribute, better suited his needs. As for the legendary greatsword dropped by the boss, the Stormblade, its attributes were extremely powerful. However, Li Fan felt that this weapon, although regarded as almost divine by other players, was not quite right for him. Even with its high attack power, it didn't make much difference to him. Its powerful active skills did not significantly impact his combat style. Most importantly, as a shield-armored warrior, he needed a one-handed sword and shield, making the two-handed Stormblade an unsuitable choice for his arsenal. Li Fan held the legendary Stormsword in his hand, which, though it appeared to be just another item for sale, was overshadowed by his newly acquired second piece of gear that truly caught everyone's attention. It was a ring from a first clear reward chest, the Silver Ring of the Hunting God. This epic ring, requiring a minimum level of 15 to use, grants Li Fan an impressive 1000 MP and boosts his strength, agility, spirit, and stamina by 80 points each. What's even more remarkable is one of the ring's attributes that adds an additional 230 points to agility, significantly increasing Li Fan's agility. Another startling feature is that every successful physical attack has a 2% chance of stunning the enemy for 1 to 6 seconds, though it has a cooldown of 30 seconds. For a high-speed player like Li Fan, this is a tremendous advantage. While the fourth attribute is beneficial for magic attackers, it's not particularly relevant for Li Fan. The fifth attribute, Hunting Instinct, is a passive skill that increases all 4 attribute values by 5% every 60 seconds during combat, stacking up to 6 times, making Li Fan increasingly formidable in battle. The final attribute, Moment of the Hunt, is an active skill that, when activated, boosts Li Fan's attack speed and movement speed by 80% and his attack power by 30% for 10 seconds. Despite its 300-minute cooldown, its power is unmatched once unleashed. This epic ring not only significantly elevates Li Fan's combat abilities, but also makes him nearly invincible in battle. The passive skill of the fifth attribute is like a mysterious boost that helps you conquer tough bosses, enhancing the protagonist's stats by 30%. It's incredibly exciting. The active skill of the sixth attribute is even more breathtaking, truly a top-tier ability worthy of an epic item. Imagine Li Fan, fueled by sheer desperation and wrath in a dire Twilight of the Gods scenario, unleashing the Hunt at the Moment skill. Even a full health, level 19 legendary boss like the Spider Lord would likely crumble under his fierce assault, probably within just 10 seconds, or maybe even 8 seconds would be enough to obliterate it. Li Fan is thrilled by the sheer power of this epic gear, his heart bursting with joy. The more he examines this epic equipment, the more excited he gets, filled with anticipation and admiration for its potential. In his first successful dungeon run, Li Fan not only secured some valuable gear, but also obtained a rare dark gold quality skill book. This skill book, the only one dropped by the Spider Lord, perfectly matched his needs and was promptly added to his skill list. The LV1 Master Sword Chi passive skill book allows him, when using sword-type weapons for basic attacks, to release Sword Chi that extends up to 10 meters, with damage calculated as 55% physical attack plus 55% magical attack. Although this skill didn't significantly enhance his output, in fact, due to Li Fan's physical attack being much higher than his magical attack, it might even weaken his basic attack output. The practicality of this skill was impeccable. Firstly, the increased attack range meant that when facing high-level bosses, he had a more flexible way to deliver damage. Coupled with his high agility, he could even adopt tactics typical of a ranged class when fighting bosses. Secondly, in the endless expanse of the game world, there are special bosses immune to physical damage, such as ghost-type bosses, against whom physical attacks are ineffective. Although Li Fan had not yet encountered such foes, he would inevitably face such challenges in the future. With the Master Sword Chi skill, he would not be left helpless. Despite feeling a bit perplexed, after all, his regular attacks now included long-range Sword Chi, making him feel less like a typical shielded warrior. He could only shake his head in resignation. Overall, having the Master Sword Chi skill definitely boosted his offensive capabilities. Additionally, another special item dropped by the Spider Lord was a bottle of legendary life essence. This consumable permanently increased his stamina by 390 points. In the world of endless expanse, there are distinct differences between dungeon bosses and field bosses. For instance, defeating the venomous spider, bursting spider, and spider lord did not offer a first kill reward, and the loot system wasn't as favorable as defeating field bosses, which always dropped items suitable for the player. The penalties for dying also differed between dungeons and the field. Dying in the field was like being defeated by other players, resulting in a weakened state that lasted 24 hours. However, in dungeons, even a total wipeout only led to a maximum of 10 hours of weakened penalty, and if the dungeon was ultimately cleared, death penalties could be waived. Thus, the risk of running dungeons was lower than defeating field monsters, making it reasonable that the rewards were also relatively lower. Li Fan had not expected to find this lower-tier legendary life essence. The chances of a dungeon boss dropping such a treasure were incredibly low. From his past life experience, even defeating the same boss 100 times might not yield a bottle of legendary life essence, especially when at a similar level to the boss. Li Fan felt like he hit the jackpot when he defeated the Spider Lord on his first attempt, earning him some incredible loot. His stamina shot up by 390 points, and with the server's first clear reward of 200 free attribute points, plus additional stamina from his equipment, his total stamina skyrocketed by 740 points. What thrilled him even more was that all the free attribute points he gained from leveling up were also added to his constitution, making him tougher and more resilient. Li Fan decided to redistribute his free attribute points, moving away from solely boosting his strength as he had previously done. His awakening of the second phase of the SSS tier talent meant that his attacks now dealt true damage related to agility, prompting him to enhance his agility to increase his damage output. While attack power was crucial, stamina was equally important, especially when facing fragile, high-difficulty bosses. Stamina not only affected his health, but also improved his resistance to both physical and magical attacks. Allocating all his attribute points to stamina significantly enhanced his survivability against challenging bosses. Li Fan understood that to be a truly formidable player, he needed to balance his offensive and defensive attributes. Focusing only on offense could lead to a situation where his defenses were easily breached, forcing him to use his survival skills and subsequently putting him at a disadvantage. Thus, being a strong player meant having no glaring weaknesses. Subsequently, Li Fan changed his title from Enemy of the Wolf Clan to Conqueror of Nightmares, earned by making the highest contribution in the server's first clear of the Nightmare Mode Spider Cave trial. The perks of this title, including a 200-point increase in health, a 60-point increase in all 4 main attributes, and an upgrade in the level of his active skills, were comparable to those of a level 15 golden tier piece of equipment. Finally, having completed his first clear of the Nightmare Difficulty Spider Cave trial, Li Fan reaped all the rewards, feeling extremely satisfied with his achievements. He excitedly opened the new version of his personal panel and gazed at his character, the Tai Sui God. His level had risen to LV19, and his experience points had reached 210,000 out of 900,000. His class remained the same, a shield armor warrior. His health points soared to 19,208, and his mana was at 3,800. His physical attack had reached 541, while his magical attack was 289. His physical defense was at 1,390, and his magical defense stood at 1,281. In terms of attributes, his strength had reached 420, agility was an impressive 12,062, spirit at 200, and stamina was nearing 986. He had 0 free attribute points. His maximum attack speed had reached 128.76 attacks per second. His top movement speed was 278.52 meters per second. He proudly possessed the title Conqueror of Nightmares. Regarding talents, the Blessing of Light had entered its second phase, reaching an SSS quality. As for equipment and skills, those would be discussed later. Following this upgrade, Li Fan's health points skyrocketed from under 5,000 to nearly 20,000. His defense was even stronger than the legendary boss, the Spider Lord. His stamina was also on the verge of breaking 1,000. However, it's worth noting that after switching to the Epic Ring, Li Fan's attack speed had slightly decreased. This was because the Wolftooth Ring, which had previously increased his attack speed by 5%, was replaced by the Epic Ring. But this was a minor issue, as the benefits of the Epic Ring undoubtedly surpassed a mere 5% increase in attack speed. Li Fan was thrilled as he summoned a golden scepter, and his spirits soared even further when he acquired a golden necklace, boosting his spirit points by 33. After successfully completing the dungeon for the first time, he opened a golden treasure chest only to find a common golden belt. However, during the dungeon settlement, he opened a silver treasure chest and to his surprise, he obtained the resurrection skill. Wow, he also earned the title Nightmare Challenger, which added 600 to his HP and increased his constitution by 40 points. An incredibly powerful title indeed. The members of the Phoenix Pioneer team were ecstatic in the dungeon. Their rewards were quite different from Li Fan's. Due to their less stellar performance, each member only received a silver treasure chest as a reward, and there was only one golden treasure chest for the first server-wide completion. Despite this, they were still extremely excited. Xixia Fairy maintained a calm demeanor. After all, Li Fan had already sold her the dark gold equipment, so gold and silver items hardly thrilled her anymore. But when Li Fan tossed her the storm sword, her expression instantly lit up with excitement. This was the legendary two-handed sword with incredibly strong attributes. Xixia Fairy, taking the storm sword, asked in amazement, "Brother Taishang, is this for me?" Li Fan corrected her misunderstanding and then quoted the price, 600 gold coins. "Do you want it?" Although the storm sword was powerful, it was still considered a low-level legendary item. For most players, it remained a dream weapon, but it was bound to become outdated over time. Dark gold equipment for 250 gold coins, legendary items for 600 gold coins. These prices are quite fair. I'll take it, but I'll have to pay you in installments. As a gold coin warrior, Xixia Fairy naturally wouldn't pass up the storm sword. Now that they were discussing gold coins, the rewards for the first dungeon completion needed to be settled as well. This is the first server-wide completion for Endless Sky, which is not only exciting for us but also significant for the future development of our guild. How about 200 gold coins per person? Xixia Fairy tentatively suggested. Agreed. 200 gold coins per person, for a total of 9 people, that makes it 1,800 gold coins. I'm satisfied with that, Li Fan confirmed. After doing the math, including the equipment purchased, I owe you more than 4,000 gold coins now. Xixia Fairy began calculating happily. At a rate of earning 800 gold coins a day, it would take her 5 days to settle the debt. 4,000? It'll soon surpass that number, Li Fan said, shaking his head with a smile. Huh. Xixia Fairy was somewhat surprised. Come on, let's challenge it again. This time for free, and I'll still sell the equipment to you all. Li Fan proposed. The dungeon could be entered 5 times a day, and the first completion was just his first entry of the day. He was eager to challenge it again soon. Naturally, Xixia Fairy was also keen on the idea. The thrill of being taken along for dungeon raids was unmatched. Soon after, Li Fan led the group to challenge the dungeon once more. Li Fan took on the nightmare mode of the Spider Cave, successfully defeating the legendary creature, the Spider Lord at level 19, and earned 134,000 experience points. He completed the entire dungeon in just 6 minutes and 51 seconds, achieving an SSS rating. His rewards included 900,000 experience points and a legendary treasure chest ranging from level 15 to 19. This successful run elevated him to level 20. Although he reached the level cap, he could unlock higher levels through a professional advancement trial. When Li Fan revisited the nightmare mode of the Spider Cave, his performance had significantly improved, cutting his time by nearly 2 minutes. The experience from his first run proved invaluable, making the subsequent challenge much smoother. While only the first completion offered an epic treasure chest, the rewards from this attempt were still substantial. Li Fan was thrilled with his loot, especially the legendary necklace he acquired. Despite its lower quality and limited attributes, the necklace's spirit-related attributes were highly valuable for a mage. After mastering the Sword Chi Master skill, he decided to keep the necklace to enhance his output and control abilities. Although the legendary helmet drop by the Spider Lord wasn't as good as his current one, selling it to Xixia Fairy would still fetch a handsome amount of gold. In addition to the equipment, Li Fan also learned a bronze quality skill, level 2 charge. This active skill allowed him to sprint forward at 125% of his maximum speed, consuming 30 MP per second without any cooldown. This new skill not only boosted his combat effectiveness, but also greatly increased his efficiency in traveling. Content with his achievements in the Spider Cave trial, Li Fan felt extremely satisfied with the outcome. After completing the recent quest, Li Fan received a splendid necklace and a valuable charged skill book as rewards. He decided to dedicate all other spoils to the fairy Xia. This bounty allowed him to successfully pay off a debt of 7,500 gold coins that had accumulated over time. However, Li Fan chose not to continue challenging the dungeons. He realized that to break through the level 20 cap, he must first complete a task to advance in his profession. Although he could revisit dungeons at any time, opportunities for career advancement were rare and not to be missed. The Spider Cave trial dungeon was indeed lucrative, yet Li Fan decisively chose to pause his challenges there. Among his reasons was the belief that frequent battling would devalue high-quality gear. However, the main reason was his eagerness to reach level 20 and beyond to complete the blacksmith's hidden quest and claim the warrior's heart reward. He then planned to swiftly move to the main city. In his view, staying too long in the newbie village would limit his future prospects. It was wiser to head to the main city early, tackle monsters above level 20, and quickly enhance his agility through talents. Even though legendary gear was tempting, it would soon become obsolete due to his low level. With this thought, Li Fan didn't hesitate to part ways with the Phoenix Guild's team. After exiting the dungeon, the area was bustling with people. Suddenly, the elite members of the Phoenix Guild appeared. Wow, the team that first cleared the dungeon was all women? Amazing, I want to join the Phoenix Guild too. Is Tai Shen a girl too? Where is she? Not seeing Tai Shen, that narcissistic guy named Wu Song, better disappear and not block our search for Tai Shen. All the players gathered here to celebrate the first clearance. As soon as Zixia Xianzi and others appeared, they were immediately surrounded by players. Fortunately, Li Fan came prepared, using a magic mask to disguise his ID again as Wu Song and slightly altered his appearance to avoid recognition. The magic mask really saved him a big deal this time. Feeling lucky, Li Fan smiled and ignored how the members of the Phoenix Guild were dealing with the onlookers, heading straight for the Professional Advancement Trial Dungeon. System notification. You are about to enter a unique solo special dungeon for Professional Advancement Trials. Please select a difficulty from 1 to 10 stars, with 10 stars being the most challenging. System notification. In this special dungeon, neither death nor failure in the challenge will result in penalties. Upon completion, rewards will be given based on the difficulty level cleared, ranging from 1 to 10 stars of professional advancement rewards. System notification. You can only attempt this once every 24 hours, so choose your challenge level carefully. The Professional Advancement Trial is a unique feature of Endless Sky, similar to the tribulations faced by cultivators in cultivation novels when they reach certain milestones. To level up beyond 20, one must pass this solo special dungeon. The challenges range from 1 to 10 stars. The higher the star level, the tougher the challenge, but also the greater the rewards. It's worth noting that only hidden professions have a 10-star difficulty option, while standard professions can only go up to 9 stars. Each time you reach level 20, a professional advancement trial is triggered. In his past life, he had only managed to clear up to 6 stars, but this time, he was determined to start aiming for 10 stars right from the beginning. He pondered the contents of the level 20 professional trial. It seemed to be just about battling an enhanced version of the newbie village's boss, but at 10-star difficulty, the strongest boss should be of epic level? Although he had never cleared a 10-star challenge in his past life, why should he settle for mediocrity now? Experiences shared by seniors on the forums about their 10-star challenge trials filled him with anticipation for the upcoming difficulties. Li Fan clearly remembered that the most formidable creature in the level 20 professional trial dungeon was the level 20 epic boss. However, the challenge was not just to defeat this epic boss, but to survive a certain amount of time in its presence. Let the game begin. As soon as Li Fan thought about it, he was instantly teleported from the crowded dungeon square to the inside of the dungeon. The system immediately notified him that he had entered the professional promotion trial, with the current difficulty set at 10 stars. It also informed him that monsters would spawn in 10 seconds and to prepare accordingly. The dungeon description explained that every 120 seconds, monsters would randomly appear from one of the 5 teleportation arrays within the dungeon, with up to 10 waves of monsters spawning. The challenger needed to survive under the siege of these creatures for 30 minutes. After reading the prompt, Li Fan surveyed his surroundings. He was on a circular platform about 200 meters in diameter, paved with hard stone. In the center and around the edges of the platform, there were 5 teleportation arrays glowing with a pale gray light. He quickly ran to the edge of the platform and saw that it was suspended over an unfathomably deep abyss. The only area he could move around was this platform, and he was required to survive for 30 minutes? That shouldn't be a problem for him. Just as he thought this, the first wave of monsters spawned. The teleportation arrays flashed, and dozens of creatures like cat demons, ox beasts, and pig spirits surged out. However, Li Fan noticed at a glance that their strength was only at level 20, typical of ordinary creatures. The system announced that the first wave of 100 level 20 ordinary creatures had spawned. The monsters roared and charged at Li Fan. He chose to face the challenge head-on, engaging them in battle without hesitation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. For Li Fan, these level 20 ordinary monsters were as fragile as paper. With his attack speed and mobility, it took less than 20 seconds to wipe them all out. The system then indicated that the next wave of monsters would spawn in 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and to prepare accordingly. After defeating the monsters, they dropped neither experience nor items. This was a special challenge, as Li Fan well understood. After nearly 2 minutes of quiet waiting, the second wave of monsters appeared. The system announced that the second wave had spawned, this time consisting of 90 level 20 ordinary creatures and 10 level 20 bronze creatures. Even with the difficulty set at 10 stars, the initial challenge did not pose much difficulty for Li Fan. However, for most regular players, defeating 100 level 20 ordinary monsters within 2 minutes might already be a challenge. If they failed to succeed, the situation would become much more complicated once the second wave of monsters appeared. However, for Li Fan, this second wave was merely sealing their own fate. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Soon, this wave of monsters also fell under his sword, and even the bronze-level mini-bosses could hardly withstand him. After another period of boring waiting, the third wave of monsters refreshed. After the third wave of monsters appeared, Li Fan faced 10 level 20 bronze creatures and 5 level 20 silver creatures. Although the monsters grew stronger, their reduced numbers allowed Li Fan to defeat them more swiftly. His movements on the battlefield were fluid like flowing water, and with each flash of his sword, monsters fell before him. Then, the fourth wave arrived, consisting of 5 silver creatures and 1 gold creature. Li Fan stood undaunted, his eyes reflecting determination and decisiveness. Wielding his sharp sword, he skillfully reduced the pressure from the monsters, fighting with impeccable steadiness. Soon, the fifth wave emerged, bringing 3 formidable gold creatures, including a ghostly boss immune to physical damage. This presented a significant challenge to Li Fan. However, he did not falter. Instead, he remained calm and collected, strategizing on how best to overcome this powerful adversary. Throughout this intense battle, Li Fan demonstrated unwavering resolve and extraordinary courage. Each challenge made him stronger and more seasoned. Ultimately, he triumphed over all the monsters, emerging as a true hero of the battlefield. In the wilderness, a formidable wraith emerged, reaching the level 20 golden tier. It possessed 50,000 health points, 550 magic attack points, 265 magic defense points, and was completely immune to physical attacks. This type of boss had previously left Li Fan at a loss. He relied on his innate ability to deal true damage when facing tough bosses, but true damage required hitting the target first. Unfortunately for Li Fan, his sword chi couldn't reach the wraith, let alone inflict any true damage. However, thankfully, things changed with the enhancement of his sword chi master skill, which split his attacks into half physical and half magical damage. Without hesitation, Li Fan unleashed 2 streams of sword chi. Although his magic attack was not particularly strong, and 55% of the physical attack component was nullified by the Wraith's immunity, and 55% of the magical attack could not breach its defense, he still relied on his talent for true damage to inflict harm. He launched rapid attacks, the frequency of his sword chi dazzling to behold, forming a 10-meter-long white beam of light. The Wraith, with only 50,000 health points, couldn't withstand such ferocious assaults, especially since the first sword chi allowed Li Fan to trigger both passive abilities of his ring and necklace, stunning the Wraith on the spot. The battle information displayed: your Hunter's God Silver Ring's passive attribute is activated, causing the Wild Wraith to enter a 6-second stun state, and your Paralysis Necklace's passive attribute extends the Wild Wraith's paralysis to 12 seconds. The Wraith was visibly stunned, its body twitching, but Li Fan, kind-hearted as he was, couldn't bear to see it suffer and hastened its end with his attacks. Soon, the next wave of monsters was about to refresh, and Li Fan was ready. The sixth wave appeared, and to his surprise, it was a familiar creature, the Burst Spider, now upgraded to a level 20 Dark Gold creature. Li Fan quietly remarked, "Impressive progress," before swiftly defeating this boss. After a dull wait, the seventh wave emerged, featuring 3 level 20 Dark Gold creatures. These formidable beings were no match for Li Fan, who dispatched them all in less than 30 seconds. At 16 minutes and 10 seconds into the game instance, the eighth wave of enemies appeared, featuring the only LV-20 legendary creature, the formidable Crimson Rock Serpent Lord, a colossal bear. This legendary creature boasts impressive stats with 600,000 HP, 2024 physical attack, 2116 magical attack, 1300 physical defense, and 1280 magical defense. Li Fan, having never faced this legendary boss before, was intrigued and eager for the challenge. The battle commenced swiftly. From the onset, Li Fan noticed that despite the Crimson Rock Serpent Lord's formidable strength, well-rounded defenses, and high health, it also possessed a surprising petrification control skill that caught him off guard. However, balance often equates to mediocrity. The Serpent Lord's attacks frequently missed their mark, and while its high health and defenses were enviable, they couldn't withstand Li Fan's true damage. After a brief assessment, Li Fan, disappointed yet resolute, decided to end the battle quickly. He launched a fierce series of attacks, rapidly activating the passive effects of his necklace and ring. The Serpent Lord displayed the poise expected of a legendary boss. The stun and paralysis control durations from an epic ring only lasted 3.5 seconds, while a legendary paralysis ring reduced it to 2.2 seconds. Despite this, the passive gear made it difficult for the control effects to be effective, and ultimately, the Serpent Lord was controlled for over 6 seconds. During this time, Li Fan executed a minor skill, Phantom Dance, reducing the Serpent Lord's health by approximately 200,000. Hisses filled the battlefield as the creature struggled out of control, furious and launching a frenzied attack on Li Fan. Yet, this anger was as fragile as paper in front of him. No matter how furious, it was pointless if it couldn't reach its target. The Serpent Lord, being a physical output-type boss lacking area damage, relied on strength and speed for close combat. However, its speed was no match for Li Fan, who effortlessly dodged and never had to reveal his full capabilities. After a brief clash, the Serpent Lord's health was further reduced by several 100,000. With the cooldowns reset on the Hunter's God Silver Ring and the Paralysis Necklace, the Serpent Lord faced continuous control once again as the battle resumed and Li Fan bombarded it relentlessly. Due to the different cooldowns of the necklace and ring, 40 seconds and 30 seconds respectively, he had even more safe output time than before. After a series of controls, the Serpent Lord's health plummeted to below 20%. In a last-ditch effort, it unleashed 2 skills in quick succession, Berserk and Petrification. Despite increased attack speed and damage, it still failed to hit the agile Li Fan. The Petrification skill, intended to cause fan-shaped damage and control, was also cleverly dodged by Li Fan. Following this, the Serpent Lord tried multiple skills, but Li Fan, having already mastered its combat style, remained calm and collected until he finally defeated it. Notably, in the final moments, Li Fan deliberately slowed down his output, preparing to end the battle. As the boss grew stronger, Li Fan urgently needed to activate the fifth attribute of his epic ring, Hunter's Instinct. After the ninth wave of monsters appeared, he finally defeated the Crimson Flame Serpent, stacking his passive effects to 4 layers and boosting his attributes by a full 20%. The alert indicated that the ninth wave of monsters had arrived, including 2 level 20 legendary creatures and 3 level 20 Dark Gold creatures. Li Fan quickly eliminated the weaker monsters to prepare for the upcoming battle. He decided to first take down the 3 Dark Gold bosses, and then focus on the 2 legendary ones. One of them was the familiar Spider Lord, and the other, unexpectedly, was the Lion Scorpion Lord. Li Fan handled the Spider Lord with ease, securing a smooth victory. However, the battle against the Lion Scorpion Lord proved to be tough. Surprisingly, this creature could fly. Facing the Lion Scorpion Lord was like confronting his natural enemy for Li Fan, as he couldn't fly up to battle it in the sky. However, it was a relief that the Lion Scorpion Lord's attacks weren't very accurate. During the intense fight, Li Fan discovered that the Lion Scorpion Lord had 2 main attack methods. It could launch several conical tail stings from its tail, usually 7 or 8 at a time, and it could unleash black tornadoes. The tail sting attacks were relatively easy to dodge since they took time to travel through the air, giving Li Fan enough time to evade. However, the black tornadoes were a real headache. These tornadoes, about 5 meters in diameter, could move slowly and generated a strong suction force around them, severely hindering Li Fan's movements. In the complex battle environment, any slight mistake could result in getting hit by other attacks from the Spider Lord and the Lion Scorpion Lord. Li Fan received combat damage information. The Spider Lord at level 20 inflicted 404 points of damage to his health, and the Lion Scorpion Lord at level 20's tail sting attack caused him a loss of 339 health points. Fortunately, Li Fan's high stamina attribute and the passive buff effect from his ring brought his health up to 1294 points, and his double defense was as high as 1500 points, making this damage negligible. His previous decision to boost his stamina was now paying off. The legendary boss's attacks were merely a tickle to him. As for the lost health, Li Fan didn't hesitate to counterattack the Spider Lord. He used a life-draining skill, and in an instant, his health was fully restored. Li Fan decided not to dodge anymore. He faced the Spider Lord directly, allowing the Lion Scorpion Lord to attack freely while he just needed to be cautious of dodge control skills. With the sound of rapid attacks, Li Fan's agility was an impressive 15,680 points, and coupled with the additional damage from his poison necklace to poison targets, his output was explosively increasing. The Phantom Sword Dance buff was ready to trigger, with attack speeds reaching up to 200 hits per second. How much longer could the Spider Lord last? Li Fan was well aware of the Spider Lord's skills. Even if it tried to release a stench, Li Fan could smell it in advance. In such a scenario, the battle became a piece of cake. When it used a control skill like Legendary Rage, Li Fan stayed far away, unwilling to use a control dispelling skill, thus minimizing the damage from other skills if he were immobilized. As for skills like the Hellfire Sea Firewall, Li Fan faced them fearlessly, fighting as he pleased. With high life-draining capabilities, Li Fan enjoyed the fight to the fullest. Soon, the Spider Lord fell, leaving only Li Fan and the Lion Scorpion Lord in the showdown. The Lion Scorpion Lord wasn't always flying. Its body was about 6 to 10 times the size of a regular lion, exceptionally massive, and its flesh wings needed effort to support its flight, so it occasionally landed to rest. This gave Li Fan the opportunity to confront it. As a flying boss, the Lion Scorpion Lord was less effective in ground combat, making it easier to deal with than the Spider Lord. Despite the significant disparity in size and strength, Li Fan struggled to consistently prevent his opponent from ascending again, resulting in sporadic opportunities for him to strike. Fortunately, with the absence of the Spider Lord's interference on the ground, the Scorpion Lion Lord's regular skills could no longer reach him. When the Scorpion Lion Lord's health dropped to 70%, it unleashed a powerful ultimate move, diving from the sky and slamming into the ground. Although the move was swift, its trajectory did not escape Li Fan's watchful eye. As the ground shook violently from the impact, sending shockwaves through the air, Li Fan could have chosen to block with his shield skill, but instead, he leapt into the air. After briefly suspending, he landed back on the ground, the shockwave already dissipated. Now, it was Li Fan's turn to showcase his abilities. He quickly charged at the Scorpion Lion Lord, unleashing his attack. The stun effect from his ring and the paralysis from his necklace were activated, allowing Li Fan to relentlessly strike the Scorpion Lion Lord for 6 seconds, pushing its health below 50%. However, just then, a new notification popped up. The 10th wave of monsters had spawned, introducing a level 20 epic creature. With all monsters refreshed, there were only 9 minutes and 50 seconds left to complete the level. Li Fan decided to momentarily spare the Scorpion Lion Lord and turned his attention to another formidable creature that appeared in the central teleportation array, the three-headed Hellhound. This beast boasted epic level strength with 1.2 million health points, 4,300 physical attack, 4,200 magical attack, 2,135 physical defense, and 2,165 magical defense. Confronted with these daunting stats, even Li Fan felt a surge of adrenaline. The creature possessed a staggering 1.2 million health points and over 4,000 in both attack types, with more than 2,100 in both defenses. At this stage, Li Fan was likely the only one daring enough to take on this challenge. Li Fan focused and began cautiously engaging with the Hellhound, not rushing to deal damage. The Hellhound's rear leg kick caused Li Fan to lose over 3,000 health points. However, his output remained largely unchanged, with each attack inflicting only 170 damage. Li Fan calculated that he could endure 8 to 9 such attacks without much trouble. His weapon and earrings also had a 10% lifesteal effect, which, given a high enough attack frequency, made confronting the Hellhound manageable. Only 9 minutes and 50 seconds left to survive? Why not just defeat it? With renewed confidence, Li Fan began to unleash his full strength. Yet, just as he was getting started, the Hellhound, having endured less than 100 of Li Fan's attacks and with 98.4% of its health remaining, unleashed its own skill. In the epic battle against the level 20 Hellhound, Li Fan faced the looming threat of surging lava. The lava erupted like fire, instantly covering the entire battle platform. With no control over the situation, Li Fan had no choice but to face this fierce skill attack head-on. As the Hellhound's left head roared skyward, it spewed out a stream of crimson lava, devouring everything in its path. With no escape in sight, Li Fan resolved to hold his ground. Undaunted, and despite losing 500 health points per second for 10 seconds, he chose to withstand the onslaught. In this do-or-die moment, Li Fan demonstrated remarkable resilience. Utilizing the Phantom Dance, he continuously absorbed health, remaining steadfast. The Hellhound, immobilized while unleashing its skill, presented Li Fan with an opportunity. He swiftly moved to the creature's rear, targeting its vital weak spots and launching a series of fierce attacks. Each strike was like a deadly steel needle aimed at the enemy's vulnerabilities, attacking at a rate of 200 times per second, overwhelming the Hellhound. On the brink of life and death, Li Fan showed extraordinary courage and determination, engaging in a fierce duel with his formidable opponent. Feeling the surge in his power, Li Fan dealt extra damage to the boss, filling his heart with joy. Numbers floated densely above the three-headed Cerberus, while Li Fan's health fluctuated wildly, jumping from 18,000 to 23,000 in a second. The Cerberus, perhaps hindered by its multiple heads, didn't seem too smart. Even the Silver Wolf King knew to use its tail to protect its vulnerable spot, but the Cerberus failed to react in time. Just as its tail started to cover its weak point, Li Fan's ring's passive skill was triggered. The battle information displayed that the passive attribute of Li Fan's Silver Ring of the Hunting God took effect, stunning the Cerberus for 2.1 seconds. Epic bosses truly are extraordinary, with even their stun times being shorter. However, this was enough for Li Fan to launch an attack wave. At the same time, the paralysis effect from his ring and necklace was activated. The battle information showed that the Hunting God's Silver Ring's passive attribute took effect, paralyzing the Cerberus for 2.1 seconds. Additionally, the passive attribute of the Cursed Spirit Necklace extended the paralysis to 3.1 seconds. The Cerberus's skills were interrupted, and its three heads reared up as its body shook violently. The alternating effects of stun and paralysis lasted about 4 seconds in total. During this time, Li Fan furiously attacked, hitting the beast's weak points with every strike. Notably, the Sky Scorpion Lord seized this opportunity to launch several attacks at Li Fan, but he ignored them completely. A mere level 20 legendary boss, Li Fan handled it with ease, unaffected. With a cold smirk, Li Fan countered every hit he took from the Sky Scorpion Lord by absorbing health from the Cerberus, keeping his health fully topped up. Once the 4 seconds of control ended, combined with the previous damage, the Cerberus's health had dropped to around 68%. The Cerberus roared in fury, enraged by the loss of a third of its health in such a short time. Its 3 heads bellowed, simultaneously unleashing a triple skill attack. The battle information showed that the Cerberus released the skill Magma Surge, inflicting 4,300 damage to your health and putting you in a burning state, losing 500 health per second for 10 seconds. This was followed by Multi-Track Ice, which inflicted 5,900 damage to your health, reducing your attack and movement speed by 30% for 10 seconds. Finally, Thunderstrike, inflicting another 5,900 damage to your health and paralyzing you, rendering you immobile for 5 seconds. The left head of the Cerberus spewed magma, the right head launched tracking ice spikes, and the middle head released black lightning orbs. In an instant, the entire platform was filled with fine lightning, each skill offering a full-range area attack. With high damage and a relentless onslaught of various status effects, Li Fan was overwhelmed. Despite his quick movements, the limited space on the platform left little room for evasion. In an instant, his health plummeted, burdened with burns, slowdowns, paralysis, and other debilitating effects. These were not just any effects, they were persistent, which was astonishing. Facing this dire situation, Li Fan had no choice but to fight with all his might. Clenching his teeth, he hesitated no further and unleashed all his trump cards. Ragnarok activated. Fury of the Desperate unleashed. The Epic Ring's active skill, Hunter's Moment, initiated. To prevent the Cerberus from regenerating health, Li Fan also activated the earring's toxic source, which had an immediate effect. Suddenly, Li Fan was at his peak, especially with the Hunter's Moment from the ring, which boosted his attack and movement speed by 80% and his attack power by 30%. Although doubling his attack power couldn't break through Cerberus's defense, the Phantom Dance's buff was still active. With a special title, his Phantom Dance reached level 4, lasting a total of 16 seconds, with about 11 seconds remaining. This meant Li Fan's current attack speed was 210% of his panel value, attacking over 450 times per second. Once the active skills ended, Li Fan seized the moment and launched a fierce attack on Cerberus. Slash, slash, slash. Dash 348, slash plus 35. Dash 348, slash plus 35. Dash 170 slash plus 17. Finally, Cerberus blocked the attacks with its tail, but it was insignificant to Li Fan, whose attacks were relentless. With an attack frequency of 470 times per second, even if each hit only dealt 170 points of base damage, the combined output nearly reached 80,000 per second. Cerberus could hardly withstand such firepower. In just a few seconds, Cerberus deployed a new skill. The battle information displayed that Cerberus, a level 20 epic creature, activated an advanced counter damage skill lasting 30 seconds, reflecting 500 points of true damage with each attack. This move was indeed a strong counter to Li Fan, reflecting 500 points of true damage per attack. With Li Fan attacking 470 times per second, even if his health increased tenfold, he couldn't escape the counter damage. However, the presence of Fury of the Desperate ensured that Li Fan's health would never drop below 1 point during the buff. Your counter damage is ineffective. Li Fan continued his relentless assault, and before long, Cerberus used another survival skill. The battle information showed that Cerberus activated a life return skill, continuously recovering 60% of its lost health over 10 seconds. At the same time, affected by Li Fan's necklace's toxic source, the health recovery effect was reduced by 50%. Even though Cerberus's health was below 40%, even with a 30% recovery, it amounted to 180,000 health. However, Li Fan's first clear title upgraded his Fury of the Desperate and Ragnarok skills automatically to level 2, extending their duration by 2 seconds. What use is your 180,000 health recovery? It just means a few more seconds for me to slash. Soon, Cerberus's health dropped to 5%. At this critical moment, the scene that Li Fan dreaded most unfolded. Suddenly, a dazzling golden shield appeared around the three-headed hellhound, shining like a divine light. The battle information displayed that the three-headed hellhound, a level 20 epic creature, had activated its skill, Demon God's Blessing, rendering it invincible and immune to control for the next 5 seconds. Just then, the active hunting effect of Li Fan's epic ring was about to expire in merely 1 second. The durations of both Desperate Rage and Twilight of the Gods were also dwindling, with only 3 seconds left. Li Fan, since his rebirth, had never faced such a dire situation. He felt an unprecedented pressure and challenge. Although Li Fan's tactics were highly efficient, they came with substantial risks. Typically, when facing a formidable boss like the Hellhound, a methodical approach is preferred to allow for a delay between the boss's skill releases. However, drastically reducing the boss's health in a short period can trigger a relentless barrage of its skills. This scenario had previously occurred during a Nightmare Mode encounter with the Spider Lord, where the Hellhound, under Li Fan's Burst Mode, activated its invincibility skill, putting Li Fan in a difficult position. At that moment, even with his full power, Li Fan couldn't inflict any damage and could only watch as his buffs slowly faded away. Just as the skill boost from his Ring Hunter moment ended, his attack and movement speeds drastically decreased. 2 seconds later, the cooldowns for his Dire Fury and Twilight of the Gods skills ended, but Li Fan was still helpless against the Hellhound. The Hellhound, far from being idle during its invincible state, had unleashed a triple skill combo: Magma Surge, Multi-Track Ice, and Thunder Strike. These area of effect skills hit simultaneously, leaving Li Fan with no option but to endure them on the spot. Fortunately, just as the Dire Fury buff ended, the passive skill, War God Ares' Will, on his legendary helmet was triggered, granting him 3 seconds of invincibility. 2 seconds later, the Hellhound's invincibility state was finally lifted, but in the past 5 seconds, it had regained about 11% of its health, and its rebound skill would continue for nearly 20 more seconds. With just 1 second of invincibility left, Li Fan couldn't possibly reduce the 11% health in such a brief time. Suddenly, the sight of the Manticore Lord preparing to take flight caught Li Fan's eye. It turned out that while he was battling the Hellhound, the Manticore Lord had landed and was now poised to ascend. This sparked a bold idea in Li Fan's mind. The Manticore Lord, about to be 15 meters above ground in its flight, would likely avoid the reach of Thunder Strike and Magma Surge, though it was uncertain if the multi-track ice could reach that height. Regardless, staying on the ground was a certain death sentence. With this thought, Li Fan quickly ran to the Manticore Lord and leaped onto its back. As the Manticore Lord took off, Li Fan clung tightly to its back, immune to its attempts to shake him off. After adjusting his position, Li Fan freed his right hand and thrust his sword into the Manticore Lord. As the blade pierced its flesh, the Manticore Lord's health rapidly decreased. At that moment, it unleashed a new skill. Battle information: Manticore Lord LV-20 legendary creature uses skill, Bone Spikes, causing you to take damage and lose 648 health points. You are now in an advanced bleeding state, losing 1% of your base health per second for 10 seconds. Suddenly, a row of bone spikes about 30 centimeters long sprouted along the creature's spine, catching Li Fan off guard. Fortunately, Li Fan managed to recover his health to over 1,000 points, making the Scorpion Lion Lord's attacks seem less threatening. Hovering in the air, the Hellhound's lava and thunder skills failed to hit Li Fan, leaving only the tracking ice continuously closing in on him. Li Fan, feeling the pressure, intensified his attacks, relentlessly slashing at the Scorpion Lion Lord. Initially, he blindly targeted the back muscles of the Scorpion Lion Lord, but soon discovered a clear weak spot at the back of its head and concentrated his efforts there. After about 2 seconds of continuous attacks, the ice spikes from the tracking ice were almost upon him. 3 massive hits nearly depleted Li Fan's health, leaving him with less than 100 points and slowing him down significantly. Fortunately, he used his shield to block the final blow from the tracking ice, which could have been fatal. Amidst the Scorpion Lion Lord's staggering, Li Fan regained his balance, shaken by the close call. He daringly let go of the Scorpion Lion Lord's neck and activated his shield counter skill, successfully halving the damage from the tracking ice attacks. It was a close shave, and had he not blocked the tracking ice, the outcome would have been dire. The Hellhound's Thorn skill was not triggered by the shield counter, allowing Li Fan to survive. He then absorbed some health and continued to deal damage to the Scorpion Lion Lord. As the Hellhound's frenzied phase ended and its health recovered, its skill usage decreased, leaving it somewhat helpless against Li Fan's tactic of riding the Scorpion Lion Lord. By attacking the Scorpion Lion Lord, Li Fan successfully regained health, allowing him to slow down his attack pace. He viewed the Scorpion Lion Lord as a vital combat asset, unwilling to easily let go before defeating the Hellhound. Once the Hellhound's Thorn skill effect wore off, Li Fan found that he could attack it with his sword chi from atop the Scorpion Lion Lord and began launching attacks on the Hellhound. The Scorpion Lion Lord seemed to become an effective ally for Li Fan in combating the Hellhound. Despite the Hellhound's continual counterattacks with tracking ice, Li Fan, with his superb skills and agile responses, continued to recover lost health and used his shield counter skill to reduce damage. Li Fan was happily employing the kite-flying tactic in his game, reveling in the joy of kiting the boss with his long-range character. However, this strategy was abruptly interrupted when the Lion Scorpion Lord landed back on the ground. Just as the Cerberus eagerly prepared to attack Li Fan, his epic ring and legendary necklace took preemptive action, subduing the beast with stunning and paralyzing effects. The Cerberus was controlled for a full 3 seconds. Seizing the moment, Li Fan didn't give it a chance to recover. He quickly executed his freshly cooled Phantom Dance technique and delivered a fierce slash, finishing off the weakened monster. In this challenging setting, Li Fan found that fighting epic bosses was still quite strenuous, as his attributes weren't quite high enough yet. Fortunately, he ultimately succeeded in defeating the boss. Now, all he needed to do was to conquer the Manticore Lord to earn a 10-star career reward. After defeating Cerberus, Li Fan took a deep breath. Although the Manticore Lord had not yet been defeated, he no longer saw this level 20 legendary creature as a threat. Sure enough, the subsequent battle went smoothly, and the Manticore Lord was as easily defeated as Cerberus had been. A prompt appeared: "You have slain all creatures in the dungeon, and the trial ends early. Due to your outstanding performance, congratulations on unlocking the highest 12-star rating for a one-time career advancement. Please choose between the Sword Shield Ranger and the Shield Armor Master for your new career." Li Fan was surprised to find that there was a career with a 12-star rating. He remembered that the best reward previously was only a 10-star career advancement. Perhaps this hidden reward was unlocked because the dungeon required surviving for 30 minutes, yet he cleared all the monsters ahead of time? That's fantastic. Let's see what's different about the Sword Shield Ranger and the Shield Armor Master. Excited, Li Fan rubbed his hands together and reviewed the descriptions of the two careers. The Sword Shield Ranger, a career created by the demigod Aragon in ancient times, excels in using either a two-handed greatsword or a one-handed shield and sword. This career boasts excellent mobility in combat, protecting oneself while also possessing powerful offensive capabilities. The 12-star career enhancement includes an increase of 100 points in basic strength and stamina, 200 points in agility. Each level up also grants 60 free attribute points, and upon switching careers, immediately comprehends 3 legendary quality skills. The Shield Armor Master, created by the demigod Gaius in ancient times, excels in using either a two-handed shield or a one-handed sword and shield. This career has outstanding defensive capabilities, with strong resistance to damage. The 12-star career enhancement includes an increase of 200 points in basic strength and stamina, 20% in basic physical and magical defense, and a 50% increase in health points. Each level up also grants 60 free attribute points, and upon switching careers, immediately comprehends 3 legendary quality skills. After reviewing both careers, Li Fan didn't hesitate in his decision. The Sword Shield Ranger was undoubtedly his choice. Both careers offer the same free attribute point bonuses per level up. However, the Sword Shield Ranger aligns more closely with Li Fan's needs, as the best defense is a strong offense. After all, if you can defeat a boss in 1 second, you don't need much defense. Although the Shield Armor Master seemed practical, Li Fan felt it wasn't suited to him. From the description and career enhancements, the Shield Armor Master is better suited for those who prefer a pure tank style upfront, which doesn't quite match his agility-focused SSS grade talent. Li Fan made his choice without any hesitation. After successfully transitioning to a Sword and Shield Ranger, Li Fan was revitalized, exuding new energy and confidence. His strength and stamina increased by 100 points, and his agility soared by 200 points, leaving him feeling incredibly excited and satisfied. With each level up, he also gained 60 free attribute points, which made him look forward to the future with great anticipation. Li Fan was invigorated by his newly acquired legendary skills, Sword and Shield Art, Deadly Slash, and Storm Blade Technique. Filled with fighting spirit and determination, he chose to reveal his name so that all players across the server could witness his growth and efforts. A server-wide announcement echoed through the entire M4399 Novice Village, proclaiming Li Fan as the first player to advance in his career through a job transition. This honor was permanently etched into the history of the Endless Sky, drawing significant attention and admiration his way. Subsequently, the server-wide level and equipment leaderboards were also unveiled, allowing all players to see the top 1,000 players' details. Li Fan's name frequently appeared in the first-place slot, shocking and earning the respect of his fellow players. Li Fan did not opt for the simpler, lower difficulty trials. Instead, he boldly faced the more challenging professional advancement trials. His courage and strength drew admiration and praise from all, firmly establishing him as a legendary hero in the eyes of many. On a sweltering summer day, Xiaoming arrived in an unfamiliar city, his face drenched with sweat, looking visibly exhausted. As he looked around, he noticed that this city was nothing like his hometown. Skyscrapers towered everywhere, the streets were bustling with traffic, and crowds of people hustled by, creating a vibrant, lively atmosphere. Feeling somewhat lost, Xiaoming was unsure how to begin adapting to his new surroundings. However, he was not deterred by these challenges. Instead, he chose to bravely face them and strive to fit into this new environment. He started by looking for a job and making friends, gradually integrating himself into the city's rhythm of life. Although the initial phase was challenging, Xiaoming never gave up. He firmly believed in his ability to overcome any obstacle. After some time and effort, he began to settle in. His job went smoothly, and life started to feel more manageable. He realized that with courage and perseverance, he could surmount any difficulty and embrace new challenges. In this once strange city, Xiaoming forged many friendships and experienced significant personal growth. He learned to be resilient, to adapt, and to be grateful. He understood that continuous effort was essential to improve himself and enhance his life. Now, Xiaoming is no longer a confused newcomer but a brave and resilient member of the city, ready to face whatever comes his way with strength and gratitude. In the vast expanse of the game, Endless Firmament, the leaderboard is not only a stage for fame and fortune, but also an arena for demonstrating strength and earning rewards. Take the top player, for example. Just 1 month's rewards can boost their level by at least 52. Such enticing rewards naturally drive all players to compete fervently. Although the benefits taper off after reaching level 200, that milestone is still a long way off, and no one can resist the allure of the leaderboard. The leaderboard is constantly changing, so everyone keeps a close eye on it. However, the information about the top player has left many feeling despondent. The server-wide level rankings have been announced. First place goes to Taishin Xinjian Dunyuxia at level 20 with 85.67%, followed closely by Bloody Jack, the Shadow Assassin, at level 19 with 99.96%, and Christina, the Undead Mage, at level 19 with 99.93%. The fourth place is held by the Immortal King Archer, at level 19 with 99.92%. And in 1000th place, we have Xin Yin Warrior, at level 19 with 64.8%. Players on the game forums are buzzing with discussions about these rankings. Wow, Even the player in 1000th place has reached level 19? I just got to level 15 and I'm already feeling down, one player commented. Another added, I was level 17 and thought I was the highest in our small group, but after seeing the leaderboard, I realized I'm just a small fish in a big pond. The top players are indeed formidable, and the competition is fierce, but Taishan Shun is in a league of his own, nearly reaching level 21. Players reaching level 20 face a career advancement task, which Taishan Shun has already completed, allowing him to start leveling up again. Although he is only about a level ahead of the second place, the gap between them is substantial. My gosh, how on earth did Taishan Shun do it? He is absolutely incredible. He is definitely the pride of our Kimchi nation. Despite everyone knowing that Endless Firmament has countless players and imagining the intense competition, the reality is still astonishing. From the second to the 1000th player, nearly all are at level 19, which is truly remarkable. While marveling at the intense competition, many have gained a tangible appreciation for Li Fan's leading position. Heavens, with hundreds of millions of players in the game, to dominate like this is unbelievable. As everyone finishes viewing the equipment leaderboard, their amazement only intensifies. The server-wide equipment leaderboard, through a comprehensive scoring of each player's gear, records the top 1,000 players based on their equipment scores. This leaderboard is constantly updated and rewards are distributed based on the rankings at midnight daily, at the end of weekends, and on the last day of each month. In the gaming world, Tai Sui, the Divine Ranger, has soared to the top of the equipment rankings. Wielding the Hunter God Silver Ring, this level 15 epic ring dazzles with a score of 1033. He also dons the War God Ares former helmet, a level 18 legendary helmet that shines with a score of 417, and carries a Thorn Shield, a level 10 silver secondary weapon that, although modest, contributes 66 points. The total score of all his gear is an astonishing 3,450 points. Ranked second is the warrior Zixia Fairy. She wields the Storm Sword, a level 19 legendary two-handed weapon with a formidable score of 777, and wears the Flowing Light Helmet, a level 18 legendary helmet that is stunningly ornate, adding 398 points to her tally. Her total equipment score reaches 1739 points, showcasing her formidable strength. In third place is Chi Chi, the assassin, who carries the Crescent Moon Dagger, a level 18 dark gold primary weapon with a deadly edge, scoring 265 points, and wears Plague Earrings, level 18 dark gold earrings that exude a sinister aura, contributing 233 points. His total score is 1,035 points, marking him as a powerful contender. Ranked fourth is the archer Aim and Shoot, who carries an exploding quiver, a level 18 dark gold secondary weapon with extraordinary power, scoring 230 points, and wields the Storm Crossbow, a level 19 golden primary weapon that is remarkably powerful, adding 149 points to his score. His total equipment score is 888 points, indicating his formidable capabilities. Bloody Jack, the Shadow Assassin, ranks fifth. He wields the Demon Bullhorn Dagger, a level 17 dark gold primary weapon with astounding power, scoring 240 points, and wears the Night Glow Armor, a level 15 golden chest piece that provides 136 points. His total equipment score is 871 points, demonstrating his robust strength. At the 1000th position is a player named Xin Yin Warrior. He wields a fine iron longsword, a level 16 bronze two-handed weapon that, while ordinary, contributes 55 points, and wears Chainmail, a level 16 bronze chest piece that provides 27 points. His total equipment score is 298 points, and although ranked lower, he remains a formidable opponent. The equipment leaderboard offers rich rewards and attracts numerous players eager for the challenge. Let's wait and see who will emerge as the new king of equipment in this fierce competition. Unlike the overall level leaderboard, the equipment rankings reveal a stunning detail. 9 out of the top 15 players, who have appeared in the first clear announcements with the deity Tai Sui, belong to the Phoenix Pioneering team. It's hard to believe they've already secured epic gear. Meanwhile, our protagonist hasn't even managed to assemble a basic set of gear, making the disparity even more frustrating and demoralizing. Observing the top 15 players, It's shocking to see that 9 of them have tackled the Nightmare Dungeon alongside Tai Sui. They have significantly widened the gap with other players. The Nightmare Mode's Spider Cave Trial, where the boss is of legendary status, raises questions about how Tai Sui possibly acquired his epic ring. This gap is perplexing and has even led some to suspect cheating. With such rich rewards at stake in the rankings, this could potentially widen the gap between the strong and the weak, exacerbating feelings of unfairness and prompting some players to report these concerns on forums. Players are stunned by this development. At the start of the server, while mainstream players long for a piece of Dark Iron gear, most are still making do with basic equipment. Yet, the leaderboard flashes with Dark Gold, Legendary, and even Epic gear, making the situation hard to swallow. Driven by some, forum threads calling out Tai Sui by name have become increasingly popular. Just when everyone thought it would take a while for the game officials to respond, they surprisingly addressed the issue promptly. Title: Announcement in response to reports concerning player Tai Sui Sean. Over the past hour, tens of thousands of players have reported abnormal game data related to player Tai Sui Shin. Following a thorough investigation by the Endless Firmament Core Intelligence System, we can confirm that Tai Sui Shin's gaming data is normal, with no evidence of third-party plugin usage or exploitation of in-game bugs. We reaffirm that there are no bugs in the world of Endless Firmament, nor any third-party plugins that could disrupt the game's balance. Our game provides a fair competitive environment for all players. This announcement has sparked lively discussions and excitement among the players. Some dream of becoming the next Tai Sui Shin, aspiring to reach the peak of the server-wide leaderboard. In this world full of opportunities and challenges, everyone has the chance to become the next legendary champion. Players have variously responded to this announcement. Some express satisfaction with the official response, attributing Tai Sui Shin's prominence to mere good fortune. They look forward to the future, hoping for a bit of luck themselves to excel in the game. However, some players are puzzled by their own efforts. Despite their hard work and achievements in obtaining Essence of Life and participating in hidden quests, the gap between them and Tai Sui Shin seems to widen. They are curious about the nature of Tai Sui Shin's talents that contribute to such formidable strength. Fellow players speculate that Tai Sui Shin might possess SSS or SS rank talents, possibly enhanced by early game attributes, which make him stand out. In this suspenseful and hopeful gaming world, every player strives to be the hero they envision. The announcement from the Endless Firmament Core Intelligence System undoubtedly sets a benchmark for fair competition, motivating players to continually progress. May every diligent player find their own success and glory within the game. On the gaming forum, an official announcement regarding the reporting of the deity Tai Sui sparked a heated discussion among players. The majority expressed satisfaction with the announcement, which explained that Tai Sui's strength was due to effort and a bit of luck. This, they said, could be replicated by anyone. Effort is key, but talent also plays a significant role. Who doesn't believe in their own abilities when playing games? If Tai Sui could put in the effort, so could they, perhaps even more. As for luck, it was simply a matter of Tai Sui having drawn a great talent at the start. The luck of the draw is like gambling, and Tai Sui won against others, which is perfectly normal. However, in the world of Endless Expanse, many factors influence a player's combat power, not just talent. There are numerous other ways to enhance one's abilities. Tai Sui, don't get too complacent, players warned. We will surpass you sooner or later. Such comments were rampant in the thread, with most players confident in their own abilities. However, as time passed and Tai Sui's name continued to dominate the leaderboards, players realized how naive they had been. The Endless Expanse's core system seemed like a huge deception. Yet, when the game merged with the real world and exotic monsters invaded the planet Hylon, players not only criticized but also appreciated the post, which had been dubbed the biggest scam in the history of Endless Expanse. This post had motivated them to strengthen themselves, ultimately providing them with the ability to protect themselves during crises. Of course, all these realizations came later. At this moment, as the official announcement appeared on the forum, Li Fan was checking out the 3 legendary skills of his new profession, filled with anticipation. Li Fan has acquired 3 level 2 legendary skills: Sword Shield Technique, Deadly Slash, and Storm Swordsmanship. These skills have thrilled him, as they promise to be highly effective in battle. Sword Shield Technique is a passive skill that allows Li Fan to use his two-handed sword as a shield, which significantly increases his survivability. This gives him great peace of mind, as he can quickly switch to a defensive posture when in critical situations. Although his current weapon is somewhat outdated, this doesn't bother him, knowing that he can switch to a more suitable two-handed sword when necessary. Deadly Slash is an active skill that enables Li Fan to perform a series of rapid sword strikes forward, emitting powerful sword energy. This skill is not only potent, but also has a wide range, inflicting substantial damage on multiple enemies. He plans to use this skill frequently to enhance his combat efficiency. Storm Swordsmanship, another passive skill, boosts his basic attack speed and weakens the physical defense of his enemies. This skill pleasantly surprises Li Fan, as it will make dealing with high defense bosses much easier. He decides to allocate his free attribute points to strength to increase his damage output and combat error tolerance. Now, Li Fan is ready to head to the hidden dungeon, the Wolf Tribe Altar. Excitedly, he retrieves the dungeon key from his backpack. This special item will grant him access to the altar. Although he can enter alone, he plans to form a strong team in the future. Faced with unknown challenges, Li Fan is fully confident and ready to demonstrate his newly acquired skills. For Li Fan, tackling the hidden dungeon known as the Wolf Tribe Altar was a challenge he was eager to accept. Confident in his abilities, he believed he could easily conquer this level 20 high difficulty dungeon. After activating the key, he didn't hesitate to enter the hidden dungeon. Upon arrival, Li Fan found himself in a valley, the starting point of the Wolf Tribe Altar dungeon. Despite the strongest boss being only a level 20 legendary creature, Li Fan was brimming with confidence and began his quest. He effortlessly defeated the bronze-tier silver wolves and overcame the silver-tier ones with ease. Even the gold-tier silver wolf king, upgraded to level 20, couldn't withstand Li Fan's formidable strength and was quickly defeated. Next, he faced the dark gold boss, the silver wolf lord, which proved slightly challenging. It took Li Fan nearly 10 seconds to defeat it. The final boss, the silver wolf chieftain, was a tough battle, posing more of a challenge than the previous ones. This boss not only had damage reflection abilities, but could also absorb damage. It took Li Fan over 2 minutes to finally defeat it. Including the time spent traveling and locating the bosses, the entire dungeon was cleared in just 6 minutes. After completing the dungeon, the system announced his ranking as SSS, rewarding him with 1.4 million experience points and a legendary chest for level 20. This victory also advanced him to level 21 and completed the quest, the Blacksmith Morin's Revenge. As the first player server-wide to clear this dungeon, he received 300 free attribute points, the title Nemesis of the Wolf Tribe, and a level 20 epic chest. When the system asked whether to make the hidden dungeon public and charge an entry fee, Li Fan chose to open it to the public and set the fee at 1 silver coin. He knew that nothing comes for free, and those who wished to challenge the dungeon must pay a price. Li Fan then reviewed the loot from the dungeon, which included over 60 bronze and silver items, 7 gold items, 3 dark gold items, and 1 legendary item, along with 5 skill books of various qualities. Satisfied with his challenge and the rewards, Li Fan felt very pleased with his accomplishments in the hidden dungeon. The only usable gear Li Fan had were a pair of dark gold quality shoes and a pair of legendary quality pants. The dark gold shoes not only increased his movement speed by 15%, but also featured a unique and handy active skill called Quick Escape. When activated, it could boost his movement speed by an additional 100% for the next 10 seconds. Although it had a lengthy cooldown time of 300 minutes, it was very user-friendly. As for the legendary pants, they not only offered high defense and stamina bonuses, but also had a passive skill that increased life regeneration by 40%. The life-stealing effect could also be considered a way to restore health, right? For Li Fan, these two pieces of equipment were a perfect match. The only downside was that, although he had 5 skill books, none of them were suitable for him. He could only treat them as items awaiting disposal. However, when Li Fan opened the envelope containing the mysterious epic treasure chest, the sight of an epic greatsword made him ecstatic. It was an unexpected delight that left him immensely thrilled. Holding the epic greatsword in his hands, Li Fan couldn't help but beam with joy, his heart filled with satisfaction and happiness. The entire gaming world was abuzz with a thrilling announcement. Li Fan, a level 22 warrior known as Tai Sui Shun, heroically conquered the Wolf Clan altar in M4399's Newbie Village. This brave challenger not only successfully cleared the dungeon, but also earned the first server-wide completion reward. His feat will surely go down in gaming history. Following this, the Wolf Clan altar was converted into a public dungeon accessible to all players level 20 and above, with a 20% increase in drop rates for the next 7 days, giving everyone a chance to test their mettle. Players, who were just cheering for the latest career advancements and leaderboard updates, were dazzled by this new announcement. They wondered, what kind of mythical tale is this? Tai Sui Shun strikes again? With frequent announcements and appearances by Tai Sui Shun, players were astounded. Some expressed envy on forums, admiring Tai Sui Shun's luck, while others calmly stated that while luck was important, hard work could surpass him. After all, Tai Sui Shun's constant presence was overwhelming at times. Some players wished he would step back to give others a chance. However, Tai Sui Shun's performance this time was truly impressive, opening up the new Wolf Clan altar dungeon for players level 20 and above, offering a fresh challenge. This was a relief for players who had been busy grinding, as they could now enjoy a more relaxed dungeon adventure. Despite some complaints about the entry fee for the dungeon, the additional 20% increase in drop rates convinced many to pay the price. Li Fan, filled with joy, inspected the rewards from the first completion treasure chest. He obtained an epic-quality two-handed greatsword named Blade of Righteous Judgment. This exceptional piece of equipment, with a durability of 500 to 500 and requiring a level 22-handed melee class with a strength over 500, was not only impressive in its base attributes, but could also permanently increase its base stats by 10% after slaying epic-tier creatures. After defeating 10 epic creatures, it would upgrade to a mythical quality. Its powerful active skill, Righteous Judgment, could teleport enemies to a secondary dimensional arena and drain their core attributes, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Such a perfect epic-grade two-handed greatsword, with enhancements to 7 attributes, thrilled Li Fan. After all, mythical quality gear was usually only obtainable by defeating deity-tier bosses. Li Fan, recalling his past life's decade-long struggle without ever owning mythical quality gear, was deeply moved. Rumor had it that even Caesar the Great, once the world's strongest, only possessed one piece of mythical quality equipment. In the boundless cosmos, the difference between an epic boss and a divine boss is like night and day. This disparity is not only evident in their base attributes, but also in their skills. Divine bosses possess a domain skill that significantly suppresses creatures below the epic tier. Even the mightiest heroes with level 200 epic tier strength can only perform at 60 to 70% of their capabilities when facing a level 20 mythic creature. Defeating, let alone slaying, these divine bosses is a formidable challenge, as they possess high intelligence and know when to retreat. Thus, acquiring a piece of mythic gear is an arduous task. When Li Fan picked up the Blade of Righteous Judgment, his heart brimmed with joy. Excitedly, he thought about how, once the weapon evolved to mythic quality, it would serve him well even at level 100. Clutching the Blade of Righteous Judgment, Li Fan eagerly checked his latest character panel. His character was identified as the god Tai Sui. His base attributes showed him at level 21, with experience points at 2.48 million out of 3.2 million. His class was a Sword and Shield Ranger, with health points at 24,008 and mana points at 6,050, physical attack at 2,122, and magical attack at 1,078. Physical defense at 1,490 and magical defense at 1,415. Attributes included strength at 996, agility at 12,292, spirit at 378, and stamina at 1,245. Free attribute points at 460. Maximum attack speed at 147.60 attacks per second. Top movement speed at 294.21 meters per second. His title of glory was Conqueror of Nightmares. His talent skill was second phase of Blessing of Light at SSS quality. Details on equipment and skills were omitted. Special attributes included a 16% increase in light attribute attacks. Leveling up was relatively easy before level 20, but from level 20 onwards, the required experience points skyrocketed, which explained why Li Fan's leveling pace slowed down after he solo cleared the Wolf Tribe altar for the first time. The title Nemesis of the Wolf Tribe he earned from the dungeon clear, although less potent in base attributes compared to Conqueror of Nightmares, granted him an additional 13% damage against Wolf Tribe creatures, which might prove useful in the future. His physical attack power had increased roughly fourfold, though his defense hadn't improved much. Despite an increase in stamina and upgrading 2 pieces of better armor, the lack of a shield meant his dual defense hadn't changed much. But if needed, he could always allocate free attribute points to stamina. Now, it was time to turn in his quest. As Li Fan admired his updated character panel, his excitement gradually settled. After leaving the dungeon, he returned to the bustling M4399 New Bee Village Instance Plaza. Thankfully, the disguise effect of his magical mask was still active, preventing anyone from recognizing him as the god Tai Sui. Navigating through the crowded plaza, Li Fan soon reached the village blacksmith. Blacksmith Morin greeted him, saying, "Young warrior, thank you for avenging my daughter. I cannot repay you enough for this great deed. Please, accept this as a token of my gratitude. Also, this item is something I stumbled upon in my youth, and I hope you will find it to your liking." As Morin finished speaking, a notification popped up on Li Fan's panel. In an ancient and mystical world, there lived a young warrior named Li Fan. Agile and handsome, each adventure he undertook filled him with exhilaration and fulfillment. One day, Li Fan received a special artifact known as the Warrior's Heart, a gem that sparkled brilliantly, radiating a mysterious power that immediately captivated him. Driven by a mix of curiosity and desire for this unknown power, Li Fan decided to seek the assistance of the old blacksmith to transform the warrior's heart into a golden belt. The old blacksmith, a master of his craft, approached every piece of equipment with reverence and passion. Li Fan presented his request, and the blacksmith smiled and nodded, promising to complete the belt within 3 days. However, Li Fan grew impatient as he was eager to embark on a new adventure in the capital city. He wished the blacksmith could hasten the process, yet he worried that rushing might compromise the quality. Torn, he ultimately decided to wait the 3 days, hoping the blacksmith would fulfill his promise on time. The wait was lengthy, but for Li Fan, it proved worthwhile. When the old blacksmith finally handed over the completed golden belt, joy and satisfaction sparkled in Li Fan's eyes. This piece of equipment symbolized not only his strength and bravery, but also carried the dedication and blessings of the blacksmith. Grasping the golden belt tightly, Li Fan felt its power and blessings surge through him, filling him with gratitude and awe. He knew that in his forthcoming adventures, this equipment would serve as a strong shield, protecting every step he took. Guided by the warrior's heart, Li Fan embarked on a new journey, armed with courage and confidence, as he continued forward on his path of adventure. After much anticipation, Li Fan finally obtained the coveted warrior's heart. This special item held extraordinary significance for him. As he examined the attributes of this precious item, a radiant smile spread across his face. With the warrior's heart in his possession, he no longer feared the boss's control skills, and his margin for error in battles significantly increased. This seemingly ordinary square metal block contained immense power. Without hesitation, Li Fan placed it in his backpack, and immediately, an infinite duration buff that granted immunity to control skills appeared on his character panel. Now that he had the item, he decided to head to the main city to continue his adventures. Despite the day's many events, only a few hours had passed, and it was still early compared to his usual log-off time. With this thought, he resolutely left the blacksmith's shop and headed towards the gate of the novice village. There, a magical teleportation circle would take him to the main city, provided he reached level 20 and stood within the circle. The system notified him that his level met the requirements, and he could choose to travel to one of the main cities such as Tianyao City, Fengyang City, Heishui City, Yunyu City, or Gobi City. Although there were many main cities, the choice of destination was limited by the player's location in the novice village. 32 options were displayed before him. As a player with knowledge from a past life, Li Fan knew that these 32 main cities were where most players from Longhua, similar to him, would spend their time until level 60. Wanting to visit other main cities would have to wait until the National War Battlefield opened at level 60. Of course, reaching them earlier wasn't impossible, but that depended on luck and strength. All these main cities were part of the NPC forces of the Donghua Empire, a relatively small nation. Fortunately, the cities were interconnected, which would suffice for Li Fan's explorations until level 60. Although he felt some regret at not being able to participate in hidden quests in the main cities of Western players, he decided to head first to Tianyao City. His primary consideration in choosing a main city was the potential to undertake interesting hidden quests. He remembered that there were 3 stages where hidden quests were available, offering rich rewards upon completion. Since the cities were connected by teleportation circles, he could choose to travel at any time. The reason for choosing Tianyao City was that he also had a letter from Li Tianhua in his backpack, urging him to seek out the legendary swordsman NPC, Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng is a high-level NPC tasked with a daunting quest that no player has successfully completed in the past decade. This has sparked his intense curiosity about the quest's contents and rewards. Li Fan decided to travel to Tianyao City, which required a teleportation fee of 1 gold coin. A significant amount for most players, but just a trivial expense for him. As he empathized with ordinary players over the cost, Li Fan suddenly overheard a conversation. One soldier asked another about the purpose of their guard duty, as it had been decades since the last chosen one appeared. They were just ordinary soldiers, yet they were stationed here. What was the point? While some believed that simply following orders and collecting their salary was enough, others began to doubt the legend of the Chosen One. The Chosen One, according to legend, is an immortal being, the most powerful entity against demons. Suddenly, one of the soldiers exclaimed, "The Chosen One has appeared." They stared at Li Fan in amazement, their eyes wide as they watched him clad in leather armor and wielding a long spear. Li Fan felt a hint of satisfaction in his heart. In the world of Infinite Sky, NPCs in the starting village are sparse and limited in intelligence, but those within the main city have richer emotions and thoughts. They experience joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, and have their own civilizations and ways of thinking. To the NPCs, the Chosen Ones are a special group capable of freely moving between the real and virtual worlds. Li Fan knew that this was not the first appearance of a Chosen One in this world. In his previous gaming experiences, players from other worlds had become Chosen Ones. NPCs revered the Chosen Ones for their immortal bodies and extraordinary growth abilities. In the perilous Eastern Emperor Empire, beyond the main city's safety, the wilderness areas are fraught with dangers, and tribes of intelligent demons constantly threaten the NPCs' lives. Thus, the appearance of a Chosen One is like a powerful aid to the NPCs, which explains the soldiers' excitement. Li Fan introduced himself to the soldiers. "Hello, I am a Chosen One, and I need to see Li Changsheng for an important matter. Can you take me to him?" He expressed his request directly, preferring not to waste time on small talk. In this world, NPCs are like ordinary people, and a straightforward mode of communication is more effective. He actually knows Li Jianxing? This is a big deal. We must take him to see the city lord immediately. Li Jianxing is known as the most powerful figure in Tianyao City, and it's well known that many Chosen Ones struggle to match his strength. Li Fan couldn't help but feel excited at the prospect of possibly meeting Li Jianxing. After a brief discussion, the soldiers decided that one of them would escort Li Fan to meet Li Jianxing, while the other hurried off to inform the city lord. This sudden turn of events felt almost dreamlike to Li Fan, filling his heart with excitement and anticipation. 2 NPC soldiers, stationed specifically at the teleportation array for Chosen Ones, paid special attention to Li Fan's arrival. According to historical records, the appearance of the first Chosen One would be followed by countless others. Although they were surprised at how Li Fan knew the name Li Changsheng, considering Li Changsheng's status as one of the most powerful native NPCs in Tianyao City, they were more than willing to introduce Li Fan to him. After all, Chosen Ones were known for their boundless capabilities, and it was only appropriate to bring them to meet significant figures. Tianyao City was bustling with NPCs, resembling an ancient city from the Dragon Kingdom. Street vendors loudly hawked their wares, including delicious and affordable Wangji fried twists and candied haws. A fried twist for just 10 copper coins and a candied haw for 12 copper coins had children excitedly pleading to try them. Guided by the NPC soldiers, Li Fan soon arrived at the grand entrance of a 3-section compound. After a brief conversation with the gatekeeper and a 5-minute wait, an elderly man with white hair and holding a deep blue sword hurried out. Indeed, a chosen one had appeared. 60 years since the last one, this was truly a momentous occasion. Tai Sui God, on behalf of the Donghua Empire, I welcome your arrival. The elder was none other than Li Changsheng, the legendary swordsman of the Donghua Empire. Seeing Li Fan, his excitement was palpable, his beard trembling. Li Fan understood his excitement. From past experiences, the presence of players was crucial for addressing the various threats faced by the Donghua Empire. While ordinary NPCs might not understand the value of a chosen one, someone like Li Changsheng, a high-ranking official of the empire, certainly did. However, amidst his excitement, a hint of puzzlement and caution flickered in Li Changsheng's eyes. The Donghua Empire, with over 1,000 years of history, had encountered 6 chosen ones, and protocols for dealing with them were well established. Tai Sui God, you were supposed to visit the Lord of the City at the City Hall, and then receive legal education at the Chosen One Department. Why did you request to see me first? Do you know me? What is this important matter you mentioned? Li Changsheng bombarded him with questions. Li Fan felt a pang of guilt upon hearing about the mandatory legal education for chosen ones upon entering the main city. To the native NPCs of the game world, the player community was akin to a fourth calamity. Players were like a ticking time bomb, capable of saving the world or trampling it underfoot at their whim. Players had the power to create or destroy within the game, their influence sometimes even surpassing that of the main villainous bosses. The NPCs of the Infinite Expanse world were well aware of the player community and their unruly nature. Thus, they had established comprehensive laws and education regulations for managing players. For instance, when a novice player first entered the main city, their first step was to undergo mandatory management training by NPC soldiers, memorize the relevant laws, and pass an assessment before being granted the freedom to roam freely. Though NPCs don't have high expectations for player behavior, regulations cannot be ignored. Li Fan spent several days passing the assessments before he was granted freedom to roam. Reflecting on the past, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Since graduating, it had been a long time since he had to study so intensely. The local NPCs lacked manners, which made him uncomfortable. Fortunately, the troubles of his past life were just a distant memory, and there was no need to worry about them in this life. This was a thought that crossed his mind after he unexpectedly obtained some spoils from defeating a golden tier wolf creature. As for Li Changsheng's confusion, Li Fan did not elaborate. Instead, he simply pulled out the will of Li Tianhua from his backpack and handed it over. He also glanced at the brief information about Li Changsheng. Name, Li Changsheng. Strength, LV90 Legendary Tier. Attributes, skills. Note, one of the top legendary swordsmen from the Donghua Empire, LV90 Legendary Tier. As Li Fan stared at the information, he couldn't help but wonder what treasures he might obtain if he defeated him. Despite being unable to see Li Changsheng's specific attributes and skills, Li Fan knew that the likelihood of defeating him was slim, and the cost of harming an NPC was too high. Thus, he quickly shook his head, dismissing the dangerous thought. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng took the will, skimmed through it quickly, and his expression immediately turned sorrowful. This is Tianhua's will. My grandson has passed away. To think that I, Li Changsheng, would live to see the day when I would mourn my descendant. After a moment of waiting for Li Changsheng to regain his composure, Li Fan took the opportunity to speak. Please accept my condolences. Is there anything I can do to assist you? Oh, Tai Shang, thank you for bringing my grandson's will, but... Li Changsheng took a closer look at Li Fan and shook his head. Your strength is still too weak. Give it some time, and then I might... Before Li Changsheng could finish, his eyes widened in shock. Li Fan didn't hesitate to demonstrate his power. This scenario was all too familiar. Wasn't it just like when NPC looked down on players? Just like how he triggered the hidden quest with the blacksmith Molin, he could do it again here. With a flurry of movements, he attacked at a speed of 150 hits per second, leaving Li Chongqing speechless. I misjudged you. You indeed possess incredible strength, worthy of being the first chosen one to set foot in Tianyao City. In that case, I have a favor to ask of you. As Li Chongqing finished speaking, a prompt appeared on Li Fan's panel alert. You have triggered the hidden quest, Li Chongqing's Concerns 1. Quest description. Recently, some monster tribes around Tianyao City have become unusually active. 3 months ago, Li Chongqing sent his grandson, Li Tianhua, to investigate but learned of his unfortunate demise. Unable to leave his post at Tianyao City, he hopes you will investigate the cause of Li Tianhua's death and the abnormal activities of the surrounding monsters. Before taking action, he needs to verify whether your strength is sufficient for this task. Quest details. Head to the Red Leaf Valley area outside the south gate of Tianyao City and eliminate 500 LV-25 scavenger rats. Quest progress. 0 out of 500. Quest duration. Within 3 days. The number of people required for the task is 1 person. Success reward. 20 gold coins, 250,000 experience points, and other rewards depending on the performance during the task. Failure penalty. Permanent disqualification from accepting this task chain. Just as Li Fan was successfully receiving a hidden mission, a group of middle-aged men suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Li residence, led by none other than Zhao Hong, the Lord of Tianyao City. Zhao Hong, a distinguished and powerful figure, is a level 70 Dark Gold class master. Li Fan was inwardly amazed, truly a chosen one, his excitement clearly showing. Zhao Hong warmly greeted Li Fan, asking if he had already settled matters with Li Jiansheng. Upon learning that the agreement was reached, Zhao Hong invited Li Fan to join him, introducing him as the first chosen one of the Donghua Empire, and personally explained the empire's management and reward policies for chosen ones. Zhao Heng's eyes conveyed both vigilance and excitement. As the city lord, he must maintain public order, and managing chosen ones was particularly crucial. The arrival of a chosen one signified that the empire would gain new strength to face external threats from monsters. Historically, external threats were always at their weakest when a chosen one appeared. However, chosen ones often had a tradition of being unruly, so Zhao Heng's gaze also held a hint of threat, as if hinting that non-compliance would lead to oppression. Yet, this threat soon turned into surprise. Zhao Heng listed the empire's regulations for chosen ones, including prohibitions against harming others without cause, committing evil within the territory, and deceiving residents. Additionally, it was specified that killing monsters would earn merit points, which could be used to exchange for goods or hire local residents to assist in adventures. Li Fan memorized these regulations as if engraving them deep into his mind, ready to be recalled at any moment. The empire's management of chosen ones was relatively lenient, primarily warning them against bullying ordinary citizens and encouraging them to fight monsters and reap rewards. These regulations applied not only in the Donghua Empire but were also common across other nations in the Endless Sky world. Zhao Hong, puzzled, asked, "How do you not know these regulations? Haven't you received training in other main cities? Is this your first time in a main city area?" He scratched his head, his face full of doubt, as if questioning Li Fan's experiences. Li Fan felt slightly irritated by Zhao Heng's questioning. He believed he had mastered the management regulations thoroughly and saw no need for further doubt. In response, he retorted, "Do I really need to explain to you that I've been reborn?" Zhao Heng nodded, acknowledging Li Fan's familiarity with the regulations. He then produced a metal sphere intricately engraved with magical patterns, identifying it as the Chosen One's official verification orb. This device monitors the Chosen One's morality and merit points, serving as a unique tool prepared by NPCs for players as a safety measure. Although it somewhat resembled an electronic leash, Li Fan didn't mind. After placing the orb in his backpack, Zhao Heng informed him that as the first chosen one to enter Tianyao City, Li Fan was entitled to a special reward. The system panel displayed 50 different weapon options, all of golden quality and level 20. Li Fan selected a fine double-handed heavy shield, knowing well the critical role of a capable tank in any team. After parting ways with Zhao Hong, Li Fan didn't head straight to other main cities. Instead, he ventured into the wild to seek challenges. After some time spent upgrading his talents, he was eager to test his new abilities. In the wilderness of Tianyao City, he faced off against a weak level 21 monster, eagerly anticipating the prompt for increased agility to appear once more. Feeling thrilled, Li Fan triumphed over a gray wing mantis, a common level 21 creature, earning himself 640 experience points. His talent kicked in, permanently boosting his agility by 2 points, an exhilarating bonus indeed. He decided to farm in that spot, and after more than 3 hours, his basic agility had skyrocketed to over 15,000 points. Finally, as sleepiness crept in, he took off his gaming headset and prepared to head to bed. This gaming enthusiast had spent another laborious yet fulfilling day, ending it on a perfect note. Early in the morning, Li Fan was woken up by the notification sound from WeChat, only to find a message from his good buddy, Chun Ergu. Lately, they had been chatting daily, and although both were deeply immersed in their gaming worlds, their conversations tended to be somewhat mundane. Upon opening WeChat, Li Fan saw Chun Ergu's message, "Hey, little Li, I've just leveled up to LV20. Impressive, right?" Chun Ergu continued, "I just arrived at Tianyao City and was stopped by an NPC who insisted I follow the management rules. This game is really strict, isn't it? Luckily, my memory is sharp, so I adapted quickly." Then, Chun Ergu inquired about Li Fan's game ID in a teasing tone. "Are you ever going to tell me your game ID? Didn't you say you'd hook me up with some gear when I got here? Seems like you were just bragging." Finally, Chun Ergu announced he was going to rest and proposed they meet online at 9 p.m. He proudly added that he was among the top 1,000 players and planned to boost Li Fan's level. Li Fan couldn't help but feel delighted as he read the messages. He had already shared his game ID with Chun Ergu but had never mentioned it. He eagerly anticipated the moment he would reveal himself in the game, imagining Chun Ergu's surprised face. 9 o'clock tonight? All right, tonight you'll see what I'm really capable of." Li Fan responded with an okay emoji, grabbed a quick bite, and put on his gaming headset, ready to start a new day. Immersed in the game all day, with only 5% of his time spent on real-world matters, Li Fan began to worry about his physical health. Fortunately, with the upcoming integration of the game in reality, he hoped his condition would improve. The current hardships would pay off in the future, making him well prepared for bigger challenges ahead. The notification tone chimed, and Li Fan saw 3 new alerts. An unclaimed payment for a ticket to the Wolf Tribe Altar Dungeon, a message from his friend Zixia Xinzi setting a meeting for 12:10 p.m., and a gift of 1,000 gold coins. Li Fan was thrilled to see that his ticket revenues had already accumulated to 9,000 gold coins. The income from the Wolf Tribe Altar Dungeon was significant due to its popularity among players, especially since it was ideal for those advancing to LV20, a crucial leveling up phase. With only about 10% of all players having reached LV20 so far, Li Fan could foresee continuing to reap substantial ticket fees from the dungeon in the coming days. Zixia Fairy, feeling delighted after her recent large income of 4-digit gold coins, finally decided to follow the previous advice and headed to Tianyao City. Although meeting Erguzi was not urgent, she planned to see him around 9 p.m. to collect the gold coins. At that moment, she felt a surge of excitement thinking about 3 hidden quests from her memories. Concerned that other players, who were increasingly reaching level 20 and completing their class changes, might trigger these quests, she decided to tackle them immediately. You have been teleported to Fengyang City. Teleportation cost 1 gold coin. The first step of intercepting the hidden quest began in Fengyang City, one of the main cities of the Donghua Empire. Upon arrival, Zixia was immediately greeted by the bustling noise around her. "Why won't they let us pass? What? Chosen One's management regulations. I don't care about that, move aside," she heard someone protest. To her astonishment, NPC soldiers started getting physical. Times change, and the defiant youth suffer. Just wait, NPCs, your comeuppance will come. Indeed, the player teleportation array in Fengyang City was welcoming new players, fresh from the starter villages and full of enthusiasm, only to be harshly disciplined by NPC soldiers. Wanna leave? First, comply with the Chosen One's management regulations. Looking for trouble? NPCs know about the player's immortality, and those who cause trouble will be defeated. The NPC soldiers were firm in their stance. Zixia witnessed several players causing disturbances and being defeated on the spot by NPC soldiers, who were all above level 40, far outmatching the players in terms of equipment and skills, not to mention the level suppression which forced the players to comply. However, having already passed the assessment, Zixia enjoyed different treatment. She walked straight out of the crowd, and the NPC soldiers merely glanced at her without intervening. The players behind her were stunned. What happened? Why aren't the NPCs stopping her? Brother Wusong, do you have some special tricks? Could you share some with us? Brother Wusong, please wait, don't go. Amid the puzzled looks of the onlookers, Zixia, disguised as Wusong, calmly walked away. She navigated through the bustling streets until she reached the doorstep of a hunter NPC. The door was wide open, revealing a disheveled middle-aged man about 40 years old. Name: Cheng Xiaoguang. Level: 33 Ordinary. Attributes: Skills. Note: an ordinary hunter of Fengyang City. Cheng Xiaoguang sat in the yard, wearing simple animal fur clothing, intently polishing a bullhorn bough, looking no different from the other residents of Fengyang City. With his knowledge from a past life, Li Fan knew that the hunter he was facing, Cheng Xiaoguang, was no ordinary NPC. He had a significant backstory. As a compassionate chosen one, he asked with concern, "You seem troubled. Do you need my help?" Cheng Xiaoguang looked up, his response cold and detached. "No need. Please leave. I need some quiet." Li Fan sighed internally, unsure of how to trigger the hidden quest as his memories were murky. Unfortunately, a simple inquiry wasn't enough to activate it. Deciding to intensify his efforts, he aimed to resonate more deeply with Cheng Xiaoguang. The secret of hidden quests in the game Endless Expanse was discovered by Li Fan in a similar way he learned about the blacksmith Moran's revenge in the starter village, through random forum browsing in his past gaming life. Hidden quests in the game are uniquely tailored. Once completed, they cannot be triggered by anyone else, even if the method is publicly known. This might be why seasoned gamers from Li Fan's past were so keen on sharing their experiences with these quests. The NPC, Cheng Xiaoguang, appears to be just an ordinary hunter in Fengyang City, but Li Fan knows that there's more to him than meets the eye. Cheng Xiaoguang hails from a legendary family in the Donghua Empire, known as the Cheng dragon-slaying family. His ancestor was a formidable warrior who single-handedly defeated a tribe of demonic dragons, securing his place as one of the empire's most powerful figures. Unfortunately, fate was cruel, and this ancestor perished during a monster siege, tarnishing the family's once glorious reputation. Now, Cheng Xiaoguang is the last of his line, a bachelor who dreams of restoring his family's honor. Despite his limited talents and the injuries that left him unable to continue his lineage, he holds on to the hope that the Cheng family name will once again resonate throughout the Donghua Empire. Regrettably, Cheng Xiaoguang's own capabilities are modest, and he has pinned his hopes on others. In a previous life, a fortunate player caught his attention and was rewarded with a special item known as the Chaos Stone, which significantly boosted the player's strength attribute. However, time has passed, and I can no longer recall how the quest was triggered, so a new approach must be tried. Lost in thought, Li Fan suddenly burst into laughter. Cheng Xiaoguang, frowning, asked, "What are you laughing about?" His expression tightened, revealing the deep-seated pain of his family's decline, a secret he had never shared with anyone. Calmly, Li Fan answered, "I am merely a chosen one. Don't worry about how I know these things. It's an undeniable fact that your ancestors are disappointed in you, isn't it?" Cheng Xiaoguang, his face flushing with emotion, retorted, "What do you know? I'm just an ordinary person, lacking the incredible talents of Empire's greats or the extraordinary luck of my ancestor. With no proper legacy left behind, what can I possibly do? I feel despair too. I wish to see the Cheng family regain its former glory like my ancestor did, but I am nothing but a failure. What am I supposed to do?" Li Fan responded serenely, "Do not be anxious. Persevere relentlessly." Li Fan's heart was filled with glee, yet his face betrayed deep contemplation. He then asked earnestly, "Is it your dream to let the prestige of the Cheng family, the Dragon Slayers, shine throughout the entire Donghua Empire?" Despite Cheng Xiaoguang's derisive sneer, a mere level 22 chosen one, and yet so full of big talk, he felt a surprising jolt of fear inside, unable to believe the strength of his formidable opponent. Undeterred, Li Fan demonstrated an astonishing attack speed of 150 strikes per second, leaving Cheng Xiaoguang utterly astounded. Cheng Xiaoguang thought to himself, "Am I really that useless?" Li Fan casually inquired, "Do you think I can achieve it?" Cheng Xiaoguang remained silent, his heart conceding the point. Suddenly, a mission prompt popped up on Li Fan's interface. Unique Hidden Quest, Hunter Cheng Xiaoguang's Dream 1, triggered. Quest requirements: slay 10 level 30 or above golden creatures within 7 days. Only one participant allowed. Success will grant 10 gold coins, 250,000 experience points, along with other substantial rewards. Failure will result in disqualification from this quest chain. Li Fan thought confidently, even if I don't remember the quest details, I can easily complete it. After accomplishing the task, he promptly set off for the next target city. Upon arriving in Gobi City, Li Fan cleverly replicated his maneuvers from Fengyang City, successfully triggering the second hidden quest. Unique Hidden Quest, Wei Yuan Escort Agency's Young Master's Revenge 1, triggered. Quest requirements: travel to the deep areas south of Gobi City South Gate and slay 500 ordinary level 32 lion scorpions within 7 days. Only one participant allowed. Success will grant 500,000 experience points and the qualification to undertake the next part of the quest chain. Failure will result in disqualification from this quest chain. Moved by compassion, Li Fan decided to aid Lin Yuliang in his quest for revenge. Although the initial reward seemed trivial, he was indifferent because the ultimate reward included a special item that would eliminate cooldowns on active skills. After bidding farewell to Lin Yuliang, Li Fan felt an indescribable sense of melancholy welling up inside him. He shook his head slightly, as if to say goodbye to the good times they had shared. However, the next moment, without any hesitation, he stepped into the teleportation array, heading towards Heiyao City. In his heart, the third hidden quest shone like a brilliant pearl, dazzling and captivating. Despite the quest's mysterious nature making it hard to fathom, the enticing rewards were simply irresistible. In the tavern of Heiyao City, Li Fan easily located his target NPC, a drunken old man named Lu Yanwei. The process of initiating this hidden quest was straightforward. Li Fan approached and exchanged a few words, and the man promptly handed him the quest. A notification popped up, Unique Hidden Quest triggered, Drunkard Lu Yanwei's Daily Routine 1. The task is to give Lu Yanwei 10 gold coins because he is currently short on money and desperately needs it for alcohol. The deadline is 1 hour, and only one person needs to complete it. Success will grant 10,000 experience points and eligibility to undertake the next part of the quest chain. Failure will result in a permanent disqualification from the quest chain. Lu Yanwei, much like Lin Yuliang who Li Fan had encountered in Gobi City, was penniless, and the rewards for the quest were minimal. However, Li Fan wasn't interested in the small gains. What mattered to him was the quest itself. Although the reward wasn't substantial and even required giving money to the NPC, which ordinary player would bother. Yet, Li Fan understood that this quest was not as simple as it appeared. Eventually, it would yield a special item that would enhance all his equipment to match his character level. For instance, Li Fan currently wielded a level 20 epic weapon. Once he reached level 30, with the aid of this special item, his weapon would automatically upgrade to a level 30 epic weapon. As he continued to level up, his equipment would improve accordingly, giving Li Fan access to powerful gear ahead of time. After handing over the 10 gold coins, a new notification appeared on Li Fan's quest panel. Quest completed. Drunkard Lu Yanwei's Daily Routine 1. 10,000 experience points gained. Automatically accepting the second part of the quest, Drunkard Lu Yanwei's Daily Routine 2. The task is to collect 200 Swiftwind rabbit legs for Lu Yanwei, as he craves their taste. The objective is to kill 200 level 24 Swiftwind rabbits in the outer regions of the Endless Mountains north of Heiyao City and collect the quest item, Swiftwind rabbit legs. The deadline is 3 days, and only one person needs to complete it. Success will grant 500,000 experience points and eligibility to undertake the next part of the quest chain. Failure will result in a permanent disqualification from the quest chain. While this task seemed straightforward, Li Fan knew that Lu Yanwei's hidden quest chain comprised 99 parts. Except for the final part, which was more challenging, the first 98 were relatively easy, involving either slaying minor creatures or buying him alcohol and groceries. In Li Fan's past life, many players had triggered this quest, but most abandoned it midway. Lu Yanwei's increasing demands for money, coupled with the consistently trivial rewards, made players feel exploited and deceived by the NPC. The 99 loop quest is truly a test of endurance. In his previous life, Li Fan spent over 2 months working hard before finally witnessing a player complete the ultimate challenge. That lucky individual, thanks to a special reward from a hidden quest, made it into the top 10 mages of the entire server. Reflecting on the success of those 3 hidden quests, Li Fan felt quite proud. Now, he decided to focus on leveling up through grinding and completing tasks, starting with the task given by Lu Yanwei. After some brief contemplation, Li Fan laid out his development plan. He was currently at level 22, an awkward stage where the only dungeon suitable for his level, the Wolf Tribe Altar, had already been cleared, and the next public dungeon required level 30 for entry. Although grinding in the Wolf Tribe Altar could yield equipment and skills, the dungeon's level was too low, resulting in a penalty to the benefits he could gain. More importantly, the monsters in the altar were level 20 and did not provide an opportunity to utilize his talent to enhance his agility attribute. As for equipment skills, with countless dungeons in the game's endless expanse, there was no rush as he could tackle them once he reached the appropriate level. Therefore, Li Fan concluded that the most crucial step for now was to use his talents to grind smaller creatures to boost his agility. Doing so while also completing Lu Yanwei's hidden task seemed like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Without further ado, Li Fan headed to the outskirts of the Endless Mountain Range, north of Heiyao City. In his previous life, he had memorized the geography of the Donghua Empire and didn't need to consult a map. Within about 15 minutes, he reached his destination. His target was a creature called the Swiftwind Rabbit, a level 24 monster with 2,000 health points, 255 physical attack, 220 magic attack, 102 physical defense, and 93 magic defense. True to its name, the Swiftwind Rabbit was incredibly fast in both attack and movement. However, to Li Fan, this level 24 common creature was hardly a challenge. With a quick strike, he dealt minus 2,000 damage, defeating the Swiftwind Rabbit and earning 825 experience points with a 10% bonus for defeating a higher level creature. His talent activated, permanently increasing his agility by 2 points. He also obtained a pair of Swiftwind Rabbit legs, a quest item. Equipped with the epic weapon, Blade of Righteous Judgment, Li Fan's base physical attack was strong enough to one-shot the Swiftwind Rabbits, dealing hundreds of extra damage. Due to his quick speed and the high respawn rate of the Swiftwind Rabbits, it took him less than 15 minutes to defeat 200 of them. After completing the task and increasing his base agility by 400 points, he returned to the city to turn in the quest. After receiving the quest reward, he automatically took on the 3rd part of Lu Yanwei's quest. This 3rd task required him to defeat a type of level 24 common monster called the Crimson Wing Bat, located on the outskirts of the Endless Mountain Range. The quirky task was to sample the taste of the Crimson Wing Bats. Admiring Lu Yanwei's unique palate, Li Fan decided to fulfill his request. After more than 20 minutes of effort, he delivered the ingredients from 200 Crimson Wing Bats to Lu Yanwei. After completing the 13th quest, Li Fan glanced at the time and was surprised to find it was already 9:30 p.m. The long hours spent on the tasks had become somewhat monotonous, so he decided to meet up with his good friend Shinurgu in Tianyao City as planned. On his way back to the city, Li Fan stumbled upon a group of about 7 or 8 players engaged in a fierce battle with a mini-boss not far from him. This discovery left him feeling a bit dejected. He had completed so many quests, yet hadn't encountered a single boss, while this team seemed to have just passed an NPC's assessment and already found a mini-boss. Li Fan couldn't help but think to himself, they really are incredibly lucky. Feeling down, Li Fan couldn't help but look ahead. To his surprise, it was the Black Iron Boss, the Gale Rabbit. Oh, I've been here so many times today. How come I've never encountered it before? Wait, aren't those familiar faces? Li Fan recognized the identities of the team fighting the boss. Leading them was a knight named Yuehua, whom Li Fan remembered as one of the top 100 knights in the entire server in his past life. Yue Hua had founded the long-standing guild, Radiance. Unlike those despicable characters, Yue Hua and his Radiance Guild were champions of justice for the human faction. Recognizing Yue Hua, Li Fan couldn't bring himself to compete for the boss. While it felt justifiable to challenge the unworthy, taking on the noble seemed wrong. It's just a minor black iron boss, I'm not too bothered. But the first kill reward is tempting. I can't resist. After wrestling with his thoughts, Li Fan decided to follow his heart. I'll return all the loot to you, but I need that first kill reward. I'll find a way to make it up to you later. Convincing himself eased his guilt about taking the boss. This wasn't a proud moment, so he cleverly hatched a plan. Without hesitation, Li Fan activated the active skill of his dark gold boots, Sprint. For 10 seconds, his speed was boosted by 100%, reaching a blazing 778.5 meters per second, twice the speed of sound. With agility exceeding 16,500, his usual top speed was 389.25 meters per second. Now, he moved like lightning. As the Gale Rabbit was only half a meter tall, Li Fan appeared like a flash, grabbed the boss, and vanished before Yue Hua and his team could react. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Minus 1936. Minus 1966. Minus 1996. Despite its black iron status, the Gale Rabbit was no match for Li Fan, falling within a second. His screen flashed with new notifications. Congratulations, you have defeated the Gale Rabbit Elite LV-24 Black Iron Creature, earning 1650 experience points with a 10% bonus for an excellent kill. This kill marks the city's first, granting you 12 free attribute points and +1 to your class equipment/skill book. Your agility talent has activated, permanently increasing agility by 4 points. You have obtained the loot: Darkfire Small Round Shield, Black Iron, Gale Longbow, Black Iron, Sturdy Belt, Common, and 1 gold, 39 silver, 57 copper coins. Pleased with the 10 free attribute points, Li Fan decided to return the loot to Yue Hua and his team. His mood lifted. He dashed back to Yue Hua and the players, dropped the loot, and quickly made his escape. From defeating the boss to sending the loot back to Yue Hua and the others, the entire process took no more than 3 seconds. Li Fan vanished as if he had never been there, leaving Yue Hua and her team utterly dumbfounded. What just happened? Who snatched our boss? And what's with these 3 pieces of equipment and all these coins on the ground? Our boss gets stolen and the thief returns the loot? Did anyone see who took our boss?
No?
He was like a ghost? Could it have been Taishui Shen? It's possible, given he's already top of both leaderboards, and now he's stealing our boss too? Such shamelessness. But it might not be Taishui Shen. After all, he's just a level 22 player. How could he be that fast? I think it might be some high-level NPC with a twisted sense of humor. Meanwhile, Li Fan had already used the player teleportation array to return to Tianyao City. Only players within the same city can send friend requests remotely after learning each other's IDs, which explains why Li Fan hadn't added Chen Ergu as a friend earlier. Now that he could, Li Fan opened his friend list, entered the ID Xin Yan, and sent a friend request. At the same time, in Tianyao City's Resurrection Square, 4 pale-faced players suddenly appeared, each displaying an expression of rage. So much for reputation, Chen Ergu. As a top 1,000 ranked player, you were targeted. Those guys are too much, directly killing us to recruit us, and even my black iron dagger got dropped. How can I drop items if I'm not marked? Disgusting. We must avenge this. We'll fight the Yibo Yunshin Guild to the end. If they think they can prevent us from growing stronger, they better brace themselves for suffering. Curse that Yibo Yunshin Guild. And Chen Ergu, why do you look so clueless? Yes, these 4 were none other than Li Fan's good brother Chen Ergu and his 3 teammates. Just over 10 minutes ago, they had left the city to farm monsters and unfortunately ran into a group of Yibo Yunshin Guild players who recognized Chen Ergu as a formerly top-ranked player. Although the leaderboard updates frequently and Chen Ergu had fallen out of the top 1,000, his past achievements had left a lasting impression. The Yibo Yunshin Guild players wanted to invite him to join their guild, but since Chen Ergu and his teammates had past conflicts with this guild in other games, they naturally refused. Unexpectedly, the guild members launched a sneak attack, and after a fierce resistance, Chen Ergu and his team were beaten back to the respawn point. It was as simple as that. Right now, Chen Ergu's three teammates are furiously badmouthing the Yibo Yunshin Guild, only to be shocked to find that Chen Ergu, usually the most active among them, is standing still, a puzzled look on his face. Concerned, they quickly ask him, "Ergu, what's going on? You haven't been overwhelmed by grief, have you? Don't get too down about things in the game. Try to relax a little." After a long silence, Chen Ergu finally lifts his head and speaks in an odd tone. "Guys, the god of Tai Sui just sent me a friend request." The name, Tai Sui Shin, struck the world of Infinite Expanse like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the hearts of all players. He was the first to lead a team to successfully conquer the nightmare of the Spider Cave. He was the pioneer in achieving an advanced class upgrade. Moreover, he became a legend by clearing the Hidden Wolf Tribe Lair dungeon, turning it into a public instance. On the gaming forums, an official announcement confirmed his data was authentic, and he topped both leaderboards. Despite some players considering him merely lucky, it was now undeniable that he was the strongest player across the entire server. Chen Ergu was dumbfounded when this gaming celebrity appeared in Tianyao City and even sent him a friend request. His three longtime teammates were equally astonished. "Wow, Ergu, you know Tai Sui Shin? That's unbelievable. Has Lady Luck blessed you? Tai Sui Shin, the top player in the game, is adding you as a friend? I'm not kidding, it's really Tai Sui Shin. Oh my god. Ergu. No, from now on, you're my big brother Ergu. You've kept this so well hidden. When did you meet Tai Sui Shin, and why didn't you tell us? Big brother Ergu, if you introduce us to Tai Sui Shin, you'll be our leader from now on. What are you waiting for? Accept Tai Sui Shin's friend request. Hurry up." Upon verifying Chen Ergu's claim, his three teammates became ecstatic. They knew their own limits. Surpassing Tai Sui Shin seemed virtually impossible. Not to mention, Tai Sui Shin already possessed two epic items, and they doubted they'd even get one by the end of the game. The bosses in Infinite Expanse were overwhelmingly strong, and they struggled even against Iron Tier bosses of the same level. Epic bosses, estimated to be 128 times stronger than regular monsters, seemed an insurmountable challenge. Even if they grew stronger, Tai Sui Shin wouldn't just stand still. With his resources and strength, how could they ever surpass him? Therefore, Chen Ergu's teammates decided it was better to befriend Tai Sui Shin than to chase a nearly impossible dream. After all, if one person succeeds, their close associates benefit too. Although they might not become top players themselves, becoming invaluable allies to one could be just as rewarding. As for Chen Ergu, his feelings were mixed with more confusion than excitement. Why would Tai Sui Shin want to befriend someone relatively unknown like him? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could Tai Sui Shin be considering taking him as an apprentice? After all, he was still among the top 1,000 players. Haha, I'm more popular than I thought. That previous attack by Yibo Yunshin was also an attempt to recruit me. A smug smile spread across Chen Ergu's face, enjoying the recognition. With that, he promptly accepted Tai Sui Shin's friend request. To my surprise, just after agreeing to the interaction, Chen Ergu was still pondering how to engage with the god of Tai Sui to display his manners when he unexpectedly received a private message from the deity himself. The god of Tai Sui asked, "Erguzi, guess who I am?" Being referred to as Erguzi shocked Chen Ergu. His three teammates, however, seemed unfazed, suggesting they believed the god of Tai Sui and Chen Ergu were already acquainted. It suddenly dawned on Chen Ergu that the god of Tai Sui must be a friend from his real life. Thrilled by this realization, and as it was already 9:30 p.m., he eagerly awaited a close friend to add him as a contact. Chen Ergu excitedly responded to the message, calling the deity Xiao Liz, which displeased the god of Tai Sui, who promptly blocked him. In a panic, Chen Ergu apologized and pleaded to be re-added as a friend. Playfully, the deity asked for his location, expressing a desire to meet him. Chen Ergu told the god of Tai Sui that he was at Fuhua Square, to which the deity expressed surprise at his presence there. Overcome with excitement, Chen Ergu announced to his teammates that the god of Tai Sui was actually his real-life best friend. The teammates, too, began to look forward to the deity's arrival. The appearance of the god of Tai Sui brought anticipation, especially after they learned they had been attacked by members of the Yibo Yunshin Guild. The arrival of Li Fan added complexity to the situation. They decided it was time to retaliate against the Yibo Yunshin Guild. When Li Fan first met Chin Ergu's three old gaming buddies, Harry Potter Sr., Gale Force 8, and Master Craftsman, their usernames alone reflected their mischievous nature, much like Chin Ergu himself. However, Li Fan knew that despite their wild personas in the game, they were shy and honest in real life. In their previous lives, just like Chin Ergu, they had joined the Guild Heaven's Temple founded by him. Although they weren't as skilled as Chin Ergu, their friendship was unbreakable. This time, faced with the reality that his close friends had been attacked, Li Fan was determined to seek revenge, especially upon learning that the attackers were members of the Guild Yibo Yunshin. This revelation fueled his anger even more. He resolved to not only retaliate, but to do so tenfold. Where are they? What are the leaders' usernames?
Li Fan inquirat.
His words thrilled Chin Ergu and the others, knowing that Li Fan was gearing up to avenge them. Previously, these scoundrels had ambushed them on the west side of Tianyao City, but their current whereabouts were unknown. They might have already left. The leaders were named Yaboyan Renwang and Yaboyan Dewang, commanding a group of about 15 to 16 underlings. Brother Fan, it's too risky to go alone. We could wait and go together tomorrow for safety, Chen Ergu suggested. Hearing the names Renwang and Daiwang, Li Fan remembered encountering them before in the beginner's village. This ironic reunion only strengthened his resolve for revenge. Would I be in danger going alone? Ha ha ha, you still don't understand my strength. Li Fan laughed and then decisively left, leaving Chin Ergu and the others in shock. Chin Ergu and the rest had worried that Li Fan taking on 15 or 16 people alone might be dangerous, but seeing him disappear like a streak of black lightning left them stunned. Where did Brother Fan go? How did he vanish so suddenly? They exclaimed in amazement. Witnessing Li Fan's speed, they began to wonder if he was using some sort of cheat. Although they had only seen his speed, it was enough to astonish them. They realized they had underestimated Li Fan's capabilities, not yet having witnessed his attack power and skills. Li Fan's speed was akin to teleportation, making Chin Ergu and the others recognize that their previous concerns were overly naive. In the face of overwhelming odds, the strength of Yibao Renwang and his group might not have been much different from Li Fan's own team. They managed to defeat Li Fan's team mainly through a surprise attack and by having superior numbers. However, when faced with Li Fan's extraordinary speed, the advantage of numbers hardly seemed to matter. It seemed more likely that they would be taken down one by one. Li Fan felt a surge of satisfaction as he looked at the notification that popped up on his interface. At the wanted office in Tianyao City, he had gained the privilege to track the locations of other players, which made him quite proud. The native NPCs of the Donghua Empire were wary of the players' capacity for creating trouble. To protect the local inhabitants, they went to great lengths to enforce a mandatory educational program for all players entering the main city. However, regarding conflicts among players, the NPCs preferred a hands-off approach. They understood that solving problems was more effective than merely blocking them. Since players could engage in conflict without permanent damage or death, and could even enhance their skills and experience through player versus player combat, the NPCs saw this as a beneficial activity to encourage. Therefore, each main city's wanted office offered services to track players for a fee, benefiting both the player's experience and the Empire's revenue. Initially, Li Fan wanted to locate the guild leader of the Yibao Yuntian Guild directly from his memory. To him, retaliating against minor leaders like Renwang was trivial. If the Yibao Yuntian members dared to attack his brothers, he wouldn't hesitate to target their guild leader. Unfortunately, the wanted interface showed that Yibao Zhao Ritian, the guild leader, was not in the main city but still in the novice village, likely trying to earn a high star rating to advance his profession. Therefore, Li Fan had to postpone this plan and focus on dealing with Renwang and others who dared to harm Chin Ergu first. It seemed they were still at the Twisted Trant leveling spot. Did they really think they could get away with injuring Chin Ergu and his friends without any repercussions? With a scoff, Li Fan quickly headed towards the location of Renwang and Dawang. At the Twisted Trant leveling spot, the Yibao Yuntian group was busily grinding mobs, having expanded their team to about 30 members. The area wasn't large, and they had driven away other players. As the bystanders listened to their arrogant boasts, they could only seethe in silence. Suddenly, everyone was stunned to see a streak of black lightning flash from afar, charging into the midst of the Ibao Yuntian group like a bolt from the blue. In an instant, all those united hearts transformed into a dazzling white light, as beautiful and mesmerizing as twinkling stars. This sudden spectacle stirred deep emotions within the crowd, delivering a powerful emotional impact. At that moment, their spirits were cleansed, as if they had been transported to a mystical and serene realm, making them marvel at the beauty and endless possibilities of life. This miraculous transformation instilled in them an unprecedented strength, reinforcing their belief in the power of unity and conviction. Out of nowhere, a shadowy figure appeared like a ghost, swiftly defeating those scoundrels, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. Who was this mysterious figure? Was it a player or an NPC? He paused, and his ID displayed Tai Sui Shan. Could this be an illusion? Tai Sui Shan actually taking action against the Ibo Yuntian Guild? Was this an act of heroism, or had he harbored a grudge against Ibo Yuntian for a long time? Ibo Yuntian was a well-established guild in the gaming world. How could Tai Sui Shan dare to openly humiliate them? Was he not afraid of retaliation? Fear him? Did you not see the power Tai Sui Shan just demonstrated? He effortlessly took down over 30 people. Why would he fear Ibo Yuntian Guild? It was unbelievable. After defeating members of the Ibo Yuntian Guild, Li Fan paused briefly, then walked away amid the shocked murmurs of surrounding players. His actions were meant to let everyone know that all of this was his doing. This act of vengeance was solely to seek justice for his brother, Chen Er-go. By revealing his identity, he aimed to leverage his reputation to suppress the momentum of the Ibo Yuntian Guild. Imagine, when all the players across the server know he is targeting Ibo Yuntian, how many would still join their ranks? By making his identity public and stirring up the situation, Ibo Yuntian Guild would have nowhere to hide. The guild's higher-ups would surely seek revenge, which was exactly what Li Fan anticipated. Through a systematic elimination, he intended to demonstrate what would become of the Ibo Yuntian Guild under his assault, ensuring that this disgraceful guild could never regain its former glory. Utilizing the NPC Yamen Wanted office to target enemies also had its benefits. During the lockdown period, targeted players became enemies, allowing him to pay extra gold to eliminate them without affecting NPCs, even within the main city. Then, at the respawn point, he planned to catch all the key figures, including Wang De Wang, in one fell swoop. Thinking this, Li Fan immediately headed at full speed toward the respawn square in Tianyao City. In the endless world of the game, players would automatically respawn 120 seconds after death. At the respawn square of Tianyao City, members of Ibo Yuntian had just revived and immediately got into a verbal altercation with Chen Er-go and others. In the game, members of the Yibo Yunshin Guild were shocked to find themselves defeated, with the system alert indicating that it was the work of the deity Taishui. Some players were familiar with Taishui's actions, as there had been similar incidents on the first day of the server opening in the M4399 newbie village. However, others were completely puzzled and upset, not because of any revenge from Taishui, but due to the unethical behavior of Chen Er-go and his group. In the midst of widespread frustration, Li Fan quickly returned to the Resurrection Square. Without hesitation, he took action and defeated Yiboyan Dui. Shortly after, the system notified him that his actions had violated the game rules and a fine was imposed. Li Fan promptly placed the members of the Yibo Yunshin Guild on a wanted list for 5 minutes, incurring a total fine of 495 gold coins, which was even more expensive than the legendary equipment he had sold to the fairy Zixia. Despite the high cost of attacking someone in the city's safe zone, Li Fan was willing to bear it. His actions demonstrated respect for and upholding of the game's rules, and also served as a reminder to other players that having powerful backers does not guarantee protection. In the world of gaming, justice eventually prevails over evil. Li Fan was in such a good mood that he was even willing to pay extra fines, simply because it made him happy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hung up in just 5 minutes. He believed that under such pressure, the members of the Yibo Yunshin Guild wouldn't last 5 minutes before being defeated. After respawning, Li Fan didn't leave. Instead, he stood undisguised at the respawn point, waiting for the Yibo Yunshin members to come back to life. This scene left the surrounding players in awe. Wow, who was that guy? So audacious. Isn't it against the NPC rules to act so violently in the main city area? Isn't he afraid of being punished by the NPCs? Oh, it turns out he's the legendary Taishin. No wonder he's so bold. He must have some special privilege from the NPCs. Taishin's actions are truly thrilling, wiping out those Yibo Yunshin Guild members. Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that someone would dare to openly commit such acts on NPC territory? Everyone thought Taishin was invincible, but it turns out he himself is his own best ally. 2 minutes later, the Yibo Yunshin Guild members respawned. Taishin, what exactly are you trying to do? Are you trying to make enemies with our Yibo Yunshin Guild? I advise you to just back off. Enough with the nonsense, Li Fan interrupted. Every time I see you guys, I'll strike, until you quit the game. The leader of Yibo Yunshin, Wang, had a grim expression and was about to deliver a threatening speech, but the next moment, he was defeated by Li Fan again. Li Fan watched in fury as the people from the Yibo Yunshin Guild incessantly complained without even uttering a single verbal threat, simply succumbing to the pressure. This scene left the surrounding players in complete shock. Those who were blocking the respawn point and mercilessly attacking the Yibo Yunshin players were utterly crushed by Li Fan, who assumed the identity of the god Tai Sui. Moving with lightning speed, he weaved through the Yibo Yunshin team and instantly annihilated over 30 players with his formidable combat skills, leaving everyone in awe. The crowd murmured in admiration. God Tai Sui's strength is truly formidable. Suddenly, someone questioned, why don't the soldiers intervene when people are being attacked in the main city? Isn't it supposed to be a safe zone? It seemed these players were not familiar with the Chosen's Code, which allows players to engage in combat within the city but prohibits involving NPCs. As a bystander who had previously been bullied by the Yibo Yunshin Guild, witnessing this was incredibly satisfying. God Tai Sui had avenged me. The players buzzed with discussion, and some even wanted to get close to Li Fan to converse. After all, being associated with a powerful figure was a privilege. Li Fan's might was unquestionable. His mere presence could enhance an ordinary player's abilities. However, his fierce demeanor at that moment made the other players too intimidated to approach him. Li Fan chatted casually with Chen Ergu, and in the blink of an eye, the Yibo Yunshin players had been on the ground for 2 minutes. After a short wait, Li Fan noticed none of them had resurrected. It seemed they had chosen to log off and escape. Haha, what cowards! With God Tai Sui here, they wouldn't dare to resurrect after being repeatedly slaughtered at the respawn point. To do so would be suicidal. Chen Ergu and others cheered joyfully. The feeling of humiliation had been replaced by admiration and relief. Having such a powerful protector was incredibly exhilarating. Li Fan had anticipated Yibo Yunshin players would choose to log off to escape, which is why he had only issued a 5-minute bounty. During the third attack, he noticed that their numbers had decreased by more than a dozen. Although despicable, these players were smart enough to know that resurrecting would only lead to more deaths, so they decisively chose to log off and hide. However, they were mistaken if they thought it was over. This was just the beginning. When it comes to combat, either go all in or not at all. There was no common ground with the Yibo Yunshin players, neither now nor in the future, and showing mercy would only be seen as weakness. Therefore, Li Fan didn't plan to quibble with Yibo Yunshin. The area was crowded and they were waiting for him in Heiyao City. He would head there shortly. But first, he needed to declare war on the Yibo Yunshin Guild via the game forum. Li Fan whispered a command, then quickly left the scene. Soon after, he found a secluded corner, logged onto the game forum, and began drafting his declaration of war. His post was soon published, marking the official start of his war against Yibo Yunshin. The challenge is monumental. I, the original poster, vow to stand firm. Not long ago, members of the Yunshin Guild attempted to recruit Li Fan's brother, only to be met with rejection. In a despicable act of betrayal, they launched a surprise attack, overwhelming them with numbers, which led to the utter destruction of Li Fan's brother and his teammates. Rumor has it that the Yuntian Guild is a haven for the scum of the gaming world, despised by all. Today, Li Fan witnessed their true colors firsthand. From this moment on, any member of the Yuntian Guild who crosses his path is marked for defeat. This declaration will remain in effect until the Yuntian Guild is disbanded. Li Fan's in-game ID is the same as his forum username. So when he posted this message, it immediately caught the attention of many players. In the game, a player known as Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior displayed remarkable strength, capturing the attention and respect of other players. He confidently declared to the deity Tai Sui, "Under this vast sky, as the invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior, I am undoubtedly the most formidable. I will surpass you." This drew a crowd of onlookers, some of whom referred to him as Tai Sui, hoping to follow his lead. However, a player who called himself Quan Sui Shin interjected, "Don't be mistaken, he is not Tai Sui. I am the real Tai Sui." This sparked a heated debate over the identity of Tai Sui. Meanwhile, a retired warrior named Lu excitedly told his companions, "I just witnessed Tai Sui and a noble character fighting. I saw his power firsthand. Tai Sui was truly dominant, blocking the respawn point and eliminating over 30 enemies. They were too scared to log back on." Another player showed support by mentioning that he had recorded the battle and invited others to watch the footage to verify Tai Sui's fearsome combat abilities. Tai Sui's displayed strength was awe-inspiring. His speed and efficiency were incredible, swiftly eliminating over 30 enemies in the blink of an eye. One player remarked, "That's the power of Tai Sui, terrifying. His movement and attack speeds are beyond imagination. His agility must be over 10,000. Everyone marveled at Tai Sui's prowess, agreeing that even a strategy involving sheer numbers would be ineffective against him. However, some players had a different opinion of Tai Sui, labeling him a bloodthirsty maniac. They accused him of attacking them on the first day the server opened, claiming revenge was just an excuse. Tai Sui mocked the members of the Yibo Yunshin Guild for coming out to clear their names, which sparked further verbal confrontations. The whole game world was abuzz with ongoing debates and discussions about Tai Sui. The members of the Yibo Yuntian Guild are often described as bullies within the gaming community, imposing their dominance over ordinary players in the game, Endless Firmament. On online forums, victims of their actions have voiced their criticisms against Yibo Yuntian's misconduct, with some players even declaring war on the guild. However, these declarations were largely ignored, as most people considered them insignificant and merely for entertainment. Yet, the post by Li Fan, known by his username Taishin Shun, was an exception. His well-known ID sparked intense discussions, and his thread was quickly pinned to the top of the forum. Although Yibo Yuntian had a notorious reputation, their strength was undeniable. It didn't take long for Li Fan's declaration of war to catch the attention of the guild members, including a response from the guild leader Zhao Hao himself. Under the username Yibo Zhao Ritian, Zhao Hao explained the situation succinctly. "Our members had a minor conflict with Taishin Shan's 4 friends, which escalated into a battle. In any game, such conflicts and battles are common. Taishin Shan has been relentlessly pursuing and defeating my men. I thought it was over, but it seems Taishin Shan was not satisfied." Zhao Hao continued, "From the first day of the server, Taishin Shan attacked my teammates over a boss fight. So from the beginning, it was he who bullied us. I must strongly condemn Taishin Shan's statements calling our guild a gathering place for scum. Our members may be strong-willed, but they are not trash. We welcome all spirited players to join our family, as long as you have the courage. Taishin Shan, are you planning to take us down one by one? No problem. I admit you are strong, but even if I fall, countless others will stand against you." As the leader of the Yibo Yuntian Guild, Zhao Ritian's leadership skills have helped the guild grow significantly. His statements significantly shifted public opinion about the war declaration. Initially, many saw Taishin Shan as a hero among the commoners, seeking revenge for his brothers. However, Zhao Ritian's narrative provided a new perspective on Taishin Shan. Attacking people over a boss on the first day? That's clearly the behavior of a bully. His declaration of war against Yibo Yuntian appeared to be nothing more than a case of the pot calling the kettle black. In the gaming world, players often express their personalities and stances in various ways. Zhao Ritian recently posted a critique of the deity Tai Sui on a forum, sparking a heated discussion among many players. Some argued that Tai Sui's actions were excessively violent, which led to increased attention and support for the Yibo Yunshin Guild. The president of the Aoshikangshin Guild, Aoshi Dihuang, expressed his support for Zhao Ritian's comments. He recalled an incident where Tai Sui had attacked members of his guild in the novice village, which solidified his decision to side with the Yibo Yunshin Guild against Tai Sui. Although the Aoshikangshin Guild is smaller than Yibo Yunshin, they are ready to stand up in this fight for justice and join forces with Yibo Yunshin to challenge Tai Sui. Aoshi Dihuang's statement further fueled players' dissatisfaction with Tai Sui, tarnishing the deity's image even more. Some players praised Aoshi Dihuang and Zhao Ritian as true men of valor, suggesting that if one cannot join Yibo Yunshin, then joining Aoshikangshin would also be a good choice. Aoshi Dihuang's support for Zhao Ritian stemmed partly from viewing Tai Sui as an enemy to his guild, and partly because he and Zhao Ritian shared similar values and naturally supported each other. However, support also means opposition. Zixia Xinzi from the Fenghuang Guild was displeased with Aoshi Dihuang's remarks and declared Fenghuang's support for Tai Sui, positioning them firmly against Yibo Yunshin. She questioned the actions of the Yibo Yunshin Guild, suggesting that their defeats by Tai Sui were deserved. Zixia Xinzi also accused Aoshi Dihuang of twisting the truth, calling him foolish. Her response stirred even more discussion among players, escalating the conflict to a new climax. The entire gaming world was now engrossed in the tumult caused by these three guilds. This whole situation has truly been a dizzying spectacle. Influenced by the comments of Zhao Ritian and Aoshi Dihuang, many players have had their eyes opened and realized that they've been fooled. Although there are various opinions about the image of the Tai Sui god, the old players, known for their profound sense of justice, remain steadfast in their beliefs. Regardless of whether Tai Sui god is a bloodthirsty maniac, the members of your Yibo Yunshin Guild really deserve some credit. Let the battle heat up, the more intense, the better. Fanggo, you really don't have to do so much for us. After all, Yibo Yunshin Guild is a major guild. Isn't declaring war on them a bit too hasty right now? Why don't we start our own guild? With more people, we won't be at such a disadvantage in battle. Exactly. With your current fame, Fanggo, if you start a guild, it would definitely attract a lot of players. Then, when we battle Yibo Yunshin, we won't suffer from having fewer people. Oh, Aoshi Kunshion Guild is siding with Yibo Yunshin? Man, Fanggo, your newbie village life is really thrilling. After meeting up in Heiyao City, Chen Ergo and the others started discussing animatedly. They were touched, believing that Li Fan's declaration of war against Yibo Yunshin on the gaming forum was purely to stand up for them. Declaring war against a huge guild single-handedly for the sake of avenging his brothers? That's incredibly brave. But having such a leader to cover for us is truly a blessing. Don't get me wrong, the matter of avenging you guys has almost been settled in Tianyao City. This forum declaration of war is purely because I personally can't stand Yibo Yunshin Guild, and I want to crush this lousy guild. Li Fan shook his head, signaling Chen Ergo and the others not to flatter themselves. Indeed, bringing Yibo Yunshin down was one of his next plans. However, the fact that Chen Ergo and the others were killed by Yibo Yunshin's members made him decide to advance this plan. As for Aoshi Kunshion Guild stepping in, that was unexpected, but no worries. If they dare to side with Yibo Yunshin, they can't be up to any good either. If we encounter members of Aoshi Kunshion, I'll just take them down as well. It won't take much effort. As Li Fan finished speaking, Chen Ergo and the others were secretly amazed. One man, facing two large guilds with the attitude of just doing it, that's really impressive. But on second thought, it's not just big talk. After all, large guilds can't always stick together for defense. They need to go out and level up by fighting monsters, right? Li Fan had said in his post that anyone he sees is fair game. Occasionally encountering them and fighting is just part of the game, and with his strength, probably fewer than 100 players pose no threat. Bringing down Yibo Yunshin Guild is a long-term mission. Let's not talk about that for now. Then, Li Fan spoke again. I'm going to do a hidden quest now. I'm busy and can't take you guys along. I've contacted Xia Ferry from the Feng Huang Guild. You guys can join their pioneering team for the next few days to avoid Yibo Yuntian's members taking their frustration out on you if they can't beat me. All right.
Chen Ergu nodded somewhat regretfully.
Fortunately, although he had thought about being boosted by Li Fan, he wasn't prepared to completely rely on him as a crutch. Just then, his eyes lit up.
Feng Huang Guild, Xia Fairy?
Is that the guild with the beautiful women? Great, Fango. You go ahead with your own tasks. We don't need you here. Li Fan, your change of heart is a bit too quick. He shook his head, half amused and half resigned, and decided to let it go. As a normal male player, who wouldn't look forward to playing with a guild full of beautiful women, Li Fan could understand Chen Ergu's sudden change of attitude. Li Fan knew very well that Chen Ergu was just a soft-hearted homebody who only acted freely around people he knew well, but was quite shy and honest around women. 10 years had passed, and Chen Ergu's wife was still his everything, unshaken by any other temptations. Now it was time to get back to his daily tasks. Whether dealing with noble guild members or handling the hidden quests, he couldn't afford any delays. At least he needed to complete the 99-part hidden quest assigned by Lu Yanwei to free himself. That was the right path. Thinking this, Li Fan bid farewell to Chen Ergu and the others, and headed to the tavern to find NPC Lu Yanwei. Lu Yanwei, still heavily intoxicated, greeted Li Fan with a grin. Ah, back again? Fancy trying something different this time? Can you bring me a pair of black iron level fiery turkey wings? I'm really craving them. Prompt. Automatically accept drunkard Lu Yanwei's daily task 14. Task requirements. Defeat a black iron creature, fiery turkey LV-23, and deliver the fiery turkey wings to Lu Yanwei. Task deadline. 3 days. Task reward. 210,000 experience points, and automatic progression to the next part of the quest. For Li Fan, defeating a LV-23 black iron boss was hardly a challenge. However, he knew that luck played a big role, and it was uncertain when he would encounter this boss. This guy really has some nerve, asking for wings from a black iron boss like I'm some kind of free labor. Li Fan felt a surge of impulse to chop down NPC Lu Yanwei, but he ultimately restrained himself. Impulse is the devil. For the sake of the ultimate rewards from the quest chain, he had no choice but to dutifully complete the task. Creature. Fiery Turkey Elite. Level. LV-23 Black Iron. Attributes. Health 4466, Physical Attack 520, Magic Attack 440, Physical Defense 198, Magical Defense 234. Skills. Facing the fiery glowing giant rooster, tears welled up in Li Fan's eyes. After more than 4 hours of effort, he finally encountered this black iron mini-boss. It wasn't easy at all. Li Fan quickly approached and launched a fierce attack, defeating it. Just as he was about to leave, he found that the Fiery Turkey Elite had dropped a skill book that was extremely useful to him. Skill book, Blocking Stance. Quality, Black Iron. Learning requirements, LV-23 and above. Shield-bearing melee classes only. LV-1 active effect. Use the shield to focus on blocking, entering a full defense state for the next 5 seconds, during which physical/magic damage received is reduced by 75%, consumes 120 MP, cooldown 60 seconds. With this skill book, Li Fan's survivability against high-difficulty bosses had significantly increased. He happily learned the skill book, and under the effects of his title, the skill level automatically increased to LV2. Although the MP cost increased to 150, the damage reduction effect also improved to 77.5%. The only downside was that he could not attack during the skill's duration, or the skill would automatically be interrupted. Although survival skills are seldom used in everyday life, Li Fan still believes that it's crucial to be prepared for any situation. He muttered softly to himself before fully immersing in the task at hand. Outside the city of Heiyao, Li Fan encountered a group of unlucky members from the Yibo Yuntian Guild. Without a word, they attacked him but were swiftly defeated by Li Fan. This wasn't the first time Li Fan had dealt with such situations. As a veteran and top guild, Yibo Yuntian had a large membership spread across 32 main cities of the Longhua Empire. Li Fan had resolved that whenever he faced members of Yibo Yuntian, he would not hesitate to strike. Since the Ao Shi Di Huang supported Yibo Yuntian, Li Fan was also prepared to take on members from the Ao Shi Kun Xiong Guild, although he hadn't encountered them yet. It was possible they had already crossed paths, but Li Fan didn't recognize them. In the world of Endless Sky, forming a guild required an official guild certification item, typically dropped by legendary bosses above level 30. Currently, guilds like Yibo Yuntian and Ao Shizangqiong were essentially groups formed by players who had migrated from other games. Therefore, unless Li Fan recognized someone, or their ID included prefixes like Yibo or Ao Shi, he couldn't tell if a player was his target. Once they obtained official guild certification, guild members would wear badges, making them easily identifiable. However, Li Fan's real targets were the core management and veteran members of these guilds. Eliminating these key figures would lead to the guild's collapse. Unfortunately, Zhao Ritian had not yet appeared in the main city, otherwise Li Fan would have already taken action against him. Li Fan felt somewhat disappointed. He had just completed a quest and stopped by the statistics office in Heiyao City to track down Zhao Ritian, the president of Yibo Yuntian. However, the records showed that Zhao was still level 20 and had not appeared in the main city area, likely because he was challenging a high-difficulty professional dungeon. With his resources and influence, leveling up was not a challenge for Zhao. He could easily have others weaken the monsters before he stepped in to reap the rewards. This was a common method for resource-rich players to quickly level up. Thus, it was not surprising that Zhao aimed to receive high evaluations for job promotions. After reaching level 20, players could use the portal to enter the main city regardless of whether they had advanced in their job. Zhao had reached level 20 the previous night, but had yet to come to the main city, probably fearing Li Fan's pursuit. Well, if he wanted to hide, let him hide. He couldn't stay hidden forever. It was about time for Li Fan to complete another task before logging off to rest. Shaking his head, Li Fan let go of his aggressive thoughts and focused on his own development. Li Fan, completely engrossed in his gaming, spent over 2 hours tackling Lu Yanwei's hidden missions until sleepiness finally forced him to log off and rest. After a brief pause, he eagerly logged back in to continue his adventures. Despite his gaming marathons, Li Fan maintained a healthy and orderly lifestyle. As usual, he spent the evening completing Lu Yanwei's hidden tasks and, in passing, defeating the unlucky members of the Yibyunchen Guild. Time seamlessly transitioned into the early hours of the next morning. After playing for several hours, Li Fan finally took a moment to check his updated character stats. Li Fan's character had reached level 27 with basic stats showing 4.04 million out of 5.4 million. As a sword and shield ranger, he boasted impressive HP and MP at 24,608 and 6,180, respectively. His physical attack was 2,126, magical attack 1,078, physical defense 1,495, and magical defense 1,420. In terms of attributes, he had a strength of 1,000, agility 21,996, spirit 378, and stamina 1,250. He also had 850 free attribute points available for distribution. His maximum attack speed reached 275.95 hits per second, with a top movement speed nearing 494.91 meters per second. He had earned the title Conqueror of Nightmares, and possessed the second phase of the SSS quality talent, Blessing of Light. His skill list included Shield Block, Heavy Slash, Blacksmithing, Shield Counter, and Phantom Dance. Li Fan noted that, despite not updating his equipment much since acquiring the epic weapon Blade of Righteous Judgment, his agility had nearly doubled. Even without any buffs, his maximum attack speed had reached 275 hits per second, with a movement speed close to 500 meters. This increase in attack and movement speed was a pleasant surprise, reminding him of the sense of achievement he felt in his past life when reaching similar milestones. Li Fan knew that to upgrade his talent to the third stage, he needed to defeat 100,000 monsters of level 20 or above, requiring his agility to be at least 200,000. The current achievements were just the beginning of his efforts, and he was filled with confidence about the future. Looking at his latest panel attributes, Li Fan couldn't help but smile broadly. Meanwhile, He continued diligently working on NPC Liu Yanwei's tasks, having completed 60 rounds so far. He resolved to push harder today so that he could claim the final reward tomorrow and break free from the tedious quest chain. However, upon receiving the 61st task, he was surprised to find it required him to kill carrion rats in the Hongya Valley area outside Tianyao City, overlapping with a previous task from Lichangsheng. Since the 40th round, the task locations had expanded beyond the vicinity of Heiyao City, requiring Li Fan to frequently travel to other main cities to hunt monsters and collect ingredients. This coincidence added an interesting and challenging twist to his gaming journey, fueling his excitement for the adventures ahead. Li Fan was in high spirits, excited about the prospect of accomplishing his mission with a double win. However, just as he set foot on the path towards the teleportation circle that would take him to Heiyao City, he hadn't yet chosen his destination when an aggressive PK, player kill, alert sounded. The alert showed that a level 23 assassin named Jinpai Shasho Sahara had activated a talent skill called Void Round, involuntarily pulling Li Fan into this special combat space. A mix of anxiety and excitement surged within him, signaling the beginning of a thrilling challenge in his adventure. Suddenly caught in a turn-based space, Li Fan was momentarily bewildered. However, the backstabbing attack from the elite assassin, Sahala, jolted him back to reality. The pain of losing just 1 HP was palpable. A surge of combat readiness filled Li Fan's heart as he realized he was facing the top hitman from the Assassin's League, Sahala, a member of an esteemed organization that prides itself on its assassin skills. Sahala hails from the Assassin's League, a secretive and efficient organization known for its mastery in assassination missions. As one of its top assassins, Sahala is renowned for his unique ability to manipulate turn-based spaces, making him almost invincible in his missions with a near-perfect success rate. In this turn-based realm, Li Fan felt a pressuring force. His opponent's agility matched his own, instilling a sense of dread in him. The rules of this space reminded him of the games he played as a child, only this time, the combat was real, and there was no way out. Though his opponent's attacks couldn't breach his defenses, Li Fan realized that Sahala had already gleaned his agility stats through a special talent, which unnerved him. This talent made one-on-one combat even more challenging, requiring extra caution and composure. After a brief contemplation, Li Fan decided to strike back. He knew he didn't have many powerful skills at his disposal and opted for a basic attack as his countermove. In this turn-based combat, every counterattack carried a glimmer of hope for victory. Li Fan was determined to give his all, leaving no room for error. Li Fan possesses legendary skills such as the sword and shield technique and the lethal slash, both of which enhance his damage output. However, his most powerful attack comes from his heavy chop skill, which has been upgraded to level 9 and can inflict 475% of his physical attack damage. Moreover, the lower the enemy's health, the higher the damage inflicted. Although his opponent has managed to replicate Li Fan's agility, they couldn't replicate his other attributes or equipment. Li Fan is equipped with dark gold legendary epic gear, while his opponent, a top assassin, only wields a golden dagger, creating a significant disparity in equipment. The assassin's backstab skill fails to penetrate Li Fan's defenses, and a single standard attack from Li Fan drastically reduces the assassin's health by 2,296 points, leaving him stunned. Li Fan boasts over 2,100 points in physical attack, and with the additional true damage, a single standard attack is enough to significantly deplete the assassin's health. The assassin exclaims in disbelief, "What are your attack and defense stats? Your agility is off the charts." Despite knowing his chances of winning were slim and his primary goal was to gather intelligence, the assassin feels a sense of dread facing Li Fan's formidable strength. He is shocked to discover that Li Fan's agility exceeds 22,000 points, a figure he thinks is unattainable even for a level 27 player. The assassin himself has an attack power of over 2,000 points, which he finds incredible. Li Fan remains unfazed by the assassin's astonishment, knowing that if he were in his opponent's shoes, he would be equally shocked. What intrigues him is the assassin's silence with every move, sparking his curiosity. When questioned about his identity, the assassin, known as Sahara, changes his expression, surprised that Li Fan has guessed who he is. Previously, The name Tai Sui-shin, a formidable player unaffiliated with any guild and operating solo, hadn't been known in the gaming world. For a solo player like him to recognize a member of the Assassin's League and identify Sahara is enough to prompt the assassin to strike decisively. However, his attack only inflicts a pitiful 1 point of force damage, highlighting the vast gap in strength between them, a gap that no amount of skill can bridge, much like a newborn facing off against boxing champion Mike Tyson. Li Fan presses further. Tell me, who sent you to deal with me? As a professional assassin, Sahara coldly stated that he would never reveal the identity of his employer. Li Fan simply acknowledged with a nod and said icily, then prepare to meet your death. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Fan swiftly launched an attack. A lethal heavy strike. The system notification popped up. You have successfully killed the gold-ranked assassin Sahara, a level 23 rogue. Since you are in counterattack mode, no sin value will be added. Following that, the system announced, you have exited the combat round. In this life-and-death confrontation, Li Fan demonstrated his calm and decisive nature, mercilessly defeating his opponent. Li Fan had already guessed who had commissioned the Assassin's League, even though the top assassin Sahara hadn't spilled the beans. It was only a few days since the game Endless Firmament launched, and the only feuds he had were with the guilds Ebo Yuntian and Aoshir Kunstone. The Assassin's League, known for their professionalism both in skill and confidentiality, didn't come cheap, especially when targeting a top player like Li Fan. Considering his status as a player from Long Nation, it was possible that foreign forces had hired them, but it seemed more likely that Zhao Ritian or Aoshir Dihuang were behind it. Thus, whether Sahara revealed the employer's identity or not didn't matter to Li Fan. Since it was probably Zhao Ritian or Aoshir Dihuang who placed the order, he decided to retaliate directly. Even if they weren't the employers, Li Fan was set on eliminating them. After all, taking them out would definitely be a move in the right direction. Checking on the NPCs, Zhao Ritian was still in the starter village, but whether Aoshir Dihuang had entered the main city was unknown. Had these two possibly conspired, letting the Assassin's League take out Li Fan before they entered the city? Li Fan discovered that Aoshir Dihuang hadn't set foot in any main city either. Once players entered the main city, they typically couldn't return to the starter village, a fact Li Fan was well aware of. Zhao Ritian and Aoshir Dihuang staying in the starter village was frustrating, but Li Fan decided to deal with the Assassin's League first. Even if he couldn't find the mastermind, he wouldn't let their accomplices off the hook, thus deciding to strike at the Assassin's League first. No matter how skilled Assassin Sahara was, he was just an employee. The real target should be the leader of the Assassin's League. The leader of the Assassin's League had always been elusive, virtually unknown to players, but for Li Fan, a reborn player, this was no secret. A prompt appeared in front of Li Fan, offering to reveal the coordinates of an ordinary player, Lu Runjia, a level 23 shadow assassin, 410 gold coins, the effect lasting 10 minutes. This ordinary ID was indeed the leader of the Assassin's League. Although he was perfectly disguised, encountering Li Fan, the reborn player, meant his bad luck was sealed for today. Yuing City, located at the edge of the Endless Mountains, was the westernmost city of the Donghua Empire. Influenced by demonic energy, the city was perpetually shrouded in gloomy weather, making it dimly lit and a favored environment for assassin players. At this moment, in a common leveling spot outside Yuing City, Lu Renjia, the leader of the Assassin's League, was having a remote conversation with the top assassin Sahara. What? Tai Sui-shin has an agility attribute of 21,996 points? Your attacks can't even break through his defense, and his regular attacks can drain 2,300 of your HP? That's unbelievable. Among players, Tai Sui-shin was a unique existence. Let's put this order on hold. I will speak to the employer about raising the fee and discuss compensation for you. You've provided valuable information. Take a few days off. Take a break. After ending the call, Lu Runjia fell into deep thought. In fact, the mission to assassinate Tai Sui-shin had been received by the Assassin's League a while ago. In the novice village of M4399, the task posted by the player known as Aoshir Dihuang created a sensation. Despite the efforts of the Assassin Alliance's two top killers, they had yet to locate the whereabouts of the godlike player, Tai Sui-shin. During this time, Another player from the guild Ebo Yuntian, Zhao Ritian, took on the challenge. Considering Tai Sui Shen's top ranking in the entire server, Zhao Ritian and Ao Shi Dihuang agreed that each successful kill of Tai Sui Shen would yield a reward of 1 million Longhua coins. This hefty bounty drew the attention of the Assassin Alliance. For Luren Jia, deploying his top assassin, Sahara, seemed like a guaranteed victory. However, Sahara lost all confidence during their first encounter, leaving him utterly stunned. Tai Sui Shen's prowess was beyond imagination. What was even more shocking was the official confirmation that Tai Sui Shen had neither cheated nor exploited any game bugs. This was truly the most chilling revelation. Clearly, the high bounty was justified, and defeating Tai Sui Shen would require careful consideration. Perhaps Zhao Ritian and Ao Shi Dihuang needed to wait a bit longer, or even consider increasing the reward. Just as Luren Jia was pondering his next move, a sudden gust of wind struck. Squinting his eyes, he saw a warrior wielding a giant sword appear before him with lightning speed. To his astonishment, it was Tai Sui Shen himself.
Tai Sui Shen?
I'm actually meeting Tai Sui Shen? Great God! May I add you as a friend? Luren Jia, momentarily stunned, quickly acted like an average player, excitedly extending the friend invitation. Li Fan, the real name behind Tai Sui Shen, was slightly surprised but soon smiled. Keep pretending. I don't believe the leader of the Assassin Alliance wouldn't know my identity. Hearing this, Luren Jia's expression froze. Realizing his cover was blown, he dropped the act and stared at Li Fan thoughtfully. Tai Sui Shen, who are you really? How did you know who I am? His ID was a secret even to most members of the Assassin Alliance, and all external contacts were managed through various intermediaries. But as the leader of such covert operations, he knew today's employer could become tomorrow's target, and it was crucial to stay discreet. It doesn't matter how I know. The fact that I found you means I have my ways. Your top assassin, Sahara, refused to disclose his employer's identity, so now he's dead. I'll ask you once more, who hired you to kill me? Li Fan asked directly. Although he wasn't particularly concerned with the answer, knowing the specifics was always beneficial. Defeating Zhao Ritian and Ao Shi Dihuang wouldn't be hard, but his time was also precious. Confirming the employer's identity was important. The Assassin Alliance has never disclosed an employer's identity, so I won't answer your question. Luren Jia replied slowly. Very well, then you should be ready to be defeated, right? Come on, Li Fan said, slowly raising his sword. To Luren Jia, Li Fan's gesture felt oppressive, but he was not one to surrender without a fight. Having anticipated his opponent's ruthless tactics, Luren Jia was well prepared and not about to be easily captured. With a faint smile, he said, "See you." And as soon as the words left his lips, he vanished into thin air like a phantom. It turned out that his special skill was invisibility. In that moment, Luren Jia demonstrated his clever and agile nature, earning him newfound respect and admiration. Currently, Luren Jia felt quite confident in his abilities. While he might not be able to defeat the mighty Tai Sui god, he did possess the ability to become invisible, which he believed could offer him a chance to escape. However, when he attempted to flee, Li Fan simply smirked dismissively. It wasn't that Li Fan couldn't handle invisibility. He had a unique tactic up his sleeve. Wielding his sword, Li Fan sent waves of sword energy crashing forward, each strike extending several meters. Invisible, Luren Jia hadn't anticipated Li Fan's cunning approach. He thought his tracks needed to be found to reveal his position, but Li Fan opted for an area of effect sword energy attack instead. Feeling this was unfair, Luren Jia tried to escape, but even the slight speed boost from his invisibility wasn't enough to outrun Li Fan's attack range. In an instant, he was struck by multiple waves of sword energy, his health reduced to zero. As the leader of the Assassin's League, Luren Jia had some life-saving tricks, but against Li Fan, they seemed futile. He knew using them would only result in a few more sword strikes from his opponent. Facing such a disparity in strength left him feeling hopeless yet thrilled. In his soul state, Luren Jia's eyes sparkled with an unusual excitement. He decided to make Li Fan his personal nemesis, regardless of whether other organizations lifted their assassination orders against him. Lurinjia saw Li Fan as his ultimate target in the game. The vast gap in strength was both despairing and exhilarating. Deciding to exit the game, Lurinjia knew Li Fan might wait for him at the respawn point, rendering any further confrontation meaningless. Meanwhile, Li Fan remained at Yueying City's respawn square, shaking his head reluctantly. With no other options, he continued playing, moving on to his next task. A level 25 common creature, the carrion rat, awaited him. The creature was enormous, at least 20 to 30 times larger than a typical house mouse, covered in irregular red and white spots. Its small, crimson eyes gleamed wickedly, adding to its grotesque and bizarre appearance. These creatures were social, often appearing in groups of 3 to 5. However, to Li Fan, even if there were hundreds of them, they posed no threat. Fighting these monsters offered no challenge or enjoyment. Their defeat was almost instantaneous. Alert! You have eliminated 500 carrion rats. Congratulations, your agility has permanently increased by 2 points for each rat, totaling 1,000 points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV28. Task completed. Lu Yanwei the Drunkard's Daily 61. Please collect your reward from NPC Lu Yanwei. Task completed. Li Chongsheng's Worries 1. Please collect your reward from NPC Li Chongsheng. With the completion alerts, the task of clearing carrion rats also came to an end. Li Fan decided to first collect his rewards from Li Chongsheng. The rewards included 20 gold coins, 250,000 experience points, and 10 merit points, all of which were earned within the boundaries of the Eastern Emperor Empire. The task had lasted 3 days, and today being the final day, there were no additional rewards. The ordinary monsters and bosses nearby were not considered intelligent beings, and defeating them did not yield merit points. However, every little bit counted, and 10 merit points were quite substantial, redeemable for generous rewards at the NPC official's location. Li Fan glanced at the rewards, unimpressed. What he cared about more was the triggered second phase of the task, Li Chongsheng's Worries 2. The task required him to venture to the tribe of intelligent magical creatures to investigate the cause of their unusual activity. The task was at 0% completion with a 60-day deadline and required 1 to 10 participants. The rewards for completing the task were unknown, but failure would result in a permanent loss of eligibility for the task. As he read through the task details, Li Fan felt somewhat puzzled. This task was not merely about defeating a boss. It required in-depth investigation, which was somewhat perplexing. However, with ample time, 60 days, he was confident he could complete it. He was particularly excited about this unique hidden task from Li Chongsheng. He had already known the rewards for the other 3 hidden tasks before accepting them, but no one in his previous life had completed Li Chongsheng's task. What could the rewards possibly be? As one of the legendary swordsmen of the Eastern Emperor Empire, Li Chongsheng's rewards were bound to be substantial. Li Fan looked forward to it. Let's set aside this task for now and finish the 99th task from Lu Yanwei the Drunkard first. Li Fan refocused and continued with his daily activities. Time flies, and it's already noon the next day. Li Fan had been thoroughly enjoying his gaming session today, playing until midnight when exhaustion began to set in. Just as he was about to shut down the game and take a break, a sudden notification from a private chat with his friend popped up. His heart skipped a beat upon seeing the message. It was his friend informing him that 7 legendary skill books had appeared in the auction house. In that moment, a surge of excitement and anticipation flooded through Li Fan. When Li Fan heard the news that 7 legendary skill books had appeared on the leaderboard, his face instantly lit up with excitement. At last, the game Endless Expanse was hosting its first deity creation event. As a reborn player, Li Fan had been a powerful LV-200 warrior in his previous life and had navigated the game with ease. He understood the critical role of Endless Expanse, a game designed to aid humanity in combating monstrous invaders from other realms. These extraterrestrial creatures represented a cosmic-level invading civilization, while Earth was merely a surface-level civilization, making the mismatch in power as vast as the ocean compared to a single drop of water. Endless Expanse not only blended the real world with the virtual, granting earthly players the powers of their game characters, but it also hosted multiple deity creation events. Through these events, some of humanity's strongest emerged as vanguards against the alien monsters. Now, these 7 legendary skill books marked the first wave of such an event. While other players might not understand their significance, Li Fan knew these books were distributed by the core intelligence system of Endless Expanse, also known as the Heavenly Tao of the game. Each book held immense power, and acquiring any one of them could unlock boundless potential for a player. In his previous life, Li Fan had entered the game too late and missed this event. This time around, he was determined not to let the opportunity slip through his fingers again. Eagerly, he opened the interface of the global auction house. On the homepage, he saw the 7 skill books shimmering in purple light. The global auction house, requiring players to be at least LV20 and charging a steep 30% transaction fee, was generally avoided by players who preferred trading in the main city's market area or the main city auction house, which only charged a 5% fee. Clearly, these 7 books were placed by the Heavenly Tao of Endless Expanse. Muttering to himself, Li Fan began to examine each of the skill books. The first one, named Eye of True Sight, was of legendary quality. Suitable for all classes, it required a minimum level of 20 to learn. Its LV1 active effect allowed the user to lock onto a target, revealing detailed attributes, skills, and vulnerabilities. Using this skill on creatures of a legendary tier or higher would consume 1 MP and had a cooldown time of 60 seconds. This skill book was of the support type, useful for all classes. Normally, players face significant challenges understanding the attributes and skills of higher-tier creatures, sometimes requiring multiple defeats to gather enough information about a boss to succeed. However, Eye of True Sight could eliminate these tedious steps, enabling players to grasp a boss's capabilities and weaknesses on their first attempt. The importance of intelligence in combat was undeniable, making this skill truly divine. For Li Fan, although the skill was initially limited to legendary bosses and had reduced effects on epic-level bosses or higher, he knew it was upgradable. This skill book was too crucial for him to pass up. He resolved to obtain it, all the while turning his attention to the other skill books. In this fantastical world, skill books descend like meteors, boasting legendary qualities. First up, mages level 20 and above, wielding staff-type weapons, can learn the skill book, Meteor Shower. Upon activating this level 1 active skill, miniature meteors rain down, instantly covering an area of 80 by 80 square meters with enemies, each meteor inflicting damage at 200% of the mage's magical attack power. It's like a magical downpour, with 20 tiny meteors falling per second for a duration of 5 seconds. Using this skill consumes 500 mana points and has a cooldown of 180 seconds. Such a display of magical power is truly awe-inspiring. Next, archers level 20 and above, equipped with bow and arrow, can master the skill book, Arrow Storm. Upon release, this level 1 active skill unleashes 100 arrows in a mere 4 seconds, storming a frontal area of 70 by 30 square meters like a tempest, each arrow dealing damage at 150% of physical attack power. This skill consumes 500 mana points and also has a cooldown of 180 seconds. The continuous barrage showcases the formidable prowess of archers. Furthermore, swordsmen level 20 and above, using long swords, can acquire the skill book, Sword of Extinction. Once this level 1 active skill is deployed, a massive wave of sword energy bursts forth, covering a fan-shaped area up to 30 meters away, with a piercing effect that deals 1000% physical damage to all enemies within range. It consumes 400 mana points and has a cooldown of 100 seconds. The sheer force of this sword energy can strike terror into the hearts of enemies. Additionally, rogues level 20 and above, wielding daggers, can obtain the skill book, Poison Enchantment. Once the dagger is imbued with deadly poison, attacking an enemy inflicts 300 points of true damage per second, lasting up to 7 seconds and stacking up to 2 layers on the same target. The weapon's poison effect lasts for 10 seconds, consuming 500 mana points upon skill use, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. This cunning toxic effect can bring excruciating pain to foes. Moreover, priests level 20 and above, using scepters, can learn the skill book, Holy Prayer. Upon invocation, divine light envelopes the caster and allies, restoring 30% of maximum health plus an additional 2,000 points per second for 5 seconds. This skill consumes 500 mana points and has a cooldown of 150 seconds. The healing effect provided is profoundly reassuring. Lastly, all classes level 20 and above can learn the skill book Rampage. Once activated, this level 1 active skill reduces physical/magical defense by 20%, but increases physical/magical attack power by 30% and attack/movement speed by 50% for the next 10 seconds. It consumes 500 mana points, grants a 10% lifesteal effect, and has a cooldown of 300 seconds. This versatile enhancement is advantageous in any situation. Among these 6 skill books, for our offensive skills, one is a healing skill, and one is a buff skill applicable to all classes. Meteor Shower and Arrow Storm are extensive area of effect, AoE, offensive skills, delivering substantial damage and proving to be formidable assets in group battles and against massive bosses. Sword of Extinction, though not the highest in damage, has a shorter cooldown and excellent instant and AoE effects. Poison Rain is a lethal tool for assassins, inflicting terrifying damage. Although it lacks the area effect compared to the other 3 abilities, it can deal up to 10,200 true damage at level 1 to a single target, which is truly frightening. On the other hand, Holy Prayer is an essential group healing skill for any priest player. It not only provides a steady amount of fixed healing, but also includes a high percentage of recovery effects, ensuring its enduring value. As for Berserk, it's a buff that benefits all damage-dealing classes. While it reduces defense by 20% during its effect, this sacrifice is minor compared to the significant increase in offensive capabilities. Li Fan was calculating in his mind, recognizing the critical importance of the 2 skill books, True Sight and Berserk, for his gameplay. True Sight would allow him to excel when challenging high-level bosses, while Berserk could significantly boost his damage output during burst phases. In comparison, the warrior's AoE skill, Sword of Extinction, seemed less essential to him, ranking after True Sight and Berserk. Although it had a cooldown of 100 seconds, it didn't significantly enhance his power. Given his basic attack and the true damage from his talents, the damage from Sword of Extinction was roughly equivalent to 8 or 9 basic attacks, almost the same as 0.05 seconds of his basic attack output. This level of output wasn't crucial overall. However, acquiring this skill would still be great, especially since completing the revenge mission for the young Master of the Wei Yuan escort agency would later grant him a special item that eliminates cooldowns for 60 seconds, making Sword of Extinction particularly useful then. He also aimed to obtain the Holy Prayer skill to support his teammates in future battles. As for the skills Meteor Shower, Arrow Storm, and Poison Infusion, he would strive to acquire them if his budget allowed, as missing out on these excellent skills would be regrettable. Li Fan glanced at his gold reserves. Recently, the Purple Cloud Fairy had been gradually repaying her debts, and combined with the revenue from the Wolf Tribe Altar Dungeon tickets, his gold had surpassed 40,000. The income from the Wolf Tribe Altar tickets alone was nearly 10,000 gold per day. The auction for the 7 skill books was set for a 12-hour, no-limit bidding ending tonight at midnight. He decided to wait and see, possibly making a move close to the auction's end for potential bargains. With this plan in mind, Li Fan decided to log off and rest. While Li Fan was lost in a sweet dream, the entire player community of the Infinite Expanse was rocked by the sudden appearance of 7 legendary quality skill books. The mysterious origins and the owner of these skill books became the subject of rampant speculation. However, no information about the seller could be found on the auction house, leaving everyone in the dark. Nonetheless, given the rarity of these skill books, players were eager not to miss out. Take the skill book Meteor Shower, for example, a dream come true for any Magic enthusiast player. To secure it, he even borrowed money from friends to gather nearly 100 gold coins, hoping to succeed in his purchase. Yet, when he learned that the leader of a major guild in the starter village had amassed nearly 1,000 gold coins and was also vying for the Meteor Shower skill book, he couldn't help but feel a stir of emotions. Amidst this suspenseful and passionate moment, players both inside and outside the game were buzzing about these legendary skill books. Wealthier players began hoarding gold coins frantically, and numerous traders in various cities and starter villages were seen loudly buying up gold coins, creating a frenzied atmosphere. As the gold coin buying craze swept through, the in-game currency's price soared, and only a few could eventually win their desired skill books at the highest prices. The cost of these 7 skill books continued to skyrocket, leaving many astounded. Despite most ordinary players having limited gold reserves, managing to save only a few dozen silver coins daily after expenses, some still managed to scrape together thousands of gold coins. Within just 1 hour of the skill books being listed, the price of the cheapest one broke through 1,000 gold coins. 2 hours later, it had soared to over 1,500 gold coins. After 3 hours and 10 hours of frenzied bidding, the price of the least expensive skill book had skyrocketed to over 5,000 gold coins. Such prices, equivalent to tens of millions in the real world's Dragon Nation currency, were beyond belief for many ordinary players. The entire player community of the Infinite Expanse was stunned by the soaring prices of these skill books. Legendary skill books, though merely virtual items, have seen their prices skyrocket to unbelievable levels. Some people think making money this way is too easy, but the real experts haven't shown their full hand yet. At the Dominion Overall Guild, the guild leader Chongqing Jun and the chief shield warrior Lao Wei are plotting to gather more gold coins. They have already amassed over 6,000 gold coins, but the guild leader insists on collecting an additional 2,000 to ensure they have the upper hand in the fierce competition. With the recent influx of tycoons in the Endless Expanse, the competition is exceptionally fierce, necessitating thorough preparations. In the M5566 Newbie Village, the guild leader Zhao Ritian of the Noble Skies Guild gazes at the 7,022 gold coins in his backpack, dreaming of a bright future. He is determined to acquire the poisoning skill book and demonstrate his prowess in the professional advancement exam to the deity Taishui. In the Misty City's Western Moon Federation, a slim, square-faced mage player is ordering his butler to continue collecting gold coins. Although he is a novice in the game, he is a powerful capitalist in the real world, holding significant sway in both political and business circles. He joined the world of Endless Expanse upon hearing that this game might represent the future of humanity. However, he is unaware that this information was deliberately leaked by those above. Meanwhile, various forces are actively gathering game coins, preparing to face the upcoming challenges. In this mysterious world of Endless Expanse, Li Fan logs in again, readying himself for the thrilling battles ahead. Li Fan didn't log into the game until after 11 p.m. tonight. The main reason for his late start, aside from a nap at noon, was that he had just moved. He was convinced that no one in the game Endless Skies could trace his real-world identity. However, since meeting Chen Ergu in the game, he began to worry that someone with ulterior motives might discover his true identity through Chen Ergu. Although he didn't suspect Chen Ergu of betrayal, as he had been a loyal companion in past lives and had stood the test of time, the possibility of someone investigating Chen Ergu's real-life identity to uncover his own was enough to prompt a move. After logging off last night, he immediately contacted someone to arrange a fake ID and used this new identity to deal with a real estate agent. He hastily viewed a house today and moved in. Now, he resides in Kangqing Community in Modu, a not-so-fancy but densely populated area known for its anonymity amidst the hustle. The combination of his fake identity and the crowded environment made it difficult for anyone to locate him quickly. Li Fan planned to rent a few more apartments in the coming days as a precaution. He thought to himself about the need for multiple hideouts and also planned to change his phone and bank details. While he splurged in the game, he lived cautiously in real life, waiting for the perfect blend of his virtual and actual worlds. Today, he was thrilled to see that the ticket price for the Wolf Tribe Altar Dungeon had increased by over 1,100 gold coins. As soon as he logged in, he received a notification about the deposit of the ticket fees. After withdrawing the gold coins, he checked his inventory, which now totaled 52,077 gold coins. He then turned his attention to the global auction house. The current highest bid for True Sight was 4,800 gold coins, with 40 minutes and 35 seconds left until the auction ended. Meteor Rain was going for 4,706 gold coins, and Rampage for 4,752 gold coins, both with the same amount of time left. The 7 skill books were all priced around 4,700 to 4,800 gold coins, particularly True Sight, which was fiercely contested due to its wide utility and practicality. With 40 minutes left until the end of the auction, he decided to complete some quests first. Li Fan focused and started on his daily tasks. System notification. You have automatically accepted the daily task 85 from the drunk, Lu Yanwei. Before he knew it, 40 minutes had passed. He glanced at the new task notifications on his panel but ignored them, opening the global auction house instead. With 60 seconds left in the auction for the 7 skill books, someone finally made a move. True Sight jumped to 5,200 gold coins with 59 seconds remaining, up from 5,000 just a second before. Although the competition was fierce, the price increase was slow, much like squeezing toothpaste. Suddenly, the price soared by 200 gold coins in an instant. This spike acted like a strong signal, prompting the big investors who were ready to pour in substantial funds to respond immediately. The latest bidding prices for the other 6 skill books also began to skyrocket rapidly. 5,200, 5,300, 5,400. The prices were fluctuating wildly, almost every second, with each increment exceeding 100 gold coins. This spectacle had many onlookers buzzing with excitement. My goodness, the real tycoons are entering the fray. They were going all out, with each bid increase of 100 gold coins, equivalent to over 600,000 Longwa currency. These tycoons are insane. It's just a skill book, yet their fervor is utterly astonishing. Since the game's launch, all the gold I've managed to save doesn't even amount to 3 coins, showcasing the overwhelming strength of these top spenders. Amid the chatter of the onlookers, the auction's countdown rapidly approached the last 10 seconds. At this moment, the highest bid for True Sight had reached 7,500 gold coins, while the lowest bid for Meteor Shower had also climbed to 7,300 gold coins. This price held steady for several seconds, showing hardly any fluctuations. It was clear that the big spenders participating in the auction were beginning to show signs of fatigue. Yet, it was tycoons like Li Fan who were finally making their moves. With only 5 seconds left in the auction, True Sight hit a new high of 8,000 gold coins, Meteor Shower at 7,900 gold coins, and Rampage, also at 8,000 gold coins. With 4 seconds left, they climbed to 8,500 gold coins each. In the final 3 seconds, True Sight soared to 9,104 gold coins, Meteor Shower to 9,000 gold coins, and Rampage matched at 9,000 gold coins. With 2 seconds remaining, True Sight reached 9,233 gold coins, Meteor Shower 9,167 gold coins, and Rampage 9,199 gold coins. After a frenzy of bidding in the previous 3 seconds, the prices of each skill book had begun to stabilize. This indicated that the competing tycoons had pushed their limits. At this crucial moment, even a single extra gold coin could determine the final price. Just then, Li Fan, who had been patiently waiting, made his move. With less than 1 second on the countdown, True Sight hit 10,000 gold coins, Meteor Shower 10,000 gold coins, Arrow Storm 9,317 gold coins, Sword of Extinction 10,000 gold coins, Poison Enchantment 9,301 gold coins, Holy Prayer 10,000 gold coins, and Rampage 10,000 gold coins. In the final second, the prices of the 7 skill books fluctuated multiple times. The auction finally came to a close, and Li Fan watched the items: True Sight, Meteor Shower, Sword of Extinction, Divine Prayer, and Rampage, with mixed emotions. He felt a quiet sense of triumph as the transaction went through successfully. Soon after, a series of notifications rang out, informing him that he had received the daily reward for topping the server-wide level rankings, propelling him to level 32. Another alert followed quickly. He had won a dark gold quality treasure chest in the server-wide equipment rankings. The addition of 5 skill books to his inventory brought him great satisfaction, yet there was a tinge of regret. A smile, both content and slightly wistful, appeared on Li Fan's face as he pondered his next goal. Wow, did I just see things? Or did the price tag on those 5 skill books really hit a whopping 10,000 gold coins each? That's absolutely unbelievable. In the game, that's like spending tens of millions of Longwa currency just for a single book. It's sheer madness. Oh my goodness. How are there so many fabulously wealthy players in the endless skies? Just this morning, I thought gathering 200 gold coins would be enough to snag a skill book, but looking at it now, that idea seems like a joke. Guys, did you notice that out of 7 skill books, 5 were sold for 10,000 gold coins each? Could it be that one person bought all 5? No way, that's impossible. That's 50,000 gold coins we're talking about. Who could possibly shell out that much so casually? It must be a coincidence. Yes, definitely a coincidence. Who else could afford such a vast amount of gold coins nowadays? The auction prices for these 7 skill books have really captured everyone's attention. When the final prices were revealed, the whole crowd was astounded. 5 of the books sold for 10,000 gold coins each, shocking countless players. As an ordinary player who works hard to earn every coin, having saved up only a few coins myself, the thought of spending 10,000 on a skill book is downright disheartening. While feeling a bit envious, many players also couldn't help but admire those who managed to acquire these books. Each of these 7 books is considered a divine skill that could turn any average player into a top contender. It's truly enviable. Oh heavens, how did so many wealthy folks emerge in endless skies? I've painstakingly saved over 7,000 gold coins, and yet I can't even afford one book? Damn my luck. Changsheng Jun, the leader of the Junlin Tianxia Guild, is feeling quite restless and frustrated. He spared no expense in buying gold coins and even rallied guild members to pool funds, amassing over 7,000 gold coins. He thought he'd at least secure a legendary skill book, but the lowest final price exceeded 9,300 gold coins. This left Changsheng Jun feeling utterly defeated. It's not for lack of trying, but it seems his efforts were just not enough. Observing this, he could only imagine how much wealthier and powerful other big players in the game must be. Considering this, does the Junlin Tianxia Guild, under Changsheng Jun's leadership, still stand a chance to reclaim its former glory in endless skies? Changsheng Jun is plagued with doubts. Meanwhile, guild leaders like Zhao Ritian and Zantiangxia also feel defeated, realizing that Endless Skies is vastly different from previous games, with many new powerful players joining the fray, signaling a dramatic shift in player dynamics. Ha ha ha, I finally managed to purchase these skill books, including the coveted poisoning skill. Soon, I will surpass Tai Suishin and become the top player on the server. General, Tai Suishin is just a lucky guy. His strength is nowhere close to yours. Representing the powerful CF Federation, you are destined to be the strongest on the server.
Ha ha ha. Cut. I like your straightforwardness.
In Shengshui City, the CF Federation will always shine the brightest. A middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes is engaged in a lively conversation with his subordinates. He's the successful buyer of the skill book on poison tempering. Hailing from the United States, this man holds the rank of brigadier general in the military. Although he may not be widely famous, his influential family background grants him a significant position in his country. Confident and pampered from a young age, the general firmly believes that the skill book, which he acquired by pooling resources from various factions, will propel him to become the top player across the entire server. He has recently acquired 3 new skills: True Sight, Sword of Extinction, and Rampage, after purchasing 5 skill books. 3 of these books have now vanished, and his skill list has been updated with these new abilities. With the effect of his title, the levels of these skills have been upgraded to level 2, enhancing their effects. True Sight at level 2 allows him to lock onto a target, revealing detailed attributes, skills, and vulnerabilities. This skill is slightly less effective against creatures 10 levels above him or of legendary rank, consuming 1 MP per use with a cooldown of 60 seconds. To upgrade this skill further, he needs 1 million experience points and must be at least level 30. It's a scouting skill, and although each level upgrade might not seem significant, Li Fan is quite satisfied with it. For creatures up to 10 levels higher than him and below epic rank, being able to discern their strengths, skills, and weaknesses is indeed valuable. The effects of Sword of Extinction and Rampage have also been slightly altered at level 2. Sword of Extinction now has a 5% larger attack range and deals 1,100% of physical attack damage, with a cooldown of 100 seconds and an increased mana cost of 480 points. Rampage now lasts an additional second, during which both attack and speed are boosted by 35% and 55% respectively, making it a potent enhancement. These skills also require 1 million experience points to upgrade further. Li Fan, having just leveled up, decides to delay their advancement to level 3 as he is not in a rush to increase his own level, understanding that being too high level could reduce the efficiency of farming monsters. Previously, he had spent a significant amount of experience points to maximize skills like Shield and Sword Art and Storm Sword Art. Otherwise, he would have been at least level 35 by now. The first Divine Creation event in the Endless Sky has concluded, and buying 5 skill books was a complete success for him. Unfortunately, had he known the competition would be so fierce, he might have spent some time grinding through nightmare dungeons to acquire better gear to sell for gold, regretting missing out on 2 skill books. His memory from a previous life on the details of this event is vague, only recalling the approximate timing and nothing about the final prices of the 7 skill books. He had initially thought that the gold he sold to Xixia Fairy would be enough for at least 1 book. Thankfully, he had the ticket fees from the Wolf Tribe's altar dungeon, or he wouldn't have been able to afford any at all. Li Fan realized he had underestimated the market when his 50,000 gold coins could only buy 5 books. This made him feel uneasy, and he mentally cautioned himself against overconfidence. Just then, a private message from his good friends, Xixia Fairy and Hua Hudi, popped up, capturing his attention. Xixia Fairy asked in a private chat, "Is there any chance you could sell the Meteor Shower and Sacred Prayer skill books? They don't seem very useful to you." Previously, Xixia Fairy had promptly sent gold coins to Li Fan during a quest. As the strength of mainstream players continues to grow, the production of gold coins in the game has also been increasing. Today, Xixia Fairy generously gave Li Fan over 3,000 gold coins, settling all his debts. She explained that she stayed online later than usual to make sure Li Fan had enough gold for the auction, handing over the coins just in time. Li Fan was very grateful for her thoughtful gesture and replied, "Tai Sui God, not for sale." Xixia Fairy then asked, "Wow, so did you really buy those 5 skill books? How did you manage to get so many gold coins?" Li Fan frowned upon reading her message. "Oh, you tricked me. Why are you so mischievous?" Tai Sui God clarified, "Sorry, I was mistaken earlier. I did not buy the Meteor Shower or Sacred Prayer skill books." Xixia Fairy angrily said, "Tai Sui God, do you think I'm a fool?" Tai Sui God patiently explained, "Oh, not for sale. I'm keeping these books for future teammates." He continued, "Regarding the gold coins, you know about the admission fee for the Wolf Tribe altar, right? Those coins are mine. So I can also find a hidden dungeon, clear it, turn it into a public dungeon, and then charge an entrance fee. It's nothing shady, and I'd face it openly if anyone guessed." Considering their previous friendly cooperation, he even kindly reminded Xixia Fairy how he had managed to accumulate so many gold coins. Xixia Fairy scoffed, "Future teammates? How about our Phoenix Guild's pioneering team? Just tell me who you like, and I'll introduce her to you." Tai Sui God politely replied, "Sorry, I'm busy, let's chat another time." Li Fan then ended their conversation. Although the Phoenix Guild's pioneering team is strong, they are not his people. Li Fan prefers not to spend his resources on training members from other guilds. As for teammates, although he knew many notable players from his past life, he hasn't met many yet. He suddenly remembered a message from Hua Hudi, so he opened it to check. Hua Hudi, once one of the strongest mages in a past life, although not very personable, had not communicated with him for a while after he declined her team invitation in M4399's newbie village. Curious, Li Fan read her private message. Hua Hudi asked, "Tai Sui God, did you buy those 5 skill books that sold for 10,000 gold coins each at the auction?" Tai Sui God responded, "Why do you ask?" Hua Hudi insisted, "Please tell me if it was you. I want to know how big the gap between us is." Li Fan realized that by rejecting her team invitation earlier, he had hurt her pride, and she had been striving to surpass him ever since. Perhaps she wanted to come back and mock him once she surpassed his abilities. Checking the leaderboard, indeed, Hua Hudi's name was in the 88th position on the level leaderboard and 71st on the equipment leaderboard. After completing the daily tasks assigned by the notorious drinker Lu Yanwei, Li Fan finally earned a reward of 280,000 experience points. It was already past 5 in the morning, and he felt a mix of satisfaction and exhaustion from his efforts. His competitive spirit kept his passion and desire for challenges in the game alive. In the game, Tai Sui-shen privately messaged him, claiming that he had purchased the skill book himself, but Hua Hudi questioned the source of his gold coins. Tai Sui-shen mysteriously replied, asking her to guess. Filled with jealousy and a sense of challenge, Hua Hudi vowed to make herself unattainable to Tai Sui-shen. Li Fan started to entertain the idea of forming a guild, realizing that one person's power was limited and that he needed allies to combat foreign demons. He decided to wait for official guild certification before proceeding, and Hua Hudi was one of the teammates he hoped to recruit. Hua Hudi, upon receiving the invitation, was torn, harboring complex feelings towards Li Fan. She admired him yet felt a competitive spirit towards him, which was neither romantic affection nor animosity. However, Hua Hudi felt increasingly frustrated and uneasy as she noticed the growing gap in strength and wealth between them. With only a few gold coins in her possession, she was puzzled and concerned when Li Fan easily pulled out 50,000 gold coins for an auction. This disparity made her question his intentions. After much contemplation, Hua Hudi finally responded to Tai Sui-shen, accepting the invitation. Meanwhile, after the auction, Li Fan planned to return to his routine life. Having completed his mission, he felt a sense of relief and satisfaction, ready to embrace new challenges. After 98 grueling quests that involved either investing in Lu Yanwei or defeating monsters to collect ingredients, with only experience points as rewards, the 99th quest brought a pivotal moment. Grateful for all his assistance, Lu Yanwei earnestly sought help from Li Fan for a deeply personal request: to avenge his fallen comrades from the Glory mercenary group, decimated by a troll tribe during a perilous adventure. This marked the end of his days as a downtrodden drunkard. The quest required Li Fan to venture deep into the endless mountains north of Heiyao City, where he needed to eliminate at least 1,000 trolls, ranging from levels 35 to 45. The task was daunting, with a 15-day deadline to complete it solo. Success promised a reward of 1.2 million experience points and a piece of the Chaos Core Fragment 3, a special item from Lu Yanwei's adventurous youth, which he hoped would aid Li Fan in his mission. Surprisingly, before the quest even began, Lu Yanwei presented the Chaos Core Fragment 3 to Li Fan. This ancient artifact, born at the dawn of the Endless Expanse world, had the power to synchronize the levels of all equipment with the bearer's level. Delighted, Li Fan accepted the gift, unconcerned about the severe penalty of losing access to the quest chain should he fail. As soon as he stored the Chaos Core Fragment 3, his equipment underwent transformations. The epic weapon, Blade of Righteous Judgment, and the epic jewelry, Hunter God's Silver Ring, along with the Dark Gold Boots, Coward's Rocket Boots, all ascended to level 32, enhancing their attributes significantly. Li Fan was now fully equipped, with his gear perfectly aligned to his current level, all thanks to the Chaos Core Fragment 3. Li Fan couldn't help but steal a glance at the brand new version of the weapon, feeling his combat power surge within him. Named the Blade of Justice's Decree, this epic quality weapon was flawless. It boasted a durability of 326/750 and required a level 32 or higher two-handed melee class with a minimum of 880 strength to wield. In terms of attributes, it offered plus 1,420 physical attack, plus 1,100 magical attack, and plus 320 strength, with a 21% increase in physical attack power. It also featured a light attribute attack, which was boosted by another 21%. Compared to his previous gear, the Blade of Justice's Decree nearly doubled his attributes, boosting Li Fan's overall combat effectiveness by about 20%. The upgrades on his other equipment were also quite impressive, leaving Li Fan immensely satisfied. Li Fan opened his personal panel to review his base attributes. As a sword and shield ranger, he had reached level 32, with 35,608 HP, 8,480 MP, 3,323 physical attack, 1,761 magical attack, 2,150 physical defense, 2,082 magical defense, 1,314 strength, 24,660 agility, 497 spirit, 1,499 stamina, and 1,160 free attribute points. His maximum attack speed was 296.88 hits per second, and his top movement speed was 553.52 meters per second. He had also earned the title Conqueror of Nightmares, and possessed a second-stage SSS quality talent called Blessing of Light. These attributes were a comfort to Li Fan, especially after spending a few days in the main city where his attack and defense stats had skyrocketed by 30 to 40% due to enhancements from Chaos Core shards. His epic weapon and ring had become top-tier gear. Delighted by these developments, Li Fan marveled at the incredible power of the Chaos Core shards. Li Fan was unconcerned about how Lu Yanwei, the down-and-out drunkard, had come across the Chaos Core shards. The allure of such hidden quests lay in their rich rewards, much like the warrior's heart from the blacksmith Morin in the newbie village and the Chaos Core shards from main city NPCs. Li Fan decided to allocate all his remaining free attribute points to strength, boosting it to 1,974 points, and his physical attack power to 4,122. With such high attack power combined with a base attack speed of nearly 300 hits per second, even he was a bit frightened by his own capabilities. However, he decided not to dwell on these thoughts and focus on completing his quests instead. Since Lu Yanwei had already given him the quest rewards in advance, Li Fan was more than willing to reciprocate his kindness. Although the deadline for the task was still 2 weeks away, he decided to set off right away. He was well aware that in the game, being between levels 35 and 45 meant you were at least at the bronze tier. Filled with confidence, he believed he could complete the task before logging off today. Li Fan had to admit, he truly was incredibly skilled. In the vast expanse of the boundless universe, players encounter various monsters including common monsters, dungeon monsters, and intelligent demons. Common monsters mainly appear in major leveling areas and are the primary challenges for players leveling up. Dungeon monsters respawn every time a dungeon is restarted, requiring players to continually challenge them. Intelligent demons, on the other hand, resemble NPCs. Once defeated, they do not revive and possess their own intelligence and social structures. Deep within the endless mountains north of Heiyao City, a hidden troll tribe represents a small civilization among intelligent demons. Although Li Fan has limited knowledge of this area, he is confident in his abilities. In his past life, he had fought many trolls from powerful forces, but those were far superior to the low-level creatures found here. However, as his combat strength improved, Li Fan was convinced he could easily overpower this marginal tribe, undefeated in all his endeavors. With a mindset geared towards victory, Li Fan bid farewell to his companions and swiftly headed towards the north of Heiyao City. Even with his speed, it took him over 10 minutes to cross the outer regions of the Endless Mountains. Along the way, Li Fan did not take defeating common monsters to heart. Any creature that obstructed his path was mercilessly slain. These monsters were mostly minor demons around level 30, merely stepping stones in his leveling journey. However, as he ventured deeper into the Endless Mountains, he noticed that the monsters around him were significantly stronger, generally above level 35. Some were even smart enough to realize that fighting was futile and chose to flee instead. Nevertheless, they were ultimately powerless to escape Li Fan's control. During his search for the troll tribe, Li Fan unexpectedly encountered several mini-bosses. System notification. You defeated a LV-36 Black Iron Boss Golden Wing Mantis, earning 19,200 experience points and an additional 20% experience bonus. This kill was the first in the server. Congratulations on earning 30 free attribute points, as well as an item or skill book specific to your class. Your agility talent has permanently increased by 16 points. After defeating another mutated Crocodile Elite LV-36 Black Iron Boss, you gained. The challenges posed by the mini-bosses were not to be underestimated, but they were no match for Li Fan's current strength. As the first player to reach this area, he received the first kill rewards for these bosses. However, when he defeated a LV-35 Black Iron boss named Carrion Hyena Leader, he was surprised not to receive a first kill notification. The absence of a first kill reward indicated that another player had defeated it beforehand, prompting Li Fan to reflect on the impermanence of life. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on this and continued on his quest, searching for traces of the troll tribe. After nearly half an hour of exploration, Li Fan finally discovered a troll squad. A team comprised of 3 towering trolls was on patrol, their imposing figures cloaked in dark skin and their eyes emitting a sinister red glow. Each troll wielded a massive club. Li Fan, using his eye of true sight, identified these creatures as troll patrol guards, classified as level 36 bronze with formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. These trolls were skilled in swinging their clubs, slashing with their claws, and kicking fiercely. Their abilities included Sweeping Strike, Roar, Frenzy, and Alert. Deciding to engage, Li Fan, a master of sword chi, each of his strikes infused with immense power, effortlessly targeted a troll's vulnerability, inflicting devastating damage. Under his assault, the troll patrol guards were utterly defenseless and were quickly defeated. Li Fan's prowess and skills dominated the battle, rendering the formidable trolls powerless against his swift and lethal attacks. Displaying unmatched combat strength, Li Fan effortlessly defeated his mighty foes, asserting his invincibility on the battlefield. In a mysterious forest, the protagonist Xiao Ming faced a fierce battle. He was up against a towering troll patrolman, level 36, who was immensely strong. Yet, Xiao Ming was fearless. Clutching his weapon tightly, he stared down the troll with unwavering eyes. The troll swung its massive iron club and roared deafeningly, trying to intimidate Xiao Ming. But Xiao Ming's heart burned with a desire for battle and courage. He stood his ground. Throughout the intense fight, Xiao Ming parried the troll's attacks and agilely dodged each powerful strike. After a fierce struggle, Xiao Ming finally spotted a weakness in the troll. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a fatal blow. As the troll fell, the entire forest seemed to fall silent for a moment, and Xiao Ming's face lit up with joy and excitement. It was his first time defeating such a formidable opponent, earning him 38,400 experience points, along with a 20% bonus. What exhilarated Xiao Ming even more was that this kill was not only a personal victory but also the first server kill. He received 72 free attribute points and a piece of class-specific equipment or a skill book. Such achievements greatly inspired him, filling him with confidence and anticipation for future adventures. Soon after, Xiao Ming encountered a cunning magical creature and once again demonstrated his exceptional combat skills, defeating the foe. This battle earned him 30 merit points, and his talents were activated, permanently increasing his agility by 18 points. Xiao Ming's journey of adventure was filled with challenges and opportunities, each battle testing his courage and wisdom. He firmly believed that as long as he maintained his bravery and resilience, he could overcome more difficulties and achieve more victories. After defeating the Troll Patrol, Li Fan received a generous reward, not only gaining a substantial amount of experience points, but also accumulating a total of 90 merit points. These merit points can be exchanged for various valuable items, such as equipment, skill books, and consumables at the NPC official in the Donghua Empire, essentially serving the same purpose as gold coins. Li Fan was thrilled, especially since his agility attribute also received a boost. Every LV-36 Bronze Tier Troll Patrol defeated contributed 18 agility points to his stats. Considering the potential presence of many such intelligent creatures within the Troll tribe, if he could eliminate 1,000, that would increase his attributes by over 30,000 points. The second phase of the Blessing of Light required defeating 100,000 monsters of level 20 and above to automatically upgrade to the third phase, which might impose a level and strength requirement similar to the previous upgrade. Therefore, he decided to use the remaining quota of the second phase to focus on these intelligent creatures. Reflecting on this, Li Fan gave himself a mental pat on the back. Accepting the final task from Lu Yanwei impulsively turned out to be the right move. The appearance of the Troll Patrol indicated that this area was the territory of the Troll tribe, prompting him to start a large-scale clearing operation swiftly. Li Fan's hunch was proven correct soon after, as he encountered a second wave of troll patrols. This group consisted of 3 troll patrols, 2 of which were LV-35, and one that was LV-37. Clearly, the strength of the troll patrols varied. However, whether they were LV-35 or LV-37, they were destined to be swiftly defeated by Li Fan. A system notification confirmed the kills. Another prompt followed, announcing his loot. A giant troll club, a troll cloak, a recipe for a basic strength potion, and coins totaling 4 gold, 6 silver, and 71 copper. A consumable recipe? Ha! Another chance to make a fortune. In the world of Endless Firmament, potion consumables are considered precious items. Since the beginning of the game, Li Fan hadn't acquired any recipes for making consumables. Traditional in-game health and mana potions, only purchasable from NPC merchants, were not very effective, and he had never bothered buying them, nor did he lack other supplies. As for various temporary attribute-enhancing potions, they were nowhere to be found at the NPC merchants. He thought he would need to accumulate enough merit points to exchange for items at the NPC official in the Donghua Empire, but defeating the Troll Patrol had unexpectedly rewarded him with a recipe, a delightful surprise indeed. Li Fan glanced at the recipe in his inventory. A basic strength potion recipe, a blueprint that, once learned, would grant the ability to craft basic strength potions, though it required the secondary profession skill of alchemy. Crafting the basic strength potion would require ingredients like silver blossom, gold silver grass, and white spoon essence, providing an increase of 100 strength points plus an additional 5% boost for the next 60 seconds, with no cooldown. This potion could significantly enhance one's strength by 100 points and increase the attributes by 5%. Unfortunately, Li Fan did not possess the alchemy secondary profession skill. With a heart full of goodwill, Li Fan decided to save his secret potion-making skills for a worthy successor, ensuring a continuous supply of the elixir. He focused his scattered thoughts and bravely continued his exploration of the troll territories, unbothered by the 2 bronze pieces of equipment dropped by a 3-headed troll lord. Though valuable, these items were of lower quality and his backpack could not accommodate them. As Li Fan ventured further, he encountered the 3rd wave of troll patrols. The system notifications of enemy defeats popped up rapidly. After defeating several waves of troll patrols, Li Fan finally reached the core stronghold of the troll tribe. The valley, surrounded by mountains on all sides, had only one entrance, about 5 to 6 meters high. Stealthily, Li Fan defeated 2 bronze trolls guarding the gate and stepped into the valley. Inside, the valley opened up into a spacious landscape with a flat ground dotted with dwellings made of branches and straw. In the distance stood a colossal stone palace, in front of which was a huge, square platform. At the center of the platform, a lifelike, brown, giant troll statue towered, with a bonfire burning brightly. Trolls of all ages bustled about the valley. Aside from their fierce appearance and some gruesomely devouring raw meat, the scene almost resembled a peaceful, harmonious civilization. Looking at the trolls with pity, Li Fan's heart was filled with compassion. In the next moment, he swung his sword. Amidst flashes of blades and swords, Li Fan launched a unilateral slaughter on the trolls. Whether old or young, they were all at least of the bronze tier. These intelligent creatures, born as bronze tier beings, had built the troll civilization, known in Li Fan's world as the Bronze Tribe. Facing Li Fan, these bronze-tier trolls stood no chance, often falling with a single strike. The trolls plunged into chaos. Female trolls fled in panic, while the younger ones, enraged, charged at Li Fan with their weapons. At the same time, a group of well-equipped troll soldiers attempted to block Li Fan's advance, trying to halt his massacre. These soldiers were the strongest in the troll tribe, with levels above 38 and many silver-tier troll captains among them. However, they were no match for Li Fan, who single-handedly wrought a cruel slaughter upon the entire troll tribe. The system notifications of enemy kills surged rapidly. In moments, Li Fan was swept into a frenzied killing spree. Suddenly, the sound of war drums that quickened his heartbeat echoed through the valley. 4 towering troll chieftains, each adorned in gleaming gold armor, stormed towards him with faces contorted in rage. Deep in the valley, the troll tribe activated their war bravery drum skill, boosting their combat power by 20%, a legion skill so powerful it commanded respect. However, for Li Fan, Such an enhancement did not shake his resolve. Even with a 20% increase in the troll's combat prowess, they seemed no more than ants in his eyes. His gaze was firmly fixed on the 4 advancing troll centurions, showing no fear. The troll centurions, as members of the troll race, were formidable level 42 gold-ranked warriors. Their chilling offensive and defensive capabilities were enough to deter any ordinary fighter. Wielding massive clubs, slashing with sharp claws, and kicking fiercely, they displayed powerful basic attacks. Their skills, including Sweeping Rage, War Stomp, Resilience, and Last Stand, highlighted their formidable strength. Despite the daunting physical prowess of the troll centurions, Li Fan remained undeterred. He calmly analyzed the situation, unfazed by the enemy's offensive and defensive tactics. In this endless expanse called the Celestial Realm, a boss's strength is measured against that of its peers. The trolls, known for their close combat strength and stamina, made the troll centurion's attack attributes particularly fearsome. Yet, Li Fan remained composed. He understood the importance of high attack power but prioritized agility, which was his true weapon. Before the troll centurion could even reach him, Li Fan had already initiated his attack. Each strike precisely targeted vulnerabilities, causing immense pain to the troll centurion. Li Fan's combat skills and cool-headed strategy allowed him to effortlessly dominate the battle and crush his enemies. The troll centurion's high physical and magical defenses made him seem invincible, but Li Fan had already devised a thorough plan. He skillfully utilized various equipment effects to maximize his damage output. The enhanced damage from his toxic earrings and the defense reduction from his storm sword technique made his attacks even more lethal. Each of Li Fan's strikes was as sharp as a blade, leaving the troll centurion struggling to defend. In this battle, Li Fan demonstrated his calm, decisiveness, and masterful control over combat. Although the troll centurion was powerful, he was merely a puppet under Li Fan's control. Each of Li Fan's relentless attacks acted like a deadly blade, methodically dismantling his opponent and showcasing the true essence of a king in battle. When facing the formidable centurion of the 4-headed trolls, Li Fan demonstrated great respect towards the Golden Boss, unleashing his legendary skill, the Fatal Slash, without any reservation. Now upgraded to level 4, each strike inflicted over 5,000 points of damage with a piercing effect. The 20 sword chi beams he unleashed were far more fierce than ordinary attacks. These beams, like a dazzling white pillar of light, instantly penetrated the 4-headed troll centurion, causing its health to plummet by a third in just a blink of an eye. The trolls roared in pain, lifting their heads to the sky. However, swords do not discriminate, and these intelligent troll centurions were not mere common mobs that could be respawned repeatedly. They had minds of their own. Therefore, they hesitated to deploy their wide-range AoE skills while their kin were still nearby, for fear of causing friendly fire. When one of the troll centurions attempted a counterattack, only one managed to do so. This was because Li Fan's passive ability from the hunting god's silver ring took effect, stunning the troll centurion for 6 seconds, followed by a paralysis of another 6 seconds. The passive effect of the paralysis necklace also kicked in, paralyzing it for an additional 4.5 seconds. With Li Fan's rapid and continuous attacks, 3 out of the 4 troll centurions were put under control, leaving only one lucky enough to escape. The massive club of the troll swung through the air, but Li Fan easily sidestepped to avoid it. The troll centurion's roar did damage to Li Fan, but he hardly bothered to dodge. A staggering damage number of -9,622 appeared above Li Fan's head. Despite the impressive physical output of the troll centurion, Li Fan chose not to dodge because he possessed the spirit of a warrior, immune to control and equipped with a life-stealing effect, ensuring that any loss in health was quickly replenished by his high damage output. Soon, the frenzied troll centurion, like its companions, was bound by the stunning effect of the hunting god's silver ring. Under the continuous control of stun and paralysis lasting 4.5 seconds, Li Fan easily crushed them one by one. The damage numbers -1864 kept appearing repeatedly. The passive effects of the ring stacked, and Li Fan's basic attacks reached their maximum output. At this moment, with an attack frequency of over 380 hits per second, Li Fan's theoretical damage per second could reach over 700,000 against the Troll Centurions, whose health simply could not withstand such an onslaught. In less than 2 seconds, Li Fan fearlessly faced the towering Ogre Centurions, defeating them one by one with his basic attacks. Upon vanquishing a level 42 gold Ogre Centurion, he earned an astonishing 915,000 experience points, boosted by an additional 50%. Moreover, this victory marked the server's first kill, rewarding him with 160 free attribute points, as well as a bonus piece of equipment or skill book for his class. He then defeated a creature of wisdom, earning 160 points of merit. His talents came into play as well, permanently increasing his agility by 168 points. Ultimately, Li Fan leveled up, reaching level 33. From the boss's corpse, he picked up a golden Fong Club, ancient beast leather armor, a multi-fireball skill book, a roar skill book, and 26 gold, 33 silver, and 2 copper coins. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the pricier the fish. The greater the challenge of the boss, the higher the risk and reward. The 4 gold-level Ogre Centurions not only helped Li Fan level up, but also brought him immense joy. However, now was not the time to admire the spoils, as the defeat of the Centurions had sent the ogres in the valley into a panicked flight. With fewer than 2,000 ogres left in the tribe, Li Fan knew he had to act fast to eliminate them all, or letting them escape would dampen the thrill. Just as he was about to raise his long sword, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed through the valley, capturing his attention. A deep and earth-shaking roar echoed through the valley, prompting Li Fan to look up. There, in the palace of the troll tribe, a colossal troll over 8 meters tall materialized out of thin air, radiating a sinister red glow. He wielded a massive scimitar, taller than himself, an imposing figure that was impossible to ignore. Beside him stood a distinctive troll, noticeably shorter and hunched, barely reaching 1.5 meters in height. He held a dark staff and was dressed in a green robe. According to the information displayed, the towering figure was the most powerful entity within the troll tribe, a legendary level 39 troll lord. The smaller, hunched figure was the tribe's shaman, a dark gold boss-level troll shaman, at level 40. Suddenly, the troll shaman pulled out a golden miniature troll statue, seemingly filled with magical power. In an instant, all the other trolls in the valley, except for the troll lord and shaman, turned into black light and were absorbed into the miniature statue. A prompt appeared, revealing that the level 40 dark gold creature, Troll Shaman, had used the troll totem to shelter all the ordinary trolls within the totem's internal space. This spectacle made Li Fan, who had initially planned to lock onto the troll lord using the true side eye after a 30-second cooldown, immediately change his strategy. Even though you're a dark gold level creature, you seem even more dangerous than the legendary troll lord. Li Fan decided to use the true side eye to examine the troll shaman. Species: Troll Shaman, Tuba. Race: Troll Tribe. Level and rank: Level 40 Dark Gold Creature. Combat abilities: Physical Attack 2600, Magic Attack 10100, Health Points 700,000, Physical Defense 5569, Magic Defense 5874. Attributes: Strength 2100, Agility 3580, Spirit 6000, Stamina 4800. Regular Attack: Arcane Energy Blast. Skill 1. Resist Poison Aura. Unleashes a powerful repelling magic, dealing 400% magic damage to enemies within a 30-meter radius, poisoning them to inflict 1,000 points of true damage per second for 5 seconds. Skill 2. Poison Circle. Conjures a 15-meter radius circle of poison, inflicting 250% magic damage per second on enemies within the area for 10 seconds. Skill 5. Toxic Nova. After chanting for 2 seconds, detonates the toxins within the bodies of nearby poison enemies, causing 99,999 points of true damage. Skill 6. Magic Shield. Casts a shield absorbing 50% of maximum health and damage, lasting for 30 seconds. Skill 7. Enlightenment. When health drops to 80%/50%/30%/20%/10%, randomly resets the cooldown of 1 to 3 skills. At 5% health, All skills except the shield enter a cooldown free state for 15 seconds. Skill 8, Troll Shamanism. As a shaman of the Troll tribe, can harness the powers of the Troll totem. Weaknesses: eyes and throat. The true sight. I revealed all this in a moment, giving Li Fan a clear insight into the full capabilities of the Troll Shaman. Facing a barrage of wide-area AoE abilities and high targeted damage, along with those mysterious Troll totems, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of trouble rising within him. His expression grew increasingly solemn. Although the true sight had revealed some valuable information, it failed to detect some critical data, such as the cooldown times of the Troll Shaman's abilities. In this regard, he could only observe and adapt during the battle. Deciding to first take down the totems before tackling the Troll Lord, Li Fan charged at the enemy without hesitation. His body was still in motion, but his sword energy was already striking. The sword energy, like moonlight, cascaded onto the body of the Troll Shaman. Simultaneously, a flurry of damage numbers appeared above its head: 219, minus 493, including critical hits, minus 237, minus 237. Each slash of sword energy inflicted minimal damage on the Troll Shaman due to its exceptional dual defenses and a level difference that reduced Li Fan's damage by 35%. Each of Li Fan's attacks could only cause 1 point of mandatory damage, plus 218 points of true damage from his talent, as well as the additional damage and 8% bonus from his venomous earrings against poison targets. Even the physical defense reduction effect of his Storm Sword technique was futile. Indeed, this is the norm when challenging high-level bosses. In the vast world of Endless Expanse, teamwork among players is crucial. Although Li Fan's Storm Sword technique could reduce the enemy's physical defense, it would only be truly effective if a teammate had a similar ability to lower the boss's physical defense below its own level, or if a teammate's buff could boost Li Fan's attack power above the enemy's defense. However, in this battle, he had to face the high-level boss, the Troll Shaman, alone. Fortunately, the substantial true damage from his talent provided a glimmer of hope for challenging such a difficult boss. His previous victories over various Dark Gold and Legendary bosses during the Novice Village phase were for the same reason. Otherwise, no matter how fast his attacks or how sharp his weapon, defeating the Troll Shaman would be impossible. Setting aside its magical shield, if he went all out, he might only need about 3,000 sword strikes to reduce its 700,000 health points. At his current attack speed, this would take just 8 to 9 seconds, and possibly less than 4 seconds by activating the Phantom Dance and the active skill of the Epic Ring. However, the intense combat situation did not allow for such an output environment. Li Fan shook his head with a wry smile. In less than a second of his output, the Troll Shaman's health dropped to 80%, and it began to unleash its AoE skills. The combat information displayed that the Troll Shaman, Tuber, a level 40 Dark Gold creature, had used the skill, Resist Poison Circle, but Li Fan had already moved out of the skill's range and was unaffected. His quick reflexes allowed him to notice the Troll Shaman's staff beginning to glow brightly, prompting him to immediately sprint in the opposite direction. The Troll Shaman's skill was released so quickly, with a casting time of less than 0.3 seconds and less than a second to execute. However, within that brief second, Li Fan had already escaped hundreds of meters away, rendering the enemy's skill ineffective. Despite being seemingly outmatched by the formidable Troll Lord, Li Fan did not show any sign of backing down. Fearlessly, he waited for the Troll Lord's skill duration to end, then swiftly shifted his focus and launched an attack. As expected, his assault could not penetrate the Troll Lord's defenses. However, Li Fan remained composed, aware of the Troll Lord's massive size and slow movements. He knew that with patience, he would eventually be able to defeat the mighty foe. The Troll Lord was seething with an extraordinary rage, his heart ablaze with the desire to destroy the fragile lives of humans. As the leader of his tribe, he was eager to avenge the massacre of his people with the blood of this human. However, this fury stemmed from a sense of impotence. As a legendary Troll Lord, he didn't need the Eye of Truth to foresee his adversary's strength. Li Fan could sense the formidable power of his opponent. This boss represented an extraordinary challenge for all players. Yet, to Li Fan, The Troll Lord seemed more like a clown being mocked. His massive frame made his attacks appear exceedingly slow to Li Fan. With agility at least 5 times that of the Troll Lord, Li Fan saw the troll's attack rate as almost negligible. To him, the Troll Lord's movements were like a slow-motion action scene, and the disparity in attack and movement speeds allowed Li Fan to easily dodge his assaults. In battle, Li Fan skillfully avoided the Troll Lord's area of effect, AoE, abilities, showcasing his superior tactical skills. He successfully depleted the health of the Troll Shaman, even as 2 bosses coordinated their attacks on him, yet he remained unscathed. Li Fan was adept at observing the battlefield and adapting flexibly, never overextending himself. He always managed to switch his attack targets timely, maintaining efficient output, leaving the Troll Lord and the Troll Shaman helpless. What's the point of having powerful attacks or skills if they can't defeat Li Fan? The Troll Shaman and the Troll Lord are doomed to weaken and eventually die without overcoming him. The entire battle was uneventful and soon, the Troll Shaman's health was down to just 5%. During the fight, the Troll Shaman, Tuba, a level 40 dark gold creature, cast the skill, Resist Poison Ring. However, Li Fan had already moved out of the skill's range, completely unaffected. Then, without hesitation, the Troll Shaman unleashed all his skills, except for the mana-free magic shield, bombarding the area with various abilities. A deep blue toxic aura spread across the valley like the Olympic rings. Meanwhile, the clever Li Fan had already moved far from the valley, skillfully dodging the attacks. Without any instance restrictions, he could go wherever he wanted, holding the initiative. 15 seconds later, as the Troll Shaman's barrage ended, Li Fan moved in again to attack. However, he nearly made a crucial mistake when the Troll Shaman quickly cast the Troll Totem Barrier, raising a semi-transparent barrier into the air with a radius of about 100 meters. Realizing he was almost trapped, Li Fan swiftly dodged, looking back at the barrier from a distance of 10 meters with a sense of relief. He didn't know how long the barrier would last or what the consequences of being trapped inside would be. If it lasted more than half a minute and he couldn't break it, his fate would likely be sealed. Being trapped would limit his movements, not allowing him to escape the AoE skills like he would with a flying boss. If he couldn't take down the 2 bosses during a burst phase, death was imminent. Secretly, Li Fan hoped the Troll Totem would bring him some luck. Seeing Li Fan successfully evade the barrier, the Troll Shaman cancelled it and, along with the Troll Lord, resumed their relentless pursuit. This time, Li Fan was more cautious, focusing on hit-and-run tactics rather than maximizing his attack output. After a fierce battle lasting a few seconds, when the formidable Troll Shaman fell, Li Fan's screen lit up with an exhilarating notification. It announced that he had successfully defeated the level 40 dark gold creature, Troll Shaman Tuber, earning an impressive 1,852,875 experience points, with a bonus of 35% extra due to his level advantage. Moreover, his victory marked the first server-wide defeat of this boss, rewarding him with 320 free attribute points, a piece of class-specific gear or a skill book, which greatly delighted him. Additionally, he unexpectedly defeated a Wisdom Beast, earning an extra 320 points of merit with a 4-fold bonus. What excited him even more was that his talent had activated, permanently increasing his agility by 324 points. Furthermore, he picked up some precious loot dropped by the boss: a poisoned dark gold staff, agile dark gold boots, a gold poison resistance ring skill book, and the special Troll Totem, along with a large amount of gold and silver treasures. The sight of these spoils thrilled Li Fan, especially the Troll Totem he had long coveted. Surprisingly, the totem did not vanish with the death of the Troll Shaman. Li Fan seized it before the Troll Chieftain could arrive. Glancing at the totem, he gasped in surprise. It turned out that the reason the Troll Shaman was unaffected by his necklace and ring was due to this totem. This revelation left him in awe. The Troll Tribe Totem is a mysterious and unique artifact. Although it's not particularly useful for Li Fan personally, it holds boundless potential. During the moment of the Troll Ritual, the trolls that were transported into the space within the totem reappeared, surging around Li Fan as if reborn in a dark glow. Some charged towards the Troll Chieftain, while others scattered in terror. Realizing that he still needed to eliminate over 700 trolls to complete his mission, Li Fan knew he had to act quickly or risk losing track of them. Carefully, he stowed the troll tribe totem in his backpack, gripped his sword tightly, and plunged into a frenzied battle. Setting aside his challenge with the troll chieftain for the moment, Li Fan took the opportunity to slaughter the ordinary trolls. With his exceptional speed, he darted through the ranks of trolls, infuriating the chieftain who could only watch helplessly as his minions fell one by one. With every 20 strikes, an ordinary troll fell dead by his hand, his efficiency chillingly high. Li Fan's experience points soared, rapidly advancing his level and boosting his agility. By the time his agility reached 41,996 points, Lu Yanwei's task had already been completed. Now, as he paused, the ordinary trolls lay dead everywhere, with only the chieftain left howling alone. To grind so many bronze level or higher intelligence monsters in such a short time, my agility stats are skyrocketing, Li Fan thought to himself, regretting that a few trolls had escaped, which might have boosted his stats even higher. However, now was not the time to dwell on what-ifs. Stimulated by the death of his minions, the troll chieftain's attacks grew more ferocious, forcing Li Fan to take the battle seriously. With his true sight ability fully cooled down, he decisively launched a series of attacks on the troll chieftain. Meet Skuld, the troll lord and the mighty bear. Belonging to the troll race, Skuld is a legendary creature of level 39. His physical prowess is unmatched with an attack power of 19,504 and a magical attack strength of 3,100. He boasts a formidable health pool of 1,466,000 out of 1.5 million, with a physical defense of 12,885 and a magical defense of 12,004. Skuld's attributes are staggering: 12,000 in strength, 6,540 in agility, 2,330 in spirit, and 11,000 in stamina. Skuld's arsenal of attacks includes swinging a large sword, clawing, kicking, and performing a sweeping strike that devastates his enemies. His skills are awe-inspiring. 1. Roar. 2. Frenzy.
Dritter war Stomp.
4. Earthshatter. Skuld swings his massive sword to the ground, creating a shockwave that deals 500% physical damage and stuns enemies within a 150-meter radius. 5. Iron Body. Skuld slowly regenerates 2% of his maximum health every 5 seconds. 6. Bear Strike. Attacks deal an additional 200% of strength as physical damage. 7. Grief. Upon the death of fellow trolls nearby, Skuld's attack and movement speed increase by 1% per fallen troll, up to a maximum of 100%, though this effect dissipates after combat. 8. Rampage. When his health falls below 10%, Skuld becomes frenzied, reducing his defense by 30%, increasing his attributes by 40%, and making him immune to control effects. 9. Demonic Attention. When his health drops below 5%, a demonic avatar aids him in battle. Skuld's weaknesses are his eyes and his rear. His strength is so formidable that his regular attacks surpass the special moves of ordinary trolls. Among his skills, Grief particularly enhances his speed to incredible levels. Skuld also possesses powerful team-boosting abilities that are simply breathtaking. The demonic attention instills fear in the hearts of those who witness it. Li Fan thought he had fully gauged Skuld's capabilities, yet he was taken aback by the summoning of the demonic avatar, a skill reserved only for divine beings in the endless expanse of the cosmos. Curious and eager, Li Fan wants to measure his chances against this divine-level boss. However, his thoughts are interrupted by a system notification alerting him to unusual magical creature activities near the Donghua Empire, advancing his mission, Li Chongqing's concerns, to 2%. Did revealing Skuld's demonic attention skill with the true sight eye cause this progress? Despite his pondering, Skuld remains a threat, having just slaughtered ordinary trolls, restoring his health almost completely. For now, the priority remains: defeat the troll lord Skuld. The shattered sword streaked across the sky like a shooting star, numbers soaring above the troll lord's head. -437, -438, -472, -1062. Each attack targeted a deadly vulnerability. Once ordinary trolls fell one after another before Li Fan, whose base agility had already reached an astonishing 41,996 points. With the mystical power of the epic ring compounded, his agility surged by 30%, hitting an incredible 54,594 points. His talent granted an additional 545 points of true damage with every attack. However, under the level suppression from the Troll Lord, Li Fan's damage output was reduced by 20%, bringing his standard attack damage down to 437 points. Despite this, it was more than enough. Though the damage per hit wasn't high, his attack speed was astounding. An agility of 54,594 allowed Li Fan to achieve an attack speed of 656 hits per second. This could further increase to 874.78 hits per second with the enhancement from Phantom Sword Dance. Such a rate meant that Li Fan's overall output exceeded 380,000 hits per second. Of course, in actual combat, Li Fan had to continuously dodge skills, preventing him from reaching this maximum output. Still, an average damage output of 100,000 per second was impressive. Unlike the Troll Shamans, the Troll Lord's skills were almost instantaneous, with no sustained damage. Li Fan could stay out of the skill range, and then quickly return to the fray to continue his assault. Even as the Troll Lord's anger doubled his attack and movement speeds, it couldn't match Li Fan's agility, even with 6,500 agility points. Throughout the battle, Li Fan managed to deal damage without taking any himself. For him, defeating the Troll Lord was even simpler than taking down the Dark Gold boss, the Troll Shaman. Moreover, thanks to seizing the Troll Tribe Totem, the stunning and paralyzing effects of the Epic Ring and Legendary Necklace could also take effect on the Troll Lord. The battle log showed that the passive attribute of the Silver Ring of the Hunting God was activated, stunning the Troll Lord's Scold for 4.1 seconds. As the stun took effect, the Troll Lord's health rapidly decreased, like a deflated balloon. 80%, 60%, 40%, down to 10%, 5%. When the health dropped to 10%, the Troll Lord went into a berserk state. Its attributes doubled instantly, making it immune to control, provocation, and hatred skills. However, in front of Li Fan, these enhancements were ineffective. What use was doubling attributes when it couldn't match his attack speed? Immunity to control? Irrelevant, as Li Fan didn't rely on control skills. Immunity to hatred skill effects? No need to worry, as it was a one-on-one battle, and Li Fan only needed to focus on the duel with the boss. Thus, even in a berserk state, the Troll Lord was steadily suppressed by Li Fan, with its health gradually decreasing to 5%. The moment Li Fan had been waiting for finally arrived. The battle log displayed that the Troll Lord Scold, a level 39 legendary creature, unleashed the skill Evil God's Attention, and the Evil God's avatar, Sauron, appeared. Suddenly, a vortex portal emerged before him. The door swung open automatically, revealing a figure the size of an adult human. This figure was none other than a manifestation of Sauron, clad in a black robe with his face obscured. In his right hand, he held a staff resembling a tree branch, topped with a blood-red gemstone, and clutched an aging tome in his left hand. Li Fan suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness as a notification appeared on his panel, indicating he was under the effect of divine pressure, with his attributes suppressed by 90%. This made him realize that his own rank was merely ordinary. Such divine pressure, a unique aura of suppression possessed by deities in the infinite expanse world, explained why Li Fan, even after reaching level 200 in his previous life, couldn't defeat a divine boss. Frowning, Li Fan used his true sight ability on the demonic avatar, Sauron, revealing that it was a level 33 deity rank creature with 50% of the original strength and could exist for a maximum of 20 seconds. Suddenly, a fiery red energy orb appeared above him, dealing a fatal blow, but his equipment automatically activated an invincible state. Facing this, Li Fan helplessly realized he couldn't dodge the attacks from the demonic avatar, confirming his inability to defeat a deity rank boss at his current lower rank. However, Li Fan had anticipated this and thus hadn't fled earlier. Instead, he prepared to use his trump card, Judgment of Justice. He targeted the Troll Lord, activating the active skill of his epic weapon, which instantly transported him to a special dimension. In this space, he absorbed the Troll Lord's strength attributes, slightly boosting his own strength, although it was negligible against the Troll Lord's defense exceeding 10,000. Li Fan decided to bide his time, waiting for the demonic avatar to vanish before launching his attack, and began circling around the Troll Lord. The Troll Lord fell to Li Fan, who, despite losing his sanity, relentlessly pursued Li Fan without regard for the changing surroundings. It all happened in a mere 20 seconds. Li Fan executed his phantom sword dance, his sword gleaming as he accelerated his attacks. Remarkably, he didn't even need to use his desperate fury, survival skill, or activate the hunting moment ability of his epic ring. He easily defeated the weakened Troll Lord. Everything went smoothly without any surprises. Seconds later, as the Troll Lord's health was depleted, a series of kill notifications appeared on Li Fan's screen. Throughout the battle, Li Fan remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. Li Fan's interface suddenly flashed with a series of notifications. He had defeated the legendary creature, the Troll Lord Skuld, at level 39, earning 12.28 million experience points along with a bonus 20% additional experience. This victory propelled him to level 36. Even more thrilling was that he was the first server-wide player to defeat this boss, earning him 600 free attribute points and an extra drop of class-specific equipment or skill books. Additionally, he defeated a wise monster, earning 600 merit points and triggering a talent that permanently increased his agility by 600 points. Among the loot from the boss, he picked up a legendary gilded armor, a dark gold azure dragon saber, a legendary iron body skill book, and 79 gold, 22 silver, and 18 copper coins. Just as Li Fan thought the surprises were over, new notifications appeared on his panel. He had destroyed a troll tribe in the Endless Mountains, earning 10,000 merit points and the new title of Troll Executioner. This unexpected reward made him laugh with joy. Despite being one of the top 10 warrior class players in his previous life, the feat of single-handedly defeating the wise monster tribe still left him surprised and excited. 10,000 merit points can definitely be exchanged for some great items. Li Fan thought to himself, feeling lucky. He eagerly checked the equipment and skill books dropped by the boss. Despite the server-wide announcements, he instinctively chose to hide his name. Then, the server-wide announcements started to flood the screen. Deep in the Endless Mountains, the heroic deeds of Tai Sui Shun, a level 36 sword and shield ranger, caused a sensation. He defeated the legendary Troll Lord Skuld at level 39, earning the first server-wide kill reward and becoming a hero forever remembered in the history of the Endless Expanse. Additionally, he destroyed the wise monster troll tribe, earning extra rewards and once again making history in the Endless Expanse. These series of heroic acts stirred up a storm on this otherwise quiet night, leaving all players astounded. LV36 already? Tai Sui Shun? No way. Just an hour ago you were at LV32, and now you've rocketed to 36? That's insanely fast. But what's even more astonishing is that you managed to defeat a LV39 legendary boss. That's just mind-blowingly awesome. Here I am, struggling at LV27, barely able to handle the regular mobs. I heard the Wisdom Monster Troll Tribe is incredibly tough. I only realized it when I got a hidden quest. It seems Tai Sui Shun didn't just defeat that one boss. He must have taken down many other mini-bosses too, which explains the rapid level surge in just half an hour. It looks like Tai Sui Shun is the only one making headlines in the server-wide announcements. It's just jaw-dropping. There's also a top 10 player in town who, along with thousands, took down a LV26 Dark Gold boss, but that didn't even get a city-wide announcement, let alone a server-wide one. Tai Sui Shun really stands out from the crowd. Can we ever hope to surpass him? Anyway, I just want to kneel before Tai Sui Shun, the gaming legend. At Tai Sui Shun, please take me under your wing. Almost every player in the game is buzzing about this. New threads are popping up on the forums like mushrooms after rain. Previously, Li Fan quietly focused on NPC missions, only getting attention when he cut ties with the Yibo Yunshin Guild. Since he didn't update his equipment and used all his experience to level up his skills, Li Fan's level wasn't much higher than the second-ranked player, just about 2 levels ahead. Many thought he was out of the running, unable to maintain his early lead like back in the newbie village. But tonight, something incredible happened. A LV39 legendary boss defeated. How did you manage that? What's the secret to destroying the Wisdom Monster tribe? It's unbelievable. All players are stunned, and meanwhile, Li Fan has finished sifting through the loot from the Troll Lord. Fortunate as ever, the legendary gear and skill books dropped by the Troll Lord are going to be incredibly useful. Li Fan couldn't help but smile as he checked out his newly upgraded armor. Li Fan donned a gilded armor with an impressive durability of 500 to 500. This legendary armor, of exceptional quality, requires a minimum of level 36 and a stamina of over 400 to wield. Its attributes are formidable, offering plus 15,200 HP, plus 328 physical defense, plus 299 magical defense, plus 215 strength, and plus 265 stamina. Additionally, the armor boasts a special feature where the maximum HP increases by 20%, and it slowly regenerates 3,000 HP over 5 seconds when damaged. It also reduces the duration of any status ailments by 30% and includes a Bloodthirst passive skill, which increases the armor's maximum HP by 150 points during combat with each enemy, with a cooldown of 30 seconds per target. Such a growth-oriented piece of equipment brings immense joy to Li Fan. While other players might view this armor as merely outdated, given its low level and only the maximum HP growth, Li Fan possesses a Chaos Core Fragment 3, making this armor an endgame piece for him. A high HP is crucial for surviving high-difficulty boss fights, a fact well understood by Li Fan. Unfortunately, the skill book Iron Body, which is unaffected by the Chaos Core Fragment, remains beyond his reach for learning. Li Fan glanced at the legendary skill book Iron Body in his inventory, also of legendary quality, requiring level 39 or above and suitable for warrior/priest classes. This skill book's level 1 effect is a passive skill that slowly regenerates 2% of the maximum HP every 5 seconds, a skill once wielded by the Troll Lord himself. With this, Li Fan feels confident about his future battles. In addition to 2 legendary quality trophies, the Troll Lord also gifted Li Fan a shimmering dark gold greatsword. This two-handed weapon, designed specifically for warriors, boasted impressive attributes. However, to Li Fan, it was no different from the silver and gold equipment he had previously acquired, just another item to handle. What truly caught his eye, though, was a title bestowed upon him for destroying the Troll tribe, Troll Executioner. This title came with notable attribute bonuses, a 10% increase in health, 8% enhancement to both physical and magical attack power, and a 5% boost in strength, agility, spirit, and constitution. Although these boosts might seem straightforward, they significantly surpassed the base attribute increases of his previous title, Conqueror of Nightmares. The only downside was that this new title did not enhance skill levels. However, considering Li Fan primarily relied on basic attacks rather than skills, he decided to adopt the Troll Executioner title. Additionally, he chose to allocate all his free attribute points to stamina, a decision he now viewed as wiser than his previous approach of saving points to distribute on the fly, for instance, adding strength for more damage output or stamina for better defense. After intense battles with the Troll Shaman and the Troll Lord, Li Fan realized the futility in holding back. Why not invest all in stamina? After all, in high-difficulty boss fights, his damage output relied heavily on his natural ability to inflict true damage, with strength only enhancing critical strike damage, which means hitting the enemy's weak spots for extra damage. With his agility and attack speed increasing, Li Fan found himself dealing more real damage with each hit, making him a powerhouse in combat. Initially misled by the attributes of the Sword of Justice, he had invested heavily in strength. Fortunately, this wasn't a major issue, as boosting his critical damage was also beneficial. Now, Li Fan had decided to allocate all his free attribute points to his stamina. With a high defense and substantial health pool, he felt ready to face any boss. He resolutely added all his free points to his stamina and glanced at his updated character panel. Character: Tai Sui Shan. Base attributes: level 36, 404, 000/1, 490, 000 XP. Class, Sword and Shield Ranger. HP, 62,330.
MP 8,848.
Attack, Physical Attack 4,817, Magical Attack 1,928. Defense, Physical Defense 4,600, Magical Defense 4,343. Attributes, Strength 2,261, Agility 44,725, Spirit 522, Stamina 3,416. Free Attribute Points, 0. Max Attack Speed, 537.66 attacks/second. Max Movement Speed, 994.95 meters/second. Title, Troll Executioner. Talent, Blessing of Light, Phase 2. SSS Quality. Equipment/skills. Details omitted. Having been out of combat for over 10 seconds, the passive benefits of his epic ring had disappeared, revealing Li Fan's stats without any buffs. The focus on stamina had significantly enhanced his physical defense, almost surpassing his attack value. He realized that farming the Wisdom Monster tribe had been highly profitable and planned to focus his efforts there. He remembered that NPC Lin Yuliang's hidden quest involved enhancing a tribe called the Lion Scorpion. Several days had passed, and it was time to tackle the first part of the quest. But before that, he planned to conquer the level 28 public dungeon, Lava Cave. After wrapping up his loot absorption and allocating his free attribute points, Li Fan began planning his path to further strength. There was a public dungeon at level 28 that he hadn't had time to explore while busy with Liu Yanwei's tasks. Now at level 36, he couldn't afford the experience penalty from delaying any longer. Thus, Li Fan decided to run the dungeon before tackling Lin Yuliang's task, hoping to claim the Nightmare Mode's first clear rewards. He messaged his friends, Tai Sui Shun to Zixia, gather 14 people, including yourself, and meet me at Tianyao City's Dungeon Square. I'll lead the Nightmare first clear. Tai Sui Shun to Erguzi, bring your 3 teammates. See you at Tianyao City's Dungeon Square in 20 minutes. Let's soar. Tai Sui Shun to Wahudi, still awake? That's rare. Come to Tianyao City's Dungeon Square. I'll take you through the Nightmare Mode first clear. The Lava Cave, a medium-sized public dungeon for 20 players, didn't restrict the number of challengers. Although Li Fan could enter alone, the severe penalty for a level 36 player in a level 28 dungeon made it wise to include lower-level teammates to indirectly boost the dungeon's yield. Li Fan wasn't too concerned about the loot from the dungeons. He was mainly interested in the first-time clearance rewards and the legendary treasure chests included in the dungeon completion rewards. By pretending to lead his team into the dungeon while actually facing the monsters alone, as he had done previously in the Spider Cave, he could ensure that these rewards remained consistent. Although teaming up would divide his experience points, he didn't mind sacrificing a bit for the sake of training future teammates. With these thoughts in mind, Li Fan began his journey back to the city. At the Dungeon Square in Tianyao City, amidst the bustling crowd, someone suddenly pointed at a group and exclaimed, "Look, aren't those members of the Phoenix Guild's pioneering team? Oh my, we've actually run into them. I wonder if anyone is courting Zixia Fairy?" Other players admired figures like Chi-Chi, who was well known for her marksmanship and ranked high on the leaderboards. "I wish I could join them," another chimed in. "Forget about it," someone retorted. "The Phoenix Guild mainly recruits female players. Male players have to be exceptionally skilled to get in. Who are those narcissistic guys? What's the deal with this guy named Sinian?" someone else asked. "Ugh, that ID is so sinister. Hanging out with the Phoenix Guild folks? That's just wrong." Even late at night, Tianyao City's Dungeon Square was lively. The area featured dungeons like the level 28 Lava Cave and the level 20 Wolf Tribe Altar, which were popular among newcomers who aimed to complete the Wolf Tribe Altar dungeon 5 times daily for its high rewards and low risks. When Zixia Fairy and her group arrived, they attracted envious glances from the surrounding players. Suddenly, a group of unexpected visitors approached them. The leader of the group, whose ID was Aoshi Dihuang, stepped forward. "Zixia Fairy, we need to talk. Surely, you don't want to see your guild members being hunted by our Aoshi Chuanxiong Guild and Yibo Yunshin Guild," he said calmly. In the gaming forums, Xia Fairy had vocally supported Li Fan in his challenge against Yibo Yuntian. True to her word, she commanded her guild members to confront both Yibo Yuntian and the Ao Shirkun Xiong guild players. During this period, Li Fan was preoccupied with his own matters, leading to hundreds of daily casualties in the Feng Huang Guild. However, the losses for Yibo Yuntian and Ao Shirkun Xiong were even more severe, largely because Li Fan had given all his surplus equipment to Xia Fairy, significantly enhancing the overall strength of the Feng Huang Guild beyond that of average players. On the other side, Ao Shirkun Xiong and Yibo Yuntian guilds began to buckle under the pressure. Ao Shir Di Huang and Zhao Ri Tian were not as capricious as Xia Fairy and couldn't stomach the daily loss of hundreds of their members. Early in the game, time is incredibly precious. Engaging in PK battles might be rewarding if one wins, but the death penalty for losing is severe. Being in a weakened state makes it nearly impossible to defeat monsters of the same level, thus wasting precious time. Therefore, for the sake of their guild's growth, after completing a 7-star difficulty job challenge, Ao Shir Di Huang immediately went to Tianyao City, seeking reconciliation with Xia Fairy. He argued, "We may not be able to defeat the madman Tai Sui Shun, but with the formidable strength of your Feng Huang Guild, why align yourselves with a lunatic? Early game time is so valuable, why get involved in these battles? Miss Xia, take my advice. This feud is between us, Ao Shirkun Xiong and Yibo Yuntian guilds, and Tai Sui Shen. You don't need to get involved. I stand here today, representing the will of Yibo Yuntian guild leader Zhao Ri Tian, hoping for peace. Otherwise, we will take serious action against the Feng Huang Guild. We are among the top guilds in the gaming world, temporarily unable to defeat Tai Sui Shen. But does that mean we can't defeat you? Xia Fairy, don't you want to protect your guild members from being hunted by us, which could hinder your progress? Please, stop cooperating with Tai Sui Shen." Ao Shir Di Huang said earnestly yet gently. Despite only being level 20 due to time lost on a challenging job quest, he felt safe appearing here because NPC soldiers were stationed nearby, and anyone attempting PK would face their sanctions. Li Fan's previous actions of attacking players in the main city were ineffective in front of NPC soldiers, so Ao Shir Di Huang was not worried about his safety. However, facing Ao Shir Di Huang's threats, Xia Fairy simply smiled coldly. Tai Sui Shen is a friend of our Feng Huang Guild, and his stance is our stance. You think you can threaten us? You and Zhao Ri Tian, who have been hiding in the starter village like cowards, dare to come here and threaten us like clowns? It's laughable. With this, the Feng Huang Guild remains unshaken, and we now consider your Ao Shirkun Xiong Guild our enemy, Xia Fairy retorted, causing Ao Shir Di Huang's expression to darken. Are you out of your mind? Are you really willing to destroy both our guilds just for that lunatic Tai Sui god? Xia Fairy said, puzzled. You'll never understand the conflicts between the powerful, you clown. There's a saying that one woman is worth 500 ducks. Aoji Emperor picked the wrong opponent. He faced off against Aoji Emperor and was quickly overwhelmed by Xia Fairy and others. Meanwhile, Li Fan quietly arrived at the instant square. He didn't reveal himself immediately. Instead, he silently listened to the discussions among the players around, trying to understand Aoji Emperor's intentions. A fierce intent to kill flashed in Li Fan's eyes. In his memory, neither the Aoji Chuanxiong Guild nor Aoji Emperor had left a significant impression. In his previous life, this guild had disbanded in the 3rd or 4th year after the opening of the Endless Firmament, and Aoji Emperor had faded into obscurity, possibly meeting his end. After being reborn, his conflict with Aoji Chuanxiong originated from an incident where he defeated the Silver Wolf King and was met with disrespectful remarks. It wasn't a big deal to Li Fan. However, what he hadn't expected was for Aoji Chuanxiong to form an alliance with Yibo Yunshan. Moreover, Aoji Emperor had publicly supported Zhao Rifa on the forums, maliciously slandering Li Fan. Thus, although Li Fan didn't know much about Aoji Emperor, he regarded him as no different from Zhao Ritian. In his previous life, Zhao Ritian had successfully led the Yibo Yunshan Guild to become a notorious anti-human organization. If Aoji Chuanxiong had continued to exist, it might have evolved into another Yibo Yunshan. Fearing assassination, they hid in the newbie village for days, not daring to enter the main city. Once they reached the main city, they immediately sought out Zixia Fairy for threats, a contemptible act of bullying the weak. Today, your downfall is inevitable. My word is law, and not even gods can save you. With this in mind, Li Fan quietly left the instant square. Perhaps Aoji Emperor thought the NPC soldiers stationed around would keep him safe, thus not worrying about an attack? Too naive. Li Fan felt a lesson was necessary. In the city lord's mansion of Tianyao City, the city lord, a member of the Donghua Empire's royal family, praised Tai Sui God. You truly deserve to be the first chosen one to enter the main city. I wasn't wrong about you. To think you defeated the troll tribe all by yourself. As the city lord of Tianyao City, he greatly admired Li Fan's actions and offered a reward. As an encouragement, you can exchange merit points for an item at half the usual cost. The city lord looked at Li Fan with admiration. Simultaneously, a merit point exchange list appeared on Li Fan's panel. Donghua Empire Chosen, one's merit points exchange list. Item 1. Hero's Helmet. Quality: LV30 Silver Helmet. Grade: Excellent. Attribute 1. HP plus 900, Dual Defense plus 35, Stamina plus 30. Attribute 2. Physical damage received reduced by 5%. Attribute 3. Physical damage received reduced by 30 points. Exchange price: 200 merit points. Item 2. Hero's Light Armor. Quality: LV30 Silver Upper Garment. In the exchange store, items of excellent quality are highly sought after, including the glorious longsword. This golden two-handed weapon, with a quality level of 30, is undoubtedly one of the dream pieces of equipment for warriors. Its dazzling appearance exudes an unmatched majesty and power. At this exchange store, the glorious longsword can be redeemed for 200 merit points. As for other higher-tier golden two-handed weapons, like Item 16, their attributes are not detailed, but they are also of excellent quality and require 500 merit points for redemption. These precious items are undoubtedly powerful aids for heroes in battle, ensuring their dominance and invincibility on the battlefield. In Tianyao City, Lord Zhao Hong provided a list for item exchange that included a total of 500 various items, featuring top-quality dark gold equipment, skill books, and various special tools and consumables. These precious items filled Li Fan with anticipation and excitement. He originally planned to accumulate more merit points before making any exchanges, but plans don't always work out. So in addition to exchanging for a high-level honor medal of the Donghua Empire's Chosen, Li Fan also opted for a set of medium-grade agility elixirs. These elixirs, when used, instantly boost one's base agility by 500 points for 30 seconds and come with no cooldown period. Each vial costs 1,000 merit points, totaling 9 vials. Fortunately, during the medal exchange, Lord Zhao Hong offered a 50% discount, allowing Li Fan to easily purchase the needed items. Merit points are as precious as gold and should not be squandered lightly. Li Fan resolved to defeat more intelligent monster tribes in the future to amass more merit points. Shaking his head after completing the exchange, he headed towards the instant square. At the instant square, a heated argument was underway. Li Fan's good friend, Chen Ergu, was no longer holding back. He had been spending the past few days leveling up with his 3 old teammates in the Phoenix Guild's pioneering team, enjoying a pleasant and comfortable life alongside beautiful women. Suddenly, some people began to disrespect Zixia Fairy with harsh words. In such a situation, Chen Ergu fearlessly expressed his displeasure and anger loudly. Chen Ergu had already made his move before Li Fan, but unfortunately, he failed to capture the interest of the beautiful girls around him. In their eyes, he was just an average Joe, always seen as someone riding on Li Fan's coattails. This frustrated Chen Ergu deeply. However, when confronted by the provocations of Aoshi Dihuang and Zhao Ritian's group, Chen Ergu fearlessly stood by the girls, including Zixia Fairy, displaying his impressive verbal skills. With just a few words, he caught Aoshi Dihuang and Zhao Ritian off guard. Enraged, Zhao Ritian cursed, "Damn you! I'll remember this. Whether the Phoenix Guild wants peace or not, you won't escape. We, the Yibo Yunshin Guild, will make sure of that." Zhao Ritian, despite his imposing username, had led the Yibo Yunshin Guild into becoming a questionable group, showcasing his low standards and crude language. Originally, Zhao Ritian did not want to personally handle the negotiations with the Phoenix Guild and left it to Aoshi Di Huang. But he didn't expect Zixia Fairy's firm stance and was surprised by Aoshi Di Huang's incompetence, who couldn't even handle a confrontation with a woman. Left with no choice, Zhao Ritian had to step in and try to communicate with Zixia Fairy. However, before he could speak, Chen Ergu's taunts left him utterly humiliated. He was called a coward and a clown, labels that Zhao Ritian, as the leader of Yibo Yunshin, had never publicly faced before. More importantly, his evasion from Li Fan's pursuit, which had kept him barely alive until now, was a clear sign of his cowardice. Being mocked wasn't the worst part, but having his sore spots poked made Zhao Ritian's defenses crumble rapidly. Kid, just you wait. I swear on my honor as the leader of Yibo Yunshin, you won't be able to stand in this game. Zhao Ritian fiercely threatened Chen Ergu. Aoshi Di Huang chimed in menacingly, me too. My Aoshi Chuanxiong guild won't let you off either. Chen Ergu responded with a sneer, unafraid. Ha! Who are you trying to scare with those fierce faces? My boss is the mighty Taishangsha. If you dare, repeat those words when he arrives. This scene earned the admiration of the surrounding players. Wow, that's a real man. So brave, impressive. Beauty brings trouble indeed, as the ancient said, someone commented. Rash? Nonsense. Chen Erga scoffed. Didn't you hear what he said? His boss is Taishangshan. If my boss were also Taishangshan, why would I fear these trashy Yibo Yunshin and Aoshi Chuanxiong guilds? They're just minor characters in the game. What can they really do? Overall, Chen Ergu believed that his brother was doomed, given the challenging nature of game powers like Yibo Yunshin and Aoshi Chuanxiong. The players continued to discuss, many admiring Chen Ergu's courage. Some people think that Chen Ergu's actions were too impulsive, standing up for a beautiful woman without thinking and consequently angering two major guilds. They label it as classic, simp behavior. However, others see it differently. They believe that Chen Ergu, like the deity Tai Sui, is fearless. After all, in the game, he is undeniably the top player, a title not easily earned. With such a powerhouse protecting them, it's natural to act boldly. On the other hand, Zhao Ritian and Aoshi Di Huang paused when they heard Chen Ergu's declaration. You claim to be the Tai Sui? Ha, I don't buy it, unless you can. Zhao Ritian began to mock, but before he could finish, he vanished as if engulfed by a flash of white light. Just then, Li Fan, who had just arrived at the dungeon square, showed no mercy and made his move instantly. Li Fan is a man of action, not one for many words, but when he decides to act, he does so without hesitation. As he made his move, staggering damage numbers -5,082 and -7,764 exploded above Zhao Ritian's head, sending him back to the respawn point with just 2 strikes. The damage was even overflowing. The sudden turn of events left the surrounding players dumbfounded. Li Fan swiftly eliminated Zhao Ritian and then set his sights on Aoshi Di Huang. A critical hit for -9,842 damage was enough to instantly dispatch Aoshi Di Huang, whose health was under 10,000, turning him into a burst of white light with a single slash to the head. Next, Li Fan turned his attention to the dozen guild members that had accompanied his foes. Even the strongest among them couldn't withstand more than 3 normal attacks from him. Li Fan's attack and movement speed were astonishing. He wiped out the opposition in less than a second, a lightning-fast obliteration of formidable adversaries. Only then did the spectators realize what had just happened. My God, it's the power of Tai Sui God. What kind of divine skill is this? It's so fast, you can barely see it. Is this the might of Tai Sui God? Seeing it in person is 100 times more shocking than watching a video. It's terrifying. To slaughter like this in the dungeon square is brutally fierce. Some on the forums are saying that Tai Sui truly lives up to the name of a killing god, though they had the wrong person in mind. Look, the NPC soldiers are moving. Now there will be a spectacle. To act so boldly in front of NPC soldiers, Tai Sui God is done for. He can't be mightier than the NPC soldiers, can he? I don't believe it. As the players watched in shock, for NPC soldiers approached the dungeon square. Zixia Fairy and others looked worriedly at Li Fan. This scene was entirely different from the slashing at the respawn point a few days ago, which had occurred out of sight of any NPC soldiers. This time, the NPC soldiers, representing not just themselves but the entire NPC faction of the Donghua Empire, had witnessed everything. What would Li Fan do? The situation looked grim. Just as Zixia Fairy and Chen Ergu were growing anxious, Li Fan suddenly pulled out a palm-sized medal from his bag. In an instant, the fierce expressions of the four imposing NPC soldiers turned respectful. They bowed to Li Fan and then quietly left as if the slashing incident had never happened. What just happened? Why did the NPC soldiers ignore Tai Sui God? Can anyone just slash around in the dungeon square? Maybe I should try. Wow, that guy is amazing. No hard feelings. Notice, it was something Tai Sui God took out that changed the soldiers' attitudes. That item is crucial. In the eyes of the NPC soldiers, Tai Sui God is different from us. What exactly was that item? The players on the dungeon square were left in shock, and the same question was curiously raised by Zixia Fairy and the others. We'll talk about that later. I need to head to the respawn point first, said Li Fan, vanishing like the wind, leaving Zixia Fairy and the others exchanging bewildered looks in silence. From the perspective of character assassination, it's not entirely baseless that Zhao Ritian and others on the forum have been slandering Li Fan as a ruthless killer. My goodness, did these people prearrange this? They hurriedly logged off and ran away after being soundly defeated by me. What cowards! About 2.5 minutes later, Li Fan sighed in slight disappointment and returned to the dungeon square. Although it wasn't long, he had confirmed that Zhao Ritian and his crew had indeed logged off. Since they were not in the game, blocking the respawn point was pointless. No worries, I have plenty of time. I set aside time every day to defeat you, and sooner or later, you will give up and quit the game. With his mind made up, Li Fan quickly rejoined his comrades, including Zixia Fairy. Chen Ergu, well done. Your performance was truly impressive. Li Fan gave a thumbs up to his good friend Chen Ergu, who, however, responded with a somewhat embarrassed smile, contrasting sharply with his earlier bravery. Reflecting on his actions, Chen Ergu felt he had behaved like a fawning follower, which was somewhat embarrassing, especially since his close friend had witnessed it. Thank you all for supporting our fight against the Yibo Yunshin and Ao Shikuangshan guilds. In return, I'm offering these items to you at half price, which should greatly enhance your combat abilities, Li Fan said to Zixia Fairy as he handed over all the gear he had collected but didn't need himself. The player's backpack can hold up to 100 items, and Li Fan's was packed full. Aside from essential items like the Warrior's Heart and the Holy Prayer skill book, he gave about 85 pieces of equipment and skill books to Zixia Fairy, all of which were at least of silver quality. Wow, this is a huge help for our guild, thank you. Zixia Fairy's eyes sparkled with joy. This was indeed one of the reasons she had sided with Li Fan against Yibo Yunshin and Ao Shikuangshan. But forget about the discount, these are rare treasures, and I won't let you suffer a loss. I'll give you a fair price. Then you owe me a big sum of gold coins.
Li Fan Shuklat.
Zixia Fairy truly lived up to her reputation as a wealthy and willful player. Come on, join the team. Let's clear this dungeon. All right, let's go. Li Fan formed the team, and Zixia Fairy's group quickly joined. Chen Ergu and his 3 old teammates also joined the team. Lastly, the tardy Huadai secured the final spot in the team. I heard you just defeated the leader of the Ao Shikuangshan Guild? Nicely done. That guy has been hunting me down. By defeating him, you've done me a favor, Huadai declared proudly, glancing at Zixia Fairy as if to subtly indicate her prior acquaintance with Li Fan. Zixia Fairy smiled in response. As a woman, she sensed that Huadai might see her as a rival in love. How absurd. She admired Li Fan's personality and respected his gaming prowess, nothing more. Little girl, you're thinking too much.
Oh, me a favor?
Well, you really do now, as I expect I'll be defeating him more than once. Li Fan laughed off the topic and moved on. Let's head into the dungeon. Finally, Li Fan reached the ultimate challenge of the Lava Cave Nightmare mode, the legendary creature known as the level 32 Lava Titan. The air in the cave was stifling, almost as if the breath of a fiery dragon was scorching his face, causing him to lose 5 HP every second. As he confronted the lava titan, its immense figure loomed before him, radiating intense heat that shimmered in the dimly lit cave. The titan, made entirely of molten rock and lava, stood as a formidable adversary. However, Li Fan, armed with his unparalleled skills and experience, was ready for the battle. The fight was intense. The lava titan attacked with powerful lava blasts and rock throws, each move testing Li Fan's agility and combat prowess. Yet, with each calculated strike and strategic maneuver, Li Fan slowly wore down his opponent's massive health pool. After a grueling battle that pushed both his limits and the timer of the dungeon, Li Fan delivered the final blow, shattering the lava titan into 1,000 glowing embers. As the creature fell, the cave began to cool, and the oppressive heat lifted, signaling his victory. Exhausted but triumphant, Li Fan had not only defeated the lava titan within the allotted 60 minutes, but also cleared the lava cave, proving once again his mastery of this virtual world. As he exited the dungeon, the sense of achievement filled him with renewed vigor, ready for whatever challenges awaited him next in the endless expanse. Li Fan faced the most formidable boss in the dungeon, a level 32 legendary creature known as the Magma Behemoth. This creature was covered in reddish-brown scales that resembled stone, and its massive body, over 5 meters tall, shook the entire cave with each attack. The Magma Behemoth's attacks were fierce and wide-ranging, featuring ground slams and charging moves that dealt area of effect, AoE, damage and control effects, making it hard to predict and defend against. It even had a shield to absorb damage. However, it wasn't so lucky with its lair's size, which was as vast as 7 or 8 soccer fields combined. This spacious area meant that Li Fan had ample room to dodge its attacks, making this challenge considerably easier than facing the Troll Lord. Despite this being his first encounter with this boss since his rebirth, Li Fan's experience was nothing short of thrilling. There were moments when the Magma Behemoth nearly hit him. After a fierce battle lasting 5 minutes and 39 seconds, the Magma Behemoth finally fell. The system announced, "You have successfully defeated the level 32 legendary creature, the Magma Behemoth, earning 1.23 million experience points. With a 20-member team bonus of 200% and a high-level penalty of -20%, you have cleared the Magma Cave dungeon on Nightmare mode in 5 minutes and 39 seconds. Following the dungeon evaluation, it was noted that Li Fan's contribution accounted for 99.99% of the team's efforts, and the team's completion time was under 20 minutes without any deaths. Congratulations, you have received an SSS rating for the dungeon." The rewards included 6.4 million experience points, with a -20% penalty, a level 32 legendary treasure chest, and as the first team to clear the Magma Cave dungeon on Nightmare mode, the team captain received 400 free attribute points, the title Slayer of the Magma Behemoth, and a level 32 epic treasure chest. As Li Fan excitedly reviewed his rewards, the server-wide announcement began to flood the screen. Server-wide announcement: a brave team has successfully cleared the Magma Cave dungeon on Nightmare mode, led by Team Captain Tai Sui Shen, a level 36 Sword and Shield Ranger, with teammates Zi Xiaxianzi, a level 31 Storm Warrior, and Miao Zhuan Shiji, a level 30 Swift Archer. Their heroic deed will be forever remembered in the annals of Endless Sky history. The announcement echoed across the server again. Although it was 4 in the morning in Longwa's real world, where silence would typically prevail, the Endless Sky gaming forums were abuzz with excitement. Wow, another big event? Tai Sui Shen is incredible. I'm completely blown away. Just a while ago, he was in Tianyao City defeating Zhao Ri Tian and Ao Shi Huang, and now he's cleared the Magma Cave on Nightmare mode in minutes? It's unbelievable how quickly they defeated the Magma Behemoth under such difficult conditions. The players on the forum expressed their amazement and admiration. Recently, the frequent server-wide announcements have left many people feeling exhausted and numb. However, amidst this, Li Fan successfully completed the first clear of the Nightmare dungeon, an experience that plunged him into a state of internal conflict. Li Fan is a brave and resilient gamer who is passionate and dedicated to gaming. In the Nightmare dungeon, he faced countless challenges and failures but never gave up, continuously striving to push his limits. After a tough struggle, he finally achieved his first clear, a victory earned through sweat and tears. Yet, as he basked in the joy of victory, a twinge of conflict arose within him. He began to question what he was truly seeking in the game. Was it the thrill of victory, the joy of the challenge, the satisfaction of achievement, or the essence of gaming itself? This conflict led him to deeply reflect on his perspective of the gaming world. Li Fan's state of mind was like a tense battlefield, with inner struggles and contradictions intertwining. He started to reevaluate his attitude and aspirations towards gaming, pondering over which path to take in the future. The turmoil of his emotions churned within him, as if an internal war was quietly unfolding. Despite his victory, Li Fan found himself at a new crossroads, facing even harder choices. His heart was like a lake stirred by a storm, tumultuous and restless. This achievement brought him not just glory, but a profound collision of thoughts and a stirring of the soul. Li Fan gripped the Sword of Rend, a two-handed greatsword imbued with mysterious powers. This epic weapon, with a durability of 500 to 500 and exceptional quality, is indeed a standout piece among ordinary epic selections. However, wielding it requires being at least level 36, specializing in two-handed melee weapons, and having a strength attribute of over 800 to unleash its full potential. The Sword of Rend boasts remarkable stats, plus 1,600 physical attack, plus 1,230 magical attack, and plus 355 strength. Additionally, it enhances damage from physical and magical attacks by an extra 8%, and raises the level of active skills to level 2. Its prowess doesn't end there. Each successful attack has a 10% chance of triggering universal lifesteal, sustaining the user's combat endurance. Moreover, striking an enemy has a 2% chance of inflicting a severe bleeding status, causing 1% loss of health per second for 5 seconds. This bleeding effect, although not stackable, significantly impacts the flow of battle. The sword's passive skill, Rend, weakens an enemy's physical defense by 5% with each hit, stacking up to 6 times and lasting 30 seconds with no cooldown. Undoubtedly, this sword is a formidable weapon of war. However, Li Fan felt conflicted as he already possessed the controversial Blade of Judgment. Although just a common-grade weapon, its attribute enhancements as Li Fan grew far surpassed those of the Sword of Rend. Moreover, the Blade of Judgment had the potential to be upgraded to a mythic quality, making it nearly irreplaceable. Yet, the Sword of Rend's unique attributes of increasing damage, lifesteal, and bleeding effects, combined with the ability to reduce up to 30% of an enemy's physical defense, significantly enhanced its utility against Dark Gold and legendary bosses, far exceeding the Blade of Judgment. In the endless expanses of the world he inhabited, calculating damage output against bosses was a complex affair. Previously, when facing high defense bosses like the Troll Priest or Troll Lord, Li Fan could hardly penetrate their defenses, relying mainly on true damage from talents and additional damage effects from equipment against poison-susceptible bosses. However, with the Sword of Rend's 30% physical defense reduction, coupled with his own passive skills from Storm Sword technique, his output capability against lower-tier bosses should see a significant improvement. Thus, at this stage, the Sword of Rend still held considerable value for him. Additionally, he considered swapping other equipment to further enhance his combat capabilities. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Li Fan, clearing his mind and illuminating his path forward. In battle, Li Fan demonstrated an exceptional strategic vision. Rather than limiting himself to using just his dual-handed greatsword, he cleverly utilized a combination of the Rending Sword and the Blade of Justice. He executed 6 consecutive attacks to weaken the boss's physical defenses, then swiftly switched to the Blade of Justice. Taking advantage of the high stat bonuses it offered, he continued his assault on the now vulnerable boss. This tactic not only successfully diminished the boss's armor, but also allowed him to fully leverage the unique features of his equipment, showcasing his impressive combat skills. In his previous gaming life, players often carried multiple sets of equipment to adapt to different bosses' combat styles. However, since the game server Li Fan was on had only recently launched, high-quality gear was not easy to come by. Coupled with the significant boost from his SSS talent, Li Fan had initially overlooked the crucial tactic of switching equipment. But as battles grew increasingly complex, he realized the importance of reviving this traditional approach, keeping the rending sword as a backup weapon. Additionally, he was thrilled to acquire a legendary quality item, the Lava Behemoth's Magic Belt, during a dungeon raid. This belt, of legendary quality, boasted significant attribute bonuses and a unique passive skill. Beyond the basic stats, what excited Li Fan the most was the fifth attribute, the passive skill of Magic Shield. This skill could block the effect of any one skill attack, greatly enhancing his survivability against high-level bosses. With this Magic Shield, even if Li Fan occasionally made a mistake and got hit by a boss skill, he could avoid damage, significantly increasing his margin for error in combat. Li Fan knew well that every bit of increased survivability was crucial when facing formidable opponents. Li Fan joyfully picked up the legendary belt that had fallen to the ground, feeling a surge of happiness. This wasn't just any legendary item. It was part of the magical armor set from the Lava Beast, a rare piece with set effects. Wearing 2 pieces from the set would boost strength, agility, spirit, and stamina by 150 points each. With 3 pieces, both physical and magical defenses would increase by an additional 10%. Wearing 4 pieces would enhance attack speed by 10% and movement speed by 15%. The most thrilling part was that wearing all 5 pieces would increase maximum health by an additional 15%, and also boost strength, agility, spirit, and stamina by another 8%. Each piece of this legendary set, crafted by the Lava Beast itself, was a perfect match with exceptional set effects. Therefore, without any hesitation, Li Fan decided to take on the nightmare mode of the Lava Cave dungeon again, hoping for more astonishing rewards. Driven by the dream of acquiring legendary gear and the desire to boost his strength, Li Fan led his team and resolved to use up all 4 remaining dungeon challenge opportunities today. The first successful dungeon run took just about 5 to 6 minutes, and the subsequent runs saw even faster completion times, averaging 4 to 5 minutes each. Including time spent opening treasure chests and inspecting the equipment and skill books acquired, the whole process took roughly half an hour. Ultimately, Li Fan concluded his dungeon marathon for the day. The system notification sounded, "You have successfully defeated, details omitted," followed by another alert, "Congratulations on leveling up, current level, LV38. Soon after, another message announced, "You have received a legendary treasure chest containing details omitted." In his previous life, Li Fan was just an average player in his 30s, struggling to tackle difficult mode dungeons with a team. However, in this life, nightmare difficulty dungeons were a piece of cake for him. Clearing them? Effortless. He dominated with superior attributes, making it seem like child's play. Although these 4 runs didn't include the epic treasure chest from the first-time completion bonus, Li Fan achieved an SSS rating in every challenge, thus earning a legendary quality chest each time. Along with the dungeon boss's loot, within half an hour, Li Fan amassed 13 pieces of legendary quality equipment and 2 legendary skill books. While most players were still overjoyed at acquiring a single bronze piece of equipment, obtaining legendary gear had become commonplace for him. However, there was a slight disappointment. Only 1 helmet from the Magma Giant's armor set dropped. Of the 2 legendary skill books, only 1 was suitable for his use. Li Fan shook his head with a wry smile, feeling that today's luck wasn't exactly perfect. He glanced at the shining legendary helmet above his head and the newly appeared skill in his skill list. This helmet, known as the Steel Helmet, came from the Magma Giant. It boasted impressive durability of 520/520, was of legendary quality and ordinary grade, required a minimum level of 38, and a stamina no less than 550. Its attributes included HP plus 13,327, physical defense plus 300, magical defense plus 285, strength plus 180, stamina plus 230, strength plus 200, fire resistance plus 9%, and a 20% increase in life recovery effects. It also featured the passive skill, Solid as Rock, which increased physical and magical defense by 400 points each and granted a shield that could absorb 20% of incoming damage, refreshing 10 seconds after exiting combat. Moreover, it possessed a legendary quality LV2 active skill that dealt damage to enemies 20 times every 5 seconds during combat, triggering a combo effect that increased physical attack power by 5.5%, stacking up to 10 layers. To upgrade to the next level, it required 2 million experience points and a minimum level of 41. The attributes of the Magma Giant's steel helmet were outstanding. Although it overlapped with the War God Ares helmet that Li Fan previously used, like the epic two-handed sword from the first-time completion chest, Li Fan decided to keep this new legendary helmet for his own use rather than selling it. Li Fan obtained a legendary belt that activated a set effect, boosting all his attributes by 150 points. Although the helmet of the god of war, Ares, wasn't as useful as the belt, it possessed a precious passive ability that granted 3 seconds of invincibility. Li Fan stowed it in his backpack, planning to use it at a crucial moment. Additionally, the combo skill book he acquired was a pleasant surprise. By using experience points, he upgraded the skill to level 2, which allowed him to attack 20 times every 5 seconds, easily stacking buffs that increased his physical attack by 55%. Li Fan invested all the free attribute points from his first completion reward into his vitality, coupled with the Advanced Chosen One's Honor Medal, which added 500 points to his base attributes. In the effects of the Chaos Stone Shard 3, Li Fan's attributes saw a significant improvement. He joyfully reviewed his new personal panel, now at level 38, with all attributes notably enhanced. Within less than half an hour after his first completion, Li Fan's attributes had increased slightly, especially his health and defenses. His attack stats were originally lower than his defenses because he had focused heavily on vitality. Li Fan was confident that if he encountered the Troll Shaman again, his robust defenses and life-stealing output would allow him to stand his ground and fight toe-to-toe without backing down. Li Fan performed exceptionally well in the dungeon and generously distributed all his loot to Xixia Fairy and others before leaving. He gave away a vast array of equipment and skill books worth at least 18,000 gold coins, including bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, and legendary items. Li Fan encouraged Xixia Fairy and her companions, inspiring them to achieve greater success in the game. In a short time, Li Fan had completed the distribution of the dungeon's rewards. Xixia Fairy happily accepted the gifts, although she was somewhat concerned about the amount of gold coins. She knew that the strength of her guild would leap significantly due to the equipment and skill enhancements. Li Fan felt a heavy weight on his shoulders, burdened by a substantial debt of gold coins. He felt like a mere worker for the entire guild. Meanwhile, Chen Ergu and the others were brimming with excitement and surprise. Li Fan was never stingy when it came to investing resources in his teammates. Dark gold and legendary equipment that could fetch a good price? He didn't care much about that. Acquiring such items was a breeze for him. Once they got equipment from him, they had to follow his commands and become his loyal subordinates. As for whether to go raid the lava caves tomorrow, Li Fan hesitated. He realized that he would probably reach level 40 or above by tomorrow, making it unlikely to achieve an SSS rating as easily as today in the caves. Therefore, he decided to abandon the plan to grind monsters tomorrow. Instead, he would head to the teleportation array in Tianyao City and make his way to Gobi City to complete a quest from the NPC Lin Yuliang. On the hills just outside the southern gate of Gobi City, Li Fan's swordplay was a sight to behold as the lion-scorpion creatures fell like raindrops. These level 32 creatures resembled the legendary lion-scorpion lord that Li Fan had encountered in a challenge dungeon, though they were slightly smaller with gray-white fur. Capable of low-altitude flight, these creatures were a nightmare for players leveling up, but they were no match for Li Fan. As the notifications popped up frequently, Li Fan felt a deep sense of achievement and joy. After completing the mission, he finally had time to address some previously delayed tasks. Although the first part of the mission didn't take long, the scattered respawn of the lion scorpions significantly affected the killing efficiency. Nevertheless, Li Fan was still in good spirits and didn't mind these minor setbacks. Rushing back to Gobi City, Li Fan met with the NPC Lin Yuliang to turn in his quest and embark on a new challenge. The new mission required him to destroy the Lion Scorpion tribe and defeat the Lion Scorpion King. The rewards were substantial, but the deadline was tight. Li Fan was both excited and eager about this task, Yet he decided to postpone action until the next day. The lion-scorpion tribe, being an abode of intelligent creatures, was very beneficial for leveling up. Although time was running short, Li Fan decided to first locate the tribe and wait until he reached level 40 before taking action. After 2.5 hours of grinding, Li Fan inadvertently leveled up to 39, filled with anticipation for what the future held. Facing the upgrade task on the panel, Li Fan started to feel restless. He had been grinding non-stop around the common spawn points of the lion-scorpion creatures, while searching for any traces of the lion-scorpion tribe. He had thought it would be an easy task, but unexpectedly, he had already reached level 39 without finding any clues about the tribe. This unexpected turn of events made him uneasy. Suddenly, a strange buzzing sound interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw a massive dark cloud drifting across the sky, rapidly approaching his location. As the cloud drew closer, Li Fan's expression grew stern. He realized that it wasn't just any cloud, but a massive army of flying demons, a swarm of bloodthirsty bees. These creatures, known as bloodthirsty worker bees, were level 39 with formidable attack and defense capabilities. They possessed various abilities, including frenzy, teleportation, and self-destruction, launching a terrifying counterattack when fatally wounded. The bloodthirsty bee swarm was a unique monster in the world of endless skies. Although individual bees were fragile, their sheer numbers made them a formidable force. From his past life experiences, Li Fan knew that these bees had troubled countless players. However, to his surprise, the swarm's target was not him, but two female players being chased. These players, named Yang 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 and Mie Mie Mie, one mature and the other youthful, gave off a mother-daughter vibe. Using his high agility, Li Fan not only enhanced his speed, but also gained an ability to become nearly invisible, allowing him to see the translucent wings of the bloodthirsty worker bees from a distance. Clearly seeing the two women being pursued by the swarm, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of compassion, deciding to help them. Reflecting on the past, Li Fan confirmed the close relationship between Yang 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 and her mother. In Li Fan's memories from a previous life, her mother was known as the most powerful alchemist, unrivaled by anyone. Her daughter, Mie 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 Hui, was equally impressive, eventually ranking among the world's top support players. The legendary tale of this mother-daughter duo is truly captivating. Their speed was simply too slow. The mother and daughter were nearly overtaken. Mie Mie Mie, who had just turned 16, cried out in panic, her face filled with terror as she followed her mother. Despite being from a single-parent family, she had always been well cared for by her mother and lacked the composure to face crises. Even though it was just a game and dying didn't mean the end of life, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Her mother, Yang Yang Yang, wasn't faring much better. As a widow even before her daughter was born, Yang 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 had always been a strong and independent woman. With no professional skills, she had supported herself and her daughter over the years by grinding in games, focusing mainly on crafting professions. Recently, she had taken on a hidden quest that required her to gather a rare material outside Gobi City. Little did she expect that such a simple task would provoke a terrifying swarm of bloodthirsty bees. We can't keep going like this. We need to split up. You keep heading straight. I'll run to the side.
Yang quickly devised a plan.
Running to the side meant a shorter distance for the bees to cover, and she intended to draw their attention to give her daughter a chance to escape. Reluctantly but resolutely, she was prepared to protect her daughter at any cost. However, Mie 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 was stubborn. Upon hearing her mother's plan, she immediately understood her intentions. Mom, you run ahead. I'll take the side. No, I'll go to the side. No, I will. Listen, honey, I have way more gaming experience. Just keep running, okay? Why won't you listen? Mom, if we're going to die, we'll die together. We will never be apart.
Mie 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 insisted stubbornly.
Without reaching an agreement with her daughter, Yang 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 dashed to the side, only for her daughter to change direction instantly as well. Their exchange, as they approached quickly, left Li Fan somewhat speechless. The game hadn't even merged with the real world yet. What was the big deal about dying once? However, strangely, he felt a bit moved. In a previous life, Yang and Mie had died on the same day during a monster siege, just half a year before he was betrayed, reportedly dying hand in hand. It seemed their bond was indeed extraordinary. Since he had met these two talented individuals so early in this life, it must be fate. From now on, join my guild team. Li Fan thought to himself and decided not to just stand by. In half a second, he crossed a distance of 500 meters to stand by the mother and daughter, then turned around and faced a bloodthirsty bee swarm approaching within 10 meters, and with a disdainful expression, he beckoned with a hooked finger. Skill Taunt. Now upgraded to level 11, Taunt was no longer the mere 15-meter aggro-pulling skill it once was. The range of the provocation has been extended to 44 meters, and its duration has increased to 41 seconds. Additionally, it now includes a debuff that reduces the basic attack speed and movement speed by 5%, stirring feelings of anger and fear in the provoked targets. This skill, as if with a disdainful glance from above, awakens anger and fear in all nearby enemies, rendering them out of control. Its impact is immediate and powerful. The bloodthirsty bees, initially pursuing a mother and daughter, suddenly shift their attack towards Li Fan. Unyielding, Li Fan counters with a flurry of sword energies. Each strike brings the bees to the brink of death, setting off a chain reaction. Countless damage numbers burst forth in an instant, with each bee struck by the sword energy almost instantly killed, triggering a series of chain skills. Instant invincibility, teleportation next to Li Fan, and imminent self-destruction. Li Fan remains calm amidst the swarm of bloodthirsty bees converging around him, swiftly leaping into the air as if crossing 100 meters in a blink. The bees, limited to a single teleport, fail to match Li Fan's speed. Their attempts at flying prove futile. Consequently, behind Li Fan, the bees appear one after another, drawing a red line of death. With successive booms, the explosions begin. The small bodies of the bees release immense energy, the explosions deafening, with fierce winds howling and dust swirling around. The system announces, "You have defeated the bloodthirsty worker bee, gaining 1270 experience points." Another alert follows. "Your talent is activated, permanently increasing your agility by 3 points." The surge in experience points and attributes elates Li Fan. Typically, defeating these dangerous bee swarms yields no equipment or skill books, prompting most players to avoid them. However, the experience and attribute enhancements from this encounter thrill Li Fan immensely. Seizing this rare opportunity, he eagerly continues the battle. As the shockwave from the bee's self-destruction subsides, Li Fan returns to his position, unleashing more sword energy attacks. Damage numbers flutter down as he darts across the battlefield like lightning, effortlessly handling the massive swarm of bloodthirsty bees. His speed advantage is fully displayed. Without such swiftness, even 100 lives would not suffice against the bees' suicidal attacks. Fortunately, Li Fan's speed allows him to easily capture the bloodthirsty worker bees. Their combination of teleportation and self-destruction proves ineffective against him. Just as wave after wave of bees is eradicated, suddenly, several larger, rare bloodthirsty bees emerge from the swarm. Without a second thought, Li Fan swung his sword, sending a powerful blade energy directly at a small section of the bloodthirsty bee swarm, striking about 10 of them. Just as he was about to finish them off and retreat, Li Fan noticed that these 10 bees paused momentarily as if waiting for something. Suddenly, they used a teleportation skill to instantly appear beside him and immediately began to self-destruct. Their actions were so swift that there wasn't even a 0.001 second delay. In a fierce battle with a level 39 Black Iron elite creature known as the Bloodthirsty Bee, Li Fan was hit by a devastating self-destruct attack, instantly losing 2,000 health points. The sudden assault left him shaken and uneasy. The numbers flashing before his eyes made him realize the peril he was in. The explosive attack from the Bloodthirsty Bee elite inflicted nearly 30,000 damage to his health, signaling a dire situation. The incident underscored the lethal nature of the Bloodthirsty Bee swarm, far beyond what he had anticipated. The cunning and stealth abilities of the Black Iron tier mini-boss were unexpectedly formidable, plunging Li Fan into a precarious state. Faced with this critical situation, Li Fan recognized that his previous tactics were no longer effective. There could be even stronger bosses hidden within the swarm of bloodthirsty bees, and he needed to proceed with caution. He quickly rethought his strategy, deciding to slow down his offensive pace and tackle only a few bees at a time to minimize risk. Although this approach would slow down the progress of the fight, prioritizing safety was crucial for him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Fan decided to adopt this new strategy. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and prepared for the challenges ahead. Suddenly, two beams of white light flashed, infusing his body with a warm sensation. Faced with the looming unknown threats, Li Fan steeled himself to confront the upcoming trials with determination. In a desolate wilderness, a ferocious swarm of bloodthirsty bees attacked. Mia 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 fearlessly unleashed her healing skills, providing the protagonist with continuous recovery abilities. Over the next 10 seconds, the protagonist would recover lost health at a rate of 1200 plus 15%. Simultaneously, Mia 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 cast the Courage Anthem skill, significantly boosting the protagonist's attributes across the board by 100 plus 5% for the next 60 seconds. Excitedly waving her hands, Mia 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 shouted, "Go Tai Sui Shin Big Brother! You can do it!" She watched as Tai Sui Shin Li Fan was affected by the swarm, and without hesitation, she deployed her healing and support skills to assist him. Tai Sui Shin Li Fan did not conceal his identity. His act of saving the mother and daughter was driven by genuine kindness, not ulterior motives. The mother and daughter were shocked to discover that their savior was none other than Tai Sui Shin, known as the strongest player in the server. Seeing Tai Sui Shin injured, Mia 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 promptly provided her healing and support skills. Li Fan gave her a thumbs up before turning back to face the swarm. "Wow, Tai Sui Shin Big Brother complimented me. Teehee."
Mia 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 exclaimed joyfully.
Her mother, Yang Yang Yang, watched the scene with a smile, still somewhat bewildered. The mother and daughter, who thought their fate was sealed in the wild wilderness, were unexpectedly aided by Tai Sui Shin. They were surprised to find out that their hero was Tai Sui Shin and were filled with questions. Why did Tai Sui Shin choose to save them? Were the negative rumors about him on the forums true? These questions lingered in their minds, adding to their confusion. Sword energy flashed through the swarm of bloodthirsty bees, each flicker signifying the demise of dozens of bees. Li Fan's interface continuously showed kill notifications as he adopted a fast-paced combat style. Targeting a narrow range, his attacks focused on a few bees at a time, striking frequently and moving swiftly to maintain high output. Despite occasionally encountering higher-tier bloodthirsty bees which caused self-damage, his vampiric abilities and passive healing skills kept his health safely above the critical line. As the battle progressed, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing a bright sky. Suddenly, two new notifications popped up on Li Fan's interface. After leveling up to LV40, Li Fan found that each bloodthirsty bee contributed about 1,300 experience points, allowing him to eliminate approximately 16,000 of them. The bonuses from his talents pushed his base agility attribute past 90,000, giving him an exhilarating sense of accomplishment. Even though there were no more experience points to gain, he continued to fight with great enthusiasm. Li Fan was in high spirits, brimming with combativeness. However, just as he was about to completely wipe out the remaining bloodthirsty bees, something unexpected happened. About a third of them suddenly flew up into the sky and disappeared. By then, Li Fan's base agility had reached an astonishing 95,270 points, a truly magical number. With the help of the mighty Tai Sui God, the mother and daughter were overwhelmed with gratitude. The bravery of Tai Sui God deeply impressed them, and their admiration was clearly evident. Although their moment of expressing thanks was interrupted by the mother, Li Fan still managed to smile, unwilling to let awkwardness mar the moment of appreciation. He felt a slight regret inside. He had been ready to show his prowess against the bloodthirsty bees, but the interaction was cut short by their gratitude. As for the girl's astonishment, he could only respond with a wry smile and a shake of his head. He hadn't helped them to gain their favor, yet the young girls misunderstood his kindness. Li Fan admonished, "Young lady, don't jump to conclusions. Focusing on your studies is the right path." However, Facing the sheepish expression of the girl, he realized that silence was no longer appropriate. He calmly stated, "No need for thanks, I just happened to be here. I was actually about to confront those bloodthirsty bees." He paused, then straightforwardly suggested, "It seems we are fated to meet. Why not become friends? One of you is a cleric, and the other is a secondary profession player. I'm planning to create a guild. Would you like to join?" Upon hearing this, the mother and daughter showed delighted expressions. For the daughter, a secondary profession player with minimal strength, following the top player in the game was an excellent opportunity for a safe livelihood. The mother, needing a strong damage dealer, could find no better ally than Tai Sui God in the entire game world. Having just been rescued, they readily agreed without hesitation. Li Fan nodded, pleased, knowing that moderation and enthusiasm could often be more effective. He expressed his gratitude simply, then bid farewell to the mother and daughter. Back in the replica square of Gobi City, Li Fan encountered another bottleneck in his career progression. He needed to pass a professional trial instance to break through his current status. This second professional trial was identical to the experience at level 20. He chose to challenge the highest difficulty of 10 stars to unlock his professional potential, enhance his growth rate, and acquire new skills. As a reborn individual with the game's strongest SSS grade talent, Li Fan naturally opted for the highest level of challenge. With his resolution firm, a vast plain suddenly unfolded before him. The scene before Li Fan was desolate. A vast plain lay barren, with a massive rock sprawled across the ground. About 3,000 meters away, a white wall stood as a clear boundary marking the limits of the activity area. Suddenly, a prompt popped up on Li Fan's interface, alerting him that he had entered a professional trial instance with a daunting difficulty level of 10 stars. At this level, his ability to use spatial control skills was restricted, as well as his access to consumables. The challenge was to survive an onslaught from clones for 15 minutes without dying. These clones, set to respawn in 30 seconds, mirrored Li Fan's attributes, top equipment, talents, and all skills, including special items. If the challenger's attack was significantly lower than their defense, the clones would be equipped with the strongest gear listed on the server-wide equipment leaderboard. This unique trial instance promised no penalty for death or failure, but successful completion at such a high difficulty would yield substantial rewards. Recalling earlier experiences, when Li Fan reached level 20, only a handful of players had managed to conquer a 10-star professional difficulty trial. However, since leveling up beyond 40, there had been no rumors of anyone passing such a daunting challenge, leaving no strategies to follow. Confronted with a series of prompts on his interface, Li Fan couldn't help feeling astonished. This trial was similar to his experience at level 20, both requiring him to survive for a certain duration. Although the previous trial demanded 30 minutes of survival, this new challenge, lasting only 10 minutes, was significantly more intense. The greatest challenge in the earlier trials was facing a level 20 epic boss. No matter how powerful the boss, as long as the player had enough patience, combat experience, and appropriate attributes, there was still a chance of success. But now, the situation was different, as the challenge was against himself. A 100% replication of his strength meant that the stronger the player, the tougher the boss became. Facing a 9-to-1 onslaught from clones of himself, survival required immense strength and cunning. The key challenge was that these clones possessed his strongest equipment. If a player's attack was much weaker than their defense, which meant attacking oneself would cause minimal damage, then the clones would wear the top-rank gear from the entire server's equipment leaderboard. This implied that there was no way to temporarily switch gear to mitigate risk. Additionally, the inability to use spatial control skills meant that Li Fan couldn't use the Blade of Righteous Judgment to teleport a clone to a judgment space, avoiding the attacks from the other 8 clones. Similarly, talents like Round Space from the famed assassin Sahara were ineffective in this instance. A surge of determination to face challenges welled up in Li Fan's heart. He firmly believed in his innate talent, especially given his exceptional ability to inflict true damage. This convinced him that even if he backed down from the current challenge, he wouldn't be able to withstand an attack from 9 clones in the future. Although clones wouldn't appear on the 9-star difficulty level, Li Fan decided to give it a try, hoping for some unexpected gains. With this thought, his nerves tensed and his focus sharpened, making time seem to fly by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, 9 familiar figures appeared beside him, tightly encircling him. These were his own clones. A mix of excitement and nervousness surged through Li Fan, but above all, he felt a deep longing and confidence to tackle the unknown challenge. Fierce sword energy, sharp as blades, assaulted Li Fan, with 9 clones appearing simultaneously to attack him. Li Fan felt the piercing intensity of the sword energy as if it enveloped the entire world. It reminded him of the helplessness experienced by intelligent monsters in games when faced with such attacks. Nearly 1,000 sword energies poured down like a torrential rain, forming an impenetrable web that forced Li Fan to flee. Without hesitation, he activated the acceleration feature of his shoes, instantly boosting his speed to swiftly dodge the sword strikes. The sword energy slashed through the air, reducing Li Fan's health by over 30,000 points. Realizing that the clones also possessed their own talents, Li Fan felt lucky that they hadn't unleashed all their buffs and skills, or he would have been instantly defeated. The pressure mounted as he faced the encirclement of 9 clones, each strike sending chills down his spine. With such formidable foes, his only option was to run. The clones relentlessly pursued him, forcing him to keep moving. He knew that using his last resort, like the desperate roar, would leave him with no way out. Fortunately, the clones were not faster than him, and he successfully evaded the first wave of attacks. Thanks to his excellent agility and fast movement speed, Li Fan skillfully maneuvered around the sword attacks. However, he noticed that not all clones were actively chasing him, for were still running normally. This meant that their formation could become disorganized, and once their skill buffs ended, they might activate even more powerful skills, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Anxiety gripped Li Fan as he realized he might not be able to clear the level smoothly, making him increasingly agitated. Li Fan found himself in a desperate situation, seemingly unable to turn the tide of battle. He could only struggle to survive the brutal combat, constantly fending off the enemy's relentless attacks. A counterattack seemed like a luxury, for now, adapting to the harsh conditions of the fight was paramount. As time ticked by, just as he managed to escape the constraints of a double speed buff, the other 4 clones simultaneously triggered similar abilities. In an instant, they closed in on Li Fan, their sword energies swirling through the air, creating an impenetrable offensive formation. Unable to distance himself from his foes, Li Fan was forced to continuously seek gaps to dodge the sword energies. However, the frequency of the enemy's attacks overwhelmed him, with thousands of sword strikes targeting him every second. After enduring dozens of these strikes, Li Fan's health was nearly depleted, leaving him no choice but to activate his last stand rage skill. The moment the skill activated, his health dropped to just a single point. Any hesitation would mean death. This moment was incredibly perilous, sending a chill through Li Fan, but he decided to spend the next 15 seconds calmly observing the battlefield, opting not to dodge any attacks. With the last stand rage skill's cooldown lasting a daunting 300 seconds, this was his only shot. He had to seize this opportunity to find a breakthrough. As he closely observed, Li Fan noticed a critical detail. After he activated his last stand rage skill, all 9 enemy clones also unleashed the same skill, despite not being attacked. Could it be that they were mimicking the skills he used? Tentatively, Li Fan executed other skills and, sure enough, the clones replicated them, although they did not trigger any offensive skills. Was it only the buff-type skills they were mimicking? Noting this discovery, Li Fan continued to watch and experiment with different strategies. He launched a counterattack, his sword energy raining down, forcing the enemies to start dodging his strikes. Could this be the breakthrough he needed? He pondered this as he made another observation. The clones he had struck were now missing their attacks. Their sword energies were erratic and off-target. What was happening? Li Fan focused his attention and continued attacking a single target. He noticed that the other clones, when not dodging, still attacked sharply and accurately. In the heat of battle, the protagonist noticed that the clone he was fighting against had significantly slowed down its attack rate. Additionally, the precision of its sword energy had become erratic. It dawned on the protagonist that, although the clone possessed the same strength as him, It lacked his unique combat skills. The clone couldn't dodge and counterattack with the same precision he could. This realization might just be the key to the protagonist's success in overcoming this challenge. In the boundless world of the endless firmament, Li Fan leverages his overpowering attributes and agility to continuously defeat monsters and level up, growing stronger with each battle. However, this should not be mistaken as a reflection of weak personal skills. In his previous life, as a player with average B-level talent, Li Fan took over 2 months just to enter the endless firmament. But after 10 years of relentless effort, he emerged as one of the top 10 warriors recognized globally. His attributes are among the best in the world, and his extensive combat experience allows him to handle warrior class tactics with ease. Although personal skill isn't as visibly apparent as attributes, it plays a crucial role in combat effectiveness. Li Fan could instantly tell that the skill level of the 9 clones in the dungeon was quite poor. The warrior's heart ability not only grants him immunity to control skills, but also enables him to maintain a high level of efficiency in counterattacking after being hit. In contrast, the clones' attacks were erratic, and their movement and counterattacking skills varied greatly, causing many of their sword strikes to merely graze past him. However, Li Fan skillfully dodged most of the attacks, with only a few managing to strike him. The clones' erratic dodging caused them to spread out, unwittingly creating new opportunities for Li Fan. He adeptly used S-shaped maneuvers to effectively walk the dog, managing to control the movement of the clones, eventually facing only 2 to 4 at a time. It was Li Fan's exceptional personal skills that truly allowed him to stand out. Li Fan felt a noticeable decrease in the frequency of attacks against him and breathed a sigh of relief. He firmly believed that even the most challenging levels, rated at 10 stars, should not deprive players of the chance to succeed. Facing 9 clones of himself, Li Fan was undeterred, confident in his ability to beat the level. After some initial trials, he gradually regained his confidence. As his Desperate Fury skill buff was about to expire, Li Fan decisively switched his main weapon to the Ripper's sword. Although the Blade of Justice provided attribute bonuses, it could not break through the clone's defenses quickly and relied on its inherent true damage output. Since active skills were disabled in this dungeon, the Blade of Justice was less effective. In contrast, the Ripper's sword, with its ability to reduce defense percentages, vampiric effects, bleeding, and skill level enhancement, was better suited to Li Fan's current needs. The vampiric effect helped maintain his health during attacks, the defense reduction enhanced his damage output, and the bleeding effect added to this impact. Moreover, increasing the skill level allowed his active skills to surpass the clone's level 2 abilities. Importantly, the clones could only equip his strongest gear and could not switch weapons as he could, which gave Li Fan a satisfying edge. Once he switched weapons, the effect was immediately apparent. His health began to slowly recover. Even though the Desperate Fury duration had ended, Li Fan's situation had improved. The slow regeneration of his health was reassuring. Despite his strong attacks and high personal skill level, facing the onslaught of multiple clones meant he couldn't dodge every attack. Thus, the slow health regeneration was the best he could manage. He focused intently, fully engaged in the battle with the clones. Li Fan calmly strategized the best approach to combat, but the real challenge of the dungeon was just beginning. At that moment, he was like a dancer on the edge of a knife, where any slight misstep could be fatal. He needed patience and perseverance. Withstanding the clones' assault was just the beginning. Not even a minute had passed in the dungeon. He had to remain highly focused and could not afford to relax. Fortunately, Li Fan's past life experiences had prepared him for intense battles requiring sharp focus, and he was confident in his abilities. As the swordplay intensified and the blades flashed like rain, time ticked on. Li Fan concentrated on the battle, growing more adept as time passed. From being fully focused at the start, he now found moments to consider other strategies. In this brutal gaming world, Li Fan is constantly striving for survival. He knows that his survival skills are more crucial than his offensive abilities, so when facing the replicants, he keeps nimbly dodging their attacks. These replicants, with their bodies as tough as steel, have kept their health above 80% throughout the encounter. Time in the instance has stealthily passed, marking 4 minutes and 26 seconds, and over the past minute, Li Fan has managed to maintain his health above 80%, bolstering his hope and determination to survive. In another minute, he will be able to unleash his desperate fury skill. Perhaps then, he could attempt to enter a peak burst state, activate his skills, and eliminate one or two replicants in a swift move. At this moment, Li Fan's spirit is filled with an unyielding will and a deep desire to survive, ready to face any challenge and fight for his existence. The battle was incredibly tough, with the main goal being to survive for 10 minutes under the onslaught of clones. However, Li Fan had a different plan in mind. The reason was straightforward. Hidden within the professional trial were special rewards. When he first advanced to a level 20 career, the challenge was merely to survive. Yet he chose to confront all the bosses in the dungeon. His exceptional performance earned him a 12-star rating and a successful career advancement. If he had simply followed the task requirements and not countered the bosses, he wouldn't have received such generous rewards. Now, the situation was similar. After getting used to the rhythm of the battle, Li Fan was confident he could handle the 10-star difficulty, so he decided to see if he could counter the clones and win even greater rewards. He noticed that all 9 clones were wearing steel helmets from the Magma Beast, an equipment that was not invincible. His invincible skill would only activate in dire situations. With the Dire Straits Rage buff, he could withstand numerous attacks without falling, allowing him to change the combat dynamics and liberate one of the clones. The clones had activated their Dire Straits Rage buff slightly later than him, giving him a slight advantage in skill cooldown time, perhaps just a fraction of a second. But that fraction of a second might be enough for him to go all out and take down a clone. He decided it was worth a try since the skill cooldown was long, and he had only one chance. As the intense battle raged on, Li Fan kept a close eye on his Dire Straits Rage cooldown. 54 seconds, 53 seconds, 52 seconds, down to 1 second. His skill was ready again. Now was the moment. With determination in his eyes, Li Fan activated one active skill buff after another. Phantom Sword Dance, activated. Twilight of the Gods, activated. Active Hunting Moment from the Ring, activated. Skill Rampage acquired from the auction, activated.
Dire Straits Rage, activated.
He switched his main weapon to ensure maximum output. Then, the active skill Deadly Slash and Sword of Extinction were activated. He launched a series of attacks. In that instant, Li Fan entered his strongest attack mode. His primary target was clone number 9, the last one he remembered activating the Dire Straits Rage skill. His attacks were concentrated bursts of sword energy, so he strategically adjusted his angle to encompass the surrounding clones as well. In a flash, minus 4,396, minus 4,396, minus 4,396, minus 4,396. The lengthy battle had already pushed his ring's passive abilities, Storm Sword technique, and combo skills to their limits. Wielding the Ripper Sword, Li Fan's every swing seemed to tear through the enemy's defenses, rendering their physical protection utterly useless. Even after switching his main weapon, this devastating effect persisted for a full 30 seconds. Li Fan's damage output reached unprecedented heights, each attack reducing clone number 9's health by about 4,400 points. Despite the various passive enhancements stacked on the clones, boosting their maximum health to over 180,000, who could withstand Li Fan's fearsome damage output. At this moment, various active and passive skills combined to boost Li Fan's attack speed to an unprecedented 3,000 strikes per second. Yes, that's 3,000 strikes per second. Supported by a base agility of 95,270, his attack speed reached 953.5 strikes per second. With additional enhancements from his ring's passive skills, his agility soared to 123,851 points. The passive skill of Tempest Swordsmanship provided a 20% increase in attack speed, which, under the attributes of the Ripper Sword, translated into a 57.5% attack speed bonus from level 9 Phantom Sword Dance, plus a 62% boost from level 6 Berserk, and an 80% increase from the ring's active skill. With such a staggering attack speed, each blade of sword energy inflicted 4,396 points of damage. How could the clones possibly resist? In less than 0.01 seconds, clone number 9 fell under Li Fan's sword. Soon after, clone number 7, having just suffered from the previous wave of AoE damage, also collapsed instantly. Li Fan then quickly switched his target to clone number 2, who also fell about 0.03 seconds later alongside his companion. Seizing the moment, Li Fan turned to clone number 4, the closest one, and a flurry of attacks completely crushed it. Immediately afterward, he locked onto clone number 8, the nearest to him. Sword light flashed, and the damage numbers -4,396 kept appearing. The battle log showed that clone number 8 had activated the skill Desperate Fury, which would keep its health above 1 point for the next 15 seconds. As this battle information appeared, the remaining clones seemed to get a hint and almost simultaneously activated Desperate Fury. Watching this unfold, Li Fan felt a multitude of emotions. In a matter of moments, it was all over. Regrettably, he had only defeated 4 clones. However, due to his main weapon, his Desperate Fury skill was 2 levels higher than theirs, granting him an extra 2 seconds of enhancement, which might allow him to defeat a couple more opponents. Li Fan pondered this. Meanwhile, he didn't stop attacking. Desperate Fury kept his and the clone's health above 1 point, but wasn't a true invincibility skill. Li Fan continued his fierce assaults until the remaining 5 clones' health was reduced to a critical state. Only then did he finally halt his attacks. Why stop? Not out of laziness, but because even with his weapon changed, the legendary skill Berserk still had a 10% Omni-Vamp effect. At this point, the clones, also enhanced with various buffs, were fully unleashing their power. He didn't want to allow the clones to heal through their attacks. The 5 critically wounded clones faced him, each waiting for the other's next move as time ticked by. As the cooldown for his ultimate rage ability was about to end, Li Fan's nerves remained tightly wound, with no room for relaxation, especially when the clones suddenly started to scatter in panic. This unexpected turn of events took Li Fan by surprise. Could these boss replicas actually feel fear and choose to flee? He was utterly shocked. However, there was no time to ponder. He decisively pursued the clone closest to him. Activating his movement buff skill, he rapidly closed the distance and launched an attack, catching the weakened clone off guard and swiftly defeating it. Yet, the remaining 4 clones had already fled far beyond 100 meters, all in full flight mode. He had no choice but to continue the chase. Just as his ultimate rage was about to expire, Li Fan, through sheer grit, managed to take down 2 more clones. Meanwhile, sensing that Li Fan's ultimate rage had worn off, the last 2 injured clones suddenly turned to counterattack. But Li Fan was prepared, quickly donning the helmet of the war god Ares for protection. Sorry, your counterattack is futile, and I will crush you all. With the mission timer reading 5 minutes and 47 seconds, all clones were defeated, and Li Fan successfully completed the professional trial ahead of schedule. Finally, Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief as the last clone fell, his face lighting up with a triumphant smile. The professional assessment this time was far shorter than the 20th level one, yet the challenge was unprecedented. First came the pressure. Facing an attack from 9 clones with identical equipment and skills, anyone would feel bewildered, right? Surviving under such immense pressure was a crucial first step to success. Next was the test of survival skills. Just like Li Fan himself, if he hadn't calmly observed the differences between himself and the clones during the critical moments of fury and adjusted his tactics accordingly, he might have been quickly defeated. Only by meeting these 2 criteria was there a chance to pass the assessment. As for the counterattack during the second wave of critical fury, Li Fan could only silently thank his weapon, the Rending Sword. Had it not been for acquiring it a few hours earlier, he might have been able to counterattack, but at best he would have only defeated 1 or 2 clones. After all, his combat abilities were truly exceptional. The Rending Sword, with its enhanced level 2 active skill effect, truly helped him turn the tide. If his critical fury duration hadn't been 2 seconds longer than that of the clones, he wouldn't have been able to defeat them all. Fortunately, he had chosen the Blade of Righteous Judgment when entering the dungeon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to counterattack all the clones and clear the dungeon ahead of time. Dungeon challenges were fraught with risks, but the rewards after clearing them were incredibly generous. Li Fan, with a broad smile, looked at the reward notification that popped up after clearing. The notification read, "Congratulations! You have defeated all the clones and completed the professional trial ahead of schedule, with an additional reward of 20%. Your potential has been further tapped, enhancing your attributes and combat statistics by 1.2 times. Your level cap has been unlocked. You have mastered new legendary skills, explosive attack and critical counter. You are the first player server-wide to complete the second professional trial, earning 500 free attribute points." The panel flashed with 6 notifications, thrilling him to the core. Defeating the clones and clearing the professional trial ahead of schedule indeed came with extra rewards. That 20% bonus, though seemingly small, accumulated to keep him perpetually stronger than others. He still remembered from his past life. During the second professional trial, he only cleared a 5-star difficulty, and his attribute conversion only increased by 0.5 times. This time, it was directly boosted by 1.2 times. The 4-dimensional attribute conversion allowed his strength to turn into physical attack power, agility into double speed, spirit into magical attack, and constitution into both health and dual defense. For example, previously, 1 point of Li Fan's strength would only add 1 point of physical attack power and 0.01 additional damage to weak points. A surge of power so immense it seemed unbelievable boosted Li Fan's abilities in an instant. Excitedly, he checked his updated character panel. His ID was now Tai Sui Shun. He had reached level 40, and his class was Sword and Shield Ranger. His stats had significantly improved across the board. His attack power, defense, and health had all doubled, and he had an astonishing 500 free attribute points to allocate. After a battle, while reviewing his character panel, Li Fan noticed that his core attributes remained relatively unchanged. However, his physical attack power had doubled, and both his health and defense had seen notable increases thanks to an improved conversion rate of his attributes. He allocated all 500 free attribute points to his stamina, feeling both satisfied and proud. Though tempted to boost his stats further, Li Fan quickly dismissed the idea. He decided to invest all his free attribute points into stamina to prepare for future battles against divine bosses. As for his damage output, he trusted his SSS grade talent. The acquisition of 2 legendary skills further excited him, and he eagerly checked their effects. The skills, Explosive Attack and Desperate Counter, were both passive and perfectly suited to his high attack speed, making them crucial for enhancing his strength. While upgrading these skills would require a lot of experience, for Li Fan, this was merely a minor challenge. He planned to upgrade these skills in the future to boost his combat effectiveness. Finally, a server-wide announcement shared the great news. Player Tai Sui Shun had successfully completed the second professional trial dungeon, becoming the first player to do so in the entire server. His heroic deeds would be eternally remembered in the game's history, earning him endless applause and accolades. And this was just the beginning. When a server-wide announcement flooded the screens for the first time, players were shocked. However, as it happened again and again, most players became numb to it. The Tai Sui deity in the game evoked mixed feelings of love and hate. By the time players reached level 40, they had to admit that it took a considerable amount of time and effort. They started to find it somewhat boring and even felt a bit indignant, wishing that Tai Sui would turn off his GM privileges. Traveling through the boundless universe, Li Fan woke up full of energy, ready to embark on a day of adventure. Although it was already afternoon in the real world, Li Fan was up unusually early, which was a rare occurrence in his life. He had stayed up until the early hours of the morning finishing a professional trial dungeon in his game, which had left him utterly exhausted. Consequently, he had turned in early before dawn, an unprecedented move for him. This early rest adjusted his body's natural rhythm. Upon entering the game, Li Fan's dashboard and private message interface were immediately flooded with notifications. One alert read, "Your Wolf Tribe Altar Dungeon ticket earnings have accumulated to 8,848 gold and 70 silver coins awaiting collection." Xia Fairy sent a private message asking, "Up so early today? I've already gathered over 2,000 gold coins. When are you coming to pick them up? Also, are you up for challenging the lava cave today?" Hua Butterfly also messaged, "Wow, has the sun risen from the west? You logged in so early today? When are you planning to start the guild?" Mia followed up with a message, "Good afternoon. Most players have already surpassed level 20, and the earnings from the Wolf Tribe Altar Dungeon are gradually decreasing." However, Li Fan wasn't concerned about this as he didn't have any specific need for spending gold coins at the moment. He replied briefly to his friend's messages. As for the Lava Cave Dungeon, he was already over level 40, and playing it again wouldn't earn him an SSS rating or legendary quality treasure chests, so there wasn't much point. As for starting a guild, Li Fan felt no rush, especially since he hadn't yet received official guild certification, so there was no urgency to establish one. After a brief chat with Zixia Fairy, Hua Butterfly, and Mia, Li Fan refocused on his own objectives. Having reached level 40, advancing a few more levels would allow him to challenge a new public dungeon, and he also recalled a hidden task at level 42, along with special dungeons that could elevate his rank. However, upon logging in, Li Fan knew his primary task was to head to the Lion Scorpion tribe. The rewards for slaughtering the Wise Monster tribe were too enticing. Coupled with the hidden task rewards, he had to give it his all. Why go alone? At such heights, coldness ensues. Li Fan had far surpassed the average player, and no one could match him. Perhaps this is what they mean by the loneliness of a top player. The Lion Scorpion tribe was not easy to find. He had searched for several hours the previous day without success. Now, he had to set off. Thinking this, Li Fan immediately took action, leaving Gobi City and dashing northward, searching like lightning. Gobi City was so named because it was located on the edge of the Donghua Empire map, surrounded by a lush forest to the west, while the other three directions were barren Gobi landscapes. Today seemed to be his lucky day, as it didn't take long for Li Fan to spot several lion scorpion creatures lying near a desert canyon. He quietly cast True Sight on one of them. In this mysterious realm, a warrior named Li Fan stumbled upon several lion scorpion patrol guards. Despite being ranked as bronze creatures, their formidable attack power was not to be underestimated, instilling fear in those who dared to confront them. Filled with a passion for challenge, Li Fan was keenly aware of the weaknesses of these flying creatures and resolved to eliminate them all. A fierce battle ensued. Li Fan darted through the ranks of the lion scorpion guards like lightning, his sword strikes sweeping through the air with boundless force. His attack speed left the patrol guards powerless to retaliate. With the enhancements from his combo strikes and the Sword of Storms, Li Fan's attack soared to nearly 10,000 points, effortlessly slaying all the lion scorpion guards. As the battle drew to a close, the system's notification sound chimed. Li Fan had earned a wealth of experience points, attribute points, and merit points as rewards. Satisfied, he collected his spoils of war and eagerly sought out the next group of lion scorpion patrol guards. In this world brimming with the unknown and challenges, Li Fan demonstrated his fearlessness and decisiveness. His strength and courage earned him admiration. Defeating enemies and collecting spoils of war immersed him in the thrill of battle, a pleasure he relished endlessly. After several rounds of patrols, Li Fan successfully eliminated all the guards and approached the location of the lion scorpion tribe. His gaze turned toward the distant canyon, where towering cliffs on both sides, over 30 feet high, formed a natural barrier. The canyon was deep and shadowy, its end invisible at a glance. Above, over a dozen lion scorpions soared in the sky. To the distant observer, they were but tiny black specks, yet Li Fan's sharp eyes could discern them clearly. This canyon must be the stronghold of the lion scorpion tribe. He had finally found it. Clutching his great sword tightly, Li Fan could hardly wait to engage in fierce combat with the enemy. With a grin, he swiftly charged deeper into the valley. As Li Fan was about to enter the canyon, a deafening roar suddenly erupted, and dozens of massive lion scorpions leaped towards him. He silently admired the high alertness of these flying creatures. Undeterred, Li Fan charged forward with determination in his eyes. Soon, he was fiercely battling the swarm of lion scorpions. Most of these creatures were patrolling soldiers and other bronze warriors around level 40, angrily trying to block Li Fan to protect their tribe. Their tails launched venomous stings like rain, but Li Fan easily dodged them, breaking through the barriers that stood in his way. Upon entering the canyon, he discovered hundreds of lion scorpions bustling around, ready to confront his intrusion. The lion scorpions in the sky posed a challenge, but those on the ground became his prey. With astonishing speed, he swiftly struck down a large number of lion scorpions, sparing none regardless of age or gender. Li Fan's attacks were incredibly powerful, almost every strike proving lethal. Before the lion scorpions could take flight, he accelerated his attack pace, unleashing various skills to crush his foes one by one. As the lion scorpions fell, Li Fan's agility attribute rapidly increased, with kill notifications continuously popping up. Eventually, his agility reached an impressive 103,358 points, having slain nearly 400 lion scorpions. Although the remaining lion scorpions flew away, when they landed again, Li Fan was ready. He understood their habits well, knowing their large bodies could not sustain prolonged flight. When they landed exhaustedly for a rest, Li Fan was set to launch another attack, initiating the next wave of battle. In this one-sided slaughter, Li Fan demonstrated unparalleled combat prowess, leaving the lion scorpions in the canyon utterly powerless. At this moment, all Li Fan had to do was wait for his prey to come to him. He handled the incoming attacks from the lion scorpions with ease, seemingly unconcerned. As the lion scorpions were forced to land and rest, Li Fan quickly seized the opportunity, launching an attack without hesitation. The kill notification popped up, fueling his desire to slay more. In the scene, one clever lion scorpion chose to land on top of the canyon, trying to avoid Li Fan's assault. However, having leveled up to LV7 and mastered the Dark Gold skill, Sword Chi Master, Li Fan's sword energy spanned a 17-meter radius, effortlessly hitting the lion scorpion above the canyon. Moreover, familiar with the terrain, Li Fan could easily climb to the top of the canyon. He could even leap to his target, displaying extraordinary strength and agility. Although his jumping speed was slightly slow, it posed no threat to Li Fan as he faced the swarm of lion scorpions. As soon as they landed to rest, they couldn't escape Li Fan's pursuit. Over time, the lion scorpions fell one by one, and the remaining group of less than 300 began to flee in disarray. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Li Fan looked up to see a gigantic golden lion scorpion leading a group of smaller ones rushing towards him. This was the Lion Scorpion King and its guards, seemingly delayed by a hunting trip. The Lion Scorpion King, named Simba Fong, a level 45 legendary creature with formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, let out a mournful roar, its hateful gaze locked on Li Fan. Unfazed, Li Fan continued his actions, unleashing the true side-eye to face this unprecedented challenge. The Lion Scorpion King is incredibly agile, with his skill 6, Gale Force, enhancing his attack and movement speeds by 30%. Moreover, all his wind-based magical abilities become instant, eliminating the need for lengthy incantations. His skill 7, Spinal Spike, showcases the prominent bone spurs on his back, which can inflict severe physical damage on enemies riding him and may even cause them to bleed profusely. When the Lion Scorpion King's health drops below 10%, skill 8, Havoc Cyclone, is triggered. He unleashes all his magical power to summon a massive tornado with a diameter of 120 meters, dealing substantial magical damage to enemies while also drawing them in and controlling their movements. Skill 9, Malevolent Watch, gains the attention of the malevolent god, Sauron. When his health falls below 5%, an avatar of Sauron descends to aid him. The Lion Scorpion King's vulnerabilities lie in his lower back and the back of his neck. These are critical points that enemies must target to defeat him.